Good evening, viewers. Today is June 11th, a star calendar year 4029. Welcome to Interstellar News Broadcast. I am your host, Minsati Ali. Now for the news in brief. The Interstellar Exploration Bureau issued an announcement today near Allied Living Resource Planet G1437 Galate. Star signs of life activity have been detected on a newly discovered planet. If this information is further verified, the Alliance will obtain ownership of yet another life-bearing planet. Border conflicts between the Able Federation and the Wanching Empire have further escalated with approximately 10,000 casualties to date. Our alliance's governing council has issued a diplomatic statement calling on both sides to exercise restraint and to seek ways to resolve the dispute peacefully. The Wanching Empire's 143rd Pioneer Expeditionary Legion continues its interstellar exploration program. A week ago, they were ambushed by the 83rd wave of unidentified alien life forms. Fierce firefights broke out, and the battle has fallen into a stalemate. In the Kama's Alliance star territory on Living Resource Planet E1012, in the city of Haiyuan of the Gator Democratic Republic, it was already deep into the night. Torrential rain poured down, and there were scarcely any pedestrians on the streets. In a dark, damp alley, Iyunyu, dressed entirely in pitch black, leaned beneath the awning of a small shop's rolling shutter door, barely managing to keep himself from becoming a drenched mess. Tiny lights flickered on his left forearm, and a 15-inch light screen hovered before him, playing the interstellar news broadcast. The glow from the screen illuminated his face, a head of black hair, a straight nose, and thin lips, eyes as cold as starlight. His features were handsome, yet he exuded a chill, distant aloofness. Beep beep. A rapid alert suddenly sounded from his left forearm. Is it time already? Looks like things have begun on their side as well. Iyunyu promptly shut off the communicator on his left arm. His blade-like gaze followed the alley, staring into the distant darkness. At the river mouth where Haiyuan City's cross-city river flowed into the sea, inside a large maritime freight warehouse. Two heavily armed groups were gathered within a small section of the warehouse. They were spread out at key positions, eyes sweeping warily over the perimeter, guarding strictly against any uninvited guests. At the center of the area, each side had two representatives. They were about to complete a highly important illicit transaction. Did you bring the goods? Hey. And what I asked for, did you bring it? After a brief silence, two other men, prompted by their leaders' gestures, stepped forward and raised the briefcases in their hands. Only after receiving a second signal did they open the cases simultaneously. Inside one case lay a golden card bearing the unique emblem of the Supreme Military Armaments Research Institute of the Gator Democratic Republic. This institute, jointly established by the government of the Gator Democratic Republic and the Kama's Alliance, was responsible for developing all manner of cutting-edge military weaponry for the Alliance. In the other case, 4 syringes were neatly arranged. Each was filled with bright crimson liquid within which, upon closer look, silver star-like specks flickered. The two men who had opened the cases exchanged a glance, then each reached out toward the other's briefcase. Suddenly, a hand appeared between them, blocking their way. The unexpected interruption jolted both parties' already taut nerves, and the two men almost simultaneously pulled their hands back. One gave a small twitch, and a sharp dagger slid from his sleeve into his palm. A faint dark red star-like gleam flowed along the blade's edge. Clearly this was no mere fruit knife. The other man's hand drew back slightly, then shifted from open palm to claw, lashing out at the intruding hand with fierce speed. Humph! A cold snort rang out, and the owner of the voice finally stepped into view, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, his face etched with a sinister gloom. Faced with the incoming claw strike, he merely furrowed his brows slightly, neither counterattacking nor retreating. Enough, a cold voice ordered. The claw froze in midair, then withdrew at once. A bald giant strode forward from behind, a jagged scar slanting from his face down to his neck. His icy gaze locked onto the other side like that of a wild wolf poised to tear into its prey at any moment. What is the meaning of this, dear Mr. Du Bang? Nothing at all. Whether my goods are genuine, you will be able to verify for yourselves in a moment. But as for your so-called serum, I can hardly confirm its authenticity on the spot. Ruijin Du Bang pressed his outstretched hand down atop his own side's briefcase. The bald man's pale blue eyes grew ever colder, veins bulging on his gleaming scalp. He was clearly on the verge of erupting in fury. We have traded far more than once already. Has even this basic level of trust evaporated? My apologies, Black Wolf. Personally, I am willing to trust you. But you know as well as I do that there is no way I could obtain these design schematics on my own. If there is the slightest discrepancy in what I am taking, my family and I will be wiped out overnight. Selling out national interests in a crime of such magnitude involved powers far too deep. A single misstep meant ruin and death. Ruijin had no choice but to be cautious. Humph, bring him over. Black Wolf snorted coldly, unwilling to waste more words with Ruijin, and waved his hand. Moments later, two armed men dragged a man into the center of the warehouse. From his clothing, it was clear he was an employee of the port's maritime shipping company. Please, we can talk about this. Whatever you want, if I have it, it's yours. I beg you, don't hurt me. I still have parents, a wife, and children. Black Wolf did not spare the unlucky man a single glance. He took a syringe from the briefcase and cast a sidelong look at Ruijin. The latter merely smiled faintly, offering no comment. Black Wolf clamped a hand over the victim's mouth and drove the needle directly into the area of his heart, brutally forcing the liquid into his body in one swift push. When he was done, Black Wolf kicked the unfortunate man to the ground. A dozen men around them watched indifferently as the victim curled up on the floor, their faces utterly expressionless, as though the life or death of an ordinary man meant nothing at all. Soon the situation changed. The man's body began to shake violently, his skin flushing an alarming shade of blood red. He struggled in agony, one hand clawing mindlessly at the ground. The specially reinforced floor designed to withstand hundreds of tons of heavy machinery rolling over it was torn through and crushed beneath his grasp as though it were mere plaster. A man beside Ruijin stepped closer and murmured into his ear, "Judging from all observable reactions, it matches every detail in the intel. We can preliminarily conclude it's genuine." Ruijin nodded lightly. "The drug's effects seem excessively violent. The user will likely bear tremendous risk." "Humph. You think transforming an ordinary person into an ability user is easy? If 1 in 10 survives, that's already fortunate. Besides, this batch is for your research. It's not meant for immediate field deployment. I won't give you any guarantees of safety." Ruijin smiled and nodded, extending his hand to Black Wolf. "A pleasure doing business." At the same time, the man beside Ruijin walked over to the still struggling victim, crouched down, and drove a knife straight through his throat. Blood erupted in a high, violent spray. A living injected subject would have been more valuable for research, but this man had not volunteered. No one could predict what sort of ability he might manifest, nor how he would treat Ruijin's faction once empowered. Killing him and taking the body back was the safest option. "Enough. Let's end it here. I look forward to our next cooperation." After shaking hands with Ruijin, Black Wolf prepared to withdraw immediately. Ruijin was of the same mind and nodded his agreement. Suddenly, Ruijin's expression shifted slightly as his gaze lifted upward. A black object dropped from above. As a businessman long engaged in military hardware, Ruijin recognized it at a glance: a pulse shock grenade. "Damn it. Enemy attack, take him out." All the perimeter guards sprinted toward the center while scanning warily for the assailant. They were roughly 30 meters from where the grenade would hit, which meant its effect on them would be limited. As long as they could kill or impede the attacker, they could buy the 4 at the center time to recover. Gunshots thundered. Unfortunately, reality sometimes diverges from expectations. The power of this pulse shock grenade far exceeded anything they had imagined. A savage shockwave ravaged everyone's brains, sending agony lancing through their skulls, blurring their consciousness. In that moment, a dark figure burst forth from a shadowy corner. He moved with astonishing speed, a phantom streaking through the armed men. Wherever he passed, blood sprayed, and a life was snuffed out. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen of them died a wretched death. Those on the perimeter had been affected slightly less. At last, 2 of them managed with great effort to regain some control of their bodies. One clutched an assault rifle, the other a pistol, both potent light individual weapons. But their recovery was incomplete. Their vision and reflexes lagged badly behind. Their opponent, by contrast, was agile and ruthlessly efficient. In the end, a wild, aimless burst of gunfire failed to save their lives. After clearing the outer ring, the shadowy figure wasted not a heartbeat, twisting his body and lunging toward the center of the warehouse, the true objective of his mission. Ruijin felt as though countless fine needles were stabbing into his brain. Tears and mucus streamed uncontrollably from his face, his stomach churned violently. His physical condition was nothing short of atrocious. He raged inwardly. Never had he encountered a pulse shock grenade with such devastating power. Around him, agonized screams and sporadic gunshots had just erupted, and then abruptly there was only silence. Even though his eyes could no longer see clearly, he knew danger was closing in. Stop him. At this point, Ruijin could only pin his hopes on his bodyguard, praying the man would recover faster than he did, or at least buy him a little time. The bodyguard and Black Wolf's last remaining subordinate both knew the time for their sacrifice had come. They forced themselves upright as their vision slowly sharpened. Drawing on seasoned combat instincts and the blurred silhouette rapidly closing in within his field of view, Black Wolf's subordinate swung his clawed hand in a sweeping strike toward the enemy. His head still throbbed unbearably, and fury roared in his chest. He longed to tear the culprit behind all this limb from limb. A twisted off-key scream suddenly ripped through the air, followed by the heavy thud of a thick arm hitting the floor. Even in his impaired state, losing an arm in a single exchange was something this close combat expert found utterly inconceivable. At that moment, a tremendous force slammed into his back, hurling him toward the dark figure in front of him. An instant later, agony exploded across his back as a short blade burst from his right chest and pierced into the shadowy figure. Rueijin's bodyguard panted heavily. The move he had just executed was vicious to the extreme, but it seemed effective. After landing the blow, he gritted his teeth and raised his head with difficulty, peering over his human shield's shoulder at the dark figure. At last his vision truly cleared. What he saw was a smooth, rounded black metal full-face mask, without so much as an opening for eyes, nose, or mouth. The shadowy figure lowered his head slightly to glance at his heart. A razor-sharp knife tip pressed against that spot stopped cold by his armor. When he raised his head again, a light breeze seemed to stir, and two heads flew into the air. By now, Rueijin and Black Wolf had fully recovered. Watching the two headless corpses topple to the floor, they finally saw their enemy, clearly clad in black tactical armor, wearing a black metal helm, a long black blade in his hand, dripping fresh blood. A chill shot up Rueijin's spine to the crown of his head, forcing him to stagger back a few steps. As a smooth-tongued CEO adept at negotiation and management, he was anything but skilled at life-and-death combat. Boy, you've succeeded in enraging me. Congratulations. They'll see to it that you die in the most miserable way imaginable. Black Wolf's fists crackled as he clenched them, and he settled into a fighting stance. Anyone who could slaughter all his men in such a short time with cold weapons alone was a master worthy of his full attention. Alongside his tension, Black Wolf felt a strange thrill. This would be a blood-boiling fight to the death. The shadowy figure remained where he stood. His right hand holding the blade hung naturally at his side with no sign of a charging strike. As for his left hand, at some point it had moved from behind his back to the front, now gripping a massive black handgun with a barrel as thick as an infant's arm. Boom. The gunshot was a dull thunderclap that rattled the nerves. Black Wolf's eyes bulged with rage and disbelief as the close-range shot blew apart his heart, carving a gaping hole through his chest. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that this was no honorable opponent at all. No one could see what expression lay beneath the black mask. Perhaps only cold, merciless scorn for a fool. Please don't kill me. I have plenty of money. Name your price. You're here for the goods from this deal, aren't you? They're all on the ground. Take them. Seeing that even the notorious formidable Black Wolf had fallen to this shadowy killer, Rueijin could only cast aside his dignity and beg for mercy. As the shadow's attention was drawn toward the cargo on the floor, a vicious light flickered in Rueijin's eyes. His body lunged at a speed far beyond that of an ordinary man, hurtling straight at the dark figure. In an instant they collided. A dagger had appeared in Rueijin's hand, which he drove viciously into the shadow's armor. Bet you didn't see that coming, did you? I'm actually a speed-type ability user. With bodyguards around, I usually never need to dirty my hands. But today it finally came in handy. Rueijin's moment of triumph did not last beyond 2 sentences before the shadowy figure drove his long blade straight into Rueijin's body. The dark figure shifted his body to the side, and Rueijin's dagger slipped free as though it had never fully contacted solid flesh. The blade withdrew from the shadow's body without the slightest resistance, not even a single drop of blood. A shadow-type ability user. Rueijin ground out blood pouring from between his teeth. The dark figure tightened his grip on the hilt, twisted the blade in a half circle, then pulled it free. Rueijin's body toppled helplessly into a pool of blood. Raising his left arm, the shadow tapped his communicator. A tiny aperture lit up, and he aimed it at Rueijin's corpse. An image of Rueijin's face appeared immediately on the device's miniature screen and was sent to some unknown recipient. After completing this, the shadowy figure picked up both briefcases and strode away, vanishing into the howling wind and torrential rain outside. For this coastal city, being scourged by furious gales and torrential rain was a constant state of being. The unusually violent storm seemed intent on annihilating everything in its path. Waves surged over the seawall, joining forces with the rain to lash the streets and alleys along the coast. The outdoors now embodied terror and peril. Countless people cowered at home, restless and uneasy, unsure how to endure this sleepless night. Deep within a secluded seaside alley, a pitch-black figure strode calmly through the storm as though no amount of wind or rain could shake him in the slightest. Thunder rumbled as a serpent of lightning split the sky, its blinding glare illuminating the figure. Iyunyu still wearing that smooth, seamless metal battle helmet. Using the prearranged signal, Iyunyu knocked on an inconspicuous residential door in a measured rhythm. The door was opened by a burly, bearded man. He scrutinized the visitor at the threshold with guarded eyes, then cautiously swept his gaze over the surroundings outside. After confirming nothing was amiss, the bearded man stepped aside to clear a path, tilting his head to indicate the other could enter. His right hand hovering near the pistol at his waist made it clear he had not fully lowered his guard. Iyunyu gave no visible reaction and slipped inside as effortlessly as a fish gliding through water. He came to a stop and surveyed the room. 5 people were in the living room. A brown-haired man with curls lounged lazily on the sofa, swirling the wine in his glass. At a card table sat 2 women and a man. The empty seat by the aisle clearly belonged to the bearded man. The last person, a middle-aged man, stood by the liquor cabinet carefully polishing a glass. Only when he sensed the guest's gaze fall upon him did he stop, lift his head, and let his eyes flick briefly to the briefcase in the guest's hand. "The boss is upstairs. Go up yourself." Inu gave no reply, and as though well acquainted with the place, headed straight up the stairs to the second floor. Those downstairs exchanged silent glances. Each of them stopped what they were doing, drew in a slow breath, and readied themselves to face whatever might happen next. On the second floor, Inu came to a half-closed door and knocked politely. "Come in." At the response, he pushed the door open and entered, seeing only the back of a boss's chair behind the desk turned away from the door. He sat directly in the chair opposite the desk, placing the briefcase on the floor by his side. "So you succeeded again. Yet it's been a week since the job, and only now do you come to meet me. I almost thought you had failed." A sultry voice tinged with mock complaint rang out. The occupant of the room turned her chair around. It was a woman of devastating, almost unreal beauty. Blonde hair, emerald eyes, a delicate nose, and crimson lips. Her deep V-flamered gown could not conceal the fullness of her figure, and the wineglass lightly resting against her lips lent her an even more intoxicating allure. "This was what we agreed on beforehand," a stiff, mechanical, synthesized voice replied. Fine, fine. You only ever show yourself on rainy nights. I truly don't know what sort of rule that is." The beauty complained, then asked, "Did you bring the goods?" Inu simply placed the briefcase on the desk and pushed it toward her. She set down her wineglass and reached out to open the case, only to notice that the hand sheathed in unknown black alloy resting on the lid had not tactfully withdrawn. She shot him a reproachful glare and leaned forward, bending at the waist. The inadvertent view revealed by her neckline was enough to make countless men's throats go dry and their blood surge. From a small side cabinet, she retrieved another briefcase, this one unusually heavy. She had to strain with both hands to lift it onto the desk and push it across, then flipped it open without hesitation. "As you requested, the employer prepared TRC 327 synthetic alloy blocks for you in advance. I hear this is a restricted military material controlled by the Alliance government. Ordinary people simply can't get their hands on it." Inu said nothing. He extended the index finger of his left hand and tapped lightly on one of the alloy blocks, using an extremely subtle method to confirm it was indeed what he wanted. Only then did he nod. The beauty cast him a coquettish glance, then opened the briefcase before her. Seeing the golden card set at its center, she took a small bespoke device from a drawer and activated it with a light press. A tiny aperture flashed as it scanned the golden card and swiftly sent out the result. Barely a minute later, a communicator on the desk emitted a rapid series of beeps. The beauty glanced at the incoming message and nodded toward Iyunyu. Iyunyu closed the briefcase and prepared to rise. "One more question." He paused mid-movement, the mirror-smooth visor concealing any trace of expression. "Can you tell me what Hei Lang used to trade with Du Bang that night?" The beauty leaned forward, eyes languid and seductive, hoping to melt through his psychological defenses. Unfortunately for her, he remained unmoved. "1 block of TRC 327, or 3 of PJ 303, the mechanical voice intoned again. "Please, do you take these special alloys for mere stones? Never mind how hard they are to obtain. When someone is willing to sell, the prices are outrageous." Iyunyu had no interest in listening to complaints he deemed worthless. He decisively picked up the case and rose to leave. The beauty curled her lips in displeasure and could only watch helplessly as he walked toward the door. The instant Iyunyu stepped out of the room, a fireball, nearly half a meter across, roared in from the stairwell. Caught off guard, he took the blast full on and was hurled backward down the corridor, slamming into the far wall and leaving a human-shaped crater before he managed to steady himself. By then, all 6 people from downstairs had gathered at the top of the stairs, their expressions cold as they stared at Iyunyu at the other end of the corridor. "This was your idea?" The mechanical voice posed the emotionless question. Arms folded over her chest, the beauty leaned against the doorway with a show of helplessness. "I can't help it. The employer knows how important this stuff is and figured anything worthy of such a trade wouldn't be simple either. I was told to bring back everything from that night's deal, and your life along with it." Iyunyu said nothing more. He rose slowly, betraying not the slightest ripple of emotion. They did not dare take him lightly. They knew well that the assassin they had employed multiple times was a formidable expert. Anyone else would likely have died on some previous job. Kill him. The beautiful boss clearly had no wish to prolong matters and risk complications. Under normal circumstances, she would not have broken her own rules, but the price offered by the employer this time was simply too enticing. At her command, the 6 rushed toward Iyunyu, intending to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. They had not expected Iyunyu to move with such inhuman speed. He launched himself forward after them, yet arrived first, closing in directly on the beautiful boss and spreading the fingers of his right hand in a furious grab for her throat. She remained remarkably composed, dropping into a squat to evade his sudden strike. With a flick of her raised hand, a flash of cold light swept past, slicing across Iyunyu's abdomen. The expected spray of blood did not come. Beneath his coat was concealed a layer of jet-black alloy armor, so resilient that the blade did not even leave a trace. She snorted, annoyed but unflustered. With an agile side flip, she slipped past Iyunyu's driving knee strike. Iyunyu's two quick attacks had failed. He casually discarded the splintered wood he had torn from the doorframe, let the right half of his body sink back into the doorway, and waited silently for the next wave to come. Seeing the wooden shards scattered across the corridor floor, the beauty's eyelid twitched. Had she been a heartbeat slower, it would likely have been her neck that shattered just now. West Jane, keep him busy. The bearded man and another burly fighter immediately charged in, planning to grapple with him up close and keep him from escaping. Iyunyu watched the two bear down on him in silence. The moment they drew near, his right hand, hidden just inside the room, swept outward toward the corridor. The doorframe gave way in the same motion, and a crack nearly 2 meters long split the wall. The bearded man and his companion realized the deadly attack bursting through the wall and hastily dodged, aghast at how viciously and swiftly their enemy struck. A thin black shadow flashed by. One of the men was cleaved in two from the chest, while the bearded man, buying himself a fraction more time, lost only his left arm and took a shallow gash across his chest. Oh my God! The corridor instantly filled with the bearded man's screams and the barely audible hiss of hot blood spraying. Blood spurted in all directions, splattering over everyone, yet there was no warmth in it. Only a chill that shot straight to the crown of the head. Iyunyu gave them no chance to recover. The blade whirled sharply and came down in a sweeping slash, severing the bearded man's head from his shoulders. The screams cut off at once, but the continuing gush of blood kept the narrow corridor from ever regaining silence. The silence between the two sides lasted only a single breath. The middle-aged man who had remained behind the others spoke in a low voice. "I seal." The temperature in the corridor plummeted. All the spilled blood froze in an instant, and then the ice spread to encase Iyunyu's legs where he stood in the congealed pool. Use the laser guns. Several sharp whooshes sliced through the air in rapid succession, and a few egg-sized holes appeared in Iyunyu's armor, the wall behind him riddled through as well. His long blade clattered to the floor. The body within the black armor seemed to have been drained of all life by the lasers, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Damn it, what a troublesome bastard. There was no way we could have taken him alive, and now we'll never get the other half of the goods. We've taken a huge loss this time. A red-haired woman muttered under her breath. It's fine. We'll just tell the employer the target escaped and killed some of our people, someone replied. That way we can swallow everything ourselves and sell it through other channels. With 2 fewer people to split it, we get an even bigger cut, the beautiful boss said nonchalantly, making the others feel all the more how cold-blooded she truly was. Another curly-haired man strode over to Iyunyu's body in a fury. He kicked it hard several times and, still not satisfied, ground his shoe against the shattered armor. Enough. Don't waste time on pointless things. Clean this up and leave at once. This place is no longer safe, the middle-aged man reminded them coolly. Letting you die like this is too easy on you, the curly-haired man snorted. At that very moment, the seemingly lifeless armor suddenly raised its right hand and clamped onto the leg, pressing down on its chest. With a vicious twist, the air filled with the sound of bones wrenching out of place and snapping. On my leg. Kill him. The beauty snarled, flinging 3 daggers in one smooth motion, each one shooting precisely into a hole in the armor. Metallic clangs rang out from within the armor. The sound made everyone's hearts jolt. Was there no flesh inside that suit at all? And yet their companion's leg was still firmly caught in its grasp. A chill spread through them. They no longer understood what kind of monster they were facing. Sasha now? The beautiful boss said, her face as dark as water. But boss, no more talking. He's already done for. No, boss, save me. Gritting her teeth, the red-haired woman named Sasha raised her hand and condensed a massive fireball, hurling it at the armor. The armor did not react at all, its grip on the curly-haired man's leg unrelenting. Only the man himself writhed and screamed in the flames until he was reduced to ashes. The beautiful boss seized a laser gun and signaled to the others. All of them raised their weapons and unleashed a volley at the armor. After enduring a series of devastating assaults, the black armor became even more battered and broken. That should have finished it for good, someone breathed. Sasha's breathing trembled. The night's grotesque events had shaken her to the core. Grab the goods. We're leaving now, the beauty said. The beautiful boss steadied her surging emotions. She did not dare walk past the armor herself to retrieve the briefcase. Instead, she used her psychic ability, spiritual telekinesis, to draw the 2 cases. One from the room, one from the corridor's far end, through the air to her side. Sasha, destroy everything here. We're leaving. With the most important items in hand, the four survivors visibly exhaled in relief and headed downstairs to withdraw. They descended quickly. The middle-aged man went to open the front door first. The instant the door swung wide, he froze where he stood. Luo D, what is it? Sensing something wrong beyond the threshold, the beautiful boss hurriedly pulled the remaining two back, putting distance between themselves and Luo D. Wind howled in through the open door. Luo D's body tipped backward out of his own control, revealing a horrific gash running from his neck down at an angle to his waist. By the time he hit the floor, all life had already left him. What struck them with even deeper dread was the figure standing in the doorway, the very assassin who should have been lying dead on the second floor. No, this was not the same suit as the one upstairs, for it bore no damage at all. It must be another set of armor, though what exactly lurked within remained impossible to fathom. This time, Iyunyu did not content himself with passive defense. Stepping over the corpse at the threshold, he advanced directly on the three remaining women. The blood-dripping blade in his hand made it clear to all survivors that he had not come to offer mercy. Die. Terror roiled in Sasha's heart. She could not endure the crushing sense of oppression as the enemy closed in, and she was forced into launching the first strike. Fireball after fireball formed in an instant and hurtled toward the armor. Iyunyu dodged left and right, slipping past each blazing sphere with effortless ease, and in a heartbeat, he was upon Sasha's right arm, raising the blade high to cleave the fire wielder in two. A low hum vibrated through the air as an invisible force wrapped around the armor, freezing his limbs in place and stopping the blade before it could fall. A sharp whoosh sounded as a shot ripped through the air. A glowing red-hot circle appeared on the armor's surface. This suit was clearly tougher than the previous one, capable of withstanding limited laser fire. Iyunyu paid no attention to the shooter. Instead, his gaze settled on the beautiful boss who was pouring her full strength into holding him in place with her psychic power. Only now did Iyunyu truly understand her ability. Taking advantage of the moment while her two companions desperately held their foe at bay, Sasha recovered her composure and immediately gathered another fireball. This one glowed a dark crimson and radiated terrifying heat, clearly her trump card. Before the fireball could be loosed, however, the blade came crashing down, splitting the orb apart, then cleaving Sasha standing just behind it cleanly in two. No, Sasha, the other woman cried, firing a laser beam at the armor. But Iyunyu had already read her movement and sidestepped the shot with ease. He darted forward, ramming into her with a brutal charge that sent her flying, then drove the blade straight down, impaling her heart. With that, only the beautiful boss remained. All this time I assumed you had to be an ability user, and not a weak one either. Grade, or a grade, I thought. So I figured that with me in a grade plus 3 grades and 3 competent fighters taking you down would be effortless. I never imagined you weren't great ability user. Who was the 4th ability user? Iyunyu asked. That idiot whose leg you grabbed, she answered. He nodded slightly, then began to walk toward her at an unhurried pace. Will you spare me? I'll do anything for that. The beautiful boss slipped the straps of her gown suggestively off her shoulders. Iyunyu seemed to hesitate, then slowly extended his right hand, which made her secretly breathe a sigh of relief. In an instant, that hand snapped forward with thunderous speed, closing tightly around her throat. Her eyes widened in terror. For the first time, a change appeared on the smooth helmet, so close to her face at the positions of eyes and mouth. 3 silver crescent shapes emerged. They looked like a smile, yet there was something unspeakably sinister about it. Reputation matters, he said. With a sharp crack of bone, his fingers crushed her neck, and this peerless beauty's life was snuffed out. After killing everyone, Iyunyu picked up the 2 briefcases and went back upstairs. Gazing at the ruined armor lying collapsed there, he let out a long sigh. It would cost him quite a bit of special alloy to repair it. Whenever dealing with people like these, he always used a shadow-condensed clone to make contact precisely to guard against situations like tonight's. At a thought, the shadow at his feet came alive, stretching rapidly toward the ruined armor. The suit sank as though into a mire, slowly subsiding into the darkness. The dark mass writhed briefly, then reshaped itself into the outline of a human figure. Iyunyu lowered his head to look at the 2 briefcases, and after a moment's contemplation, opened them. He commanded the shadow to devour all the special alloys. This time, however, it was not merely storing them away, but using the shadow's powerful corrosive force to rapidly dissolve the metal. Iyunyu's armor too was forged by his ability, dissolving and recasting special alloys according to his will. Just as I thought, something's off. He quickly discovered the trick hidden within the dissolved alloy. The shadow spat out a chip no larger than a fingernail. Though he could not immediately discern its exact function, he could guess most of it. With a casual flick, he tossed the chip into a pool of blood, as a keepsake for whoever was pulling the strings behind the scenes. He then picked up the golden card and turned it over and over in his hand. Iyunyu wavered, unsure how to deal with such an object. The very first glance at the unique emblem of the Gator Democratic Republic's Supreme Institute of Military Research on the card had made his scalp prickle. It meant the card concealed enormous military secrets. Though he was powerful as an individual, he was not arrogant enough to believe he could stand alone against a national regime ruling over 30 inhabited planets, especially when this might also implicate the Kama's alliance government, an even greater colossus. So tonight, even if they had not turned on him, he would still have killed everyone here, to reduce the number of those in the know as much as possible and lower the risk of his exposure. With a thought, he tossed the card into the shadow, then used the remaining alloy to wrap it layer by layer, solidifying it into an ingot and sealing it away completely, hoping it would prove useful someday. When all was done, Yunyu carefully surveyed the scene one last time. After confirming he had left no loose ends, he slipped away without a sound. He walked 1,000 meters through the storm, the rain washing over him again and again until he too melted into the shadows, his body becoming a pool of darkness gliding along the ground, disappearing into the raging tempest. By Kili City, the capital of the GAT Democratic Republic, St. Dino Starport. A uniformed customs inspector with refined features conducted routine security screening, politely inquiring, "Sir, may I ask the purpose of your travel to the Alliance Central Star?" Flanked by 4 armed security officers, her courteous question brooked no refusal from anyone. "The Xingyao conglomerate on the Central Star has already sent me 2 formal offers. I'd best depart soon, lest someone grow anxious." Yunyu sighed faintly and produced the 2 letters of appointment. The inspector's eyes lit up. After careful verification, she returned Yunyu's identification card and the appointment letters. "Congratulations, and welcome aboard a St. Dino flight." "Thank you." 30 minutes later, the flight bound for the Alliance Central Star ascended precisely on schedule, vanishing into the vast star-strewn expanse of the cosmos. Only after the vessel pierced the atmosphere did Yunyu's taut nerves finally ease. He had feared, deeply, that the golden card concealed on his person might be detected by the starport's scanners, or worse, that the Military Research Institute had embedded some hidden contingency within it. Should his suspicions prove true, he would be exposed utterly, thrust irrevocably into the public eye. Worse still, certain individuals might draw unsettling connections, dredging up long-buried affairs, leaving him to confront not merely the GAT Democratic Republic, but the entire Karma's alliance itself. Greed forever teeters on the razor's edge between life and death. Yet it was all worth it. Upon reaching the Central Star, Yunyu trusted his abilities would swiftly carve his name into the annals of prominence. And then, the golden card would at last fulfill its true incalculable value. For now, all that remained was to recline calmly into the cryosleeper. He knew not how long he slept, until a thunderous external blast jolted him awake. Roar. Beep beep beep. Attention esteemed passengers, our vessel has encountered an unknown extraterrestrial entity. Propulsion systems are critically compromised. After careful deliberation, we will execute an emergency landing on the nearby planet G5024. Please prepare for impact. Shrill, urgent alarms reverberated through the entire cryobay. Boom! A cryopod's reinforced hatch exploded inward. Cold light flared in Yunyu's eyes as he scanned his surroundings with razor-sharp vigilance. He strode swiftly toward the ship's central hub, where chaos now reigned unchecked. Countless awakened passengers and crew stared upward in terror. Not merely at the vaulted ceiling, but beyond the transparent dome, at the colossal shadow blotting out swathes of the starfield. Light from distant stars revealed a hulking bluish-black leviathan. Its sheer scale alone sufficed to crush all hope. What monstrous aberration is this? Such a being should not exist within any star system charted by humankind. Oh God, has divine wrath descended upon a sinful world? No, no, no. I refuse to die. I'm wealthy beyond measure. I haven't even begun to savor life. Damn it all. Many teetered on the brink of collapse, silently accepting this voyage as the final chapter of their lives. Fate had dealt them a cruel, merciless jest. Wounded grievously, the void beast had lain dormant within spatial turbulence for an extended time, only to re-emerge in a wholly alien star system. The spatial distortion it generated struck the passing vessel like a cataclysmic hammer blow. Yunyu spared no thought for these resigned fools. He stormed forward, face stony, toward the emergency escape pod bay. Life and death belonged to the self, never to be surrendered lightly. The ship veered violently, hurtling toward the nearest celestial body planet, G5024. Planets rated for resource extraction followed the alphabetical hierarchy AG, with G signifying either total depletion or inherent mineral poverty. Such worlds were invariably barren and uninhabited. The vessel shuddered violently, loose objects clattered and crashed across the decks. Passengers panicked, some knelt weeping and praying, others raged hysterically, shattering equipment, cursing, even assaulting fellow travelers, still more seized flight attendants begging for salvation. Yet a rare few remained calm and experienced. They slipped away from the pandemonium, heading directly for the escape pod bay. Though they constituted but a tiny fraction among tens of thousands, their absolute number still exceeded 1,000. Arriving at the bay, they found far more contenders than anticipated, and instantly rushed the unoccupied pods. Scuffles erupted, inevitable, swift, and brutal. Yunyu, swift and formidable, seized a fully equipped pod first. He pressed the hatchglow's command, preparing for immediate ejection. Suddenly, a burly man who'd arrived a moment too late thrust his arm into the closing canopy, grinning savagely at Yunyu, perhaps judging the slender young man an easy target for usurpation. Yunyu regarded him with icy detachment, then drew a sidearm from his waistband, leveling it less than 2 meters from the man's temple. The brute's jowls quivered. After a heartbeat's hesitation, he withdrew, knowing full well he stood no chance of subduing Yunyu before a bullet shattered his skull. A fleeting doubt flickered in his mind. How had such a weapon passed the starport's stringent security? Had it been stolen from onboard guards? Within moments, all 200-odd escape pods were claimed. The fortunate pressed their ejection buttons without delay. "No, please. Take me with you. I don't want to die." The defeated, those who'd arrived too late, could only watch in despair as every pod streaked skyward, plunging toward G-5024's atmosphere. Their cries and curses went unanswered. In mortal peril, humanity's cold indifference revealed itself with chilling clarity. Those left behind could do nothing but pray for a survivable crash landing. Already voices rose, calling for unity upon landing, vowing to seize the escapees and subject them to trial for their crimes, demanding blood for blood. Rage spread like wildfire. Soon consensus hardened. Dissenters fell silent, swallowed by the tide. Alas, fate mocked them once more. The architect of this catastrophe, the void beast, was consumed by fury, its body lacerated by grotesque, gaping wounds. After enduring the agony a moment longer, one golden eye fixed upon the fleeing vessel, rage igniting anew. With a violent twist, the beast lunged, jaws wide, and clamped down, massive fangs piercing hull plating. It shook its head fiercely. Ship-wide detonations rippled outward as the vessel tore apart atom by atom. Escape pod survivors watched helplessly through their canopy as the starship disintegrated, its tens of thousands of souls meeting an inevitable, horrifying end. The sight froze marrow and haunted memory. More pressing still was the gnawing dread. Would the monstrous void beast notice these insignificant survivors and descend for a final soul-rending communion from which no one returned? Yunyu sat rigid inside his pod, frozen as if struck by petrification itself. What he witnessed had shaken him to the core, nearly shattering his resolve. For years he'd navigated the shadows with lethal grace, his innate ability and relentless self-honed mastery of assassination granting him an illusion of biological superiority over ordinary people. Life to him had become something observed, not felt. Yet the gulf between his prowess and theirs paled to insignificance beside the chasm separating him from the void beast. A chasm so vast it mocked all pretense of control, reducing him to abject hollow laughter. His very understanding of life had shifted, though the contours of that change remained elusive. Then violent tremors wrenched him back from thought. Flames engulfed the canopy. Friction with the atmosphere turned the pod into a searing meteor. From the planet's surface, the sky bloomed with over 100 fireballs, streaking downward like fallen stars. Approximately 5 minutes later, all escape pods had reached the ground, scattered across distances of dozens to hundreds of kilometers. The entire rainforest was startled by this celestial intruder. Countless creatures shrieked in alarm, while flocks of birds erupted into flight, fleeing swiftly into the distance. An instinctive survival response drove every creature in the jungle to flee the unknown entity that had plummeted from the sky at top speed. Yunyu lay motionless inside his escape pod. The violent descent had churned his insides violently, leaving him on the verge of vomiting. Gritting his teeth against the urge to vomit, he pressed his left hand over his mouth, while his right hand frantically operated the control panel nearby. External environment scan initiated. Atmospheric oxygen level is suboptimal, but still within human adaptability thresholds. No large organisms detected within a 50-meter radius. A water source lies approximately 1700 meters east-southeast. 6 large organisms are en route, and the water site registers a strong bioenergy signature. The escape pod's abbreviated terrain mapping system enables survivors to rapidly assess their surroundings post-landing, mitigating numerous hazards and significantly improving survival odds. Only after receiving the scan results did Yunyu press the hatch release button. The moment he stepped outside, he doubled over and emptied the contents of his stomach onto the forest floor. Once his nausea subsided, he scanned his surroundings with sharp vigilance, sensing faintly yet unmistakably that something watched him from the shadows. Since the unseen observer showed no immediate intent to interfere, Yunyu decided to retreat back into the pod, seal the hatch, and rest quietly. using the time to carefully deliberate his next course of action. In such an alien and hostile environment, the escape pod remained the safest refuge. Opening the emergency kit, he found several compressed biscuits, 3 bottles of water, and standard emergency medical supplies. The emergency survival provisions were woefully insufficient. He stowed the emergency kit and 2 oxygen tanks into his shadow before inspecting his weapons. 5 sets of alloy battle armor, intact. 10 firearms, 5 long-range, 5 close quarters, all fully operational with ample ammunition. 5 alloy long blades, undamaged. After completing his inspection, he weighed his options and ultimately resolved to venture out and scout the immediate vicinity. Given current circumstances, he might be stranded on this uninhabited planet for an extended period, and understanding his surroundings was now imperative. Emerging once more from the escape pod, Iyunyu glanced back at its massive hull, then down at his own shadow. No use, it's too large. Won't fit, he muttered under his breath, eyeing the colossal pod with unease. Leaving it behind felt deeply unsettling. A sudden, irresistible force descended from above, a strange, binding energy that seized Iyunyu, locking his body rigid and lifting him helplessly into the air as he was drawn away. Suspended midair, Iyunyu quickly realized he was not alone in this fate. Every survivor scattered across their individual landing sites was now being drawn together by the same unseen power. All bodies were locked stiff. Iyunyu faced downward but glimpsed the upturned faces of others, etched with raw terror. His heart tightened, a dreadful, unnameable suspicion began to coil coldly in his chest. A vast black silhouette expanded rapidly across the ground below. Iyunyu recognized its outline instantly. The cosmic beast from the stars had indeed come for them. So it intends to swallow us whole in one bite. Iyunyu thought bitterly, despair twisting his inner monologue. What fragile little creatures you are. Same species, yet such a gulf in strength. A deep, resonant voice exploded simultaneously within every mind, not conveyed by sound but implanted directly through some unfathomable means. A thunderous gust swept across the land, and beneath them an invisible force slammed into the earth, carving a perfectly circular crater nearly 1 kilometer in diameter. Such staggering power. None had seen the cosmic beast move, yet it had carved this immense scar upon the world in an instant, deepening everyone's awe and despair. Before nightfall you shall fight among yourselves until only one remains. To that sole survivor I shall bestow a fragment of my power. Having delivered its decree, the cosmic beast deposited all survivors into the crater and released the invisible bonds that held them. The moment they struck the ground, everyone stretched their numb limbs and instinctively edged away from one another, wary and guarded. The cosmic beast's intent was chillingly clear: only one would leave this place alive. Every person present was now an enemy. Trust belonged only to oneself. Listen to me, shouted a balding middle-aged man. That monster is bloodthirsty and cruel. Its words are lies. It forces us to kill each other because it cannot slaughter us all at once. If we unite, His plea ended abruptly as a dinner knife pierced his heart. Too much talk and too little sense, snarled the attacker, a white man with a brutal, predatory visage. He wrenched the knife free and kicked the fallen man down. His eyes swept the crowd, gleaming with ill intent, already seduced by the cosmic beast's promise. The beast's overwhelming power was undeniable. To inherit even a sliver of it would catalyze a fundamental metamorphosis. Many hearts stirred with feverish longing. The brutality sent those nearby scattering like panicked sheep, each terrified of becoming the next victim. Dozens succumbed to unbearable psychological pressure and bolted toward the crater's rim, desperate to escape. The moment they crossed the edge and set foot on solid ground, their bodies disintegrated into fine ash, scattering silently on the wind. This is my game. You hold no authority to rewrite its rules. Fight, kill with everything you have. Only through slaughter can you grasp life and claim power beyond your wildest dreams. Kill. The beast's will echoed like a dark incantation, igniting primal bloodlust. Many whose wills faltered turned crimson-eyed and grotesquely contorted, locking gazes, selecting targets, and lunging with savage, unrestrained ferocity, willing to employ any means to end another's life. Iyunyu evaded relentlessly, his movements appearing chaotic, yet each step executed with refined precision, effortlessly deflecting multiple assaults. He needed to conceal his true strength. Exhausting himself early would render him helpless prey in the final reckoning. Others among the crowd likely concealed formidable abilities. Whoever revealed theirs first would become the collective target, and no one dared trust the beast's words entirely. Preserving strength was the sole currency of survival, the only slender thread connecting them to hope. High above, the colossal beast of the starry sky hovered silently, mockingly, observing the weak lives below as they fought fiercely against each other for survival in the vast pit. It appears that they not only engage in hand-to-hand combat, but some also possess a few tricks. Glimmers of light occasionally flickered in the pit as certain individuals with special abilities revealed their powers. As I expected, that hulking figure is an Earth-type ability user with a maximum strength of B rank. The blonde Caucasian man seems to be a Fire-type ability user able to transform into flames, suggesting he is of S rank. The short-haired girl possesses rapid abilities, and to eliminate her, one must strike swiftly. Yunyu appeared quite timid and cautious, constantly evading attacks from others, while secretly noting all the formidable figures he needed to be wary of. "Hey, kid, where's your gun?" A man's voice came from the side. Yunyu turned his head in panic, fearfully gazing at the approaching figure, realizing it was the burly man who had tried to seize the escape pod from him on the spaceship. The burly man kicked Yunyu, knocking the frail boy to the ground, then grinned sinisterly as he approached, holding a kitchen knife he had obtained from somewhere. Yunyu gasped for breath, enduring the pain in his chest as he quickly pushed off the ground to move backward. "Without your gun, you're dead." The burly man tightened his grip on the knife, pressing in closer, eager to end his target swiftly. He was still thinking about searching for the handgun later on. Just as the burly man drew near, Yunyu raised his hand and threw a handful of dirt into the man's face. The fine sand struck his eyes, and the burly man cursed as he staggered backward, desperately rubbing his eyes. He swore he would break that kid's hands. Yunyu appeared flustered but gritted his teeth, feigning a desperate and frantic attitude. He picked up a stone and shouted as he charged at the burly man, delivering 3 successive blows to his forehead. Then he grabbed a jagged stone and drove it forcefully into the man's neck. "I will make you die." Blood gushed from the burly man's mouth, but he no longer cared about the sand in his eyes. As he waved his left hand wildly, he seized Yunyu's right arm, anger and frustration boiling within him as he plunged the knife into the boy's body. Soon the burly man could no longer hold himself up, his robust body collapsing forward and pinning Yunyu beneath him, blood gushing out in torrents, making it impossible to discern whose blood it was. Such brutal combat was not uncommon in this place. It was all an exhausting struggle for the continuation of life. This frenzied battle lasted nearly 10 minutes, and in the end, only 4 individuals remained standing. 3 of them were the ability users Yunyu had been observing. The black man possessing Earth-type abilities pressed one hand against his left side, where he had been cut, blood flowing freely. The rapid girl kept a considerable distance from the others. She held 2 kitchen knives in reverse grip, her small face pale, indicating she had also endured fierce combat. The Fire-type ability user appeared the most relaxed, as his pristine white coat remained untouched by dirt or blood. The last was an elderly man. He was not an ability user, but an extraordinary ordinary person. Just a moment ago, he had killed 9 aggressive challengers with his exquisite and ruthless combat skills using only his bare hands. "Stop resisting futilely. You are destined to be the losers." The Fire-type ability user proclaimed arrogantly that he would be the ultimate victor. He transformed into a ball of flame and lunged directly at the old man. The greatest enemy here was this old man. He had to be eliminated while the Fire-type user still had the strength to do so. And Strength ability user can convert their bonus energy, thus rendering them immune to physical attacks. This is indeed quite troublesome. However, this is only the case when compared to those weaker than yourself. The old man remained calm, his hands flipping with an inexplicable aura. He truly managed to withstand the fiery energy, and then seized the energy form, preventing its escape. "What?" The Fire-type ability user exclaimed in shock. Since his ascension to S rank, he had never encountered such a situation. Faintly, he recalled hearing that ordinary people who diligently practiced combat skills could enhance their physical strength to the extreme, possibly attaining power equivalent to that of its rank. Heart-shattering seal. The old man struck the opponent's heart, with his left hand shattering the man's heart. "Damn it, then let's die together." The Fire-type ability user reverted to human form, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his heart. He realized he was undoubtedly doomed, so he would take his nemesis down with him. He grasped the old man's arms tightly, his internal energy rapidly coalescing, his body glowing with flames ready to explode at any moment. The old man, of course, would not sit idly by. His arms, like swimming snakes, twisted around the opponent's arms, and with a forceful twist, he crippled the opponent's arms. He then kicked the opponent away, using the momentum to leap back, trying to distance himself from the explosion point. Boom. The deafening explosion, accompanied by a powerful shockwave, spread outward, and the blinding light made one squint. The old man was no exception. After confirming the strongest enemy on the scene was dead, he inadvertently let out a sigh of relief. But just as his body had yet to touch the ground, an unprecedented sense of crisis flooded his nerves. PFFF. Before the old man could react, a pitch-black long knife pierced through his heart from behind, twisting as it drove, forcefully shattering his heart. "Die." The old man transformed his left hand into a claw and swiped backward. Bang. A hard, smooth helmet rolled to the ground with not a drop of blood spilling. The old man turned around to see a headless suit of armor. With a surge of strength, he slapped the armor's chest, sending it scattering into parts strewn across the ground, yet no signs of life were found. The entire sequence from the Shrank Fire ability user attacking to his death, followed by the old man being ambushed and critically wounded, transpired in less than 10 seconds, resulting in the demise of two formidable experts, leaving the remaining two struggling to keep pace with the unfolding events. The rapid girl was stunned by the scene before her realizing that a fifth figure existed. Not only was this person extraordinarily powerful, but their methods were also extremely sinister and ruthless. She needed to be extremely cautious. In reality, she no longer needed to consider this matter. While everyone was distracted by the old man and the suit of armor, a shadow had already circled around to her back, concealed by the piles of corpses and pools of blood. When the shadow reappeared, black light flashed, and the rapid girl found herself in two pieces. As the old man and the black man turned to look, Iyunyu emerged from the shadows, regaining human form. Cough, cough. I never expected that the final victor would be a frail child I mistakenly deemed unworthy of attention. The elder clutched his mouth, utterly unable to stem the torrent of blood. His vitality had been utterly exhausted. He no longer possessed the strength to fight. Iyunyu said nothing, only smiled faintly as he raised his blade and strode forward. No flourish, no pretense, just quiet, lethal certainty. The black man's face darkened. Even if he had been unharmed, he stood no chance against Shrank Powerhouse, let alone now wounded as he was. But this youth was far too cunning, leaving him no opening, no recourse, only profound frustration. Suddenly, as though struck by an invisible force, the elder dissolved into dust, his alloy longsword still embedded in his chest, vanishing silently into the wind. Damn it, he roared, erecting 3 earthen walls before him. As Iyunyu's line of sight was momentarily blocked, he liquefied the ground beneath his feet and vanished into the sand. He hoped to lie hidden beneath the surface, perhaps long enough for his foe to lose track of him. But before he could fully submerge, the black longsword appeared, slicing through the air with silent inevitability, and pierced his throat, pinning him lifeless into the shifting dunes. After slaying the black man, Iyunyu gazed distantly at the elder, yet made no move to approach or deliver the final blow. After perhaps a minute, or 5, the elder could bear the silence no longer. "Will you not end me?" he asked. "Only then can you conclude this death game and claim the Star Sea Leviathan's power without delay." Iyunyu's smile remained warm and unhurried, like a young neighbor chatting idly with an old grandfather. "We've waited this long. What's a little while more?" The closer one draws to victory, the more vigilance is required, not least against a master such as yourself. As for this game, who emerges triumphant is not ours to decree. Iyunyu stood motionless, serene, and unruffled, utterly unlike the ruthless, decisive assassin he so clearly was. Neither arrogant nor impatient. No wonder one so young has attained such formidable strength. This old man yields, without regret. "I am deeply honored," Iyunyu replied courteously, yet his feet remained rooted to the earth, unwavering, resolute in his intent to outwait the elder to his last breath. The elder sighed inwardly. What a crafty youth. He had indeed concealed a final desperate strike, planning to unleash it the moment his opponent drew near, taking him down as a final defiant sacrifice. A thunderous, echoing laugh reverberated through Iyunyu's mind, overwhelming, irresistible, swiftly plunging him into unconsciousness. When he opened his eyes again, Iyunyu found himself suspended within a boundless, illusory expanse, his own body now translucent, shimmering like ethereal light. "You are a remarkably sly little fellow. I admire that. I shall bestow upon you all my power. May you wield it wisely in the days to come." Iyunyu whirled around, and there, looming in the distance, loomed the vast shadowed form of the Star Sea Leviathan. Though bodiless in this realm, its presence pressed upon him with crushing primordial weight. "Mighty one, such priceless power granted to me, what must I do in return? Shall I avenge you? Avenge me." A ripple of emotion stirred within the Leviathan, its oppressive aura surging, redoubling in intensity. "I saw your wounds earlier. I cannot fathom what being could possibly inflict such devastation upon you. Would you know? Then hear it freely. It was one of your own kind." The Leviathan's core had already shattered. It had accepted its imminent demise, not with rage, but with solemn resignation. It believed this to be the will of the cosmic primordial will, a fate to be embraced, not defied. Its sole remaining purpose was to pass its power to a worthy vessel. "This is the Mother Cosmos's gift. It must not vanish with me." Iyunyu lifted his head, stunned into silence, unable to comprehend that humanity itself harbored such transcendent strength. "Little one, the cosmos is vast. Since birth I have wandered ceaselessly, through eons beyond counting. Yet the realms I have traversed amount to less than 1/10 millionth of all that exists. In that time I have encountered beings who could erase me with a glance, more numerous than the scales upon my own hide. The last among them was one of your kind, but not from your star region. He hails from a distant alien expanse, where civilization follows a path utterly divergent from yours. Should you fully inherit my power, perhaps one day you shall journey there. Still, I ask again, what may I do for you? Iyunu met the Leviathan's gaze boldly. Even though his entire form was smaller than a single fraction of its eye. I require no vengeance. In this world, the primal law is simple survival of the fittest, dominion through strength, dissolution through weakness. Your sole duty is to inherit my power and carry it forward. It is the imprint of my existence and the echo of the cosmic primordial will itself. May you forge a path unlike any before you. G5024 Planet Outer Space, Stellar Year 4029, June 30. A colossal silver-white space battleship had arrived at the designated destination of its mission. Captain coordinates confirmed. We have reached G5024. Shall we commence descent immediately? Not yet. First consult the senior delegation. Meanwhile, conduct 5 full-spectrum security sweeps of the surrounding region. Shortly thereafter, the captain received authorization to descend. The orbital fortress descended swiftly toward G5024, hovering steadily at an altitude of 1 kilometer after roughly 10 minutes. 5 compact aerial vehicles detached from the rear bay and streaked downward, landing precisely beside the colossal crater left behind by the Starsea Leviathan. From 4 of the vehicles, 20 armed personnel emerged, clad in gleaming white space suits and equipped with high-energy laser rifles. No anomalies detected. Perimeter secure, reported the team leader via comms following a meticulous sweep. Only then did the 5th vehicle's hatch open, releasing 3 figures clad in significantly more advanced protective gear. Scanned ambient radiation levels. Readings nominal. The crater was not caused by nuclear ordnance. At the crater's center, multiple corpses are present, but no meteorite fragments. Truly astonishing. What force could possibly carve such a chasm? Soil stratification along the rim indicates formation within the past few days, consistent with the crash timeline of the Stardino 0405 vessel. Same location, same time frame. Wreckage and bodies bearing strong resemblance to Stardino 0405 passengers lie scattered across the site. To claim no connection between this crater and the vessel's destruction would defy all reason. Proceed to the crater's base for direct observation. 4 guards remained on perimeter watch while the remaining 16 escorted the 3 investigators downward. As the group reached the bottom of the colossal crater, they were stunned by the horrifying and grisly scene before them. It was a nightmarish tableau fit only for the depths of hell. Over 200 corpses, each twisted in a different posture, littered a vast expanse, while thick, viscous blood oozed from fissures crisscrossing the ground. My God, what on earth happened here? Murmured an investigator under his breath. And damn it, I'm about to vomit. Hold it together. Open your helmet seal, and the stench will haunt you for life. And you'll face a far longer quarantine than any of us. This scene reminds me of reports describing live sacrifices performed by cults in the news. Could there have been cultists aboard the vessel? Then how do we explain this crater? In glass, earth manipulating Esper. Or perhaps a fallen deity has descended upon us. Ha ha ha. Enough Ruby and Henry, no more jokes. Begin the investigation immediately. Record every angle. Search for anything anomalous. The team leader urged them. Look at their wounds. They died in mutual slaughter, not in a crash, and certainly not by plummeting like rain into this pit. Yeah, he's just made me swear off one of my favorite foods, Henry chuckled dryly. One possibility is that they perished in the crash and were later brought here. Another is that something forced them to play a real-life version of Battle Royale on this desolate map. Dear Ruby, you're wasting your talent if you don't write horror fiction. Are you trying to make me give up sleep too? I lean toward the second theory. Otherwise, transporting all these bodies would leave traces impossible to conceal. The team leader analyzed aloud. Then how did they get here? Henry asked. This is Silver Shark calling. Silver Shark calling. The leader voiced a sudden hypothesis. Received. Go ahead. Captain Harrison, please conduct a perimeter sweep around the crater for escape pods or similar devices. Understood. Stand by. 5 minutes later. This is Greif calling. Greif calling. Received. Go ahead. We've located 237 escape pods. Request immediate deployment of ground teams and recovery equipment. We must retrieve every pod. Acknowledged. Dispatching now. Chief, what do we do now? Henry asked. Compile all data from this site and return to the ship. Once all pods are secured, we depart immediately. The Central Command urgently needs answers. So many lives lost at once. It's generating immense public pressure. Fine. Let's head back right away. Ruby, next time you need someone to accompany you on assignment, don't even think of asking me. I'd rather forfeit the overtime and travel stipend. Henry grumbled. Soon afterward, 10 large assault transport shuttles launched from the orbital battleship, descending across the planet to recover scattered escape pods. Silver Shark, this is Greif. Silver Shark, this is Greif. Received. Go ahead, Captain, we've identified a point of interest. Describe in detail. A large mammal carcass resembling a bison. Lethal penetrating wound to the neck, no weapon recovered. A substantial portion of its abdomen is missing. Confirm the wound shows no signs of tearing. Does any known organism possess such a method of attack? Captain Harrison stroked his chin, utterly baffled. Planet G5024 was an utterly barren resource world, uninhabited and ecologically obscure. Even its most basic food chains remained undocumented. Greif, seated nearby, interjected calmly, activate the live video feed. I require visual confirmation of the scene. Moments later, a massive bovine-like creature appeared on the main screen. Its neck wound was small, superficially unremarkable, and yielded no clear indication of cause of death. Retrieve the carcass. Preserve it in cryostorage, ordered Greif, ever meticulous. New development. Elaborate. At the water's edge we've detected remnants consistent with an ancient fire pit. Greif shot upright, shouting, I need the live feed, now. The screen flickered to life, revealing distant, indistinct, charred debris. Too far, details remain unclear. Approach the site immediately. It's critical to our mission. Sir, bioscanners indicate intense biological energy emanating from the water's depths. Approaching directly may prove fatal. Greif turned to Harrison, voice low but firm. This is pivotal, not merely circumstantial. It's a vital lead in unraveling the crash. Harrison pursed his lips, silent. His superior had spoken. Full cooperation was non-negotiable. Deploy a 5-person recon team. Capture high-resolution imagery, then withdraw immediately. Harrison issued the order without delay. Acknowledged. Reinforcements arrived swiftly. 10 armored operatives activated their laser rifles and advanced with deliberate caution. After nearly 3 minutes of tense, silent infiltration, the camera resolved the target unmistakably: the smoldering remains of a fire pit. Thin tendrils of pale smoke still curling skyward. Withdraw now. Harrison observed Greif, lost in thought, and gave the command. Acknowledged. A sharp drip, echoed through the command center, raindrops striking helmets amplified by audio relays. The field operator glanced upward, dazed, and beheld a serpent of unimaginable scale, thicker than a troop transport shuttle, coiled among ancient canopy giants, its length vanishing into shadow. What the? Were the operator's final words, before the main screen filled with a monstrous maw, then plunged into absolute blackness. Fire! Request! Harrison clenched his jaw and snapped at a dazed female soldier beside him. Check their vitals, now. Yes, sir. Biosensors confirm all 10 operatives are deceased. Captain Harrison folded his arms, exhaled sharply, and fixed Greif with a frost-laced gaze. Mr. Greif, do you have further instructions? His tone was unmistakable, strained, seething. Greif met his stare unflinchingly. He spoke not as an individual, but as the appointed representative of the Alliance government's Aerospace Safety Council. Have all escape pods been secured aboard? Greif turned to a nearby trooper. Affirmative, sir. Then the mission is concluded. Captain, my sincerest apologies for the complications. I deeply regret what transpired, and assure you the Council will provide generous compensation to the families. With formalities concluded, Greif rose and departed. Harrison's brow remained furrowed, yet protocol forbade protest. He watched in silence as the man walked away. In a severely damaged escape pod within the recovery storage area of the Silver Shark battleship, Iyunyu emerged like a slender black shadow slithering out through a hole beside the seat. Seeing that the glass dome door was still brightly lit, he immediately ceased his efforts to crawl out. Sigh. It seems this spaceship has just started and left. I wonder when it will land. No, I need to find another place. If I'm not careful, I might end up being sent to some heavily scrutinized location along with these escape pods after landing. Yunyu's shadow could change shape and size at will. At this moment, he melded into the shadow, which transformed into slender black lines the thickness of hair, stealthily crawling out of the recovery storage area. Following the signs, he quickly found the place he was looking for, the living supplies warehouse. Once the head of the black line successfully entered the warehouse, it swiftly burrowed into a dark corner beneath a shelf. The remaining part of the black line moved silently, at an incredible speed, converging back into a shadow in less than a second. From then on, the warehouse would occasionally find its stock of fruits, various canned goods, snacks, and drinks mysteriously diminishing. It's my first time finding these carbonated drinks quite enjoyable. A guy hiding beneath the shelves living by stealing couldn't help but reflect. After feasting and drinking to his heart's content, Iyunyu fell into a deep slumber once again. He was very weak now. Everything he had obtained far exceeded his expectations, but he needed time to digest it all. The soul of the starry sky giant beast completely transformed into a very pure mental force merging into his mind, which also contained the power inheritance of the starry sky giant beast. A vast amount of information flooded his mind, causing him immense pain. He could only rely on sleep to alleviate it. Fortunately, after nearly a week, he gradually adapted. Meanwhile, the physical body of the starry sky giant beast completely dissolved, transforming into pure flesh power, hidden within a space deep inside Iyunyu's body, continuously spilling out to refine his physique. Currently, Iyunyu was far from the starry sky giant beast, but barring any accidents, he would eventually become a humanoid starry sky ferocious beast in the future. On July 5, 2029 of the interstellar calendar at 2 a.m. in a military base somewhere on planet D-2399. The Silver Shark space battleship hovered at an altitude of 10,000 meters above the military base, dispatching a medium-sized supply ship to deliver supplies to the base below. A moment later, the supply ship landed smoothly. After the hatch opened, logistics personnel quickly negotiated with ground-based personnel, striving to complete the supply task as swiftly as possible. As a member of the Kama's alliance, under normal circumstances, the military of the Polong Kingdom naturally would not dare to neglect the allied government's direct military forces. Upon learning of the other party's needs, they arranged personnel to handle the supply transport work as quickly as possible. On-site people and vehicles came and went, and the work proceeded in an orderly manner. Everyone was busy transporting and counting supplies, and no one noticed a slender black shadow sneaking away along the dark edges adhering to the ground departing from the supply ship. The shadow shifted, ultimately selecting a target. It quickly burrowed into the trunk of a military off-road vehicle that was about to leave, hiding between several equipment boxes, hoping to escape this dangerous military base. Everything went smoothly. This vehicle was designated for the rotating sentries at the edge of the base. The personnel in the vehicle signed their names, and the checkpoint immediately granted passage. After half an hour of bumpy travel, the off-road vehicle stopped at a checkpoint to hand over to the previous rotating soldiers. Taking advantage of everyone's focus on the equipment in the trunk, the shadow slipped out from the front engine area and quickly vanished into the darkness under the cover of night. The shadow sped towards a bright star in the night sky, skimming along the ground for an hour, covering a distance of more than 200 kilometers. Such speed and endurance were unimaginable to him before. Now, with his physical abilities enhanced, such a remarkable transformation made Iyunyu filled with anticipation for the future. The shadow stirred, and Iyunyu's body emerged from it. He looked around in confusion, completely unaware of where he was. Fortunately, having previously hidden on the supply ship, he realized that he was in D-2399, belonging to the Polong Kingdom. I hope this desolate area isn't too large. Iyunyu continued walking in the direction he had just come from, choosing to steer clear of the main road to avoid encountering military personnel. It would be disastrous if they questioned his identity. Right now, he was effectively an illegal immigrant, unable to communicate amicably with them. Suddenly, a strong beam of light shone from 100 meters away. Iyunyu raised a hand to shield his eyes and peeked at the light source through his fingers, vaguely discerning that the bright light was emanating from a vehicle. At that moment, it was rapidly bumping towards his location. It was a clearly modified off-road police vehicle, which came to a halt 3 meters in front of Iyunyu, yet the officers inside showed no intention of turning off the spotlight. The front passenger door opened, and a man in a light green police uniform stepped out of the vehicle. He walked unhurriedly to the front of the car, hands on his hips, and scanned Iyunyu up and down. "I am the patrol officer in this area. Sir, may I ask what you are doing out here in the wild at this hour?" His right hand rested on his sidearm. From his posture, if Iyunyu's answer did not satisfy him, drawing his gun and shooting within a second was not out of the question. Iyunyu could sense the other party's vigilance. After all, discovering an unidentified person in this desolate land at such a late hour was hardly something a police officer who often dealt with crime could interpret positively. "I had a bit to drink the night before last, went out to clear my head, and then got lost." Iyunyu casually made up a lie. "Lost?" the officer repeated, rubbing his nose, nodding slightly. "That's a decent excuse. May I see your identification card?" Iyunyu patted all of his pockets, then opened his hands. "I don't know if I forgot it when I left, or if I lost it." "Then which town are you from? If it's convenient, we can take you back." "I don't know. I don't even know who I am. I've forgotten." Iyunyu's face was filled with confusion, his eyes hollow and vacant. The officer chuckled and glanced back at the vehicle. Seeing his companion shake his head slightly, it seemed the scanner hadn't found any identification information on the man before them. "So you have amnesia?" Maybe. All right, poor guy, come with us to the police station. I believe your family must have reported your disappearance to the police. No need, I have received guidance from the divine, and am here looking for a place of eternal rest for my soul. I have not yet reached my destination and cannot leave. Iyunyu began to act mad, hoping these two would find it troublesome and let him go. It was evident that Iyunyu's scheme had failed. The police officer driving the car stepped down, a shotgun slung over his shoulder. I'm sorry, but your divine being can no longer protect you. Where you go will be decided by us. The chubby policeman spoke with obvious hostility. Lost amnesiac, a follower of the divine being. You wouldn't happen to be a time traveler, would you? The fat policeman mocked. You don't look the part. Time travelers never wear clothes. Another officer laughed. In their eyes, the individual before them was either a lunatic to be taken back to the station for his family to claim, or a criminal with ulterior motives, which meant he definitely had to be brought in. The fat policeman tapped his thick shoulder with the shotgun, saying, All right, you decide, either cooperate voluntarily and come back for questioning, or I'll arrest you for espionage. Iyunyu was bewildered. There doesn't seem to be anything worth spying on here. There's a high-level secret military base nearby. The policeman feigned mystery. But that's 200 kilometers away. Iyunyu blurted out, immediately cursing himself for his slip. Oh, you're quite clear on that, aren't you? No more pretending to be amnesiac. Regardless of how you know it's illegal. Come with us, please. The policeman wore a look that suggested he had already made up his mind about Iyunyu. Sigh. A long sigh escaped Iyunyu, filled with endless frustration. Were these two just too sharp, or was my acting too poor, or was my lie simply not credible? Iyunyu felt a profound sense of melancholy. Don't worry, if you come back with us, there will be hot coffee and breakfast waiting for you. It's certainly better than roughing it out here. While the policeman spoke politely, the fact that they had their guns pointed at Iyunyu made his scalp tingle. Fine, I might as well borrow your car. Iyunyu resigned himself to the situation. I'd be more than happy to oblige. The fat policeman grinned widely. If they actually caught a spy this time, it would surely earn them a hefty reward. If it were a big catch, there might even be a promotion in it for them. The more beautiful the wish, the more brutal the reality. Suddenly, both policemen felt a sharp pain in their heads, and their vision plunged into endless darkness, losing all signs of life in an instant. Iyunyu took advantage of his newly acquired spatial abilities to wreak havoc on their brain's neural center, instantly taking their lives. This was the innate ability of the starry sky behemoth, quite strange and bizarre. He had only grasped a superficial understanding of it, and many methods of using spatial abilities were still beyond his reach. Then Iyunyu raised his right hand, and a soil column with a diameter of 2 meters rose from the ground. It stopped descending when it reached a height of 23 meters. Is this already the limit? Iyunyu silently assessed his mental strength's limits. He raised the column another meter, exposing the well shaft beneath. With a wave of his left hand, the two corpses flew up and fell into the well shaft, and then the soil column crashed down. This was a new ability, psychic force, that Iyunyu had forcibly awakened after receiving a massive influx of mental power from the starry sky behemoth. Other psychic force wielders either possessed innate talents with strong mental power or had their potential triggered by severe stimuli. Iyunyu, however, had been tortured into awakening this ability by the overwhelming mental force of the starry sky behemoth. Whenever he recalled the soul-rending pain he experienced upon first handling that mental force, Iyunyu instinctively shuddered. Using his psychic force, he rearranged the vegetation at the scene to cover all footprints and tire tracks. Then Iyunyu slipped into the car, flying 1 meter off the ground until he landed on the main road a kilometer away, where he drove off normally. According to the navigation system, Iyunyu knew there was a city, Jinchuan City, 130 kilometers to the east. After racing 100 kilometers, the police car stopped in a concealed ravine. Iyunyu exited the car, pressed down with his right hand on the hood, and with a force that seemed invisible, the entire police car was torn apart and reduced to powder, scattering with the wind. This was the terrifying effect caused by the rending and disintegration properties of spatial power. After completing all this, Iyunyu blended back into the shadows and stealthily made his way toward the already distant outline of Jinchuan City. Jinchuan City was named for a river that flowed through it. In this desert region, rivers were quite rare. Jinchuan City was also situated at the junction of the northwestern desert area and the central and southern regions. Leveraging its unique geographical resources, Jinchuan City vigorously developed water, land, and air transportation, exporting mineral resources and specialties from the northwest to the entire world, even selling them to other planets. Countless merchants gathered here, driving rapid economic development and making it one of the few prosperous cities in this desert area. In the morning, there weren't too many people on the streets of Jinchuan City. Covered in dust, Iyunyu emerged from a secluded alley and used his psychic force to blow off the dust from his body, walking towards a hotel named Jinlisha across the road. Looking weary, Iyunyu approached the front desk and knocked on the counter, waking up the attendant who had been dozing off. "Good morning, sir. How may I assist you?" The attendant asked politely, albeit a bit flustered. Though disturbed from her slumber, she maintained basic professional etiquette. "Give me a suite for a month to start with." The attendant was quite pleasant-looking, yet Iyunyu had no heart to admire her. His mental power was nearly depleted. The suite costs 800 bolong coins per day, totaling 2400 bolong coins. "I don't have bolong coins. I only have the Alliance's universal Baru coins." Iyunyu casually placed a blue card marked Alliance Pass on the counter. "Converted to Baru coins, that's 8000 Baru coins." After the attendant swiped the card, she respectfully returned it to the guest. She had casually glanced at the balance, and it was quite a lot. A person around her age could actually possess so much money. Did he earn it himself? Or did his family give it to him? This was the hot topic of discussion among the young ladies today. As for Iyunyu, who looked utterly dejected, he had no other thoughts. All he wanted to do was sleep. The after effects of excessively using psychic force in the wilderness hit him. He had persevered all the way to the city and then to his room, feeling as if he was about to faint. He hadn't absorbed a word of what the attendant said at the front desk. Climbing onto the comfortable bed, Iyunyu couldn't even be bothered to take off his clothes and collapsed into a deep sleep. As he entered a state of deep slumber, the mental power and physical strength within him began to awaken, continuously refining him without pause. On the evening of July 9, 2029, in the Jinlisha Hotel of Jinchuan City, a loud knocking sound jolted Iyunyu awake from his dreams. He covered his still aching head, swaying as he got up, and opened the door a crack, only to find a woman dressed as a waitress outside. "What is it?" Iyunyu's voice sounded somewhat hoarse. "Hello, I checked the records and found that your room hasn't been cleaned for 4 days, so I took the liberty to disturb you and ask if you need it to be cleaned." Seeing a disheveled person standing behind the door, the waitress finally breathed a sigh of relief. This guest hadn't set foot outside the room for 4 days since he checked in. When he entered, she hadn't seen him bring any food, and the supplies in the room were barely enough for a day. 4 days. "May I ask what date it is today?" "It's July 9. "Huh." After confirming the time, Iyunyu couldn't help but pinch his brow. Oh, he had indeed slept deeply. "In half an hour, please come back to clean up and replace all items with new ones." He slipped a 500 Baru coin through the gap in the door. "Okay," the waitress exclaimed cheerfully upon receiving the tip. 500 Baru coins converted to 1,500 bolong coins, equivalent to her salary for nearly a week. After sending the waitress away, Iyunyu caught a whiff of his clothes and instantly grimaced as a foul odor assaulted his senses. He took off his sticky shirt and discovered a layer of black goo on the inside. "It's truly unimaginable that such disgusting things could exist within my body." Holding his nose, Iyunyu focused his mind, and the shirt and pants he was wearing instantly turned formless. He stepped into the bathroom and repeatedly rinsed himself with hot water. Looking in the mirror, he realized that his hair had grown quite a bit during these 4 days. He took out a suitcase from the shadows and changed into a new outfit. Touching his sunken abdomen, Iyunyu felt he could eat a whole cow right now. "I haven't tasted the local specialties yet. I hope it won't disappoint me." After a moment, Iyunyu strolled aimlessly down the dimly lit street, casually observing this unfamiliar city. As the lights began to glow, Jinchuan revealed a beauty different from that of the day. He entered an older-looking restaurant and ordered a few local dishes along with a bottle of red wine. Sitting by the window on the second floor, he sipped wine, savored the delicacies, and observed the bustling street below, clearly seeing the expressions of every passerby. After enduring countless trials and tribulations, this tranquility and pleasure felt incredibly precious. Sir, a weak, childish voice called from the side, pulling Iyunyu's attention back from the window. Before him stood a little boy, his head barely above the table, wearing tattered clothes and a face smudged with dirt. At this moment, he anxiously clutched the hem of his garment. His big eyes glanced at the delicious food on the table, which he had never tasted in his life, before he hurriedly lowered his head again. Iyunyu rested his chin on his left hand, tilting his head to observe the small child, who appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, in silence. The little boy, not receiving a response, secretly glanced up and found Iyunyu examining him, causing him to hurriedly lower his head again. "Are you planning to keep silent like this?" Iyunyu's voice rang out. The little boy tightened his grip on his clothes, seemingly mustering a bit of courage, gazing pitifully at Iyunyu's chin. "Sir, please have pity on me. I haven't eaten anything for a long time." Having just experienced extreme hunger, Iyunyu naturally understood that pain, but he did not immediately agree. "What skills do you have?" "Skills?" The little boy looked somewhat confused, not quite understanding the meaning of the words. "Well, let's rephrase the question. What can you do, such as telling stories, singing, or dancing? If you can't perform for me, I have no intention of helping you." I can't." The little boy lowered his head in grievance, slowly and forcefully rubbing the hem of his clothes. "Really? Even a little bit would suffice, otherwise you might have to continue starving." Everything happening here was attracting attention from those around. Everyone had different opinions about this. For instance, the red-haired woman at the neighboring table already looked displeased, but she remained silent. After all, how one acts is a personal right. I heard a little from somewhere else, but I don't really know how to sing, the little boy said shyly, and it was the phrase, continue starving, that made him decide to take the leap. Eunice's right index finger tapped rhythmically on the table, seemingly pondering. All right, sing a bit for me to hear. The little boy began singing a recent popular song that required the singer to perform passionately, igniting the audience's fervor. However, the little boy sang shakily and intermittently. Rather than singing, it was more like reciting the lyrics, and he got many parts wrong or omitted. Scattered laughter arose from the surroundings, but the audience bore no ill intent. They merely saw it as a joke. However, this laughter abruptly halted the little boy's singing. He stared at the ground, as if searching for a crack to slip into. At that moment, the waitress brought over a special dessert Eunice had ordered. Fried chicken leg and dessert, which one do you want? Suddenly, 2 plates of food appeared before the little boy. This left him momentarily stunned as he raised his head in astonishment. This was his first time making eye contact with Eunice, albeit for less than a second. I want. The little boy looked around conflicted for a moment before slowly raising his hand to point at the fried chicken leg. He sneaked a glance at the dessert, revealing his inner desire. Eunice snapped his fingers, beckoning the waitress. Hello, please pack this for our little singer. As Eunice spoke, he handed over a 100 Baru coin bill. The plate of dessert did not leave, but even leaned closer to the little boy. Take a piece to try. The little boy looked up at Eunice again, his bright eyes seemingly asking, really? What do you want me to feed you? Eunice chuckled with a hint of annoyance. This time the little boy didn't hesitate, quickly, yet cautiously taking a piece of dessert, his eyes shining brightly at that moment. Bending down, Eunice used a napkin to wipe the cream off the corners of the little boy's mouth. Remember, go find a skill that can prevent you from starving or even allow you to live better. Then you must work hard to learn it. Solely relying on pity, you will eventually starve to death. Eunice took the paper bag from the waitress and gently placed it in the little boy's arms. Go on. The little boy tightly hugged the still warm paper bag, silently bowing in gratitude to Eunice. Wait. The red-haired woman at the neighboring table called the little one over and folded a 100 bolong coin into the child's hand. It's late, don't run around the streets. Hurry home. The red-haired woman gently patted the child's head, smiling as she advised. The little one nodded vigorously, bowed in thanks, and ran off, perhaps eager to find a place to enjoy fried chicken legs. As for the money received, the child felt little about it internally. It was merely something adults liked. Of course, the gratitude for receiving money from others was sincere. Do you think it's meaningful to discuss the great truths of life with an innocent and ignorant child? The red-haired woman's question came from the neighboring table. Eunice then carefully scrutinized the other party. Her long, fiery red hair was neatly tied back in a ponytail with big, bright eyes, a prominent nose, and fuller red lips. Her sun-kissed skin a wheatish hue, dressed in black leather attire. This is a wild woman. Eunice's brazen gaze made the other party frown slightly. For ordinary children, it is indeed too early. But for him, reality forced him to mature and understand more than his peers. If he doesn't strive, one day he might end up in a stinking gutter. The red-haired woman wanted to retort, but knew the other was speaking the truth. Moreover, I believe you shouldn't give money directly. A child like him cannot keep it. Looking at him, whether he would spend the money was still in question. Eunice clearly wanted to argue with the red-haired woman further. If it seems you really don't understand the situation. In this city, no one can beg alone. He must be a member of some begging group, and fried chicken legs are not what the people behind him want the most. The red-haired woman laughed disdainfully. Eunice raised an eyebrow, lifted his glass in a clinking gesture, and downed it in one gulp, taking this as a lesson learned. Although he was an orphan, he grew up in an orphanage and had never slept rough outside. During middle school, he managed to live independently by working odd jobs and receiving school assistance. However, the red-haired woman's words and some past hearsay gave him new insights. After dinner, Eunice continued to wander the streets. Hey, handsome, can you buy me a drink? Afterwards, we can do some things we want to do. A tall, fashionable woman with heavy makeup blew a kiss to Eunice. Eunice smiled in response. To be honest, he felt somewhat tempted. But now was not the time. He had more important matters to attend to. Due to the plane crash incident, he now dared not apply for a job on Central Star. It was easy to imagine that once he set foot on Central Star, he might be invited for tea by the relevant departments of the Alliance government even before leaving the spaceport. He carried too many unexplainable secrets and simply could not accept a strict examination. For example, why are you still alive when everyone else is dead? How did you go from the incident site on planet G5024 to planet D2399 and then to here? Moreover, once he arrives there, it is highly probable that he will face a thorough physical examination by precision instruments, which would reveal even more unusual aspects. The slice research might not just be a rumor after all. To be safe, it's better to give up on the originally promising life plan. After all, life is precious. Now that he had found himself in this city, he planned to take root here first, so he must quickly familiarize himself with the city's situation and then consider how to survive and develop in the future. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, after wandering 3 blocks nearby, Iyunyu returned to the Jinlisha Hotel. Understanding a place is not something that can be accomplished in just a day or two. What he had now was time, and there was no need to be too anxious. He entered the elevator, pressed the button for the 37th floor, and quietly waited for the elevator doors to slowly close. Meanwhile, sorting through everything he had seen that night, a hand blocked the closing elevator door. As their eyes met, Iyunyu realized they had seen each other before. It was that red-haired woman he encountered during dinner. She seemed to love black, dressed entirely in black. Even her hands were gloved in black, carrying a black briefcase. Very suspicious. What a coincidence. Iyunyu initiated conversation, but unfortunately the other party seemed disinterested. Both exited the elevator on the 37th floor. The red-haired woman glanced at the floor distribution map, quickly pinpointed the room she was looking for, and then left in a hurry. Her discreet observation of the surroundings made it seem like she was up to something. Iyunyu couldn't be bothered with a stranger. As long as there was no conflict between them, it was fine. Their paths diverged at Iyunyu's door. Upon seeing Iyunyu's room number, the red-haired woman's eyes flickered, and she glanced at the neighboring room and the surrounding situation. Throughout the process, her footsteps never stopped, ultimately disappearing around the corner. It seems her target is not nearby, so she shouldn't disturb my rest. After closing the door, Iyunyu made his own judgment. He then undressed and took a shower to wash away the fatigue. After putting on loose pajamas, he picked a good bottle of wine from the cabinet and poured himself a glass. He turned on the smart speaker in the room, playing a gentle tune. In the dimly lit living room, Iyunyu sat by the window, overlooking the night view of Jinchuan, occasionally taking a sip of wine. This is what life is about. He truly enjoyed this feeling. Suddenly, a loud crash from the neighboring room startled him as the sound of glass shattering echoed. Iyunyu instinctively sat up straight, put down his glass, turned off the music, and turned on the lights. Straining to listen, the neighboring room seemed very lively, faintly audible. Who? Bang! On my leg, kill her. A gunfight must have erupted in the neighboring room, with 3 bullets passing through the wall. One hit the chandelier, another struck a wall painting, and a third turned Iyunyu's wine glass into shards. It truly was a case of sitting at home and having disaster come from the sky. Soon an even more explosive scene unfolded as a tall figure crashed through the wall, flying across the living room and crashing into the door, landing on the freshly changed bed sheets. Just as Iyunyu was about to get up and check on the unconventional guest, he noticed another visitor stepping through the wall hole. With flaming red hair and dressed in black, her outfit was riddled with bullet holes. It was easy to tell who this was. Compared to the previous 2 times, the biggest difference was that her facial and neck skin had turned black, reflecting a metallic sheen, and her emerald green eyes gave off a chilling vibe. It was evident that she hadn't just donned a black mask, but was exhibiting some sort of supernatural ability. "It looks like we'll be walking the dark path together. We are quite the match," Iyunyu privately assessed. With a bang, a small hole appeared just a mere inch away from his lower body on the recliner. "Stay out of this, just behave." A cold warning and the black, still smoking muzzle of a silenced pistol left Iyunyu no choice but to raise his hands, maintaining a seated posture with a forced smile. "Please make yourself at home. The king-sized bed tonight is yours." The red-haired woman did not pause. She strode purposefully into the room. Seizing the moment, Iyunyu turned his head toward the wall breach. From his vantage point, he could just barely make out the full torso of a man, shot in the chest, both of his legs, and the upper body of another man. None of them stirred. An ominous sign. All seemed beyond saving. Not bad for reflexes. To earn such praise from a veteran-rank Esper assassin was no small feat, though how the red-haired woman would react upon learning of it remained unknown. "So it's you. Heh, you got away last time, lucky for you. And yet you dare return." A pained male voice echoed from within the room, instantly capturing Iyunyu's attention. "Pop." Her reply was always devastatingly precise. "Damn it, they'll catch you sooner or later and slice you into pieces." "Who are they? Where did you take those children?" the red-haired woman asked, her tone icy and detached. The man clamped his mouth shut, pressing both hands over his thigh, a wound gushing blood steadily. His tattooed face twitched uncontrollably, beads of sweat drenched his brow. Silent testimony. "I'm not withholding answers. I simply can't speak through this agony." Alas, the red-haired woman was unyielding. She holstered her pistol, drew a blade, and plunged it into the exact symmetrical point on his other thigh. A slender finger with blade twisted nearly halfway inside the muscle. I'll talk. For God's sake, pull it out." The man was unraveling, thrashing wildly, but she stood immovable like a statue forged from cold steel. Agony that pierced the soul itself finally broke his resistance. "Speak." She withdrew the blade, rose to her feet, and looked down upon him. Calm, commanding, absolute. "After we seized the children, we handed them over to Ernst Kohler, a member of the Kohler family." "Yes, he's the second son of Baroque Kohler, a key figure within the Kohler group." "Are the children with him now?" "I don't know. Once he took custody, he forbade us from following up on anything further." "Where is he?" "He should be at the Marrow estate in the southeastern outskirts tonight. He keeps a mistress there." "Pop." The man's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that she had executed him so decisively, without a single thought to extract more intelligence. Having secured the information she sought, the red-haired woman exited the room. In the living room, Iyunyu remained seated, still obedient, unmoving. She made no move to detain him, walking straight toward the front door. "With all that commotion, you surely don't intend to take the elevator." Iyunyu's voice came from behind her. She turned, fixing her gaze upon him. "The hallway is likely swarming with people right now. You'd have dozens of witnesses the moment you step out. And the nearest precinct is less than a kilometer away. Chances are you'll meet the officers face-to-face at the lobby elevator bank. Then how do you suggest I leave?" Only then did the red-haired woman realize. Throughout the entire ordeal, this man had remained unerringly composed. Iyunyu turned his gaze toward the glass window. Whether scaling the facade or leaping straight down, it shouldn't pose any difficulty for a rank metal esper like yourself. She studied him intently. Her instincts confirmed it. He was one of her kind. Perhaps even a master among masters. "Though I don't know who Ernst Kohler truly is, you've already drawn blood. Act swiftly, before word spreads. Once he's alerted, catching him will become near impossible." Iyunyu offered his counsel. She gave no reply, merely stepped onto the balcony and vanished into the night with a single fluid leap. To Iyunyu's surprise, she didn't plummet like a falling star. Instead, she moved with uncanny lightness and grace, leaping effortlessly from one balcony to the next. 5 minutes later, heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor. A neighboring door crashed open, followed immediately by startled cries. Soon officers squeezed through the wall breach, while others kicked in doors along the hallway. Seeing Iyunyu rigidly seated on the chaise lounge, the officers approached with concern. "Sir, are you all right?" Anyone residing in such a luxury hotel was either wealthy or powerful. Unless absolutely necessary, the police dared not offend anyone. Iyunyu trembled slightly as he raised his right hand toward the room, his expression frozen in wide-eyed shock. The officers glanced inside and saw the male corpse lying motionless on the bed. "Sir, could you please recount what happened?" one officer asked while silently signaling his colleague to verify the victim's identity with hotel staff. The assailant was a tall, broad-shouldered man, immensely strong. He wore all-black clothing and a balaclava. Iyunyu appeared dazed, struggling to cooperate with the investigation. The interrogation lasted nearly 2 hours. Every conceivable question was posed and repeated. Once they discreetly confirmed Iyunyu was indeed a registered guest, the officers politely escorted him out, then cordoned off the scene to preserve evidence. The hotel manager rushed over, offering Iyunyu his most sincere apologies and upgrading his room free of charge to a lavish penthouse suite. After dismissing the manager and staff, the trembling, shell-shocked expression melted from Iyunyu's face, replaced by cool, calculating clarity. He stroked his chin, then dissolved into his own shadow. The darkness slithered down the wall from the balcony to the ground, then surged forward, racing toward the southeastern outskirts at blinding speed. Marrow Estate, southeastern outskirts of Jinchuan City. Iyunyu stood atop a low hill, gazing across the moonlit expanse. The estate glowed brightly even at midnight. What set it apart from ordinary nights were the 4 guards and 2 hunting dogs sprawled lifelessly in pools of blood at the main gate, and sporadic gunshots mingled with furious male shouts echoing from within. The gunfire lasted several minutes, then ceased abruptly after a woman's piercing scream. Silence settled, only to be broken moments later by muffled cries of pain. It seemed the red-haired woman had replicated her brutal interrogation method, this time upon another unfortunate soul. Minutes later, a lone figure emerged from the estate gates. Yet she now wore a balaclava, concealing her features entirely. Clearly, she'd learned a lesson from the hotel incident. Had it not been for her distinctive height and build, Iyunyu might have doubted whether it was the same person. "Looks like you didn't uncover much here either." A voice descended from above. She froze mid-step and fired 2 rapid shots upward. Iyunyu evaded, effortlessly landing lightly before her. "No need to tense up. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to take a stroll." "It's you. How did you find me here?" Her voice, cool and edged with suspicion, emerged from beneath the balaclava. "Are they all dead inside?" Iyunyu sidestepped the question, his eyes fixed on the distant estate. "There's still a woman and a child." She removed the balaclava. Her long hair coiled tightly before now unfurled freely, spilling over her shoulders like liquid flame. "You killed their husband, their father, and yet You left survivors. Yunyu regarded her with quiet disdain, questioning her professional rigor. They never saw my face. I don't kill the innocent, especially not children. She looked at him with palpable disgust, perhaps not at him alone, but at every soul willing to harm a child. Very well, everyone adheres to their own code. Let's hope you never regret it. Approximately 75 kilometers southwest of Jinchuan City lies an unremarkable mountain ravine. Few ordinary people could ever imagine that dozens of meters beneath its surface lies a vast clandestine research facility. At that moment, a black man in tactical gear, broad-shouldered and powerfully built, strode swiftly out of an elevator into a pristine dust-free corridor. On either side, laboratories bustled with white-coat researchers calibrating intricate experimental apparatuses. Reaching the corridor's end, he pushed open a glass door into a chamber where one entire wall was lined with surveillance monitors, each displaying real-time feeds from various laboratories. Before the screens sat a man slumped in his office chair, feet propped atop the control console, a book draped across his face. Director Wong. Director Wong. Oh, Pero, is it lunchtime already? He lowered the book, revealing the composed, scholarly visage of a refined, middle-aged man. Pero spoke gravely. Something's happened in Jinchuan City. What could possibly happen there? Jinchuan City is the stronghold of the Kohler family. Surely nothing escapes their control. Director Wong dismissed it with a wave, tossing the book onto the console. Ernest was found dead in his own villa, and the entire team that previously captured our targets has also been eliminated. Director Wong snapped upright, his gaze sharpening instantly. Two such events occurring in tandem left no doubt the perpetrator bore no mere grudge against the Kohlers. They were striking directly at the laboratory itself. Frowning deeply, Director Wong gripped and released the armrests repeatedly before asking, "What are the precise details?" A man first entered a hotel and killed that team, likely extracting Ernest's location from them. Later, a female Esper infiltrated Ernest's estate and assassinated him. Our informant, embedded within his inner circle, narrowly escaped execution. Otherwise, we might not have uncovered this until tomorrow. Pero oversaw the facility's security, or more precisely served as Director Wong's personal bodyguard assigned by higher command. Director Wong's research focused on the fundamental mechanisms behind human metamorphosis into espers, a field in which he had reportedly achieved remarkable progress. Such a scientist must be safeguarded at all costs. His loss would send powerful figures into frenzy. To this day, the root cause of spontaneous human mutation remains fiercely debated across interstellar academia. Nations covertly intensify research in this domain, striving toward the controlled, scalable production of espers to bolster national military supremacy. Rumors persist that a shadowy organization mastered mature mutation technology years ago. Alas, before they could wield their breakthrough on the world stage, they were jointly eradicated by multiple clandestine armed forces, their scientists and research archives utterly scattered and seized. Pero long suspected Director Wong was among that organization's sole surviving members. The extraordinary priority granted him by command only deepened that suspicion. Has command been informed? What are their directives? Director Wong tapped several commands onto the control panel, reviewing vital metrics for key test subjects. Command orders you to evacuate immediately with all research data. I've deployed Team A to escort you through the emergency tunnel. Should this facility be compromised, I will trigger total demolition. The experiment has reached a critical juncture. Abandoning it now would be an irreplaceable loss. Suitable test subjects don't appear on demand. And what of the researchers here? Their exceptional talents, rare and irreplaceable. His fingers traced across the array of glowing monitors lining the wall. To command, you are irreplaceable. Your safety is non-negotiable. As for test subjects, opportunities will arise again. You need not concern yourself. These researchers are auxiliary personnel, expendable and plentiful. Their fate was sealed the moment they stepped foot inside this facility. Pero left the implication chillingly unspoken. Suddenly, a sharp series of beeps erupted from the console. Director Wong's eyes locked onto Lab 36. It seems a subject is finally advancing to the next phase. He rose energized and strode purposefully toward the door. You must leave, immediately, for your own safety. Pero stepped squarely into his path. Pero, understand why command values me. It is because I alone possess the rare genius to decipher the Esper phenomenon. This opportunity is unseen a lifetime. If missed, no one can guarantee its return. Abandoning his earlier lethargy, Director Wong jabbed a finger hard against Pero's chest, let out a cold snort, and hurried toward Lab 36. Lab 36 held only a single high-precision apparatus. A young girl lay immobilized on the examination table, her limbs secured in a neural interface helmet, wired with dozens of signal cables, clamped over her head. Director Wong threw open the door and scrutinized the instrument's display, vital readings flickering across its screen. Did anything unusual occur just now? He demanded, voice low and taut. No external stimulus was administered. However, 1 minute ago her cerebral parameters surged intensely. Duration under 3 seconds, the lead female researcher replied without hesitation. After meticulously verifying the girl's vitals and confirming stability, Director Wong turned to leave. Director Wong, I urge you to evacuate now. Piro, as of this moment, there is no evidence the enemy has reached us. Even if they do arrive, you are tasked with holding them off until I complete this phase. Impatient with further debate, he burned with feverish intensity. This was no longer mere science, but revelation. How many years had passed since his former organization's annihilation? At last he stood upon the threshold once more. Perhaps the dawn of a new era had arrived. Meanwhile, atop a massive boulder mid-ravine, where the secret facility lay buried, Iyunyu and the red-haired woman peered downward. Damn it, did Ernest lie to me? She regretted killing him so hastily. He should have led her straight to the facility's entrance. He did not deceive you. I sense the facility, roughly 50 meters below. Let's descend and locate the access point. Iyunyu extended his formidable spiritual sense across dimensions, detecting numerous concentrated spirit energy signatures pulsing deep underground, the very resonance that had triggered the girl's anomalous state. Clad in obsidian battle armor, Iyunyu leapt first, fluid and decisive, while the red-haired woman followed close behind, landing before a smooth vertical cliff face. Straight ahead, shatter it. Iyunyu pointed forward. The red-haired woman wore a hood obscuring her expression. Without uttering a word in response to Iyunyu's demand, she clenched her right fist, its surface instantly turning pitch black, then drove it with explosive force into the mountainside. Boom! The metallic clang of fist striking stone reverberated endlessly through the ravine, yet left only a fist-sized crater in the cliff face. TCH. What is this supposed to be? Just a pit. That strike surely alerted everyone inside. Hurry up, or it'll all be too late. Iyunyu scoffed dismissively as he urged her on. The red-haired woman remained silent, stepping aside and gesturing sharply. You do it then. Iyunyu strode forward, drew his right fist back to gather momentum, then launched a perfectly straight centerline punch directly at the rock face. Crack! From the point of impact, countless fissures spiderwebbed outward like serpents across the mountainside. With a thunderous collapse, the entire section shattered into rubble, revealing a subterranean passage over 5 meters wide and equally high. Your turn now. Friendly reminder: personnel inside the base have already sprung into action. No one knows what kind of welcome gift they've prepared for you. Do tread carefully. At the sheer magnitude of Iyunyu's blow, the red-haired woman's pupils contracted sharply. Wordlessly, she nodded, activated her ability to metallize her entire body, gripped a suppressed pistol, and charged headlong into the passage. Iyunyu followed at a leisurely pace. Ahead, the sharp retorts of gunfire echoed, bullets striking metal, screams of wounded guards piercing the air. When Iyunyu reached the passage's end, he found himself standing before a vast storage warehouse. Dozens of vehicles parked haphazardly, stacks of supply crates towering into the gloom. He arrived just in time to see the red-haired woman deliver a brutal kick that sent a man flying. Before his broken body even struck the ground, she fired 2 precise shots. Not bad, speedy work. Now just eliminate the little rat hiding in that truck, and this operation will conclude flawlessly. Damn it! A curse erupted from the cargo trailer of a nearby truck. A figure tumbled out with feline agility, dropped to one knee, and launched a rocket directly at the red-haired woman. Pop! Her suppressed pistol barked once. Headshot instantaneous. Too late to sidestep, she crossed her arms tightly before her face. The rocket detonated on impact. The concussive blast hurled her backward, sending her tumbling over 20 meters until she crashed hard into a pile of supplies. Tisk TSK. What an extraordinary ability, daring to take a rocket heat-in. Leaning casually against a vehicle, Iyunyu murmured appreciatively. If you're unharmed, get up, quickly. Several personnel are already assembling at the elevator lobby, preparing a rather enthusiastic reception. Alarms now blared deep within the underground research facility. 20 elite, heavily armed guards crouched in disciplined formation before the elevator doors, ready to unleash a synchronized barrage the moment the doors parted. They were certain no matter who stood beyond those doors, such overwhelming firepower would reduce them to unrecognizable fragments. Director Wong, you must evacuate immediately. This isn't a request, it's an order. Take all experimental data and flee via the emergency escape route. In the surveillance room, Pero watched the carnage unfold in the overhead warehouse and urgently pressed Director Wong to leave. Director Wong glanced first at the slaughter in the warehouse, then at Lab 36, sighing deeply, heavy with regret. Very well. Once I'm gone, initiate the total destruction protocol. Nothing here may fall into enemy hands. With practiced efficiency, he navigated the control interface, copied all data onto a secure memory card, ejected it, and then triggered a full system wipe. Only after completing these steps did he depart, swiftly escorted by 8 guards heading toward an abandoned laboratory. There he and Pero entered separate access codes into a concealed panel. The floor split open, revealing a hidden descent shaft. Pero, destroy this place immediately, then rendezvous with me. Director Wong called out urgently as Pero turned to leave. Understood. But first, I'll make the intruders pay dearly. Pero cracked his neck, eyes burning with cold, lethal intent. At the elevator lobby of the subterranean research base, fully armored guards stood locked in tense vigilance, every gaze fixed upon the indicator light above the elevator doors. Ding! Open fire. Confirming the elevator car's arrival, they opened fire before the doors even began to part. Intense, concentrated volleys shredding the metal doors into perforated ruin. Anyone sheltering within would surely be obliterated. At last the mangled doors groaned open, but the interior was utterly empty. No corpses, no blood, only hollow silence. Maintain alert status, they're nearby. Every guard tightened their stance, scanning the ceiling and upper cabin frame with razor focus. Suddenly one guard spotted something strange, a palm-sized patch of black shadow appearing unnaturally on the floor among the ranks. Watch the floor, he cried out, but the shadow writhed like living ink, then erupted upward, launching a compact device into the air. Flashbang! The scream warped into panic. Instantly the flashbang detonated. Blinding light and concussive force sent every guard sprawling. From the elevator roof, a black-clad figure dropped down, landing with explosive forward momentum. Pop-a-pop. Her suppressed pistol spat precise, rapid-fire headshots at the fallen guards. Yet the magazine ran dry too soon. One survivor scrambled sideways, another rolled desperately away, narrowly escaping death. But evasion proved futile. She discarded the empty pistol, drew a tactical combat knife strapped to her thigh, and slashed once, clean, swift, across the throat of a guard struggling to rise. A crimson geyser erupted from his neck. The final guard, still prone, raised his submachine gun and emptied a full burst toward her. She twisted aside at the last possible instant. Only the rear edge of her hood grazed by the round. Fiery red hair cascaded free, several strands drifting softly to the floor. The knife flew from her hand, embedding itself deep in the guard's wrist. Fully metallized, she stomped down, crushing his weapon beneath her boot, then wrenched the blade free and silenced him with a single decisive cut across the throat. Bang! A bullet struck her forehead dead center, lethal to any ordinary human. Yet the gunfire didn't cease. The shooter fired again and again, driving her sideways to the ground with relentless hammering impacts. Only when the magazine emptied did Pero lower his pistol and toss it aside. What a troublesome ability. And yet, how tragically wasted on a woman. Pero smirked. Oomph. The red-haired woman rose slowly, shrugging off her tattered leather jacket. Mind telling me where your other companion has vanished? This facility is vast. He'll easily lose his way without guidance. You'll need to survive long enough to meet him. Reversing her grip on the knife, she lunged straight at Pero. He met her with a devastating haymaker, his knuckles an unnatural deep gray. She evaded effortlessly, then slashed low across his waist. Her blade scraped not flesh, but granite-hard skin. They parted in a breath. Pero glanced down. His uniform bore a clean slit, and across his stony gray-hued abdomen lingered only a faint white scratch. Haha, at last, a sparring partner worthy of my fists. Don't disappoint me. Petrified, grinning savagely, Pero advanced toward the red-haired woman, her expression grave, unwavering. In the dimly lit corridor, Director Wong hurried forward with the escort personnel for a few minutes before arriving at a spacious underground warehouse. In the center, a black magnetic levitation bus was parked. Director Wong quickly input the emergency systems activation password on the console beside the entrance, and a massive explosion-proof door at the other end of the warehouse opened automatically, revealing a straight runway dedicated to magnetic levitation vehicles. Immediately contact the next pickup point to prepare a spaceship for us. We need to leave this planet as soon as possible, Director Wong commanded. As they rounded the front of the bus and reached the door, all the escorts raised their assault rifles in urgency. By the bus door, a figure in black battle armor, Yunyu, was casually leaning against the vehicle, turning to look at them, saying, "I've been waiting for a long time." At this sensitive moment of enemy invasion, the escorts had no need for hesitation. All unknown individuals were enemies. They raised their guns, switched off the safety, and then there was nothing more. The 8 escorts instantly collapsed powerless on the ground, showing no signs of life from the outside. Director Wong felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, scrutinizing the figure that had remained completely still. A psychic in the mental domain. Director Wong speculated. Oh, so you're a person of insight? No wonder you were prioritized for evacuation. May I ask for a brief self-introduction? What do you do? Yunyu inquired curiously. I am the technical supervisor of this research base, responsible for the study of psychic abilities. Since you are unclear about the situation here, why did you come to intercept me first? It's nothing. Since we are here, we naturally want let any living souls escape. But since you are an authority in the field of psychic research, do you recognize this thing? Yunyu produced a syringe seemingly out of thin air, the liquid inside of vivid red with a hint of silver stars. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a drug that stimulates the potential of ordinary people, fostering psychic abilities. A former colleague of mine was an expert in this area, but unfortunately, he was later abducted. Director Wong's words were half-truths. He himself was quite adept at experiments that stimulated human physiology. The agent before him was concocted in collaboration with several top researchers during his time with the mysterious organization. Later, when the mysterious organization was attacked and disbanded, their stock of finished drugs was completely looted, with a portion falling into the hands of the organization where the Black Wolf belonged. Stimulating potential. I see. Do you have any research on this? Or any relevant materials? No, my research field is entirely different from this. So you have no value then. Yunyu's calm tone sent a shiver down Director Wong's spine. I doubt you would kill me now, knowing my research achievements in the field of psychic abilities are quite remarkable. If it weren't for your sudden visit, my experiment would have entered a new phase. In the current situation, it was merely a matter of changing bosses for him. I'm not the leader of this operation. Your life and death are not up to me. Let's go back to where we came from. I just hope the children you captured earlier are safe, otherwise you will have to fend for yourself. Yunyu's gun affirmed that his words were not a joke, and Director Wong could only resign himself to lead the way back to the research base. Inside the research base, alarms blared. Pello had already activated the self-destruction program of the base. All the researchers were fleeing in terror, but unfortunately all paths to the surface were blocked, leaving everyone's only hope with the hope that Pello could defeat the opponent quickly and lead them to escape together. On the battlefield, the red-haired woman was once again sent flying by Pello. Her indestructible metallic body did not gain any advantage against Pello, who could petrify himself, instead she was crushed by his physical strength. Before the red-haired woman could rise to fight again, Pello rushed over and grabbed one of her feet, swinging her violently against the nearby wall. The thick wall appeared fragile in the face of the impact from her metallic body. Pello, grinning with bloodlust, smashed her against everything hard around them, before finally spinning twice and releasing her. The metallic figure crashed through two walls, landing perfectly inside Lab 36. The metallic figure spotted a little girl lying on the console and excitedly rushed over to her. Annie, wake up quickly, your sister is here to take you home. Annie. No matter how the red-haired woman called, the little girl showed no signs of waking up. What did you do to her? Where are the other children? The red-haired woman coldly questioned the female researcher, trembling in the corner. We conducted external stimulation experiments on her brain region and are awaiting results. The other children have all been experimented on and are currently placed in other locations for recovery. At that moment, Pello crashed through the wall, grinning as he charged at his opponent. Now is not the time for you to care about others. Our duel is far from over. The metallic figure quickly dodged, feeling utterly helpless against this brute who could clash with her Hedon. What made her even more furious was that Pello did not continue pursuing her, but instead lingered by the little girl, one large stone hand resting on the apparatus on the girl's head. It seems you have a good relationship with her. I wonder if you would be willing to pay the price of your life for her. You shameless. The metallic figure was enraged. Pello had shown her just how low a person's bottom line could be. Release your metallic form, or else. Before he finished speaking, his stone hand tightened around the apparatus on the girl's head, causing sparks to fly. The little girl was subjected to immense stimulation, her body suddenly shaking violently. Annie, let her go. The metallic figure shouted urgently. Ow. The little girl let out a piercing scream, and visible sound waves spread out, shattering the nearby glass doors and windows. The female researcher hiding in the corner was already bleeding from all 7 orifices, dead from unnatural causes. The metallic figure and Pello both covered their ears, their heads pounding. A figure rushed in from outside the window, flashing past Pello. Pello's eyes widened, and he was decapitated, dying in such a constrained manner. The metallic figure covered her head, and upon recognizing Yunyu, staggered to Annie's side. Annie, wake up quickly. Oh, wake up. Don't scare me. She was extremely anxious, yet felt utterly powerless against everything before her. Yunyu was equally at a loss, and could only step out of the laboratory to drag Director Wong, who had collapsed at the corridor's corner, back in. You'd better have a way to save her. Stunned by the earlier scream, Director Wong's consciousness wavered. It took him a moment to regain his bearings and grasp the situation before him. Their latent abilities had been successfully unlocked, but their bodies could not withstand the catastrophic strain of such abrupt mutation. The previous subjects now floated lifelessly in nutrient solution. We all knew, barring a miracle, death was inevitable. Director Wong weakly shook his head, utterly resigned. In response, the metallic man seized his collar and violently shook him. They're just children. What crime is there in awakening extraordinary abilities? Why must you harm them so cruelly? Have you all lost your minds? These abilities are divine gifts, not privileges to be hoarded by the few. We must master this power to catalyze humanity's next evolutionary leap, a blessing for all mankind. Director Wong's face flushed with fervor as he spoke of his ideals, unflinching, unafraid. A scientific zealot is often at heart a fanatic, a madman. Go to hell. The red-haired woman, consumed by rage, drew her dagger and plunged it straight into Director Wong's heart. Yunyu opened his mouth, but no words emerged. Silently, he retrieved Director Wong's briefcase. The briefcase bore an engraving of a grotesque creature, a three-headed beast, its heads those of a ram, a wolf, and a serpent, its body deep crimson, its jaws thrown wide in a primordial howl. We must leave immediately. The facility's self-destruct sequence is nearing activation. July 10, 4029 C. In the afternoon, an unmarked medium-class starship materialized above the ruins of the subterranean research facility. The vessel deployed wide-spectrum scanning systems, confirmed the absence of imminent threats, and then descended slowly and deliberately. Upon hatch opening, a squad of armed operatives, clad in matte olive combat suits and advanced tactical helmets, streamed out with disciplined precision, instantly forming a defensive perimeter. Initiate secondary bioenergy scan. Scan complete. No large life forms detected within a 10-kilometer radius. Commander Malik awaiting your orders. A middle-aged man in an immaculate white suit and dark sunglasses, Commander Malik, stepped forth. Grit-laden wind swept across the site. He hastily produced a handkerchief to cover his nose and mouth, waving dismissively with visible disdain. Damn this accursed place. Guided by his guards, Malik approached the edge of the ruined facility and slid his sunglasses down to his nose, squinting intently. Before him yawned an irregular crater, over 30 meters deep and spanning more than 20,000 square meters. He sighed heavily, heart sinking. Every meter of that devastation represented incalculable loss. Have we received any word from Wang Yunsheng? Last night, the nearest stellar evacuation hub received a transmission from Mr. Wang requesting immediate deployment of a starship, but no trace of him has since been found. One guard reported urgently. The news struck Malik like a physical blow. The facility could be erased, its personnel expendable. But Wang Yunsheng, his survival was non-negotiable. Securing Wang Yunsheng had demanded relentless negotiation and staggering concessions from Malik's organization against rival factions. Afterward, Wang Yunsheng proved his worth beyond doubt. His brilliance earned him the organization's highest esteem and its most critical assignments. Now vanished without a trace, his fate sent chills down Malik's spine. Continue the search. Alive or dead, we must recover him. Understood. White, descend and assess the site. Malik commanded. White was a young man draped in flowing sapphire robes. Without a word, he nodded, stepped to the crater's rim, and leapt. Mid-fall, his form dissolved into liquid, then seeped seamlessly through fissures in the rubble upon impact. Half an hour later, White re-emerged onto solid ground. No further search for Mr. Wang is needed. Here is his blood, urine, and a severed finger. The crevices below were too narrow to retrieve anything larger. I also recovered Perro's corpse. White extended his right hand, its surface rippled like water, coalescing instantly into 3 translucent orbs, one large, 2 small, each containing a finger, a droplet of blood, and a droplet of urine. Malik recoiled 2 paces in disgust and gestured for his subordinates to verify. Within moments, samples were secured in sterile containers, and identity confirmation took precisely 1 minute. Commander, these specimens are definitively sourced from Mr. Wang Yunsheng. Forensic analysis confirms he perished last night. The verdict left Malik reeling, dizzy, disoriented. This was a catastrophic loss. Damn it. A rare breach of composure from a man who meticulously guarded his decorum. After a brief vent, he tapped once on the interface of his left wristband. Instantly, a silhouetted figure flickered into view inside his sunglasses lens. Status report. A layered synthetic voice resonated in his ear. The base is destroyed. Wang Yunsheng and Perro are dead. And do we know who did this? The shadow paused, emotionless, silent. No leads. Remote surveillance captured only a masked woman in black entering the near-surface warehouse. Then the feed was remotely terminated. Malik felt helpless. The perpetrator had acted with chilling professionalism, erasing evidence before investigators could even begin. Forward the surveillance data to intelligence analysis. See if they can identify her. Even the shadow had no better recourse. Affirmative. I'll begin cleanup operations immediately. How do you intend to proceed? First sanitize the site. Then eliminate all surviving witnesses. Regarding the Kohler family, only eradicate the branch led by ones. Do not widen the purge to the entire clan. The Kohlers remain a major northwestern dynasty with influence even in the capital. Avoid unnecessary escalation. In that simplifies matters, only one's wife is mistress, and their child remain. Ensure absolute discretion and thoroughness. With that, the silhouette dissolved. Malik's vision snapped back to normal. He exhaled deeply. Commence site sanitization. Swiftly, most operatives dispersed across the crater, deploying hundreds of precision instruments. 1/3 were 20-liter canisters containing hyperlethal compressed gas. Leakage would kill all organic life within its dispersion radius in seconds. This gas naturally degraded into non-toxic compounds within 1 hour of atmospheric release. The remaining 2/3 were high-yield thermonuclear charges, capable of both massive kinetic destruction and remote detonation of adjacent gas reservoirs. Once the trap was fully embedded, all personnel withdrew. Lamar, you have the final phase, Malik said, clapping the broad shoulder of a powerfully built russet-skinned man standing beside him. Lamar strode to the crater's edge, raised his arms skyward, and with visible strain, clenched them inward. Instantly, the earth trembled. Tons of sand surged into the abyss, burying the crater completely within minutes. Such mastery marked an S-class ability, and astonishingly, this team harbored 2 such individuals. Their collective combat potency was staggering. Activate the trap system. An operative tapped commands onto a control panel. The display confirmed all buried devices, bombs and gas canisters alike, were now armed and operational. Each device carried bioenergy sensors calibrated to trigger upon detecting any life form whose energy signature crossed the threshold, guaranteeing instant annihilation of intruders. With the operation concluded, the entire team reboarded the starship and departed at maximum velocity. At the cemetery on the outskirts of Jinchuan City, a red-haired woman gently stroked the tombstone before her, her face etched with profound grief. Before the research facility's destruction, she and Yunyu had managed to rescue only Annie. The other children remained trapped inside and perished. Annie's brain sustained catastrophic trauma, and ultimately, she did not survive. This devastating loss plunged the red-haired woman into inconsolable sorrow. Those children were all orphan psychics, abandoned by their families. Having endured similar abandonment in her own childhood, the red-haired woman had devoted herself to adopting and caring for such vulnerable souls, hoping to grant them the joyful, unburdened childhood she never had. Tragically, everything was obliterated by those utterly ruthless individuals. Though she slew her enemies with her own hands, every child who once surrounded her, laughing, trusting, alive, was gone. For a time, she even questioned the very meaning of her existence. Yunyu personally oversaw Annie's burial. Gazing at the hollow-eyed, shattered woman before him, all he could offer was silent, steadfast companionship. "Thank you for everything you've done for us. Though I don't consider you a good man," she murmured weakly, her forehead pressed against the cold stone. "If you called me a good man, I'd truly be unable to bear it," Yunyu replied, attempting to lighten the mood, though his effort fell utterly flat. "Ma'am, may I ask you a few questions?" "Go ahead. How many people have you killed?" "Many, perhaps dozens." "Why did you kill them?" "They tried to seize those children. I hesitated once, only meting out minor punishment. I was wrong. I should have slaughtered them all the moment I first laid eyes on them," she snarled, slamming her forehead against the tombstone in bitter remorse. "Will you kill again?" "Why do you ask that?" She whirled around, sharply bewildered by Yunyu's intent. "Nothing in particular, just that I find you rather remarkable. Would you consider forming a partnership with me to traverse the starry void together?" Yunyu met her gaze directly, his expression sincere. "You're not a good man." Being labeled thus by someone with dozens of lives on her conscience. "I'm not quite sure how to take that." "What kind of person are you?" "Once a killer. What I'll become next, I cannot say." "Would you kill children?" "Uncertain. I've never done so, not yet. So long as one doesn't threaten my interests, I won't kill anyone." "Interests? Surely survival itself is the highest interest. Everyone adheres to their own moral compass. Last night you urged me to kill a woman and a child. As it turned out, my judgment wasn't entirely flawed. The research facility had long anticipated us. That still doesn't justify killing women and children. Even if your own life hangs in the balance, would you still hold fast to that principle?" "Yes. And if because of this unwavering stance those close to you, women, children, elders, were later harmed, would you still cling to it?" Yunyu briefly wondered whether he should abandon the attempt altogether. The red-haired woman fell silent for a long while, trapped in an inescapable logical paradox. "You're not a good man. Hey, you've crossed a line." That phrase may lack bite, but repeated 3 times. It's beginning to grate. "I don't know. I don't know what choice I'd make, facing such a situation. But I'm certain you'd pull the trigger without hesitation. You're a demon." She stared at Yunyu, voice unwavering. "We're cut from the same cloth, both drenched in blood. When ideals and loyalties diverge, someone will always brand us demons," Yunyu replied, though his rebuttal rang hollow even to himself. "I've decided. I'll watch you closely to ensure you never descend into a bloodthirsty monster who harms children. She spoke as though to herself. Iyunyu watched her, not elated at having recruited a formidable ally but quietly unsettled, suddenly apprehensive about the course his own life might now take. Iyunyu, welcome aboard. Trisha Stoke, I'll be watching you always. All right. Before we discuss grand plans for the future, let's head back to the city and find somewhere to eat. I've been up all night chasing your chaos. I'm starving. Event designation Jinchuan Blood Night Incident, code BLJC 40290709110. Incident classification level 3. Full truth remains under investigation. Progress hampered by interference from unidentified forces. Lead agency Jinchuan City Police Department. Good morning, viewers. Welcome to Jinchuan Flash News. Last night, a violent shooting erupted at our city's Jinlisa Hotel, resulting in multiple casualties. Shortly after midnight, another shooting occurred at the Merlot estate on the city's outskirts. 12 people and 2 hunting dogs were killed. Only 1 child and 1 woman escaped. Yet this morning, both survivors were found drowned in a bathtub inside another apartment. This chain of horrors has drawn intense scrutiny from law enforcement. Inside a modest restaurant in Jinchuan City, Iyunyu leisurely sipped morning tea while watching the midday news broadcast on his comms device. Was it that mother and child? He murmured softly. Across the table, Trisha, who had been devouring her meal, glanced up briefly, then nodded silently. His mercy, it seemed, had not spared them from death summons. So this affair runs deeper than we imagined. What's your plan? Will you dig deeper? Iyunyu swirled his teacup, testing the waters. No leads remain. Their strike was designed to erase every trace. Pursuing it now would be even harder. Let it end here. If we cross paths again, I'll ensure they pay dearly. Her relentless search for the children had been Trisha's sole driving force. Now their deaths had left her adrift, listless, unmoored. Iyunyu understood. He too saw little reason to invest further time or energy, though should opportunity arise, he wouldn't mind stepping in. After all, last night had proven extraordinarily profitable. The scientific data left behind by Wang Yunsheng held extraordinary value. Though Iyunyu couldn't decipher it himself, he trusted he'd eventually find someone who could. Another headline caught Iyunyu's attention. Desert bandits grow increasingly brazen. Today, yet another merchant caravan was plundered, leaving several injured and 2 dead. Mobile energy reserves in the city are critically depleted. Unless the bandit threat is swiftly resolved, Jinchuan City faces imminent energy collapse and total paralysis of transport systems. What exactly is mobile energy? Iyunyu asked, curious. Trisha snapped her gaze upward, locking onto him with such intensity that he instantly sensed the question had betrayed his ignorance. So, you're not from the Bolong Kingdom. At the very least, you're not native to this planet, Trisha declared, utterly certain. Iyunyu stared at her, stunned. Was it really that obvious? On planet D2399, and throughout the entire Bolong Kingdom, 95% of commonly used energy is electricity. Renewable energies like wind, hydro, and geothermal can all be converted into electrical energy. All small and medium-sized transportation tools utilize electricity as their energy source, with mobile energy blocks serving as devices for storing electrical power. This is common knowledge, and Iyunyu's ignorance in this regard revealed his true self. Iyunyu had nothing to hide about his origin and faced Teresa's meaningful gaze with composure. He smiled and said, "Isn't this just a battery? Why can't we charge it directly with a charger? In my hometown, electric vehicles can be charged directly in designated charging areas. If there's equipment at home, it can be charged there too. There's no need for such trouble. Simply put, energy companies can gain more substantial profits through this method." Someone once openly advocated for the self-charging method you mentioned, and the next day, his whole family vanished without a trace. Teresa stated this matter-of-factly. Iyunyu widened his eyes in shock. Was that really an option? This was too outrageous. Now that there's bandit trouble, wouldn't these energy groups be frantic? They have no need to panic. Electricity can be directly transmitted via cables to mobile energy filling stations anywhere in the world. Losing one Jinchuan City results in limited profit losses. With bandit troubles nearby, Jinchuan City should be the one in more of a hurry. Then why doesn't Jinchuan City quickly eliminate the bandits? These sand bandits are very cunning and numerous. They split into several small teams to loot and escape into hiding at the first sign of trouble. The nearby military has deployed multiple times with minimal effect. Instead, it has provoked their ferocity, leading to even more brutal retaliations against passing merchant convoys. These sand bandits are rather interesting. Iyunyu exclaimed in amazement. Perhaps we will encounter them. I hope you still have that enthusiasm then. Teresa rolled her eyes. Where are we going? Iyunyu looked bewildered, completely unaware beforehand. To Harder City, the capital of energy. Since I've decided to stick with you, I must greet the former boss, as I and the kids have received much care from him over the years. By the way, you need to buy a car. There aren't many passenger vehicles that dare to leave the city now. Inside the car dealership, Iyunyu looked disdainfully at the heavy and rugged camouflage off-road vehicle before him. Are you sure you want to buy this big bear? Iyunyu asked. The salesperson beside them looked at Teresa with hopeful eyes, wishing this beauty would change her mind for a more expensive model. We need to leave the city and cross a vast wilderness area, Teresa said, giving Iyunyu a look of disdain. Upon hearing this, the salesperson immediately gave up. Then why not buy a maglev car? It's faster and more comfortable. Darling, you don't need to save money for me. Because the maglev tracks were blown up long ago. Teresa felt goosebumps from his term darling. Iyunyu was utterly despondent. After buying the car, the two returned to the Jinlisa Hotel to check out before immediately driving into the desert west of Jinchuan. This electric off-road vehicle was surprisingly powerful despite its low noise, speeding across the rugged desert roads, kicking up clouds of dust behind it. About 70 or 80 kilometers out of the city, Iyunyu, who had been in a state of semi-sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. Did you feel that? Teresa focused on driving, but her keen perception was unaffected. There aren't many of them, only 20. No need to worry about them. Relying on his powerful mental strength, Iyunyu accurately sensed the number of foes. Don't we need to kill them? Teresa's words were filled with murderous intent. Come on, what good does killing them do? Compared to that, I think you seem more like a demon than I do. Iyunyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. If they appear near us, they will definitely make a move. There's no need to show mercy against such people. Teresa saw more than a dozen motorcycles appear behind them in the rearview mirror, her words dripping with lethal intent. Bang! A gunshot rang out, the bullet precisely hitting the front right wheel of the off-road vehicle, causing it to veer and crash into a rock, the rear of the vehicle soaring high before rolling forward. The sand bandits cheered excitedly. They were about to witness a thrilling crash scene. However, instead of the anticipated scene, something even more shocking occurred. The heavy off-road vehicle was enveloped by an invisible force, stabilizing in midair before slowly descending. The sand bandits hurriedly hit the brakes, their mouths agape in shock. Oh no, we've hit a steel plate, murmured a man riding alone in a vest. At that moment, Iyunyu opened the car door and stepped out. Fire! Someone shouted, and most people reflexively started shooting. Perhaps upon learning their target was an ability user, they believed they should strike first. Nearly 100 bullets were fired at Iyunyu, yet, as they approached, they seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier suspended in midair without advancing an inch. Iyunyu waved his hand flamboyantly, gathering all the bullets together. With a firm grip, he compressed the numerous bullets into a small sphere. Whoosh! The previously suspended small sphere suddenly shot towards the crowd, smashing the head of a burly man like a watermelon. It was this man who had just shouted to fire. Iyunyu treated it as a trivial matter, slowly walking up to the remaining sand bandits and pulling out a pack of cigarettes. He took one for himself and tossed one to the vest-wearing man. The man quickly snapped his fingers, igniting the tip of his index finger to light the cigarette for the demon. Iyunyu looked at the vest-wearing man with a half-smile and nodded. Killing just one person, not an issue, right? Not at all. In our line of work, lacking insight can lead to death at any moment. You helped us deal with this fool, so we wouldn't be tricked by him later. We should be thanking you instead. The vest-wearing man grinned, his face full of flattery. Inside, he was thankful he hadn't spoken up or made a move just now, otherwise it would have been him lying on the ground. The other sand bandits were equally silent, fearing that even a slight sound of their breathing might lead to their demise. Is this all the people you have? Some brothers have gone elsewhere for small business. It's unavoidable. If everyone gathered here would starve to death. The vest-wearing man thought to himself, uncertain of the other person's intentions. Iyunyu finished smoking in one go, casually tossing the cigarette, but aside with smoke billowing from his nostrils. He pulled out 3 golden bars from his pocket and tossed them to the vest-wearing man. What is this? The vest-wearing man blinked, not quite understanding the other party's intentions, but he was sure that he would not be losing his life. 2 points. First, I know you destroyed all the regular roads between Jinchuan City and Harder City, and I hope to maintain the status quo for a considerable time. Second, I don't care what you do, but do not destroy the cables and communication devices that transport electricity between the two cities. Iyunyu smiled as he waved 2 fingers in front of the vest-wearing man. You can rest assured, we will definitely ensure that all roads remain unobstructed, otherwise our business would be compromised. As for the power and communication facilities, we will not touch them either. I will make sure all my fellow brothers pay attention to this. Although he couldn't understand the purpose behind such a request, the man in the vest immediately patted his chest and promised to comply. If I don't put in the effort now, I may never have another chance in this lifetime. Iyunyu smiled and nodded appreciatively, patting the man in the vest on the shoulder before turning to walk toward the off-road vehicle. Seeing Teresa take out the spare tire, Iyunyu used his telekinetic powers to levitate the car, causing the nuts on the wheels to loosen automatically. The old and worn tires flew off to be replaced, and the nuts tightened back into place. The entire process was fluid and remarkably smooth. The two got back into the car and drove off, leaving 19 sand bandits standing dumbfounded watching the off-road vehicle disappear into the distance. "Boss, aren't you an ability user too? Why not take him on?" a young man asked, confused. The man in the vest gave him a light smack on the back of the head. "I'm just an rank ability user. My powers are limited to just lighting a fire. He possesses true lethal capabilities. How can we engage? That would be courting death. What about the task he assigned us? What he mentioned doesn't conflict with our interests at all. We just need to highlight it when we report back. It's best not to provoke such ruthless individuals, though otherwise, even if we had several times the manpower today, we would still suffer losses here." The man in the vest looked at the 3 gold bars in his hand, marked by deep fingerprints, further solidifying his thoughts. "Boss, what kind of ability does he have? Magnetism? Telekinesis? Or something else? I can't quite figure it out." "It feels like magnetism." The off-road vehicle continued to speed along as Teresa turned to look at the meditative Iyunyu. "What are you plotting?" "A great way to make money. Harder City is located in the central region of a desert area where solar and wind energy resources are abundant. The Kingdom of Bolong has 3 power energy companies developing energy here, with the electricity mainly supplying a dozen nearby cities. Therefore, Harder City is known as the power source of the desert." In the evening, a camouflage off-road vehicle drove in from the desert, carrying Iyunyu and Teresa, who had come from Jinchuan City. Teresa was clearly very familiar with Harder City, skillfully navigating through turns until they entered a narrow alley, finally parking the vehicle in front of a courtyard. Teresa pushed the door open directly, with Iyunyu closely following behind. Upon entering the courtyard, they saw more than a dozen tall and robust men engaged in physical training, many of whom bore various injuries on their bodies. It was clear that this was no ordinary gym. "Hey Teresa, you're back so soon." A young man wearing a backwards cap greeted her upon seeing Teresa. "Where's the boss?" "He's training in the back." Teresa said little more, leading Iyunyu directly to find him. In the back courtyard, a bald black man was supporting himself upside down with one hand in the open space, resembling a stone statue. "Harold," Teresa called softly as she approached the black man. He opened his eyes, pushed off the ground with his right hand, and jumped up. His 2-meter tall frame landed silently, without stirring up any dust around his feet. Iyunyu's eyes flickered. This demeanor reminded him of an elder on planet G5024 who could kill an rank ability user with bare hands. "Teresa, did you gain anything from your trip to Jinchuan City?" The black man's eyes sparkled with intelligence, his voice deep and calm. Although he did not know Iyunyu, he still nodded in a friendly manner, as anyone accompanying Teresa here could not be an enemy. "They're all dead." After a brief silence, Teresa struggled to convey the grim truth. The black man was taken aback. He had seen those children and had given Teresa considerable care. Hearing such devastating news all of a sudden, he couldn't help but sigh. "All those directly involved have already perished. I cannot uncover the mastermind, so I can only seek other opportunities in the future. I came here today to say goodbye to you. His name is Iyunyu, and I owe much of my success this time to his assistance. I have decided to venture out with him from now on." Teresa solemnly introduced Iyunyu. Harold was taken aback, then smiled, saying, "Since you have made your decision, I wish you good luck. However, your sudden departure will surely displease many young men. Furthermore, since this Mr. E has earned your recognition, he must possess considerable strength. Let us lend a hand together." Without waiting for a response, Harold raised his hand and slapped it towards Iyunyu. That palm, as large as a fan, carried a sense of weight and force that would not feel pleasant upon impact. Iyunyu summoned his physical strength and struck back with a palm against Harold's. The result was a staggering retreat on his part. Before Iyunyu could stabilize himself, Harold's foot was already coming down heavily towards his chest. Buzz! An invisible force surged forward, enveloping the large dark foot that was less than a centimeter from Iyunyu's chest. "Telekinetic user. I see now. You managed to block my kick and possess considerable physical strength, Mr. E truly is formidable." Harold nodded with a smile. Seeing Iyunyu's calm demeanor, Harold realized he had not truly tested the other's real strength, but he could be certain that this was an extremely tricky character. Iyunyu assessed internally that if he wanted to kill such a person, he would need to exert at least 50% of his physical strength. Of course, using his abilities would be a different matter. "Mr. Harold Grant, you seem quite skilled in combat techniques and adept at utilizing strength. If the opportunity arises, I would like to ask you for guidance." Currently, Iyunyu's physical strength was continuously increasing, and the limits of that strength remained a mystery. His usual combat techniques relied on speed, stealth, and the sharpness of his long blade. As for hand-to-hand combat skills, they were rather ordinary, especially after witnessing that elder on planet G5024, who exhibited astonishing lethality While appearing as an ordinary person, he had long yearned for such capabilities. Haha, you are always welcome to ask. Harold laughed heartily, sensing Eunice's sincerity. You have a discerning eye. Ordinary rank ability users would be crushed by Harold, Teresa said proudly. Why is it that after being with such a combat master for so long, your close combatability is still quite average? Perhaps both you and I rely too much on our abilities. Eunice's words darkened Teresa's expression. Indeed, as he said, she relied heavily on her abilities, and with firearms, she had been crushing any enemy. However, when facing someone like Piero, who was not weaker than herself in terms of ability, she became extremely passive. You are all still young and impulsive. Combat is not just about enhancing strength and speed. Even more importantly, it is about cultivating the mind. Harold noted Eunice's contemplative expression and nodded inwardly, recognizing that this young man truly stood out and was worth looking forward to. Harold, I see everyone's gathered here. What new job have you taken on? Repeated military campaigns against the Sand Bandits have yielded poor results. Trade between Heart City and Jinchuan City has nearly ground to a halt. This time the authorities have officially issued a bounty for their elimination. We mercenaries have been idle lately. This is the perfect opportunity to earn some reward money. And in the speaker meant it lightly, but the listener heard deeply. Eunice sensed the urgency of both cities' governments, an indication that the situation was far graver than imagined. How many mercenaries from Heart City will join this campaign? Eunice asked. In over 100, because reports suggest the Sand Bandits are numerous and heavily armed. Even our participation would be perilous. With too few fighters, we'd simply be walking into death. And as you've surmised, there are no weaklings. We encountered a small patrol just today, one with considerable strength. If you launch a full-scale assault against them, the cost will surely be steep. And Teresa recounted their roadside encounter to Harold, leaving him visibly conflicted. His 20-man squad consisted entirely of ordinary people. Though individually formidable, they stood little chance against a large, well-equipped bandit force without suffering heavy casualties. What's more, the official bounty wasn't particularly generous, nor did it include compensation for fallen mercenaries. Hardly worth the risk. And in Harold's side, mercenaries only thrive in times of chaos. Now the entire alliance enjoys stability, and the kingdom shows no sign of waging war. Life has grown difficult for all of us. Indeed, a single coin can humble even the mightiest hero. Without compromising ethics or law, these idle mercenaries live no better than common folk, merely burning through their savings. Eunice paused thoughtfully before saying, perhaps we need not confront the Sand Bandits at all. And in what I urgently require is a comprehensive understanding of Heart City's power energy enterprises, especially those tied to Jinchuan City. For Harold, a local power in Heart City, fulfilling Eunice's request posed no difficulty, and he soon delivered exceptionally detailed corporate intelligence. Yet Harold remained puzzled as to how this related to eradicating the Sand Bandits. He turned a questioning gaze toward Teresa, who merely shook her head. Though still unfamiliar with her new partner, Teresa held his intellect in high regard, calling him, in her words, a cunning and deviously clever man. Perhaps he truly could forge a new path forward for them all. And unaware of others' inner musings, Eunice's attention was wholly absorbed by the torrent of data flooding in through his comms device. His eyes gleamed brightly as he scanned the documents at lightning speed. Within moments, he possessed an exhaustive grasp of Heart City's energy sector. Heart City's three dominant energy conglomerates were Floor Energy Corporation, Panos Energy Corporation, and Lange Energy Corporation. Floor Energy specialized in solar power generation, and in Panos Energy focused on wind power, and was the oldest established energy enterprise. And in Lange Energy, founded only recently with backing from a major financial consortium, pursued diversified development spanning solar, wind, geothermal, and limited hydronuclear power generation. Of the three, Panos Energy maintained the largest operational footprint in Jinchuan City. Yet its mobile energy division had now ground to a complete standstill, incurring massive losses. Moreover, Eunice discovered online that Panos's parent corporation, having suffered severe strategic missteps, faced staggering financial losses, leaving the entire group in an exceedingly precarious position. It's you. Eunice pressed his right hand firmly upon Panos Corporation's dossier. Roger Barnes, a portly man with thinning hair standing under 190 centimeters tall, yet weighing a hefty 190 kilograms. He served as General Director of Panos Energy Group's Wind Power Division on planet D2399, and in this position granted him a luxury villa, personal chauffeurs, bodyguards, and effortless access to wealth and beauty. The previous evening he had dined with a stunning new junior secretary, and to avoid disturbing another captivating young woman already ensconced in his villa, he spent an exquisitely intoxicating night at a five-star hotel. At 8 o'clock the next morning in the hotel's VIP dining hall, the portly man sat alone at a table, quietly slicing into a lamb chop. and in a night of vigorous exertion had left him neither refreshed nor invigorated. His otherwise pleasant mood had been utterly ruined by two messages received early that morning. And in one, read the covert bounty he had secretly orchestrated against the sand bandits had been exposed. Several mercenary squads dispatched into the desert had instead been ambushed and annihilated by the bandits, who then revealed Panos Energy Corporation as the mastermind behind the bounty. And in retaliation followed swiftly. Barnes had just learned that 13 wind turbines had been destroyed in coordinated explosions. The second message announced that following successive strategic failures, the parent company would now contract its operations, massively downsizing and profitable subsidiaries and branches. Initially, this directive seemed irrelevant to Barnes's division. Though wind power yielded only modest short-term profits, its long-term stability was legendary. Over 40 years, it had generated colossal wealth for the parent company. The complication lay in the fact that all wind turbines were now nearing their 50-year service limit, and authorities had repeatedly urged Panos, in formal written notices, to modernize its infrastructure without delay, warning that failure to do so would result in placement on the industrial safety and credit blacklist. Such consequences included revocation of land use rights over wind farms, followed by reassignment to other enterprises or alternative industrial planning. And in clearly, Fluor Energy and Lange Energy were pulling strings behind the scenes. Barnes had petitioned headquarters multiple times for equipment upgrades. Their replies had shifted dramatically from "no problem" to "we'll look into it," and finally to "headquarters has no funds. Solve it yourself or file for bankruptcy." This abrupt 180-degree reversal in corporate stance sent Barnes's blood pressure soaring. He half wished he could bury the entire strategic planning think tank beneath the desert sands. His original contingency plan hinged on resolving the sand bandit crisis in Jinchuan City, thereby restoring the region's electricity transmission chain as swiftly as possible. Jinchuan City, a vital transportation hub in the desert region, demanded enormous power capacity. And fixed industrial and residential electricity supply rotated among the three companies, each taking 10 turns. A system also applied to neighboring urban centers. Mobile energy sales, however, were fiercely competitive. And in having entered the desert market earliest, Panos commanded an overwhelming share in Jinchuan City, where revenue from that single metropolis accounted for 15% of the entire branch's total profit. Now everything had collapsed, and worse, the sand bandits' furious retaliation had left Barnes with nothing but splitting headaches. Roger Barnes chewed idly on a lamb chop, his mind racing with calculations. To have risen to regional director of an energy conglomerate, Roger was no ordinary, unremarkable man, certainly not merely a portly figure of mediocrity. In mere moments, he devised multiple contingency plans, yet each amounted only to temporary delays incapable of resolving the core issue at its root. Just then a young man in a light gray suit sat down uninvited across from the portly executive. "Hey, kid, this seat isn't for you." A bodyguard seated at the adjacent table immediately rose and strode over, reaching out with his left hand toward the stranger's shoulder. Yet when his palm hovered just 10 centimeters away, all his force proved utterly futile. His arm refused to advance even a millimeter. After 3 seconds of straining in vain, the bodyguard recognized the unmistakable signature of a metahuman, and without hesitation drew his sidearm. The moment the pistol cleared its holster, it defied its wielders, while instead of aiming at the insolent intruder, the weapon, along with the guard's entire right arm, wrenched violently toward his own temple. Iyunyu never once glanced at the bodyguard. Casually, he plucked a neatly cut piece of lamb chop from Roger's plate. Delicious," Iyunyu murmured, eyes half flitted in quiet appreciation. Roger, no stranger to extraordinary circumstances, remained unruffled. He simply raised a hand and snapped his fingers, summoning a waiter. "Prepare the same breakfast for this gentleman. Oh, and I recall you still had several fine bottles stashed away last time. Bring one of those." The waiter obeyed instantly, wisely choosing to overlook the surreal tableau unfolding before her. The bodyguard soon regained control of his limbs, yet before he could act again, Roger raised a hand, halting him with silent authority. "Enough, Miller. Return to your meat pie. I require a moment's private discourse with this gentleman. Let me ask, you haven't come here to take my life, have you?" Iyunyu leaned back casually, a faint, enigmatic smile playing upon his lips. "That remains uncertain. But until I've finished the breakfast you so graciously offered, we may yet coexist in peaceful accord. Naturally, I see no reason to beat around the bush with Mr. Barnes. I'm here to discuss collaboration on mobile power energy supply for Jinchuan City." Roger scoffed. "Surely I misheard. Our company has operated in Jinchuan City for decades. I struggle to imagine what we might possibly need to collaborate on." At that moment, the waiter hurried forward, placing a plate of lamb chops, a bottle of wine, and 2 empty glasses on the table, then withdrew just as swiftly. Iyunyu said nothing, picking up his knife and fork with practiced ease and slicing the lamb with swift precision. eating with the focused intensity of a storm devouring the land. Across from him, Roger had long set aside his utensils. He poured wine into both glasses, lifted his own, leaned back, and watched in silence as Yu ate. It wasn't idleness that held him still, it was awe. That single effortless display had struck deep into his instincts. No matter how precious his time, it paled beside the value of his life. Moreover, Jinchuan City's crisis weighed heavily upon him, a persistent thorn in his side, and part of him secretly hoped this stranger might offer a genuine way forward. Soon Yu finished his meal and dabbed his lips with a napkin. I arrived from Jinchuan City yesterday. The city's mobile energy reserves are nearly depleted. Along the way, I also witnessed the root cause firsthand. Sand bandits won't be resolved by mere decree. Your company stands to earn not a single credit from Jinchuan City until they're dealt with. A rabble of amateurs, eliminating them poses no real challenge. Panos Group is no fragile vessel. It can weather such minor turbulence with ease. Roger remained unmoved, adopting the air of a man who stood above chaos, fully in command of every variable. Yu smiled faintly, carefully wiping his hands with the napkin, then turning it over, inspecting both sides with deliberate attention. So your solution is covert funding, bribing officials to issue bounties on sand bandits. I encountered a sand bandit raid myself en route yesterday. A mere squad of a dozen, yet among them was a Class B pyrokinetic metahuman. That was but one squad. How many more roam the desert? The military has failed repeatedly in their campaigns against them. Surely you grasp by now just how tenacious these outlaws truly are. So, you propose cooperation to eradicate them? Roger arched a brow, amused. Clearly this man had done his homework. There was no point pretending otherwise. Certainly not. My relationship with them is one of mutual non-interference. The cost of exterminating them would be prohibitive. Then I confess I fail to see how cooperation benefits either of us. Pray enlighten me. Roger sipped his wine. I require your technical personnel to construct a mobile energy refueling facility within Jinchuan City, power supplied via dedicated transmission cabling. That violates established protocol. None of the three major providers have ever attempted such a thing. Roger fell silent, thoughtful. Do the three truly share such consensus? Even if they do, you'll likely need to break it. Otherwise, your regional branch may well find itself atop Panos Group's restructuring list. Yu's expression softened into a wry, knowing smile. At those words, Roger's expression flickered. This man hadn't merely researched the surface, he understood Panos Group's internal vulnerabilities. An intriguing proposal, but why should I choose you as my partner? I could easily collaborate with Jinchuan City's long-standing clients. They already possess full infrastructure. Operations would commence seamlessly. Yu tapped his temple with a fingertip. Because they lack vision or courage. Should you decline, I am perfectly prepared to approach either of the other two providers. Even if they cannot drive Panos entirely from Jinchuan City, they certainly possess the leverage to erode your profits, damage that would prove catastrophic to your broader strategic ambitions across the desert. A ripple passed across Roger's jowls as he studied Yu's faint, unsettling smile. Very well. How shall we proceed? 80% for me, 20 for you, Yu stated flatly. I half suspect you are a sand bandit. You're offering terms with zero sincerity. Roger rolled his eyes, incredulous. Yu explained calmly, historically mobile energy units sell at 40% of market price, but that margin includes substantial transport overhead. Furthermore, consider this: partnering with me grants Panos exclusive operational rights in Jinchuan City for a defined period, guaranteeing profit margins far exceeding past performance. Spare me the rhetoric. We supply the energy, the transmission infrastructure, and the engineers. 20% is absurd. Young man, this is not how business is conducted. Your greed borders on audacity. Understand this clearly: refuse me, and not a single spark of electricity will reach Jinchuan City. Consider your position carefully. Tempers flared. Voices rose. For nearly an hour, the two men argued fiercely, faces flushed, necks taut, until at last compromise prevailed: 70% for Yu, 30% for Panos. After reaching a preliminary agreement with Roger Barnes, Yu hurried back to Harold's base. Upon entering, he found everyone in the courtyard packing their bags and equipping their weapons. Harold, have you all decided to go hunt down the sand bandits? Teresa asked with some concern upon seeing Harold also dressed and ready. Harold sighed, looking at his comrades helplessly. There's no choice, these guys are spendthrifts, and if we don't go find some money soon, they'll start gnawing on tree bark. Rest assured, I will do my best to protect everyone. A voice came from behind Teresa. Excuse me, how much do you charge for your services? For a month, the fee is 1 million bolong coins with accommodation and weapon wear and tear charged separately. So are you planning to hire our fire mercenary corps? A burly man grinned widely. Yu turned to Harold, who looked astonished. Well then, let's settle this happily. I would like to hire the fire mercenary corps for a duration of 4 months tentatively. Harold, if you agree, I can give you the full payment right now. Harold, still unfamiliar with E-Union, was cautious and insisted on conducting a necessary risk assessment beforehand. Tomorrow I need to escort a group of technicians and important equipment to Jinchuan City. Your task is to ensure everyone arrives safely. And for the next 4 months you will be responsible for their safety. This shouldn't be too arduous of a task for you, right? This task was unexpectedly simple. The only challenge was the potential encounter with sand bandits. Harold, you should take this job. Teresa had gone out with E-Union that morning, so she naturally knew what he had done. All right, team, we have a new mission. Stay motivated and prepare for tomorrow's departure. However, we need to prepare several vehicles with strong defenses. Everyone continued to work busily, their efficiency remarkably high. The next morning, Teresa and E-Union drove an off-road vehicle leading a bus and 10 container trucks into the Panos company's premises. All 11 vehicles had undergone special reinforcement and defense treatments, making them impervious to ordinary bullets and rockets. Over 40 people boarded the bus, all of whom were technicians for the installation and debugging of electrical facilities. On the other side, forklifts and employees were transporting a large number of various parts for electrical facilities from the warehouse, all packed into 3 large containers. Roger Barnes and E-Union stood by observing the progress of everything. Upon seeing Harold, the plump man nodded slightly, indicating they were acquainted. Harold's involvement made the plump man feel a bit more assured. Mr. E, I've really placed a big bet on you this time, and I hope you won't let me down. The plump man puffed out a large cloud of smoke from the cigar he had in his mouth, attempting to ease the heaviness in his chest. Rest assured, the moment you decided to cooperate with me, the scales of victory began to tilt in your favor. Now just wait for the good news. After saying goodbye to the plump man, E-Union drove away in the off-road vehicle leading the convoy, while the plump man stood at the factory gate quietly watching as the entire convoy gradually departed. Roger, do you think this can really change the current situation? An old man with white hair appeared beside the plump man. I don't know, but we don't have much time left. The underhanded tricks from the other 2 companies are relentless, and the idiots at the headquarters are unreliable. Alas, we can only try our best to fight for it. What if we fail? What kind of loss will we suffer? Just a few dozen people. The cost of that equipment is pitifully low. However, if things turn out as he says, the 2 companies will basically have no business in Jinchuan City anymore. Perhaps we could still make a comeback. The plump man tossed the cigar away and turned to walk towards the office building. A new day had begun with many issues still to trouble them. On the morning of July 19th, in a luxurious suite at the top floor of the Jinlisha Hotel, Union lay on the bed, his head resting on a pair of long, sexy jade legs. A beautiful woman with a lovely face and golden hair cascading down her shoulders was gently giving E-Union a head massage. Her loose aqua green robe did little to conceal her alluring curves, which was why E-Union had chosen her at first glance the previous night. Ding, ding, ding. E-Union opened his eyes and lightly pressed on his wristband, causing a small holographic screen to appear before him where Roger Barnes was frowning at him. Good morning, Mr. Barnes. E-Union greeted him first. You're living quite well. In comparison, I've been waiting for your news, and each day feels like a year to me. It's been a whole week. You took my people to Jinchuan City so long ago, yet why is there still no progress? The plump man finally found an outlet for the grievances he had accumulated over the week. E-Union smiled, silently watching the furious expression on the plump man's face across the screen. He grabbed his forehead with one hand and kissed it. All right, darling, you can go busy yourself with something else. This irritable gentleman urgently needs my comfort. The beautiful woman giggled, obediently got up to leave, and as she reached the door, she turned back to blow a kiss. After sending away the bystander, E-Union jumped off the bed and sat on the nearby sofa. He took a sip of the red tea the beautiful woman had prepared for him. Mr. Barnes, I thought you would contact me 3 or 4 days ago. Did you underestimate my patience, or did I overestimate your capability? I haven't made any moves because the energy shortage issue hasn't become too apparent yet. But starting from yesterday, some signs can already be seen on the streets. How long do you plan to drag this out? Not much longer. I plan to start in a couple of days. This past week we haven't been idle. I have already purchased a ready-house factory, and your people have been guiding the workers on site for functional structural modifications and equipment installation and debugging these past few days. The plump man's expression improved upon hearing about the progress. However, one thing surprised me: Panos company's power transmission cables didn't use elevated cables like the other 2 companies, but rather buried them deep underground. E-Union had discovered this when he went to Jinchuan City's power control center to deal with the energy transmission issues of the mobile energy filling station a couple of days ago. Every company has different design philosophies. Oh, what's wrong with that? Nothing, I just previously assumed all cables were elevated. E-Union chuckled. As for his inner thoughts, he naturally wouldn't reveal them easily. It's a taboo to speak deeply with shallow acquaintances. The plump man smiled meaningfully. Although he couldn't discern the other's intentions, his intuition told him that Yun must be viewing this issue from another angle and possibly had some new ideas. Since things are progressing smoothly, I will wait for your good news. Yun savored breakfast thoughtfully prepared for him by a beautiful woman while scanning the city news of Jinchuan. Headlines blazed across screens. Mobile energy shortage threatens to paralyze Jinchuan's transportation. News footage showed numerous vehicles stranded roadside, powerless and abandoned. Crowds had already gathered before the municipal government building staging protests. They blamed rampant desert banditry, and more pointedly official inaction, for the acute mobile energy crisis. After breakfast, Yun took a hot shower and carefully selected a formal, impeccably tailored Western suit. He studied his reflection in the mirror for a moment, then shook his head and opted instead for a sky blue uniform bearing the insignia of Panos Energy Corporation. He knocked firmly on the door of the adjacent room. Teresa opened it barefoot, her fiery red hair wild and tousled, her black form-fitting tank top accentuating her silhouette. "The outlook is grim," Yun murmured inwardly. "After an entire night's exertion, she rises this early." Teresa turned back into her room, tossing a playful jab at Yun's overnight escapade. He smiled faintly, choosing not to engage her barbed wit. "Get ready quickly. From today onward our names shall resound throughout Jinchuan." The societal fallout from the mobile energy shortage extended far beyond transportation. Countless industries ground to a halt. Many small and medium-sized enterprises now teetered on the brink of closure or outright bankruptcy, threatening mass unemployment among citizens. Protesters brandished banners and shouted slogans demanding immediate governmental intervention. A few emotionally charged citizens had already clashed physically with police officers maintaining public order. The officers formed a human barricade under strict orders to refrain from force, lest they ignite wider, more catastrophic civil unrest. Clad in his sky blue Panos Energy uniform, Yun slipped through the throng like a silver fish, swiftly reaching the cordon line. "Hello, I am a representative of Panos Energy Corporation. I am here to discuss with your senior officials how best to resolve the mobile energy shortage." He gestured toward the Panos logo embroidered on his chest and flashed a laminated ID badge, specially fabricated for him by Roger Barnes. A police officer nodded and hurried inside the office building to seek authorization. "You're from Panos Energy. Then why haven't you delivered mobile energy to us? Are you deliberately plunging Jinchuan into chaos?" A seemingly mild-mannered, middle-aged man spat the words, spittle flying. "What utter fool is this?" Yun kept his smile intact, though inwardly he scoffed. Raising both hands gently, he signaled for calm. "Ladies and gentlemen, surely you all recognize that the root cause of this energy crisis lies in the marauding sand bandits who plague the deserts. In fact, Panos Energy has long attempted to restore Jinchuan's mobile energy supply lines, but suffered devastating losses in the process. Yet our company remains deeply committed to Jinchuan. Following urgent deliberation by our executive leadership, we have resolved to construct a mobile energy refueling plant directly within the city." "Oh, is this true?" His announcement ignited an immediate uproar. "So please remain calm. I am here today solely to complete the necessary administrative procedures. Once officially approved, mobile energy supply will resume without delay." At that moment, the officer returned, waving Yun through the cordon. In the office of the Director of Commerce Affairs, Yun stood respectfully before a desk, handing over his application documents to the seated director. The man was lean with narrow, slanted eyes. In his left hand, he held the documents. With his right, he stroked a slender, meticulously groomed mustache. "A refueling plant. TSK. What bold ambition for Panos Energy. To my knowledge, none of the three major energy corporations has ever built such a facility in another city. Precisely because there is no precedent in Jinchuan, this matter must first undergo deliberation and formal approval by the city's leadership council. Please return later. We shall advise you in due course." The director casually tossed the documents aside and waved dismissively. "Thank you for your trouble, Director. I shall return again soon." Yun fully grasped the man's ulterior motives, yet chose to feign ignorance. I can wait. Jinchuan cannot." Very well. Go. Wait for further notice." The director shot Yun a contemptuous glance, irritated that the young man seemed oblivious to protocol, and already scheming how best to stall and undermine him. Yun turned to leave, but had not yet crossed the office threshold when a group blocked his path. "Young man, please wait a moment." An elderly man in a crisp black uniform, his silver hair swept back with military precision, stepped forward, halting Yun with a raised hand, then offered a courteous apology. "Your Excellency, the Viscount." Startled, the director leapt to his feet and rushed around the desk to greet the elder. Before the director could utter another word, the elder raised a hand to silence him. "Regarding the refueling plant application, How do you intend to proceed? The elder walked to the desk back straight and picked up the application file. Your Excellency, Jin Chuan has no precedent for such a facility. This matter requires formal deliberation by the Leadership Council. Wiping sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, the director sensed danger and opted for caution. The elder studied the document, then stepped directly before the director and slammed the file hard against his face, sending the man staggering backward onto his knees. Are your eyes blind? Can't you see the sea of people outside this very building? Do you imagine they've gathered for amusement? Bending low, the elder fixed his icy gaze upon the director's bowed head. Trembling, the man pressed his forehead flat to the floor, frozen in terror. This is Jin Chuan, the city entrusted to my governance, Hector Carlot. Not a single tremor of instability shall mar its peace. Such disorder would stain my career and shame the Carlot name. Do you understand? No matter, you need not. You are dismissed. A Viscount's Director of Commerce must never be a fool. Your Excellency, please grant me one more chance. The director lifted his head abruptly, pleading aloud. He had never imagined an ordinary bureaucratic matter could so swiftly annihilate his standing. 2 security personnel moved in, instantly dragging the director away. My apologies, young man, for the unseemly spectacle. Turning back to Yunyu, the elder's expression softened into benevolent warmth. It is my honor to meet your Excellency. Your impartiality and devotion to the people are Jin Chuan's greatest blessing. Hector Carlot, hereditary Viscount scion of the Carlot family, was Jin Chuan's absolute sovereign. A subtle smile curved the Viscount's lips, clearly pleased by the flattery. How advanced is your refueling plant construction? When may production commence? Straight to the point, the elder wasted no time. All preparations are complete. We await only official approval to begin operations. Good. You may commence production immediately. As for approvals, leave them to me. A dedicated official will finalize everything today. You need only sign the documents. With a wave of his hand, the Viscount summoned a sharp-dressed, middle-aged woman who retrieved the scattered documents and hurried off to expedite the process. Power, truly an intoxicating force. Good morning, everyone. Today is July 24, 2029 of the interstellar calendar. Welcome to Jin Chuan News. Recently, due to the shortage of mobile energy, various social issues have arisen. Under the leadership of Viscount Hector Carlot, official departments are actively responding, pooling their efforts to seek solutions. Ultimately, an agreement was reached between the authorities and Panos Energy Company to independently construct a mobile energy refueling plant in this city. The cooperation between both parties immediately resolved all issues. Now the streets are free of vehicles forced to stop due to lack of electricity, and the protesting crowds have long since dispersed, allowing various industries to resume operation. The prosperous and stable Jin Chuan city has returned. Yunyu leaned back on the sofa, watching the scenes of Jin Chuan city unfolding in the news, feeling a sense of accomplishment. What delighted him even more was the income from these past few days. In just 4 days, mobile energy sales reached an astonishing 600 million bolong coins. After deducting the 180 million profit share for Panos Company and the official taxes, Yunyu has already obtained 330 million. A reduction of 5 in tax is a sincere expression of gratitude from Viscount Carlot for the timely assistance to Panos Energy Company. I never thought making money could be this easy. Teresa lit a cigarette, reclining on another sofa, looking at the financial reports displayed on the screen, feeling that everything was so surreal. If only she had had this much money back, then she wouldn't have had to accompany Harold on missions. Those children wouldn't have been snatched away, and none of the tragedies would have occurred. Unfortunately, there is no if to speak of. Although you look quite stylish smoking, I still strongly suggest you smoke less. Yunyu waved away the smoke that floated in front of him. He only smoked when pretending to be cool. Teresa rolled her eyes. This is my only little hobby. Do you have a say in it? By the way, hurry up and pay me my salary. I'm running low on even cigarette money. Teresa flicked her fingers, shooting the cigarette, but towards Yunyu. With the enhancement of her Class A ability, the speed of the cigarette was comparable to that of a bullet. However, the closer it got to Yunyu, the faster it disintegrated, ultimately turning to ash midair. I've always been curious about what type of ability user you are. Mental power. It doesn't quite seem like it. With a snap, Teresa was struck on the forehead and collapsed. She couldn't perceive how Yunyu, sitting 3 meters away, accomplished this. If you need money, take it from my private account. Do not touch public funds. Of course, for expenditures over 10 million, you need to inform me. Everything we are doing now is like a game. Don't exhaust all my resources. Also, our relationship is not that of boss and employee, but of companions. Suddenly, the usually carefree Teresa fell silent. Why? Why are you so good to me? We've only known each other for a short time. Could it be that you've fallen for me? Hee woman. Where does your mysterious confidence come from? Compared to the midnight companions I've found in the past few days, you don't even qualify as a backup. Yunyu scoffed, delivering a ruthless blow. In the mercenary circle, I am quite popular. Please don't confuse the admiration for strength with the desire for beautiful women. They are two separate concepts. Then you must be coveting my strength. What a covet. I suppose so. The things I do come with risks, and I need strong helpers like you. Harold also qualifies, or I just don't know if he is willing to join us. Ian, you shifted the topic to Harold. Getting him on board is actually not difficult. As long as you ensure his mercenaries have food to eat, they will work for anyone. Mercenaries only work for money. Upon hearing Ian's intention, Teresa immediately sat up. To her, Harold was a benefactor, a brother. In fact, she had this idea in her heart for a long time, but it was just hard to bring up. Then this matter will be left to you. Also, you must continue to grow stronger. Otherwise, if one day you can't keep up with my pace, we will drift further apart. Will you really abandon me? Teresa gazed at Ian, her eyes clear and bright. If our distances grow, it means you are no longer suited to venture with me. If you don't want to be eliminated, then become stronger. Ian flicked his fingers again, and Teresa's forehead was struck once more. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Come in. The door opened to reveal a mercenary stationed at this level of the elevator. The entire floor of the Jean Lisa Hotel had been booked by Ian, and outsiders were prohibited from entering. Mr. A representative from Azure Airlines claims to want to see you. Please have them go to the rooftop tea restaurant. I'll be there shortly. Ian's lips curled upward. Oh, another big fish was on the hook. Moments later, Ian, dressed in formal attire, arrived at the rooftop. A man and a woman saw Ian at the entrance and quickly stood up to approach. Hello, Mr. E. I am Garrick Spade from Azure Airlines, and this is my assistant Li Yang. Garrick was a middle-aged Caucasian man, well-dressed, giving off a business elite vibe. He warmly shook hands with Ian and then handed over his electronic business card. After accepting the electronic business card with his communication device, Ian glanced at it and learned that Garrick was responsible for logistics and energy supply at Azure Airlines. As for the assistant, she had long black hair and a professional light makeup exuding a sense of elegance. Ian merely smiled and nodded politely. After some pleasantries, they chose a table farther away from the entrance, and once the waiter brought the pre-ordered coffee, they formally began to discuss business. Mr. E, I came to visit you this time to discuss a business transaction. Ian lowered his head, blowing on the cup and taking a small sip. I wonder what kind of business Mr. Spade is referring to. Our company wishes to purchase batches of aircraft energy blocks from your company. Each batch should be sufficient for our company's aircraft to sustain operations in Jinchuan City for a month. I wonder what Mr. E thinks of this. Garrick asked with a smile, watching Ian continue to sip coffee with an unchanging expression, knowing that the other party was not easy to deal with. Aircraft energy blocks, this is quite difficult. After all, our initial purpose for establishing the mobile energy refueling plant in Jinchuan City was to resolve the city's internal traffic paralysis. As for the special model energy blocks required for aircraft, small and medium-sized vessels, and trains, our production capacity is quite limited. Ian put down his cup, feigning a thoughtful expression before shaking his head to indicate difficulty. Seeing Ian's attitude, Garrick felt somewhat dissatisfied but maintained a smiling facade. However, I heard that Chuanyun Airlines Jinchuan Express and Qing Lushui Transport have received a substantial supply of energy blocks from your company. These three are our company's longtime clients, and we have the mature production lines for the specific models they require. We just need to move the production lines from Harder City. Moreover, we have a contract in place which mandates that their energy supply must be prioritized. Our Panos company places great emphasis on credibility. Taking this opportunity, Ian subtly ridiculed the inaction of the other two energy companies. Garrick smiled and said, our required model of energy blocks is the same as that of Chuanyun Airlines, so I hope Mr. E can look out for us. We will surely reward you handsomely. Ian sighed regretfully. The filling factory has just been completed, and the production capacity must first meet the demands of Jinchuan City. The remaining capacity can only barely accommodate our longtime clients. I'm sorry, Mr. Spade, but I am unable to assist. The meaningless exchange was a waste of time, no matter how long it lasted. Ian stood up, intending to leave, not wanting to engage in further argument. Well, Mr. E. Garrick was somewhat taken aback to see Ian so resolute. Why don't you directly state what kind of requirements Mr. E wants us to fulfill? The assistant, who had been silent all along, suddenly interrupted Garrick, her tone far from what an assistant should have. Ian, having taken a few steps forward, paused upon hearing this, stepped back 2 more paces, and bent down to scrutinize the assistant closely. Perhaps having gotten too close, it caused her to frown slightly. Ian straightened up, looking at Garrick with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Garrick awkwardly said, Ahem, let me reintroduce. This is Miss Li Yang, the inspector from my company Blue Sky Airlines under the Star Fortune Group. Spade silently cursed Li Yang for speaking out of turn, but hesitated to reprimand her for fear of her being the darling of the big boss. Upon seeing Yunyu, Li Yang noted his handsome appearance and gentlemanly demeanor. However, during the negotiations, he was unyielding and slippery, and having been so rude as to approach her earlier, made her both angry and slightly shy. Feigning surprise, Yunyu laughed. "So you are the esteemed inspector. I apologize. I have no demands from you. After all, there is no business connection between our two companies. Oh, by the way, Mr. Spade, if I remember correctly, Blue Sky Airlines and Fluor Energy Company are strategic partners, right? Your company should have them expedite a solution for you. Fluor Energy Company has been too slow to come up with a plan, which has greatly impacted our company," Li Yang commented. Hey, young lady, how can you disclose such information to outsiders?" Garrick covered his face with his hand, raging internally. It seemed this young lady had lost her mind, exposing her weaknesses to the opponent. You suddenly realized. "I see, that's why you are considering purchasing energy from us on a monthly basis. Once Fluor Energy Company has a solution or the bandit issue is resolved, you can continue to be affectionate with Fluor Energy Company." "That's a brilliant idea." You gave Li Yang a thumbs up, then turned to leave. "Mr. You please provide a quote." Garrick hurriedly took over the conversation, fearing his young lady would reveal more. "You are presented with only two options. One is to endure alongside your business partner, believing that there will eventually come a time when the clouds part and the sun shines through, as the bandit issue will be resolved sooner or later. The other is to sign a 3-year exclusive supply contract for energy blocks with my company. Think it over, the choice is yours." Garrick shook his head. "That's impossible. Our contract with Fluor Energy Company explicitly prohibits us from purchasing energy blocks from other companies. If we breach the contract, we will be held legally accountable." He flatly refused, as this involved more than just violating a contract. Mismanagement could expose many gray profit chains. "Then there's nothing we can do until the other companies come up with a solution. My company and its partners will monopolize the market." Yunyu spread his hands and walked into the elevator, leaving the two of them in a state of anxiousness. How much longer will those useless people at Fluor Energy Company waste time before providing a solution? Li Yang's expression turned frosty, her beautiful eyes radiating menace. This was her first time being sent out for inspection since graduating, and she encountered such an issue. If she couldn't handle it properly, someone in her family would surely jump out to criticize her. "Miss, the fundamental problem still lies with those sand bandits. They have destroyed the trade route between Jinchuan City and Harder City," Garrick explained helplessly. "All I know now is that Panos Energy Company can ensure energy supply for Chuanyun Airlines under the same conditions. While Fluor Energy Company has done nothing, I am very disappointed." Li Yang lowered her voice as much as possible, fearing that she might raise her voice and damage her own image. "Without comparison, there is no harm. The performance of Fluor Energy Company in this matter has been quite lacking." Garrick loosened his tie, already sweating profusely. He immediately contacted Fluor Energy Company and described the situation in Jinchuan City. Fluor Energy Company informed him that they also intended to emulate Panos Company's methods. In the past 3 days, they dispatched 2 technical teams with equipment to Jinchuan City, but both were intercepted by sand bandits. Many lives were lost, and no one was willing to take risks anymore. More importantly, the backup production equipment was lost and had to be reordered, which would take considerable time. "A bunch of useless people," Li Yang snorted coldly. As a daughter of a business family, she had long learned to judge success or failure solely by results. By the way, what did Yunyu say at the end? His company. Find out his identity and position in Panos Company immediately. Spade quickly made several calls to inquire and found that no one at Panos Company in Harder City knew anything about Yunyu. From the official channels, it was confirmed that Yunyu indeed represented Panos Company, as the power for the mobile energy filling station was supplied from Panos Company's power control center. He is not a current employee of Panos Company, but operates the mobile energy business in Jinchuan City as a third party. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Li Yang's eyes as she finally clarified her thoughts. No wonder he acted so boldly. He is a newly emerged lone wolf who would not be bound by existing rules. Immediately notify the legal department to submit a warning notice stating that due to issues with Fluor Energy Company, our Kanglan Airlines has suffered significant economic losses. They were the ones who initially violated the contract terms. We demand that they restore the energy supply within a week, or we will terminate the partnership and file a compensation claim against Fluor Energy Company. Li Yang pondered for a moment and quickly made a decision. Doing this will completely offend Fluor Energy Company. In comparison, the short-term loss of a city is much smaller. Garrick said in a panic, feeling that the impact of this action was too great and severe. All right, we have many areas of cooperation with Fluor Energy Company, and we have gone to court more than once or twice. Moreover, this time it is indeed their fault. What we are doing complies with the contract terms. As for the importance of Jinchuan City, do I need to elaborate? It is one of the few transportation hubs on the entire D2399 planet and a significant point in the company's development strategy. At this moment, Li Yang finally displayed the thunderous methods of an elite from a business family, completely different from the petite demeanor she had when under the scrutinizing gaze of Yunyu. Understood, I will immediately notify the legal department. As for our side with Mr. E, facing the brilliant moments of these elite youths, compliance was the only choice for survival. Garrick was well aware of this. Although my personal intention is to directly cooperate with him, which would be an honest solution. However, the formal procedure is still to report first, and the research resolution time of the head office coincides with the deadline for Fluor Energy Company, which is exactly 1 week later. The energy reserves in Jinchuan City can last for at most another 10 days. You need to negotiate with other places in advance. If the higher-ups want us to hold on during this period, we will have to borrow energy from elsewhere. After the two negotiated, they got up to leave. Throughout the process, no one noticed a listening device the size of a fingernail under the dining table. After the two left, the listening device turned to powder, dissipating into nothingness. You possess the qualities essential to a demon, treachery. Teresa sincerely commented. This is called knowing your enemy, and knowing yourself, ensuring no harm comes to you. Yunyu rested his feet on the coffee table, rubbing his temples as he contemplated the next plan. You go notify the technical department to increase the production line of the specialized energy blocks for aircraft by 20. The other side hasn't decided to cooperate with us yet. Are we being too anxious? It's just an appropriate increase in production. Even if they don't cooperate, Chuanyun Airlines can easily absorb it. This was Yunyu's optimal response plan after careful calculation. Cooperation, the limited inventory, can buy time for a secondary expansion of the production line. Not cooperating, this slight increase is of no burden to Chuanyun Airlines. Ding ding ding. The communication device suddenly rang. Yunyu tapped it and Roger Barnes' smiling face immediately appeared on the screen. Good morning, my friend. Mr. Barnes, you seem to be in a good mood today. Yunyu poured a cup of tea for himself and Teresa. Of course, I didn't expect our cooperation to achieve such great results in such a short time. However, since we currently dominate the market, why not raise the prices appropriately? The fat man had already received the first profits and was very satisfied. Moreover, he heard from the technicians that they would need to double the production capacity of the basic model energy blocks to meet the maximum market demand. Such exorbitant profits were never seen, even when Panos monopolized Jinchuan City over 40 years ago, because the company's production capacity couldn't keep up then. Greed makes one lose their mind. Yunyu felt a bit disappointed with the fat man's performance. Mr. Barnes, you don't really think we can permanently monopolize the market, do you? Raising prices maliciously will definitely leave a bad impression on the market, and if the other two companies re-enter, they will surely make a big deal out of it. Yunyu maintained a clear mind and did not let his ego inflate too much. At this stage, he needed to keep normal prices so that the two companies wouldn't dare to easily engage in a price war, otherwise they should be prepared for a competition of losses. His profits during this time were enough to keep his opponents engaged for a long time. On the other hand, seizing this opportunity to sign long-term energy supply contracts with some enterprises was the fundamental way to face future challenges. The fat man lit a cigar and nodded approvingly. He had been the general manager of Panis Branch for over a decade and certainly could not be a short-sighted person. What he just did was merely a deliberate act to test Yunyu's depth, and he was quite satisfied with the other's composure. Haha, forgive me for making you laugh. However, there is indeed something troubling at the moment. The fat man leaned back in his office chair, and his smug expression made it hard to connect with the word trouble. Yunyu blinked, unable to figure out where the trouble lay. The executives of Fluor Energy Company just contacted me requesting that I provide Kanglin Airlines with mobile energy blocks. They are willing to double the electricity return or purchase at a high price, leaving the choice to us. It's been years since I saw that bastard Tommy Brook lower his stance. The fat man happily blew out a large smoke ring, and the pleasure of seeing a competitor back down brought him even more joy than the hedonistic nightlife. The faint smile on Yunyu's face disappeared. You wouldn't tell me that you agreed to it, would you? No, absolutely not. I want to hear your opinion first. The fat man keenly noticed the change in Yunyu's expression. Yunyu raised his index finger and slowly shook his head. There's only one possibility for Tsangnan Airlines to obtain energy supply from Panos to sign at least a 3-year energy supply contract with me, otherwise everything is off the table. However, the other side is lowering their stance to seek my assistance if I don't give them face and help with this. I'll be making an enemy. The fat man's face was shrouded in thick smoke, just like his vague and indecisive attitude. Yunyu took a deep breath and put a smile back on his face. He spread his hands, slowly raising them while using a soft, yet highly persuasive tone to clarify a fact. Mr. Barnes, my dear friend, you are just over 50 this year with more than 40 years until the retirement age of 100. You still have plenty of room for advancement. However, the head office evaluates an employee not based on friendships bought with losses, but on the real profits made. If Kanglan Airlines wants to obtain energy, it must contribute to our development. Otherwise, it can only use its withdrawal to facilitate the expansion of Chuanyun Airlines, promoting our growth. It is absolutely impossible to want energy blocks without signing a contract. The fat man extinguished his cigar, clapped his hands vigorously, and said, "Your analysis is very reasonable, so let Fluor Energy Company's request go to hell. Years from now, you will surely be glad for the wise decision you made today." Yu sighed in relief, finally stabilizing this guy. "I just don't know how long we can maintain this monopolistic market period." When it came to this issue, the fat man couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic. Either the other two companies find a way to cope, or we wait for the bandit problem to be resolved. No one knows how this situation will end. Yu poured himself another cup of tea, displaying a nonchalant attitude toward this tough problem. "You really don't know?" The fat man countered with a hint of meaning. "How should I know?" Yu appeared somewhat confused. "Hey, I just hope the retaliation actions against my company by these sand bandits come to an end. They have blown up 23 wind turbines, a total of 3 times, costing 23 billion, just like that." The fat man's face twisted in pain, regretting his decision to fund the eradication of bandits. Yu deeply remarked, "Sometimes suffering losses is a blessing. Just endure a bit longer." On the night of August 1 SD, an extremely eye-catching matte black magnetic levitation luxury car sped through the bustling streets of Jinchuan City, racing like a ghost towards a private estate in the southern part of the city. This was the new vehicle chosen by Teresa at Yunyu's request, and the driving experience could only be described with one word: exhilarating. In the passenger seat, Yunue watched the scenery rapidly retreating on both sides, instinctively gripping the seatbelt while preparing to shadow himself at any moment. "Beautiful and passionate Miss Teresa, you will have plenty of time in the future to explore the potential of this car. For now, could you please drive like a normal driver, all right?" Rushing into Viscount Hector Carlot's private estate at this speed would indeed seem too ostentatious and would be seen as great disrespect towards Viscount Carlot. As newcomers, what we need now is humility and discretion, do you understand? Teresa pouted, feeling a bit disappointed, but still lightly pressed the brake to slow down. Tonight, Teresa rarely styled her fiery red hair up, wearing a black evening gown that accentuated her figure, adding an air of noble aloofness that deterred strangers. The only downside was that this stunning beauty absolutely refused to wear high heels, no matter how much Yunue was willing to offer her the best and most expensive. The reason was simple: uncomfortable to wear and inconvenient for fighting. The sports car soon arrived at the estate, where security personnel immediately came to verify identity information and invitations. Once confirmed, the guard opened the gate to let them through. After Teresa parked the sports car, the two emerged from the vehicle, surveying the various luxury cars around them. It was easy to imagine that the people attending the gathering tonight were either wealthy or noble. "Oh my God! Look quickly, I see someone I know, my dear. I didn't expect you to arrive at the same time as me." "This is... Teresa? I can hardly believe my eyes. Tonight you have given me a new understanding of beauty. Later, please do me the favor of dancing with me, would you?" A dapper young man with slicked back hair rushed towards Teresa with open arms. "If you dare to touch me, you won't have to attend the ball tonight." Teresa clenched her right fist, her knuckles cracking with a crisp sound. Faced with Teresa's show of force and the painful experience of being thrown by her 2 days ago, the young man decisively abandoned his reckless intentions. Seth Hastings, the only son of the owner of the Jean Lisa Hotel. A poor lad who almost became crippled after casually flirting with a girl 2 days ago. It was precisely because of this incident that he got to know Iyunua. With both sides willing to befriend each other, the two quickly became good friends. "Seth, do you know why the Viscount invited us tonight?" This was Iyunu's first time attending a gathering of the upper class in Jinchuan City, and he wanted to understand the situation beforehand. "Viscount? No, he is nearly 90 years old and rarely participates in such nightlife anymore. Tonight's event should be hosted by his grandson, my good friend, Brady Carlot. On one hand, it might be to introduce newcomers to old acquaintances. On the other hand, it might be to discuss certain matters regarding Jinchuan City. It's always been this way, and you'll get used to it sooner or later." Seth and Iyunue walked shoulder to shoulder towards the brightly lit hall. At that moment, a burgundy sports car drove in through the gate. Seeing the license plate, Seth immediately stopped in astonishment, staring at the sports car with wide eyes. "What's going on?" Iyunue tilted his head slightly and asked in a low voice. "The most famous and captivating woman in the city is about to make her entrance." Seth seemed to fall into some reminiscence, his expression becoming a bit dreamy. Meanwhile, a large crowd surged out of the hall, to be precise, a crowd of men. They rushed out in a swarm, heading straight for the burgundy sports car. This made Iyunue even more curious about what kind of woman could possess such alluring power. Once the sports car parked, a tall, handsome man emerged from the driver's seat, walked around the front of the car to open the door for his companion. "Who is this kid? He looks a bit familiar, like I've seen him in some film work." He's probably just another nobody from outside the spotlight. Snow is as fickle with her partners as she is with her outfits. Inheritor stood quietly in the back, hands in his pockets, listening to everyone discuss. Soon that Snow everyone had mentioned finally appeared before the crowd. She was a seductive woman with wavy golden hair, exquisite features, and a graceful figure. Dressed in a sexy red long gown, she linked arms with her male companion and warmly greeted everyone. The crowd surrounded Snow, with many presenting prepared gifts in front of her, hoping to catch a glimpse of her enchanting eyes for just a moment or to hear a word from her cherry-red lips. Clearly, many men harbored such thoughts, leading to a somewhat chaotic scene. As everyone flocked towards the hall with Snow, she deliberately smiled and nodded at the three of them, including Inheritor. "Oh, my God!" Snow saw me and even smiled at me. Seth placed a hand over his heart, a look of infatuation etched on his face. "But you didn't even prepare a gift for your goddess in advance. What do you think she would think of you?" Inheritor's penchant for delivering harsh truths kicked in habitually. Unexpectedly, Seth looked at him with a pitying gaze. "TSK, poor guy, you know nothing about Snow. The guys just now were merely delusional little fish. They had no real capital themselves, and what they deemed valuable meant nothing to Snow. After talking for so long, I still don't understand who that beauty is and what makes her so extraordinary. She is the guiding light for our generation of men as we mature. Even now, I still have several of her classic works in my information storage." Seth pulled up a holographic screen, intending to click on some video file. He suddenly saw Teresa with her arms crossed, coldly watching him, and could only begrudgingly stop his skilled movements. "So she's an adult star?" Inheritor asked uncertainly. I can detect a hint of disdain in your tone. She has long since faded from the film industry. Now she is a powerful woman who controls all escort services in this town." Seth winked maliciously at Inheritor. "All of them?" Inheritor expressed some disbelief. "All of them, including those few beauties you've recently been looking for. They are all under her command. So your standards of beauty, the kind of athletic positions you prefer, and your size, she can know it all if she wants to." Looking at Seth's malicious grin, Inheritor's expression darkened. After the three entered the hall, they found a corner occupied by Snowy and her male friends. Other women and a few men were scattered throughout the hall. Particularly the expressions of the women as they looked at Snowy were quite complex, filled with disdain, hatred, inferiority, and even admiration. Just a few minutes after everyone casually chatted, a young man in formal attire slowly approached down the staircase, stopping on the third step. He was none other than the eldest grandson of the Viscount, Brady Carrot. "Welcome everyone to tonight's ball. I am responsible for hosting you on behalf of my grandfather. This event is primarily to celebrate our Jinchuan city finally resolving the energy crisis, allowing the city to once again thrive." Everyone immediately applauded. "Speaking of this matter, we must mention our great contributor, Mr. Inheritor. If it weren't for his proposal to Panos Company and his fearless crossing of the desert to timely resolve Jinchuan city's mobile energy shortage, I believe that for tonight's gathering most of you probably had to walk here." Many people chuckled in agreement. "Now let us raise our glasses together and express our sincerest gratitude to our friend Inheritor." Brady was the first to raise his glass. "Cheers." Everyone finished their drinks and the ball officially began. Brady walked straight up to Inheritor and clinked glasses with him. "My grandfather holds you in high regard, but unfortunately he is too old to attend the ball. He specifically asked me to express his gratitude on his behalf. Lord Viscount and you are both too polite. It is my honor to contribute to the prosperity and stability of Jinchuan City." In front of the rulers of Jinchuan City, Inheritor displayed exceptional humility and courtesy. The two clinked glasses again and drank it all. "Now I must excuse myself to attend to other guests. Please join me for a small gathering on the second floor in half an hour." "All right." Watching Brady turn and leave, Inheritor felt a wave of confusion, unable to guess the other's intentions. Within half an hour, over a dozen people went up to the second floor, including the much-anticipated Snowy. All were young individuals in their 20s and 30s. Inheritor glanced up at the classical clock in the hall, which was marking the time as he ascended the stairs, attracting countless astonished gazes from the first floor. This made Inheritor understand that the small gathering on the second floor was of great significance. Only the young elites of Jinchuan City qualified to participate, indicating that he was officially integrating into the upper echelons of Jinchuan City. Upon arriving on the second floor, a servant proactively guided him to a large door at the end of the hallway. "Please." The servant opened the door for him. Behind it was a spacious room exquisitely decorated, showcasing classical beauty, the dim and solemn atmosphere sending a shiver down one's spine. In the room, prominently displayed on the wall, was a map of planetary distributions highlighting planet D2399. On the left and right sides, cabinets held some antique collectibles, and in the center a circle of genuine leather high-backed chairs was arranged. At that moment, several seats were already occupied by people sitting in various postures. "You come in." Brady stood not far away, smiling and waving at Iyunyu. While finally a newcomer has joined us, welcome. This shouldn't be surprising. Given his recent prominence, it was only a matter of time before he joined our little group. Iyunyu, who had emerged extraordinarily, had monopolized the entire mobile energy supply market of Jinchuan City. His influence directly affected the city's development and stability, and his power could not be underestimated. Everyone stood up to greet Iyunyu. Those unfamiliar with him introduced themselves and exchanged business cards. After a brief exchange, everyone returned to their seats. Under Brady's indication, Iyunyu sat in a high-backed chair close to the door. This energy crisis was largely thanks to Yi's timely intervention, which saved Jinchuan City from disaster. However, as far as I know, Yi is not an employee of Panos. Oh, I wonder where you developed before this. Iyunyu turned his gaze to the questioner, a man wearing 4 gemstone rings and 2 thumb rings on his hands. His sunken eyes and pale face made him look as if he had been drained by indulgence. Diego Lennox, the new head of the largest tobacco and alcohol distributor in Jinchuan City, Beihai Group. His seemingly casual question struck at the heart of the matter, probing into Iyunyu's background. Others appeared indifferent, but at this moment their silence implied that they expected Iyunyu to provide a straightforward answer. Iyunyu glanced at Diego, who remained unfazed, constantly rotating the thumb ring on his left hand. I come from Haiyuan City on planet E1012 of the Gat Democratic Republic, and I am an acquaintance of Harold, the leader of the Flame Mercenary Corps in Harder City. About a month ago, I arrived in Harder City with the Mercenary Corps. At that time, the Mercenary Corps had just received a high-priced bounty from Panos to hunt down sand bandits. That was when I noticed this matter. Iyunyu had long been aware that his identity issue was a potential risk, so he sought Harold's help in advance to handle it. This was an easy task for Harold, who had some influence in Harder City. People here were unlikely to know the details of that air disaster, and no one would connect him to that incident. As for the remaining issues, let time erase everything. Diego smiled, saying nothing more. This explanation aligned with what he had gathered. Whether everyone believed it or not was not important. Each person present had their own little secrets, as long as they did not jeopardize others' interests. No wonder you are a top student majoring in financial investment risk assessment. Your insight into business opportunities is beyond reach for others, and your exceptional courage also impresses me. Brady took over the conversation, praising him. His words eased the slightly tense atmosphere. At the same time, it hinted to Iyunyu that everyone knew more about him than he had anticipated, even his academic background. You flatter me. This was merely a fortuitous encounter. Iyunyu responded modestly. Brady smiled, then shifted the topic. Aside from letting everyone get to know there is a very important issue we need to discuss. That is, how should we address the issue of sand bandits? What are everyone's thoughts? Feel free to share. Brady posed the question and then waited for everyone to speak freely. The issue of sand bandits is closely related to Yi's business. We are eager to find a solution, but would Yi feel uncomfortable about this? A young black man grinned widely, his white teeth dazzlingly bright, but his words were quite sinister. This was a hint that Iyunyu was engaging in profiteering, taking advantage of the disaster, and even suspected of collusion with the sand bandits. Iyunyu's brow twitched as he glanced at the other party, then calmly said, I sincerely hope to resolve the bandit problem as soon as possible so that Jinchuan City can return to normal development. As for my current business, it is merely an emergency measure to address the mobile energy shortage in Jinchuan City. Iyunyu struck it rich, quickly rising to become one of the new leaders in Jinchuan City, naturally causing some to feel a sense of imbalance. Deliberate difficulties were something he had anticipated. He merely hoped the other party wouldn't go too far lest he resort to the most primitive means of solving problems. Xuanhua propped her chin on one hand, her enchanting eyes fixed on Iyunyu. You truly are magnanimous. The net profit from the mobile energy supply throughout Jinchuan City is indeed quite tempting. Iyunyu hypocritically replied, compared to the prosperity and stability of Jinchuan City, my personal interests are insignificant. This statement garnered silent nods from many. We all know you've recently made a trip back and forth in the desert. I believe you've encountered the sand bandits. How do you assess their strength? Bleedy leaned against the high-backed chair, his hands clasped under his chin. As the air cultivated by Viscount Kalat, he took the issue of the sand bandits more seriously than anyone else present. Mentioning the sand bandits, Iyunyu's expression instantly turned grave, revealing a hint of lingering fear. We had an encounter with a squad of 20 sand bandits. I can only say their strength is not weak. On that occasion, we crossed paths with a squad of 20 sand bandits. Upon spotting their target, they opened fire immediately, and we barely escaped with all our might. I've heard that many mercenaries from Harder City have already fallen to the sand bandits. Lastly, I have some not so good news. I've learned from the mercenary circles that there seem to be ability users among the sand bandits. Everyone fell silent. The news brought by Iyunyu was truly dire. In today's era, ability users are synonymous with power. and when an enemy possesses ability users it symbolizes disaster. Bleedy covered his throbbing forehead with one hand hot. It seems we need to communicate with the military, urging them to intensify their efforts to eradicate the sand bandits as quickly as possible. Everyone, if you have any better suggestions, feel free to share. As long as they are effective, Jinchuan City will not forget your contributions. As the most valued grandson of Viscount Hector Colot, Bleedy felt an immense pressure. This incident with the sand bandits was both a test and an opportunity for him, a chance to prove whether he was ordinary or exceptional, potentially defining his standing in Viscount Colot's mind. After a long while the scene Bleedy hoped for did not materialize, everyone remained silent, prompting a sigh from the depths of his heart. Yunyu wore a faint smile, leaning against the chair. His eyes seemed to casually drift, yet they captured the expressions and body language of everyone present. Some furrowed their brows, struggling to devise a strategy, such as Diego Linux, and 2 or 3 others whose industries heavily relied on land transportation and were most eager to resolve the issue with the sand bandits. Currently, the harassment from the sand bandits has paralyzed the land transportation lines of Jinchuan City and more than a dozen cities deep in the northwest. Consequently, Diego Linux and others were suffering tremendous economic losses. These sand bandits are a group of disorderly individuals who disregard the rules of the game, akin to beasts driven by greed, plundering at will. This left the ostensibly civilized attendees feeling a sense of frustration, as if they had powerful means, yet could not exercise them. The ultimate conclusion remained that a more formidable military force was needed to eliminate the sand bandits and restore order. However, the repeated attempts to eradicate them had made it difficult to find solace. Yunyu noticed that a few individuals remained quite indifferent, indicating that the sand bandit issue had a minimal impact on them. For instance, Seth Hastings, who remarked, "I never worry about sand bandits staying at my hotel." Others were focused on the matter in a different manner. Noya Kaladi, with her shoulder-length black hair adorned with gemstone accents and a lavish purple evening gown, stood out as another highlight besides Xuanhua. From the earlier introduction, it was clear that this beauty hailed from a prominent media family and had been assigned to Jinchuan City for training, a figure capable of stirring the winds of public opinion. At this moment, Noya was closely observing the behavior of everyone, hoping to uncover significant news. In truth, she was more focused on the new elite of Jinchuan. Yunyu. Yunyu had single-handedly altered the situation in Jinchuan City. Such a trailblazer carried an aura of legend, and coupled with Yunyu's striking appearance, Noya found herself captivated, glancing at him more than once. Unfortunately, Yunyu maintained his smile diligently, playing the role of an onlooker, revealing no further information. In contrast to Noya, Xuanhua appeared more straightforward, showing no concern for the sand bandit issue. She languidly leaned back in her chair, propping her chin with one hand, her radiant eyes frequently glancing at Yunyu. Every time Yunyu's gaze met Xuanhua's, the smile on his face deepened. When it came to looks, he ultimately could not escape the allure. "I have a suggestion." The speaker was Maddox Crum, a hefty man who could fully obscure a chair with his body, overseeing the land transport industry in Jinchuan City. All eyes instantly turned to him, causing Maddox to break out in a cold sweat. "Shouldn't we consider negotiating with the sand bandits? As long as they don't attack the roads anymore, we could." "Shut up, you fool." Diego Linux scolded sternly, causing Maddox's flesh to tremble in fear. "Idiot." This was the consensus opinion of everyone regarding Maddox. Never bow to evil. This is a universally accepted principle across all planets in the galaxy. You may do so in secrecy, but you must never bring it to the surface. Bleedy, sitting in a position of authority, had a noticeably darkened expression. Perhaps due to the immense economic losses, Maddox had lost his ability to judge. He failed to grasp the fundamental difference between himself and Bleedy Colot. As the ruler of Jinchuan City, Bleedy's stance dictated that he could never compromise with the sand bandits. Only now did Maddox seem to awaken, as if splashed with cold water. He could feel Diego Linux's anger and the indifference and mockery of others. "It's over." Maddox realized his blunder, his entire body instantly drenched in cold sweat. Diego Linux looked at Bleedy, hoping to explain for his friend and salvage the situation. However, Bleedy's icy glare rendered him unable to utter a single word. At this moment, Yunyu had no mind to exchange glances with Xuanhua. Unexpectedly, a small gathering could turn so tumultuous. Just from one slip of the tongue, the helmsman of an industry might change. It was truly dramatic. Land transport. Yunyu pondered whether to seize the opportunity to contend for it, but promptly dismissed the thought. After all, the decision lay with the person in the authoritative position and the family forces behind him. The atmosphere in the room grew unnervingly heavy. No one dared draw a deep breath. "Let this gathering end here," Brady Carrot declared after a long, brooding silence. He rose first and departed without delay, nodding curtly to several attendees along the way, including Yunyu, who stood nearest the door. Maddox Crum, however, was utterly ignored. The other members followed suit, rising and leaving one by one, regardless of their private opinions. Outwardly, most chose respectful, distant silence in this context spoke louder than any declaration. Thus concluded the upstairs meeting. Each member composed their expression, smoothed their attire, and descended the staircase with practiced elegance, re-entering the opulent ball as if nothing had transpired. Their relatives and confidants immediately converged, eager for details about the private gathering. Every such meeting had historically reshaped the political landscape of Jinchuan City. No one could afford to treat it lightly. May I have this dance? I believe we ought to know each other better. Yunyu had barely stepped off the staircase when Xuanhua turned and addressed him directly. She paused on the second step, ignoring the others descending past her, her luminous gaze fixed solely upon Yunyu below. Their eyes met and held, exchanging silent fascination. Saintess, sovereign, goddess. These were the words that flashed through Yunyu's mind. 3 titles united by a single truth, each could inspire knights to shed blood in their name. Whether that devotion sprang from pure loyalty and honor, or something far more ambiguous, remained unclear. At this moment, Yunyu himself assumed the role of that knight. Though he bore no drawn sword, he felt countless gazes converge upon him, many sharp with hostility like blades piercing his skin, evoking a faint, unsettling discomfort. It seems tonight's first dance belongs to me. A distinct honor, your divine grace. Yunyu extended his hand with playful irreverence, gently clasping Xuanhua's slender fingers. The lethal intensity of surrounding glances surged instantly. Noya carried past them, her gaze sweeping over Xuanhua with an unmistakable flicker of disdain. Xuanhua remained unfazed, responding only with a serene smile, as if savoring a quiet personal triumph. Humph, a shallow, cunning vixen. Noya muttered inwardly before striding away and accepting a glass of wine from a passing attendant. Seth Hastings appeared beside her, voice low and teasing. It appears your hunting instincts still lag behind Xuanhua's. Look, your prey has barely entered the hall, and already you're obsolete. Noya shot him a frost-laced glance. Comparing me to someone insatiably grasping is both insulting and vulgar. Well, Noya, you remain gloriously aloof. Yet every ball is a hunt, and a hunter who fails to claim prey is by definition a failure. As Seth spoke, the tip of his right finger brushed lightly against Noya Carad's slender waist. Snap! She struck instantly, slapping his hand away with decisive contempt. Even a wounded leopard needs no solace from hyenas, Noya retorted, fixing him with a scorching glare before turning with regal disdain and walking away. Seth shook his stinging hand, watching her retreating figure with simmering irritation. TCH, still unbearably arrogant. Were it not for what I know of you, I might actually mistake you for some chaste noblewoman. Just wait. Sooner or later you'll learn that hyenas are far more fearsome than leopards. A flash of cold calculation crossed Seth's eyes as he drained his crimson wine, venting the bitterness of his first defeat. On the dance floor, Yunyu and Xuanhua glided effortlessly, drawing every eye, becoming the undisputed center of the ball. Our first meeting, what impression did I make upon you? Xuanhua's voice flowed like honey, yet her left hand resting lightly on Yunyu's waist traced slow, deliberate circles. Sorceress, Yunyu murmured instinctively, the word rising unbidden, raw and honest. Moi. Legends speak of sorceresses, bewitching, peerless in beauty, capable of entrancing legions of men, yet inevitably bringing ruin in their wake. Already I feel their gazes, like knives, like swords, cutting through the air around us. Yunyu tilted his chin slightly, indicating the many spectators whose expressions betrayed anything but goodwill. Then tell me, gallant knight, who has captured this sorceress, what shall you do with me? Xuanhua cast a casual glance around, utterly unperturbed. This spectacle was old news to her. She leaned her cheek against Yunyu's chest, her voice a sultry whisper. Draw your blade. For a knight to win a lady's heart, there is only one path forward. His pulse quickened, his composure fractured. Indeed, she was extraordinary. She had kindled a dangerous, smoldering fire within him. With a fingertip she tapped his chest once, then smiled, radiant and knowing, clearly pleased with her effect. Ha ha, it seems tonight promises much more than anticipated. Oh! A sudden ragged cry shattered the charged intimacy between them. Simultaneously, a figure hurtled backward, crashing into a banquet table with thunderous force. Liven, what happened? Xuanhua clapped a hand over her mouth, feigning shock. The hapless man was her escort, now curled in agony amid splintered porcelain and overturned silverware, his right hand grotesquely bent at an unnatural angle, radiating visceral pain. Trisha approached slowly, her face dark with quiet fury. She lifted a hand to smooth her disheveled hair. I am no foolish girl swayed by flattery, and men like you disgust me. Next time you lay a finger on me, I'll sever both hands at the wrist. Onlookers recoiled, some scandalized by her raw ferocity, deeming it unrefined, and unbecoming, others intrigued, captivated by her stark contrast to the ball's delicate, decorous women. Undeniably alluring, and undeniably dangerous. Your little kitten has quite the temper. Xue Nuo laughed softly, waving a hand to summon attendants who swiftly removed the injured man. Her composure never faltering, no trace of anger crossing her features. Though both feline, imagine her not as a house cat, but as a far deadlier species, a cheetah. She is my personally retained bodyguard, handsomely compensated. Xue knew, a nodded comprehension dawning, then sighed with genuine regret. Alas, it seems our deeper conversation must be postponed. We shall find another occasion. She tenderly brushed Yunyu's cheek with her fingertips, then slipped from his embrace and melted seamlessly into the crowd, vanishing like mist. Yunyu watched her silhouette until it dissolved entirely from view. He exhaled slowly, then turned to Trisha, who stood stiffly, visibly uneasy. Sigh, have you forgotten every instruction I gave you? I could have enjoyed a night of exquisite, intoxicating allure, ruined entirely by you. So what? If it matters so much, I'll compensate you. Trisha mumbled defiantly under her breath. Yunyu. A black sports car sped silently along the road. No engine roar, no vibration, like a phantom gliding through the night. Yunyu sat in the passenger seat, weary, pinching the bridge of his nose as his mind rapidly replayed every moment of tonight's gala. Tonight's events had laid bare with stark clarity the unspoken rules governing reality. Power reigned supreme. Across the entire human interstellar domain, every corner, every colony, every outpost is subject to its absolute dominion. Even wealth or raw strength must bow before a higher, more entrenched hierarchy of authority. So, how then could he seize such power for himself? Viscount Carlot might be an opening, but Yunyu knew little of the Carlot family. Further observation would be essential. Sigh. Better focus on earning money step by steady step. Perhaps accumulation will ignite transformation. Money. Is that truly all you aspire to? That's odd, said Teresa, puzzled. These matters don't concern you. Not yet. Just drive. Wait. Yunyu's eyes snapped open, cold light flashing within their depths. Teresa, guided by razor-sharp instinct, sensed the hidden threat and instantly tensed, poised for action. Whoosh! 3 rocket-propelled grenades streaked from a rooftop ahead, blazing trails of incandescent light. Teresa slammed the brakes. Both leapt from the vehicle and vanished into a narrow alley beside the road. Boom! The brand-new top-tier hypercar met its brief, violent end. Its first day on the road, its last. Target is not in the vehicle. Teams 1 and 2, sweep the surrounding area immediately. Eliminate on sight. From the rooftop, Team 3, the long-range snipers, realized their shot had missed. They radioed the ground units standing by. Soon faint but rapid footsteps echoed through the dark alley. 20 armed hostiles closing in. Herald Squad estimates 5 minutes to arrival. You hold them off alone. Yunyu, his formidable spiritual awareness mapping enemy positions, replied calmly. Just 20. We'll neutralize them together in under 3 minutes. Click. Teresa disengaged her pistol's safety, her voice edged with lethal intent. Use your head. Right now my cover is that of an ordinary businessman. Smooth-talking, unarmed, utterly unremarkable. If I act now, every surveillance feed in this district will expose me and shatter that persona entirely. With a sharp, exasperated flick to Teresa's forehead, Yunyu dissolved into shadow, vanishing without trace into the deeper gloom. Very well, let the game of Catan Mouse begin. Teresa closed her eyes briefly, drew a slow, centered breath, then stepped from behind the wall. 3 precise shots felling 3 attackers before she pivoted and repositioned. The squad, highly trained and disciplined, swiftly converged on Teresa. Unable to locate Yunyu, they poured all their fury into hunting her down. To their growing disbelief, 11 of their number had already fallen. Yet Teresa remained untouched, elusive, untouchable. The survivors gave chase with desperate intensity, finally spotting Teresa at the far end of a long, narrow alley. After her. But as they reached its midpoint, figures emerged from the corner behind them. Good evening. A group of Herald's men unleashed merciless fire. For 9 enemies, even burial with intact bodies became an impossible luxury. Teams 1 and 2, report status. TCH, damn it. From the rooftop, Team 3 heard unfamiliar gunfire patterns and knew something had gone catastrophically wrong. No need to call again. Both teams are silent. Wiped out. We withdraw immediately. Our intelligence on the target's security was fatally flawed. This operation has failed. Start thinking how you'll explain that to the handler. Far across Jinchuan City, deep within a dim basement hidden in a narrow alley, a stout woman sat cross-armed on a sofa, gazing intently at a floating holographic display. The display showed multiple live feeds from the battlefield, every angle, every vantage point. TCH. Useless fools. This target is far more dangerous than anticipated. Time to bring in a real professional. On the rooftop, Team 3 moved with practiced efficiency, packing up, preparing to retreat. One member opened the stairwell door, only to find a towering black man standing motionless in the threshold. "Well, good evening, gentlemen." The man's eyes contracted sharply. Years of combat reflexes triggered instantly. He sprang backward, feet driving off the floor, hand already drawing his sidearm. Not to kill, to survive. Distance was life. Too late. Harold's left hand blurred forward, snapping shut around the man's throat. At the moment of contact, every cervical bone shattered beneath his grip. Simultaneously, Team 3 opened fire, but their quarry was cunning. He used his own comrade's corpse to barricade the doorway. With grim resolve, they raked the body with sustained automatic fire. Harold's right palm struck the dying man's chest. Force so immense that blood mixed with embedded bullet fragments erupted violently through his tactical vest, hurling backward toward 4 teammates lined up behind him. The 4 halted their barrage, instinctively flinching aside. From the corpse's shoulder, a pistol slid free, then fired 4 precise shots. Harold eliminated every remaining adversary within his field of vision. He stilled, breathing deep, senses expanding, tuning into the faintest vibrations in the air. Within seconds, he located the final 5 hostiles and their approximate positions. In one fluid motion, he hurled the corpse outward, slamming it into 3 assailants. Then he lunged, 2 rapid shots dropping 2 more. Staggered by the impact, the 3 barely regained their footing, only to lock eyes with Harold now standing mere meters away. Their faces twitched, knowing in that instant resistance was futile. Harold sensed something amiss. His right hand flashed, seizing one man's jaw, but it was too late. Thick black-tinged blood welled from all 3 mouths. Impressive. Professional. Even devoted. At least they upheld some measure of professional integrity. Iyunyu's voice drifted from behind him. Harold's pulse spiked. He had no idea when or how Iyunyu had appeared there, silent and unseen. "Apologies, I couldn't take any alive. No matter. I overheard them mention the handler, so their intel was likely limited anyway. The handler, I imagine, has already received the verdict." Iyunyu's gaze swept the surroundings, subtle, deliberate, lingering just a fraction longer on several discrete points, miniature surveillance lenses, each angled to capture the rooftop. In the basement, the woman felt Iyunyu's gaze pierce the hologram, and a chill ran down her spine. She sucked in a sharp, involuntary breath. Extraordinarily perceptive. "No, this man is far more dangerous than our initial assessment suggested. I must renegotiate with the client. To confront someone like him, the fee just doubled." At the crime scene, police arrived swiftly. Iyunyu and his team, the victors, did not flee. Instead, they cooperated fully, offering a detailed, lucid account of the incident. The officers were well aware of Iyunyu's identity and of his indispensable significance to Jinchuan City. They dared not provoke unnecessary complications. Beneath the surface lay a deeper truth. Senior police officials were members of the same elite private circle and had issued immediate directives upon learning the situation. Armed with those instructions, the on-site commander made a prudent decision: streamline the process, minimize scrutiny, and release them without delay. Iyunyu returned to the hotel and immediately took a shower to wash away his fatigue. Then, dressed in loose pajamas, he slowly entered the living room, played soft music, and poured himself a glass of strong liquor. Standing alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window for a long time, he was lost in thought. He had just arrived here not long ago and had not made any enemies. He felt that the most likely mastermind behind this should be a competitor of the Panos Energy Group. He activated his communicator and contacted Roger Barnes, whose image soon appeared on the screen. "An hour ago, I was attacked by an armed group." Iyunyu's opening line immediately made Roger's expression turn serious. Formal greetings were meaningless at this moment. "Seeing you unscathed, it seems the bounty on your head has gone to waste." Roger took a deep puff from his cigar, the smoke completely covering the screen. Iyunyu couldn't help but remark, "Is the commercial competition this fierce now? Can one openly strike against rivals like this? Why are you so sure it was them? Could it not be another enemy of yours?" Roger waved his hand, dispersing the smoke in front of him, expressing doubt regarding Iyunyu's conclusion. 30 armed and well-equipped operatives, just to kill me. I certainly haven't provoked such a terrifying enemy." Iyunyu rolled his eyes. "Even if there were, it would be in the Gata Democratic Republic, and he always handled things cleanly and efficiently. No one could possibly know it was him." Roger's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "Wow, is it really that extravagant? This is quite a big deal. Ordinary people can't afford to do this." However, it proves they were still unprepared. "Oh, what a loss, ha." Roger said, "In light of this incident, what is your stance?" "Don't escalate the situation, especially don't let it lead to casualties. Otherwise, if high-level officials get involved, things will spiral out of control. Regarding what has already happened, I will report it so that the higher-ups can negotiate and give you an explanation. Originally, everyone was in healthy competition, but now one side had crossed the line. Thus, either we also cross the line, drastically changing the nature of competition, or we use this as an opportunity to make the other side bleed. You do not act impulsively. The current situation is favorable for us. If we recklessly blow this up, we will also suffer. Roger's expression was serious as he earnestly advised. The current state of the branch was worrying, unable to withstand any disturbances. Stability was paramount. All right then, good night. Iyunyu nodded, not agreeing with Roger's approach, naturally losing interest in continuing the conversation with him. His face remained calm, but inside turbulent emotions churned. The glass in his hand shattered into pieces, the liquor vanished without a trace. His expression turned cold, and a flicker of gold appeared in his eyes, of violent and murderous emotion filling his brain. Kill, eliminate all enemies. This illusory roar echoed continuously in his mind. This was an extremely unusual phenomenon. As a seasoned assassin, maintaining control over one's emotions was the most basic requirement. To struggle against the urge to kill like this was absolutely unprecedented. As an assassin, he had always killed to complete missions, never for the thrill of bloodshed. Could it be the aftereffects of the inheritance? That giant beast truly disregarded life and was bloodthirsty. After introspection, Iyunyu found the root cause. Changing his clothes, Iyunyu transformed into a shadow and quietly left the hotel, rushing towards the desert area outside Jinchuan City. He needed to vent and quell the restlessness within. In the wilderness, a deep valley resounded with deafening roars in the middle of the night. Iyunyu faced a mountain, swinging his fists rapidly. The fists contained a terrifying power beyond common reason, making the hard rocks appear weak and fragile. From the point of impact, numerous cracks spread outward, ultimately causing the mountain to collapse, with countless boulders falling from above. A mental force enveloped hundreds of tons of stones in midair, causing them to hover and remain still, plunging the entire valley into eerie silence. After nearly 30 seconds, blood oozed from Iyunyu's nostrils, and he could no longer maintain it. He immediately used his power to decompose the stones into a cloud of dust. With so many stones holding for 30 seconds is quite an improvement. Iyunyu's heart stirred as he quickly summoned his psychic power to envelop 3 small stones and shot them toward a specific point above the valley. A figure was instantly hit. Surprisingly, despite taking such a heavy blow, the opponent neither screamed nor bled. A gust of air rushed past him, forcibly changing the direction of the 3 stones. Generally speaking, spying on a woman bathing is risky. I didn't expect spying on a man could be so lethal as well. This gentleman, who was out at midnight going crazy, seems to have overreacted. He was a young man dressed in a light blue robe, stepping down from above, and as he neared the ground became as light as a feather floating down. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is... A large rock fell directly onto the ground. The young man easily dodged it, emerging completely unscathed, his clothes intact. That was a bit excessive. I intended to come and make friends with you. There's no need to be so ruthless, the young man said with a face full of grievance. At that moment, a motorcycle sped toward the valley from one end. The visitor was someone Iyunyu recognized, the small leader of the sand thieves he had encountered last time, the man in the vest. Good day, sir, we meet again. Upon seeing the big shot, the man in the vest quickly dismounted, bowing and smiling ingratiatingly. Noticing Iyunyu's cold gaze shifting to the young man, the man in the vest quickly introduced, "This is my elder brother, Rakuman Jamil. So you are the leader of the entire desert sand thieves?" Iyunyu said, momentarily taken aback, carefully sizing up the young man. Now you recognize my power, huh? Rakuman said with a smug expression, clearly enjoying the feeling of being a bandit leader. Are you a wind-type ability user? More accurately, I am an air ability user. I can sense fluctuations in airflow and manipulate it in a small area. If you want me to create a hurricane, I can't do that, Rakuman said, spreading his hands with an exaggerated expression. As an A-level ability user, don't you think being a bandit leader in this desolate place is a bit beneath you? I have no choice. A worthless life makes it hard to find a decent job. Awakening an ability suddenly and becoming a bandit leader is the best path I can think of. You could enlist, work as a bodyguard, or become a mercenary. There are many other options. Any of them could lead to a prosperous life. Let's forget it. For someone like me without an identity or background, once exposed, I could easily be taken for dissection. The young man's expression became unnatural, hinting at a painful past. So would you consider working with me? Iyunyu proposed, a smile forming on his lips as he felt this guy might be unexpectedly useful. An A-level ability user couldn't be too bad, otherwise it must be due to improper usage. TCH, why should I follow you and become your subordinate? The young man raised his head, arrogantly disdainful of Iyunyu's proposal. Iyunyu was unfazed, saying softly, "If nothing unexpected happens, the military will soon conduct a new round of purges against you all. You have caused an extremely negative impact on the surrounding cities, and the authorities have decided to intensify their crackdown until you are completely eradicated." His smile was filled with malice and mockery, and the news he shared caused the faces of the 2 sand bandits to pale. Successfully evading the military's purges multiple times does not mean that the sand bandits are not afraid of the military. Laziman snorted coldly and stubbornly said, "The military has been causing us trouble for quite some time now, but they can't do anything to us." Iyunyu shook his head. "The authorities have a steadfast principle: they will never bow to evil. Thus your inevitable outcome is annihilation. It's merely a matter of time." The young man remained silent, his expression fluctuating. The military had forced him to escape for his life multiple times, leaving him with a psychological shadow. Iyunyu seized the opportunity to persuade. "With a large group like yours risking your lives to plunder, how much can each of you actually take away? Following me comes with no risks, and you'll gain much more. More importantly, I can introduce you to a higher stage where you can witness more wonders of the starry world." Iyunyu's mockery and temptation shattered Laziman's sense of superiority as a desert overlord, causing him to have self-doubt on a psychological level. Laziman's face twitched. Had he not been sure that he wasn't a match for Iyunyu, he would have wanted to strike him. His mind was in turmoil. How could such a situation arise? "I only came to check things out because I heard the commotion. I'm not the least bit interested in what you have to say. Goodbye." The young man wanted to leave immediately. He feared that if he stayed with this guy any longer, he might actually follow him. Had he known that casually wandering out this evening could lead to his boss being abducted, he would never have come out. "Hey!" Iyunyu looked at their departing figures and suddenly had an idea, calling out, "What else is it?" The young man turned back, warily noticing Iyunyu stroking his chin with ill intent, secretly on guard. Iyunyu tossed him a box. The young man caught it steadily with one hand. It felt quite heavy, and he glanced at Iyunyu in confusion. Iyunyu smiled, without speaking, nodding for him to open it. The young man's brow furrowed tightly. Steeling himself, he cautiously opened the box. Inside, he was met with a dazzling sight. 5 neatly stacked gold bars, the box's thickness suggesting it held at least 4 layers. The young man looked directly at Iyunyu, eager to hear what he would say next. He understood all too well that in this world nothing good ever comes without a reason. Good morning, everyone. Today is August 4, 2029 of the interstellar calendar. Welcome to Jinchuan News. In the past 2 days, our city has experienced 2 widespread power outages, causing great chaos and panic. Earlier today, we finally identified the exact cause of the incidents. Now, please watch a segment of a video circulating online. The video is broadly divided into 2 parts. The first half shows a large number of overhead cables in the desert being devastated by massed sand bandits. Hundreds of meters of metal cable supports were blown down, and the cables themselves were severed in sections. The latter half of the video features scenes from a wind farm near Harder City, where countless sand bandits stormed into the wind energy area, conducting a comprehensive destructive explosion of the wind turbines. The last masked man in the video declared the Panos Energy Group of Harder City previously funded mercenaries to hunt them down, which incited their wrath. They intend to demonstrate their stance through this retaliatory action, planning to fight to the bitter end. Countless viewers were left in shock. These sand bandits were truly fierce. Meanwhile, as the head of the Panos Energy Group, Harder Branch Roger Barnes was also in a state of disarray. Another 10 wind turbines had been destroyed by the sand bandits, and 3 power generation routes were completely paralyzed. The nearly $2 billion in losses made Roger's heart skip a beat. He was now filled with murderous intent. Roger's face was as dark as a pot bottom as he slumped in his leather chair, taking several deep puffs of his cigar. While exhaling smoke, his mind raced to figure out what was going on. The sand bandits' previous retaliation had already ended. Why was there another round? The whole incident had occurred too suddenly, carrying an air of mystery. At that moment, the communicator rang. Roger glanced at the prompt and snorted coldly. 2 light screens appeared simultaneously, showing the heads of the Floor Energy Company and Ryan Energy Company. Tommy Brook, the head of Floor Energy Company, was a middle-aged white man. As soon as the 3-way video conference connected, he slammed his fist on the desk in fury. "Roger, what on earth is going on? What the hell are you at Panos Group trying to kill us all? Those damn sand bandits destroyed a total of 9 of our wind turbines, crippling 4 power generation routes. It's all because of you at Panos. You must take full responsibility." Roger rolled his eyes, not caring at all about the other party's accusations. "What's the matter? Can't you see for yourself? The sand bandits destroyed your turbines. How does that concern me? Did they mistake our company for yours? Should I have arranged several guides for them ahead of time? Besides, stop playing the victim here. 9 turbines is not that many. I've had over 30 turbines destroyed, and I haven't said a word about it." Roger gestured with his middle finger towards the screen. "Our 3 companies have entirely different names and logos. Are they blind?" Tommy replied coldly, "Sorry, I'm not their elementary school teacher. How well they can read and differentiate logos has nothing to do with me. To prevent such blunders from happening again, I suggest you fund a corporate culture exhibition for them, allowing them to understand the differences among our three companies better lest they mistakenly target the wrong door next time. Roger chewed on his cigar, dripping with sarcasm. But this time they were specifically targeting you at Panos. We are just collateral damage, and you must take responsibility for it. Tommy, confused, wanted Panos to pay for his losses. Roger narrowed his eyes, his voice becoming low and dangerous. Are you out of your mind? Our company is not their accomplice. Why should we be responsible? Besides, their revenge is due to the last time they were funded to hunt bandits. Don't forget, it wasn't just me who funded that operation. Should I publicly declare it to help them recognize you again so they can come to identify your company properly in the future? You are simply unreasonable. Tommy complained to the nearly 100-year-old head of Ryan Energy Company, Roger, turning to him. Lawn Gardener, you should say something. Your wind turbines must have suffered significant losses as well. Lon, a small black man with silver hair and a slightly aged appearance, coughed lightly. Let's leave the wind turbine issue as it is. Our company has lost 7 units and 3 lines are down. What concerns me more now is that both our companies have completely lost the ability to supply power to Jinchuan City. What should we do? A glimmer of cold light flickered through the narrow slits of Lon's partially closed eyes. Roger leaned back against the leather chair and said with some pride, the costs and time we at Panos spent building the underground cable tunnel were more than 3 times your construction volume. Although the current situation was unforeseen, it showcases the cleverness of our company's safety design philosophy. Lon tapped the table with a single finger, his voice low and serious. What we need to discuss now is the supply issue of daily electricity for Jinchuan City. You at Panos have taken full control, right? According to our agreement, you were only responsible for the power supply in the latter half of the month. Taking over completely, without the consent of both our companies, is not acceptable. Roger naturally knew that they were trying to make concessions elsewhere as compensation. But Roger was not buying it. He hypocritically smiled. Since you think our company's emergency measures are illegal, I will immediately notify the power outage and explain it to Viscount Carlot. When the latter half of the month comes, I will resume the power supply as usual. Tommy and Lon were immediately at a loss for words. If Viscount Carlot found out they were hindering Jinchuan City, it would likely sever ties between the city and both companies. Fatty, are you really going to be this ruthless? Tommy gritted his teeth, feeling very displeased, as Panos always sees the initiative in business dealings in Jinchuan City. Panos has already suffered a heavier blow than you, and you have been scheming behind our backs. Do you really think I am unaware? During such times, you still want me to make concessions? Do you want our branch company to go bankrupt quickly? Roger leaned forward, glaring fiercely at the screen. His words rendered the two men silent, and Tommy appeared even more awkward. I will give you 2 hours to contact Jinchuan City regarding the power supply negotiations. 2 hours later, I will have a timely call with the Viscount following the results of your discussions. Roger left a harsh remark and directly cut off the communication. In an office of Ryan Energy's branch, Lon clasped his hands under his chin. Sigh. Neither of you can remain calm. Young people are easily impulsive. In the office of Tommy, the general manager of Floor Energy, he was furious, shattering a valuable teacup beside him into pieces. Damn it, that fat Roger is driving me crazy. Was this really his doing? Tommy slumped in his chair, staring at the ceiling, trying to arrange his thoughts, but still unable to make an accurate judgment. After all, Panos has suffered greater losses. A feigned injury tactic isn't that simple to execute. How is the situation in Jinchuan City? Tommy tilted his head to look at his assistant nearby. On the night of the 1st of this month, the agent made an attempt. A 30-man elite team was completely wiped out. The target's security was handled by the Fire mercenary group. Fire. Harold. Yes, sir. So the agent wants to renegotiate with us if... Tommy interrupted his assistant hesitatingly, saying, I was thinking, since our power supply system has collapsed, even if we eliminate Panos representative, we won't be able to seize the market. Is there still a need to do this? The assistant reminded him, the interests of Jinchuan City, even if lost in the short term, only cause us pain but won't break our bones. The main purpose of what we are doing is to squeeze Panos' living space, letting this aging lion perish sooner rather than later. Tommy covered his face with both hands, rubbing it hard, and let out a breath. Then let's proceed. Money is not an issue. That fat man has been bouncing around for too long, and I want to see him looking dejected and useless. In the Green Lawn City, located deep within the Northwest Desert, there is a rare area rich in water resources. Late at night, in a luxuriously decorated villa on the outskirts of the city, lights were bright. The owner of the villa was a wealthy man whose business spanned multiple industries, a commercial mogul in Green Lawn City. At this moment, the wealthy man, dressed in silk pajamas, sat dazedly at his desk, fervently writing down the crimes he had committed in the past. The specific content was filled with bloodshed, brutality, and evil, fully revealing the darkness of human nature. The crimes numbered in the dozens, involving over 100 people, shocking to behold. It took him nearly an hour to finish. Expressionless, he set down his pen, picked up a pistol beside him, and without any hesitation shot himself. Generally, those who commit suicide harbor some level of pain, hesitation, or fear. However, the wealthy man's expression was too calm, as if he had never struggled or pondered over life and death. A large amount of blood splattered backwards, staining a famous painting on the rear wall. Oh, what a pity for this famous painting, a woman with aquamarine hair, sitting on the sofa opposite the desk, said while eating fruit. Hearing the gunshot, she leisurely turned her head to glance at the already deceased wealthy man, and upon seeing the blood-stained painting, sighed with regret. The wealthy man had originally hired a call girl, but halfway through this woman had replaced her. After finishing his grooming, he waited for the beauty to arrive, only to find a grim reaper at the door. The blue-haired woman stood up, walked to the desk, and took multiple angles of the body using a communicator, then sent the pictures to the agent. She leaned down to look at the wealthy man's confession, clicking her tongue. No good man among men. Dee, a communication prompt sounded. After connecting, the blue-haired woman lazily complained, "Come on, I'm still on a mission. Wrap things up on your side quickly. Ooh, I have a big deal here. If it goes smoothly, it's worth 5 times what you're currently doing. Such a high commission must be quite tricky, right?" Upon hearing the 5 times commission, the blue-haired woman's eyes lit up, but her rationality made her keenly aware that this task would not be simple. Of course it's not easy. 3 days ago, I had the Nighthawk people try, and all 30 elite members were wiped out. The blue-haired woman's eyes widened in horror. August 7, 1900 year, 4029 of the stellar era, Jinchuan City. Yunyu and Teresa had traversed the city all day. Only as dusk settled did they remember they needed to eat. Perhaps by coincidence, the restaurant they chose was the very one where they had first met. Teresa blinked, thoughtfully sifting through memories of everything that had unfolded since their meeting, dreamlike, surreal. Who could have imagined that Teresa, a woman long forged in the crucible of gunfire and bloodshed, would undergo such a profound transformation? She scanned the surroundings, searching for something. No need to look around. That brat doesn't show up here every day, might even be dead by now. Yunyu's trademark acerbity remained unvarnished. Teresa bared her teeth in mock fury, half tempted to bite him. Then a flicker of unease surfaced. She hadn't spoken a word yet Yunyu had already divined her thoughts. I hope he endures strong and unbroken. Yunyu offered no further comment. He had not yet fully shed his identity as an assassin. Commerce still felt like borrowed skin. For him, fleeting compassion was merely a rare, vivid hue amid life's monochrome routine. These past days, he had steadily expanded his mobile energy market, all while closely tracking the movements of the 3 major energy conglomerates in Halter City. The power cables linking Floor Energy Corporation and Rainique Energy Corporation to Jinchuan City have been severed entirely. You seem utterly unsurprised. Teresa glanced left and right, lowering her voice. Yunyu lifted his gaze, giving her a cool, appraising look. Should I feign astonishment over something so irrelevant to me? The daily supply-demand balance of electricity in Jinchuan City, no matter how it shifts, is beyond our reach at this stage. Teresa studied Yunyu with quiet suspicion. Though she held no evidence, intuition whispered insistently his hand was woven deep into the fabric of this affair. Late at night, inside Yunyu's room, fresh from the shower, clad in loungewear, he sat on the sofa, startled to find an unfamiliar woman standing before him. Tall and statuesque, her delicate gauzy gown did little to conceal the elegant contours of her form. Her beauty was arresting. Piercing sapphire eyes shimmering with starlight, her water blue hair cascading like liquid twilight, lending her an aura of ethereal allure. Ahem, I believe I booked an appointment with Eileen. I wasn't informed she'd be unavailable tonight, or that a replacement would be assigned. She encountered an unforeseen emergency. I received the call only moments ago. If you're dissatisfied, you may request another attendant. The blue-haired woman explained with practiced vulnerability, as though dreading a complaint. In truth, the hapless Eileen lay subdued and concealed in some forgotten corner. With a woman of your extraordinary caliber, I've somehow remained oblivious. Perhaps I ought to speak with your manager to clarify exactly what tier of client I qualify as. Inu gestured for her to sit, pouring her a glass of wine. Sir, please don't blame the manager. I only began working here today. You are in fact my very first guest. Is that so? Then I truly look forward to your performance. Yunyu's expression registered genuine surprise, even as his right hand settled naturally upon her silk-clad thigh. The blue-haired woman bore none of the hesitancy of a novice. Her body leaned slowly into his, her face lifting toward his, eyes locking onto his. I shall ensure this night remains etched in your memory forever. She was undeniably magnetic. Her whispered words beside his ear, the subtle artistry of her touch, the faint, intoxicating trace of her scent. all coalesced into an almost hypnotic force, gently dissolving tension, lulling him into serene euphoria. Iyunyu closed his eyes, surrendering wholly to this novel, exquisite sensation. Unseen, the woman's extraordinary psychic energy, far surpassing ordinary human limits, flowed like silent water into his mental realm. Human psychic energy coalesces within the mental realm, constantly perceiving and directing the physical body. Once her psychic energy fully infiltrated and enveloped the target's mental core, it could sever the connection between mind and flesh, granting her absolute control over the body. Codename, the Psychologist, this blue-haired woman had orchestrated countless enigmatic fatalities using her unparalleled psychic abilities. In her estimation, tonight's mission was already more than halfway complete. Her psychic intrusion had succeeded. The target's mental realm lay breached. Now locating and encircling his mental core would seal his fate. Every individual's mental realm manifests uniquely, shaped by experience, temperament, and inner landscape. A wrathful soul's realm might blaze with fire and ruin. A slaughter-obsessed mind could dwell amid severed limbs and rivers of blood. A twisted psyche might inhabit chaos without order, while an optimistic spirit's realm would glow with vivid, luminous clarity. Iyunyu's mental realm defied all precedent, a vast, silent expanse of star-strewn darkness permeated by a faint but palpable aura of sovereign authority. An inexplicable tremor stirred within the woman, an instinctive unease. Such profound mystery in this context was itself a portent of danger. Must locate the mental core swiftly, conclude this without delay. Protracted engagement invites peril. Within the obsidian void, finding the core proved unexpectedly simple. Soon she found Iyunyu's mental core, a translucent, pearlescent form, faintly radiant with golden luminescence, yet shrouded entirely by a dense, visible veil of black mist. A truly exceptional man. No wonder his charisma struck me so immediately. Pity, you still must die. A torrent of azure psychic energy surged forth, wrapping tightly around Iyunyu's mental core. Mission accomplished. In reality, the woman ceased all seductive gestures and exhaled triumphant. The final step was simple: command him to walk to the balcony and leap. She transmitted the directive instantly, yet repeated attempts yielded no response. Iyunyu remained motionless, eyes softly closed, reclining serenely on the sofa. Frowning deeply, she plunged her consciousness once more along the psychic tether, back into his mental realm. There, Iyunyu's mental core grew denser, stronger, his psychic energy surging visibly. Behind it, twin streams, one gold, one black, stretched infinitely into the distance. When her consciousness followed those streams outward, it collided headlong with an overwhelming, boundless pressure. She recoiled in terror, her awareness hurtling backward across impossible distances, only to turn and stare, paralyzed by dread. Above her loomed a colossal black beast, mountainous, ancient, its presence dwarfing human consciousness to insignificance. Suddenly, two vast orbs of molten gold ignited midair, its eyes brimming with infinite, crushing authority. A violent gust swept through the realm, obliterating her psychic energy and consciousness alike, reducing both to nothingness. Inside the room, the blue-haired woman lay on the ground, her consciousness damaged. She was horrified to discover a black and gold spiritual force beginning to invade her mental space in reverse. This spiritual power was exceedingly domineering and highly corrosive. Her azure spiritual force was utterly powerless against it, being eroded and assimilated in large amounts. Soon the original azure spiritual body of the blue-haired woman was completely devoured and transformed. The newly emerged spiritual body appeared a deep ocean blue, dark and profound, with faint golden glimmers flashing on its surface. What relieved the blue-haired woman the most was that her self-awareness was preserved, otherwise she would now be a mere walking corpse. Her consciousness delved deeper into the mental space, discovering that her spiritual body had become more solid, with her total spiritual force increasing by more than tenfold. Hey, is this for real? Just a remnant wave possesses this much spiritual force. Then this guy's spiritual strength must be terrifying indeed. It's over this time. I've kicked a steel plate. The blue-haired woman's consciousness exited the mental space, and she felt an intense headache. The damage caused by the previous spiritual erosion was not limited to the mental space. The immense impact left her bleeding from 7 orifices, her brain's nerves on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, this was not her first time enduring such a violent spiritual shock. She was far more resilient than an ordinary person and managed to survive. The life-and-death crisis was not yet resolved, for there was still Iyunyu lurking nearby. After much inner struggle, the blue-haired woman finally opened her eyes. At that moment, she was curled up on the carpet facing a large pool of blood. Iyunyu remained seated on the sofa, leaning forward, coldly scrutinizing her. Her original black eyes had been replaced by a pair of pure golden ones, emanating a powerful pressure. Danger! What kind of creature is this? The blue-haired woman swallowed hard. She could not believe this was a human. Imagining me as non-human, miss, that's a bit excessive. Iyunyu broke the awkward silence. The blue-haired woman widened her eyes in terror as an absurd thought emerged. Iyunyu narrowed his eyes slightly, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of mockery. Yes, exactly as you think. You have no secrets before me now. Because you have received spiritual force from me, in a spiritual sense you are my servant. What kind of joke is this? The blue-haired woman angrily pushed herself up. Iyunyu's eyes moved slightly, sending a wave of spiritual force. The blue-haired woman's body succumbed and collapsed back to the ground. What filled her with shame and anger was that she had not been forced down by external power, but rather her self-awareness had received the command and actively controlled her body to lie down. It was over. She had completely fallen under the other's control. She finally felt the despair of those she had previously manipulated. Upon realizing this, the blue-haired woman lay motionless on the ground, her expression dazed. Iyunyu glanced at her and chose to ignore her. He leaned against the sofa, closing his eyes to carefully assess his own condition. His spiritual body was no longer faint. It had become more solid, resembling a dark gray stone sculpture with pure golden eyes enveloped in a faint golden light. Iyunyu had regained his composure, consciously calming the tumultuous mental space caused by the sudden shock, quickly stabilizing the situation. The pure golden hue in his eyes faded, returning to pure black pupils. The faint pressure emitted unconsciously also dissipated. What exactly are you? Came a weak voice. A genuine human without a doubt. If you insist on classifying me, I would be an extraordinary human just like you. Just like me. Don't joke around. I just saw that figure. Cough, cough. The blue-haired woman was somewhat agitated, triggering a violent cough, expelling a significant amount of blood. Buzz. She felt the light above dimming, turned her head to look up, and a large bed appeared out of thin air. A shock ran through her heart. Is he going to kill me? The blue-haired woman felt her breathing hasten, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Usually she treated lives like grass, displaying a very contemptuous indifference. Yet when death loomed over her, she felt genuine and profound fear and helplessness, realizing at that moment that she too was afraid of death. She struggled to turn her head, casting a pleading gaze at Iyunyu. Yet she found Iyunyu completely ignoring her, instead looking curiously at the floating bed. With a wave of his right hand, he shattered the bed into dust, not letting a single speck remain. It seems this time, besides a significant increase in spiritual force, other abilities have also seen a breakthrough. I should thank you, Miss Assassin. So can we have a proper conversation about your matters now? Bang. The door was kicked open. Standing at the entrance was Teresa, dressed only in her underwear, showcasing her excellent figure, a dark expression on her face. In the corridor, a few mercenaries on duty heard the commotion and just glanced over, only to feel Teresa's icy gaze, prompting them to turn away tactfully. Teresa walked barefoot into Iyunyu's room, kicked the door shut with her foot, and cautiously surveyed the entire room. Finally, her gaze landed on the blue-haired woman lying on the ground, bleeding from her 7 orifices. What kind of kinky game is this? Your tastes are too heavy. Teresa looked at Iyunyu with shock and disdain. Iyunyu rubbed his temples helplessly, saying, "It's not what you think, Bits. Don't explain. No explanations are just cover-ups. I just want to know, why did my bed suddenly disappear while I was sleeping soundly in the room? Can someone explain?" Teresa poured herself a glass of strong liquor, tilting her head back to gulp it down, trying to alleviate her annoyance at being disturbed from her sleep. Just now, she had inexplicably fallen to the ground, and upon waking, her first reaction was to rush to Iyunyu. She suspected he might be behind it. If not him, then he might be in danger. I conducted a little experiment. Don't be surprised. Iyunyu raised his hand to demonstrate retrieving Teresa's clothes and shoes from the next room using telekinesis. It seems my control has become stronger than before. Teresa knew Iyunyu had spatial abilities, but they had been quite weak before, unable to retrieve items from a distance. Iyunyu ignored Teresa, who had sat down beside him, and looked down at the blue-haired woman again. Can you tell me what's going on? Or should I check it myself? The blue-haired woman trembled. She knew that Iyunyu's so-called checking meant he could indeed delve into her memories. She had no doubt about his ability, for after just now's private examination, she realized she truly could not sever the mental connection with him. All right, I'll speak. Someone has paid a hefty price to buy your life. Faced with absolute power, submission was the only wise choice. In the early hours, in a hidden basement of a deep alley, the agent stared at the light screen displaying the outdoor situation of the Jinlisha Hotel. The pre-scheduled stunt has yet to commence. Could the situation have changed, leading to an alternate method? Considering the time it should have been completed, why has no task completion certification been sent? Could it be? The agent felt an unsettling premonition and immediately got up to grab important items, preparing to relocate. Upon opening the door, she found a blue-haired woman standing despondently at the entrance, accompanied by a man and a woman. The agent's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly reacted and raised her hand to shoot. But no matter how hard she tried, her fingers couldn't pull the trigger, and then she terrifiedly realized that her entire body had become immobile. Yue wore a harmless smile. "Auntie, your hospitality is a bit frightening. Let's go inside and have a chat. It wouldn't do to disturb the neighbors at this late hour." The agent was passively seated in a chair, and one of her dentures was removed by Teresa. "Wendy, you violated the rules." The agent calmly observed the dazed blue-haired woman, surprised that she had faltered. Wendy bitterly explained, "Annie, you have no idea about the specifics of this target. It's not that you think him the most suitable, it's that I happen to be completely restrained by him." The blue-haired woman, Wendy Blett, looked up at the agent, her eyes filled with resentment. "This truly is a mistake that could ruin a lifetime." The agent was taken aback and thoughtfully glanced at Yue. "So, Mr. Do you have any advice? Could you elaborate on this commissioned task?" "Sorry, our line of work values confidentiality. Oh, I would rather die than betray my employer." "Actually, there's no need to guess. The employer is from Harder City." Looking at Yue, who was fixated on her, the agent smiled mockingly. "You can keep guessing, but you won't get any useful information from me." Yue applauded appreciatively for a moment. "I personally admire your professional ethics, but unfortunately this conflicts with my personal interests." "So?" Yue's eyes shimmered with golden light as he stared directly at the agent. The agent furrowed her brows, feeling as if countless fine needles were piercing her brain, causing unbearable pain as all her memories replayed rapidly. In just over 10 seconds, the pain vanished. "As expected, Mr. Oprah Whiteman from Floor Energy Company. How is this possible?" The agent looked at Yue in terror. She then sighed. "You and Mr. Yue tapped his wristband, and a light screen popped up before the agent, logging into a strange alien bank website. The agent's heart suddenly twitched, and she looked up at Yue, feeling that he was like a devil. Logging into the website, entering the username and password, answering specific questions, and disabling multiple complex security measures, Yue appeared to handle it with ease. Because all the answers were already in the agent's memory. After repeating the process over a dozen times, Yue found 375 billion Baluru coins across several banks and transferred them all into a special account. This money would be automatically deposited, passing through countless cleansing processes before finally entering Yue's private secret account. "So you're also in our line of work." Seeing Yue's special account, the agent realized she was dealing with a peer. Yue was quite pleased with his gains that night, smiling. "Thank you for your generous donation." He waved his hand lightly, and the agent disintegrated like a sculpture weathered by the years, turning to dust and completely vanishing. Not just the agent, but everything in the room was decomposed. The entire basement eventually became empty, as if the owner had already moved away. Watching everything unfold before her, Wendy felt a chill run through her body. Compared to this man, her tricks seemed like child's play. "So, dear Miss, Wendy, do you plan to stay and accompany the agent, or will you follow me from now on?" Yue squinted and smiled, trying to appear gentle and friendly, but the circumstances made it impossible for her to feel that way. "Do I have a choice?" Well, you do. Welcome aboard." The next morning in Yue's room, Yue, Teresa, Harold, and Wendy gathered together. Harold looked at Wendy with a peculiar expression, clearly already aware of everything that had happened last night. He felt a wave of fear. If Yue had been an ordinary person, they would have been in serious trouble last night. Even more absurdly, his subordinates were still completely oblivious. This left Harold feeling both vexed and helpless. Superhumans were simply unpredictable. "Wendy, tell us about your abilities." Yue looked at Wendy, now very interested in the woman's abilities. Although his mental strength was far superior to hers, he was still a novice in practical application. "My abilities mainly involve invading the target's mind with my mental strength to make them carry out specified tasks. Afterward, does the target retain any related memories?" "Yes, but this does not pose a problem, as I always aim to eliminate them after controlling them." "Can you read other people's memories?" "Yes, but since this is very taxing on mental strength, I can only read memories from up to a week ago." "What about deleting, altering, and adding memories?" "I have tried deleting, but that is also limited to memories within a week, which may be related to the scope of reading. Altering remains at the level of vague memories. Complete alteration is too taxing on mental strength. Memories are quite sensitive to causation and logic, making them prone to revealing flaws." Wendy elaborated on her abilities in detail, not daring to hide anything. She and Yue shared a very close mental connection. If she lied, he could easily sense it, making it a futile effort. Teresa and Harold exchanged glances, secretly amazed at how strange and unpredictable these abilities were. She was truly a fearsome woman, not to be deceived by her beautiful exterior. Yue pursed his lips, pondering for a moment. "I think you may have previously been limited by insufficient mental strength, which is why you couldn't achieve your goals. You should have made some breakthroughs last night." Continue to seek opportunities for practice, especially to strengthen your memory-related abilities. Yes, my mental strength has increased more than tenfold. Can I continue to grow stronger in this way? Mentioning this, Wendy became extraordinarily excited as her mental strength had received unprecedented enhancement. In the morning, she had someone try out preliminary tests. Without needing deep mental intrusion, she could guide people to do simple things, making them feel as if they were overwhelmed by Wendy's powerful presence. Yunue smiled without answering Wendy's question directly. In fact, he himself was still unclear about last night's situation. Besides the agent, does anyone else know your identity and abilities? The agent knows best, and there was someone who initially recommended me to the agent, but I heard he is already dead. Wendy pondered seriously and provided an accurate answer. Yunue nodded. He had actually read this information from the agent last night, and now he was merely reconfirming. With no other informants, it meant that in the future the chances of exposing Wendy while doing tasks would be significantly reduced. Teresa lit a cigarette, her eyes filled with a fierce glint. This matter cannot just be let go. If not, I will return to Harder City and deal with that Oprah Whiteman. Yunue casually flicked his fingers, delivering a mental blow to Teresa from a distance. This move raised Harold's eyebrows, enhancing his understanding of Yunue's strength. Yunue said helplessly, "How can someone who prides themselves as a justice envoy constantly call for violence? We are business people now and should act according to the rules as much as possible. As for their violation of the rules, let's keep a record first." Teresa, frustrated, held her forehead and argued, "They have already come to threaten our lives. Oh, why shouldn't we retaliate?" Yunue shot her a glare, clearly annoyed. "If he has others backing him, are you planning to kill even more people?" Teresa hesitated, realizing she had been too rash, and decided to abandon the thought. If she really did that, the situation would only escalate, inevitably drawing external attention and adversely affecting future developments. In terms of scale, we cannot compete with them directly and should avoid a heating conflict. What we can do now is to secretly trip them up. Yunue calmly picked up his teacup and took a delicate sip, showing no concern for the attack he had just endured. Having faced countless life-and-death crises, this little scene was nothing to him. The other three fell into contemplation. They were still accustomed to quick vengeance, believing in avenging wrongs without delay. They lacked the mindset to weigh pros and cons or consider the bigger picture. Harold and Wendy nodded, showing understanding. As for Teresa, it seemed she had given up on thinking, which left Yunue somewhat speechless. At this stage, Floor and Rianki had lost the ability to supply power to Jinchuan City, which also meant they could not establish mobile energy refilling stations there in the short term. Their loyal customers were barely holding on by relying on energy reserves or borrowing at high costs from outside, which could not last long. Considering this, Yunue instructed Harold to enhance the protection of the refilling plant, preventing anyone from sabotaging it. Meanwhile, he decided to reach out to more clients to quickly turn the entire Jinchuan City into his market. This was a crucial step in Yunue's plan to monopolize the mobile energy market in Jinchuan City. August 11, 4029 of the interstellar calendar, Harder City. The Sand Thieves had once again carried out large-scale destruction of the wind power generator sets, this time with two major characteristics. First, the targeting was very clear. Only the wind turbine equipment of Floor Energy Company was damaged. Second, it involved some technical knowledge. Generally, 10 turbines made up a power generation circuit, and the Sand Thieves clearly knew this information. They damaged 1 or 2 turbines on each power generation circuit, resulting in destroyed turbines spread across more than 20 circuits. This wave of destruction caused direct economic losses exceeding 10 billion, causing Tommy Brooke, who had just received the news, to faint on the spot. After the incident, the Sand Thieves claimed online that they had captured a group of mercenaries, and according to the mercenaries' confessions, it was Floor Energy Company that was the biggest backer behind the crackdown on them. Other reliable sources confirmed that Floor Energy's upper management had close ties with the Northwest Military District. Previous military cleansing operations had been driven by Floor's influence. Upon learning the truth, the Sand Thieves felt deceived and toyed with, which led to this retaliatory action. Roger Barnes, upon hearing this news, was initially dumbfounded, then burst into laughter. When he heard that Tommy Brooke had fainted and been hospitalized, he nearly laughed himself into the hospital to accompany him. Lon, upon hearing the news, remained silent and leisurely sipped his tea. Is this the handiwork of that Roger kid? It doesn't seem like it. Everyone here values their reputation and wouldn't do something so despicable. Who could it be? Go investigate. A middle-aged man who had been standing quietly nearby nodded in agreement and then quickly left. After Floor Energy Company suffered multiple retaliatory attacks from the Sand Thieves, they reported the situation to the royal family of the Polong Kingdom through their headquarters. The royal family directly dispatched orders to the highest executive of Planet D2399, Marquis Faircarrot. The Northwest military soon responded, actively conducting several anti-bandit operations, but unfortunately the effects were minimal. The Sand Thieves were very familiar with the desert and could always detect the military in advance retreating calmly. Subsequently, they carried out even crazier retaliations against Fluor Energy Company. Thus, back and forth, they went fighting vigorously. The Sand Thieves' strong counterattacks also indefinitely postponed the plans of Fluor and Rianki to restart the power supply system in Jinchuan City. The situation in the desert had fallen into a stalemate, and after a year and a half the problem still could not be resolved. This situation allowed Panos Energy Group to seize a huge opportunity monopolizing the entire power supply business in Jinchuan City. Now Roger had also learned his lesson, no longer provoking the Sand Thieves. He quietly watched from the sidelines, making a fortune in silence. As a transportation hub and economic and cultural center in the northwest region, Jinchuan City had a population base of 200 million with daily power demand exceeding 10 times that of other small cities. Panos thus made a fortune, adding a significant achievement to Roger's record while slightly alleviating the operational crisis of the branch. In contrast, what surprised Roger even more was Yayunya's income. Based on the total energy consumption of the mobile energy refilling plant and the company's share, it could be inferred that Yayunya's total income over the past year and a half had absolutely exceeded 300 billion. Having such a vast sum of money in one person's hands was truly unimaginable. Even in Jinchuan City, Yayunya could be considered a top-tier billionaire. However, he conducted himself in an exceptionally low-key manner. Unless one was in the know, it was difficult to detect his presence. Roger was very envious of this and had once foolishly considered terminating the partnership, allowing Panos to take over directly. The voices within the company calling for this grew louder, but he had never dared to take real action. One reason was the contract limitations. Breaching it would incur exorbitant penalties. Another reason was Yayunya's personal strength. Roger feared that if he acted rashly, he might meet an unexpected demise. Moreover, he always felt that the desert banditry was intricately linked to Yayunya. Yayunya had been operating in Jinchuan City for over a year, intentionally befriending many upper-class figures, and had grown increasingly close to the Carrot family. It was by no means easy for Panos to shake him off. For Yayunya was very adept at handling relationships, having provided him with numerous benefits during this time worth several times his salary. Yayunya had already firmly established his dominance in the mobile energy sector in Jinchuan City, making it difficult for others to shake him off. Deep in the wilderness, over 100 kilometers west of Jinchuan City, beneath the cloak of midnight, the military will soon launch its next suppression operation. Laziman, brace yourself. As leader of the Desert Sand Bandits, Laziman Jamil wore an expression of utter nonchalance. Such relentless military campaigns had long since become routine to him. He could sense shifts in air currents to detect large forces up to 10 li away. Smaller detachments would inevitably betray themselves within 3 kilometers. Laziman chuckled with quiet arrogance. They truly never tire of this game. Yet no matter how many times they return, the outcome remains unchanged. Yayunya watched Laziman's smug confidence with icy detachment, a faint knowing curve lifting the corner of his lips. What are you smiling at? Did I speak falsely? Yes, you erred profoundly. In truth, the military could eradicate the sand bandits effortlessly. They were merely tolerated as a convenient pretext for regular field drills. Yet that era was drawing to a close. The Royal External Affairs Bureau had publicly voiced dissatisfaction with Count Fayer Kalat's repeated failures in past suppression efforts, and issued strict orders demanding immediate resolution of the sand bandit threat. Laziman stared at Yayunya, stunned. This reality deviated sharply from all his expectations. His voice trembled slightly. Then what should I do? He possessed the confidence to evade and outmaneuver the Northwestern Army, but lacked the courage to withstand the full wrath of the planet's supreme sovereign. I only wish to know, how well do your underlings truly know you? Will they betray you if captured? A glint of cold steel flashed in Yayunya's eyes. He sought to recruit Laziman, but only if it carried no risk of entanglement with grave consequences. I'm no fool. I've never revealed my true identity to them. Most only know me by my alias the Gale. I conceal my face at all times. If few have ever seen my features. So long as I live and flee the desert, no one shall ever lay hands upon me. Yayunya nodded. Laziman had indeed exercised forethought, sparing him the burden of extensive contingency planning. The military's next operation has no fixed timetable, but once launched it will be utterly overwhelming. Abandon this base and come to Jinchuan City to find me. But I haven't decided to join your team yet, Laziman murmured, brows furrowing lightly. He cherished his freedom. With substantial wealth already in hand, joining any formal organization held little appeal. Yayunya cast a sidelong glance. He understood Laziman's mindset perfectly. It mirrored his own days as a lone operative. I offer only counsel, and I assure you no better path awaits you. Laziman's frown deepened. This was no trivial decision. Ponder it at your leisure. Once resolved, send me a coded signal within that online game. I'll be waiting to extract you. Before Laziman could reply, Yayunya dissolved into a shadow, and vanished into the night. Yunyu returned to his hotel, resumed human form, and found Wendy reclining on the sofa. "Dear boss, did you go hunting for wild game tonight?" Wendy teased, her gaze languid and playful. Since accepting the irreversible shift in her fate, she had seized every opportunity to flirt with Yunyu. She yearned for their bond to deepen beyond spiritual resonance into something more intimate, more visceral. Yet, Yunyu deliberately maintained emotional distance. He forbade romantic entanglements among his inner circle. Private affections were too volatile, too likely to ignite internal discord. "One might say so. Though fortune eluded me, none suited my taste." Wendy laughed softly. "Perhaps another time I'll remedy that disappointment. Still, I've acquired vital intelligence, urgent enough to bring straight to you." "What earth-shaking revelation is this?" Wendy pursed her lips, smiled faintly, and summoned a holographic interface before tapping deftly to transmit a file to Yunyu. Yunyu poured himself a glass of wine, opened the file, and the moment his eyes fell upon the title, his calm composure hardened into grave intensity. Title: Strategic Restructuring of Panos Energy Group. Panos Energy Group had invested colossal sums in space, constructing a massive orbital station dedicated to pioneering extraterrestrial energy research. Recently, however, a catastrophic accident reduced the entire space facility to ruins. Every researcher perished, and the cause remains unexplained to this day. Preliminary assessments estimated economic losses exceeding 589 trillion Baru credits, an existential blow that shattered the group's financial infrastructure and paralyzed its operations. Major banks swiftly reversed course, refusing new loans while aggressively demanding repayment of existing debts. Under pressure from the Royal External Affairs Bureau, Panos Energy Group initiated sweeping institutional reforms, sacrificing select assets to plug the gaping fiscal wound. Among those slated for divestiture, Panos Energy Group's wind power division on planet D2399. The next morning, a rugged vehicle sped out of Jinchuan City, racing westward towards Haltet City. "Can you focus on driving and keep your eyes on the road?" When he shot a glare at Teresa, she found it hard to tolerate Teresa's carefree and laid-back demeanor. What infuriated her more was that Yunyu favored Teresa greatly. Even when Teresa made mistakes, her punishments felt more like playful banter akin to how an elder brother would treat a younger sister. In contrast, although she also held an important position and even benefited from an enhancement in her mental capabilities, she always felt inferior to Teresa on an emotional level. "Did something happen last night that I don't know about, prompting this sudden decision to go to Haltet City?" Teresa turned to Yunyu, a puzzled expression on her face. Yunyu pointed ahead, his expression serious. "Drive carefully. The Panos Energy Group is in serious trouble. We need to meet with Roger Barnes as soon as possible to confirm the situation. Whether it's a crisis or an opportunity depends on this meeting." In the evening, in the office of the general manager of the Panos Energy Group's branch on planet D2399 in Haltet City, Roger Barnes, resembling a mountain of flesh, sat on an oversized leather sofa, smoking a cigar. Amidst the swirling smoke, he squinted at his unexpected visitor across from him, raising an eyebrow with an inkling of suspicion. "What a rare guest. It's just about time to get off work. Let's find a high-end restaurant to chat over dinner. You, the busy man, rarely show up in Haltet City. We must catch up tonight." Roger greeted warmly with a broad smile. Given the urgency of the situation, Yunyu didn't intend to beat around the bush and directly confronted him. "This branch is on the chopping block of the group. What are your plans?" The hefty man took a couple of puffs from his cigar, his expression skewed as he felt somewhat cornered by Yunyu's straightforwardness. "You are well informed. Oh, I only received the notification yesterday. If it were a few days later and the group announced this decision at a press conference, everything would have really been set in stone." Roger rolled his eyes. He believed that even if Yunyu had foreknowledge, it wouldn't change anything. This was the trend of events. With the Royal Foreign Affairs Office personally overseeing matters, no one within the borders of the Bolong Kingdom dared to defy the royal will. When Roger received the news last night, he was also in a state of anxiety, but after reaching the peak of despair, he fell into a strangely calm acceptance. Now he was more concerned about how to secure a decent position within the group. As for how to handle the branch after its termination, he had lost interest in that, and Yunyu was not even on his radar. This is the will of the Royal Foreign Affairs Office, and the group must comply. This loss is too significant. The upper management must cling tightly to the royal family and make some concessions to have them intervene and alleviate part of the debt. Roger looked up at the ceiling, exhaling a large cloud of smoke as he gazed at the ornate ceiling, feeling a wave of sorrow. His good days were coming to an end. Yunyu pondered for a moment and said, "I want to acquire the Haltet City branch." Cough, cough. Ha ha. "Oh, my brother, you really are something, ha." Cough, cough. Roger was taken aback by Yunyu's astonishing statement, leading to a fit of vigorous coughing while also finding it quite amusing. A fool's dream. was Roger's only assessment. The electric power industry is a sector vital to the nation's lifeblood, and any company that can share a piece of the pie must have a substantial official background. Ordinary private enterprises cannot hope to enter this field. Roger was quite clear about Iyunya's background. Iyunyu was merely acquainted with the younger generation of the Kuroti family from Jinchuan City, at most knowing the Viscount Kuroti. However, even Marquis Fayer Kuroti couldn't interfere too much. One must join forces with other nobles to enter the game. To put it bluntly, Iyunyu lacked the necessary political resources. Everything was off the table. 10 billion bolong coins. Iyunyu stated the figure directly. Roger's eyelids twitched. His annual salary at best was 150 million, and 10 billion was an astronomical sum for him. This isn't just about money. Iyunyu disregarded this, analyzing seriously. Roger, if you leave here, it won't be easy to secure a good position again, right? If you had 10 billion as operational funds, you'd have a chance to secure a better position. Even if I wanted to help you, it wouldn't matter. You lack the backing. Roger's facial flesh twitched. The feeling of 10 billion being right in front of him, yet unattainable, was genuinely distressing. Then let's strike your name off the chopping block, and I will invest in acquiring the branch, but we still need to leverage the company's name and political resources. Roger sat still, tilting his head with an expression of, I don't quite understand you. What gives the group the right to do this? If the branch is handed over to someone else, how much do you think this awkward moment is worth? Iyunyu asked. No matter how much pressure comes from outside, these nearly 10,000 wind turbines and complete sets of equipment can easily fetch 1 trillion. As the head of the branch, Roger was very aware of the asset situation. He initially planned for self-sufficiency and to update the equipment over a few years, so he had already calculated thoroughly. He'll offer 2 trillion. I can still guess how much you have. You probably can't even scrape together 500 billion. 2 trillion. Where are you going to get so much money? Roger shook his head, feeling that this kid was extraordinarily insane. Of course, it won't be a one-time payment. No other company would make a one-time payment of 1 trillion for acquisition either. Give me 5 years and I can pay in full. Of course, it's just a highlight that I offer 1 trillion more than others. Roger suddenly felt that this deal had some merit and said in a deep voice, what else? Aside from me, the buyers are most likely the other 2 companies. The group's crisis must have been exacerbated by their involvement. Do you really want to see them benefit from this? If I take over the branch, I will contend with them, which can restrain them to some extent. Moreover, some measures that you are inconvenient to adopt, I have no qualms about. Iyunyu had articulated his points, clearly revealing quite a bit of information. Roger remained silent, squinting his eyes as he seriously contemplated the feasibility of Iyunyu's proposal. If this proposal passed, it would be nothing but beneficial for him personally. You can stay in Haltet City for the next few days. I will report to the group immediately. Whether your proposal is feasible depends on the upper management's decision. Iyunyu nodded, stood up, and left, saying as he reached the door, I look forward to your good news. Good news. Roger himself hoped to receive good news as well, but he still felt that Iyunyu was somewhat fanciful. After sending the report, Luo Jie lost all appetite for dinner, anxiously awaiting a prompt response from the group. About an hour later, a loud incoming call chime startled the portly man so violently that he jolted upright in alarm. The holographic display identified the caller as the head of Group Strategy Division's 7th team, a formal member of the group's think tank, and a figure wielding real influence over its strategic direction. Upon accepting the call, Luo Jie immediately bowed deeply. Good evening, Director Su Yuning. I apologize for this unsolicited intrusion, Manager Barnes. A voice, cool and composed, emanated from the screen, revealing a sharp-featured businesswoman with neatly cropped hair. Even as a mere holographic projection, her presence weighed heavily upon Luo Jie. The portly man muttered inwardly. Why had this matter, originally reported to his direct superior, drawn the attention of such a high-ranking strategist? Su Yuning spoke. Please elaborate thoroughly on the report you submitted earlier. Yes, ma'am. Luo Jie had no authority to refuse. His sole recourse was to deliver a meticulous briefing, striving to secure approval for the proposal. The prospective buyer is named Iyunyu. Do you have his background dossier? Having listened attentively, Su Yuning found herself intrigued by this ambitious, somewhat impetuous young man. She opened the detailed dossier Luo Jie had transmitted, read it carefully, paused in quiet contemplation, then declared, I will depart immediately for your location and arrive the day after tomorrow. Please arrange a meeting with Iyunyu. I wish to speak with him in person. Yes, I'll contact him at once. Only after the holoscreen dissolved did Luo Jie dare straighten up and wipe the cold sweat from his brow. A thrill of excitement stirred within him. Drawing interest from Strategy Division meant the proposal held genuine viability. Without delay, the portly man contacted Iyunyu. Your proposal has successfully captured the attention of group leadership. A representative will arrive the day after tomorrow. You must prepare your strategy in advance. Everything hinges on this meeting. Yunyu, visible on the holoscreen, remained silent throughout, finally nodding solemnly. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon 2 days later, Luo Jie stood alongside the entire management team of the branch office and Yunyu's delegation of 3 at the rooftop helipad of the branch office building, awaiting their arrival. 10 minutes later, an autonomous aircraft glided in from the distant horizon. It originated from Jinchuan City Spaceport, the only spaceport serving the vast northwestern deserts of the continent. After landing smoothly, the aircraft's hatch slid open, and a woman flanked by 2 men descended briskly. Luo Jie stepped forward, immediately extending a warm welcome. Dressed impeccably in professional attire, Su Yuning exuded polished authority. She offered a courteous smile and a slight nod to the assembled group. "Let me clarify. I am not an inspector from your operations department. There's no need for tension. Please resume your duties. We too must complete our task promptly. Group leadership is managing numerous critical initiatives simultaneously." From the moment she disembarked, her pace never faltered, revealing a decisively efficient temperament. Luo Jie dared not slacken his pace. With a subtle glance to his subordinates, he hurried to keep stride with Su Yuning. They soon reached the conference room, where one of Su Yuning's assistants stepped forward to halt the group. "Apologies. Please surrender all personal weapons and communication devices for safekeeping. None may be brought into the chamber." Trisha glanced toward Yunyu, who nodded in assent. Their true risk did not lie in concealed arms. This was, after all, a commercial negotiation. Such formalities were immaterial. Su Yuning had already taken her seat. Luo Jie sat respectfully beside her. Yunyu and his 2 companions occupied the opposite side of the long conference table. One of Su Yuning's assistants placed a palm-sized square device on the table and activated it with a press. "Please don't be concerned. We must temporarily disable all electronic communication devices within this room, given the confidential nature of our discussion. We appreciate your understanding." Thorough and impeccably professional. Yunyu smiled faintly and nodded in acknowledgement. "Then let us begin formally. Mr. Frankly speaking, while your bid of 2 trillion is highly competitive, a 5-year payment term does not align with our financial requirements. Could it be compressed to 3 years? Our new strategic roadmap demands urgent capital liquidity." Su Yuning opened with deliberate assertiveness, her intent clearly to test Yunyu's financial depth. Yunyu had prepared meticulously and knew precisely how to respond. Were this branch sold to any other party, its market value would barely reach 1 trillion. And even then, full payment would likely take more than 1 or 2 years. "I can deliver 1 trillion within 18 months, enabling the group to execute its original asset divestiture plan. The remaining 1 trillion will be paid in installments over 5 years. This schedule accounts for the fact that all branch equipment must undergo comprehensive regulatory mandated upgrades over the next 5 years, a substantial capital outlay in itself." With Luo Jie's assistance, Yunyu had acquired exhaustive knowledge of the branch's current status, allowing him to swiftly identify arguments squarely favoring his position. Su Yuning arched a delicate eyebrow, conceding his point with a nod, her keen gaze flickering almost imperceptibly toward Luo Jie beside her. The portly man flushed slightly, maintaining an awkward smile. Should the branch be shuttered, his career prospects would dim considerably. Even if spared outright termination, advancement would remain elusive. Yet with sufficient capital at his disposal, the landscape could shift dramatically, perhaps even propelling him upward onto a higher rung of the corporate ladder. His own professional future hung in the balance, leaving little room for hesitation. "Secondly, I understand you intend to retain our corporate branding, effectively leveraging the group's political capital as your institutional backing. In that case, shouldn't you provide the group with an appropriate profit share? After all, cultivating and sustaining political capital incurs considerable expense." Su Yuning fixed Yunyu with a steady gaze, her expression subtly conveying, "I hold the upper hand." This was indeed Yunyu's most vulnerable point. "The additional 1 trillion I've committed covers precisely those costs. Moreover, my assumption of the branch will effectively constrain the regional expansion of Floor Energy and Lienji Energy, 2 key competitors. In essence, this constitutes indirect support to the group. Suppressing rivals is itself a tangible contribution." Su Yuning shook her head, unconvinced. "Rival suppression is inevitable for any third-party operator. There's no imperative for the group to entrust this task specifically to you. Under normal operations, this branch yields an annual net profit of 2 trillion. Plenty of interested parties exist. That advantage, however, belongs exclusively to you." Yunyu shook his head lightly, a faint smile playing on his lips, dispelling Su Yuning's assertion with effortless precision. Su Yuning widened her eyes, her voice involuntarily rising a few notches. "There are still quite a few powerful energy companies in the kingdom, and even some large conglomerates are eager to venture into the energy sector. I don't believe that this branch company is indispensable for you." Yunyu smirked slightly and said Fluor Rianki and Panos have long divided the energy market in the northwestern desert, and the most profitable Jinchuan city under Panos is under my control. If a fourth party intervenes, what do you think I should do? Yi Yunyu began to show his teeth, making Su Yuning recognize the situation. Su Yuning's expression darkened as she coldly replied, "Are you planning to join forces with the other two? Don't forget your current position is thanks to our group. Since Panos has withdrawn, whatever I do won't directly impact the group's interests. Of course, with the fourth party being excluded, Fluor or Rianki will inevitably expand, which might indirectly affect the group." Roger, standing nearby, began to sweat internally, screaming, "Is this kid crazy, daring to threaten the higher-ups of the group?" He truly feared that if Su Yuning got angry, the negotiations would collapse and his future would be in jeopardy. Thinking of this possibility, he continuously signaled Yi Yunyu with his eyes to tone it down and be mindful of his attitude. Yi Yunyu paid no heed to Roger's silent hints. He was busy observing Su Yuning's response and noticed that she had no extreme reaction, even revealing a hint of a smile in her eyes. Today we sit here to discuss interests. If we cannot obtain what we seek, we naturally have to look for other avenues. Business people are, after all, those who pursue profit. Su Yuning lightly frowned, her gaze fixed on Yi Yunyu as the conference room fell into silence. Although this secret meeting would not be known to outsiders, this kid was indeed audacious, daring to threaten the group. Except for him, everyone else can leave. Su Yuning raised her hand and pointed at Yi Yunyu across from her. After the others left, only one man and one woman remained in the conference room, facing each other sharply. Su Yuning leaned back in her chair, forcefully slapping the armrest. "Kid, don't you think your desire to monopolize this large piece of the branch company is too greedy? This is a classic case of empty-handedly taking the wolf." Yi Yunyu relaxed and replied slowly, "Since selling to me yields more than selling to others, you have no reason not to choose me. On the contrary, it is you who wants to extract more benefits from the axed branch company. That is true greed." Su Yuning thought how cunning this kid is. She didn't expect Yi Yunyu to be only 25 years old, yet his consideration of issues was meticulous. She even felt that this guy would surely achieve great success in the future. When the strategic planning department received Roger's report, many members of the board became interested. The focus is not on the additional trillion, but on suppressing the two energy companies Fluor and Rianki. The Panos Energy Group faces today's crisis, and the collapse of the space energy exploration plan is indeed a major reason. However, the subsequent attacks from various parties are also an important reason. Behind this, these two companies are pulling strings, and the higher-ups at Panos naturally do not wish to see them benefit. Now Yi Yunyu's plan can satisfy the plan for reducing and monetizing while also suppressing the competitors, which is precisely what the higher-ups are eager to see. After reviewing Yi Yunyu's capabilities, Su Yuning no longer doubted him. The situation in Jinchuan City was enough to show that he was a capable and daring individual. Then he'll ask directly, if you take over the branch company, to what extent can you suppress those two? This is crucial, even more so than the additional trillion that the higher-ups care about. Su Yuning leaned forward, her index finger tapping the table. The electricity supply of the largest city in the northwest, Jinchuan City, will be monopolized by me alone. I will gradually increase the market share of wind power while constricting the development space of the two companies' wind power projects. What are the specific methods? Are you sure you want to know? Yi Yunyu replied with a hint of meaning. Su Yuning chuckled as she recalled some speculations mentioned in Roger's report. After thinking, she decided to give up on further questioning. The group only needed a good result, and it was better not to know too many details about the process. Once you take over, immediately change the company name so that it is no longer associated with Panos Energy Group. I promise that your resources can be used normally, but the group will not acknowledge any participation. By the way, do you know that the group has another branch company on this planet? Su Yuning threw out a new question with mysterious implications. From the earlier conversation, Yi Yunyu knew that the other party had recognized his plan, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Upon hearing the question, relevant information immediately surfaced in his mind. The Panos Energy Group has an ocean energy branch company on planet D2399, which has obtained the rights to develop wind resources along the eastern and southern coastlines of the continent. Its scale is more than twice that of the branch company in the northwestern desert. However, due to immature technology and various factors such as environmental impact and insufficient investment, this branch company has been losing money for years. Yi Yunyu's gaze shifted, noticing Su Yuning smiling. Without speaking, a bold guess suddenly emerged in his mind. Judging from your expression, you should have guessed it. Originally, this company was also on the cutting list, but due to some sensitive issues, the board was somewhat indecisive. If you can deliver satisfactory results, in 3 years the Ocean Branch Company will also be yours. Yi Yunyu exhaled, smiling. I will definitely make the Panos Group satisfied. This was indeed a tremendous, unexpected joy. The most precious aspect of the Ocean Branch Company is not its fixed assets, but the rights to develop ocean energy, which is difficult to obtain even with money. Seeing the uncontrollable joy on Yunya's face, Su Yuning finally felt relieved. This negotiation had been stifled by this kid, leaving her feeling quite frustrated. If not for a few big shots on the board expressing their desire to facilitate this matter, she would have slammed the table and chased him away seeking other buyers. One more thing, once the handover process of the branch company is complete, you need to remit 50 billion bolong coins to our strategic planning department under the guise of consulting service fees. You must understand that not everyone recognizes this plan. They need to be sweetened up a bit before they will keep quiet. Yunyu nodded in agreement, readily fully aware of the logic behind it. Su Yuning was also very pleased with Yunyu's perceptiveness. Then our discussion will end here. I hope you will have a second opportunity to pay the consulting service fee. Yunyu shook Su Yuning's outstretched hand again, expressing his gratitude. The two exited the conference room side by side, greeted by a group eagerly awaiting the results of the discussion. Yunyu nodded, giving everyone an affirming look which excited them greatly. After Su Yuning left, Yunyu and Roger conducted a private conversation in the office. Yunyu directly placed a black card on the table and handed it to the plump man. This is an anonymous disposable account that will automatically be cancelled after you withdraw 10 billion. All related information linked to it will be completely erased. Roger accepted this generous gift and smiled pleasure to cooperate. Congratulations on successfully taking over this branch. I will fully cooperate to ensure a seamless transition. I wish you a rapid rise within the group. The two men looked at each other and laughed heartily. This time, it was undoubtedly a win-win situation. Then tonight shall I arrange for everyone to meet you the new boss in advance. No rush, let's wait until the official announcement from the group. I still need to prepare for a comprehensive takeover. The two of them talked throughout the night, thoroughly reviewing the situation of the branch. Roger highlighted a few names, all of whom were troublemakers or had violated regulations along with some internal issues. These individuals and matters were too deeply entangled for him to address directly. Yunyu was about to become the new power holder and could not tolerate such issues. He glanced at the report provided by Roger, his mind already calculating how to carry out sweeping reforms. This time Roger had also played a trump card, successfully dealing a heavy blow to a few of his arch-rivals before leaving. A week later, Panos Energy Group held a press conference announcing the group's adherence to the royal will, undertaking a structural reform and adjusting its strategic development direction. They ultimately released some layoff lists. The branch of Panos Energy Group located in the northwest region of planet D2399 was not on the layoff list. This left those who had received insider information beforehand a bit stunned. Soon some informed individuals checked the Panos Energy Group's official website and learned that this branch was already in the process of takeover. The one taking over was an unknown young man, someone whom the big shots of the Boron Kingdom had never heard of. However, many people on planet D2399 had heard of Yunyu. Only a few of the younger generation truly understood him. This phenomenon was related to Yunyu's extraordinarily low-profile approach. He rarely showed his face and had contacted the media mogul Nuya Khalid to actively reduce his exposure. The price he paid for this was that he had to dine with Nuya every so often, discussing life deeply and lightly throughout the night. At the same time, Yunyu also acquired 18 of the shares of the media company owned by Nuya Khalid, becoming her largest supporter behind the scenes. In Nuya's eyes, Yunyu was a proud lone wolf, always hiding alone in the jungle, making other predators overlook his existence. But when he revealed his fangs, it would undoubtedly be a blood-soaked feast. Such a Yunyu exuded a wild charm that made Nuya's heart race. The only unfortunate part was that this lone wolf did not wish to be bound and scorned any attempt to disguise his affections. Even Nuya's arch-rival Xuanhua had a vague and ambiguous relationship with him. In a villa in the southern suburbs of Jinchuan City, Xuanhua was soaking in a bathtub, closing her eyes to relax. A light screen automatically appeared in front of her. Even if you are a woman, such a blatant disregard for others' privacy and forceful video calls is truly intolerable. Xuanhua opened her eyes slightly and continued to squint, pretending to be asleep, to express her dissatisfaction. Deep down, however, she was a bit curious as to why the other party hadn't contacted her for a long time, wondering what could be so urgent that they needed to reach out personally. I need to learn more about a person named Yunyu. You have been mingling in the upper circles of Jinchuan City for a long time. You should be familiar with him. A cold and serious voice came from the light screen. Xuanhua suddenly understood, in such a small place as Jinchuan City, there weren't many people worth the other party's attention, and he was undoubtedly one of them. Unfortunately, Yunyu had always preferred to keep a low profile, rarely appearing in public. I know him to some extent. After all, we've slept together a few times. What is your opinion of him? He is handsome, has an outstanding figure, and is skilled in martial arts. This was Xuen Nua's conclusion after careful consideration. Do you really have to talk to me like this? The other party sounded a bit exasperated. Did I say something wrong? The other party found it troublesome to deal with this good sister with whom they had shared hardships. Xuen Nua also knew when to stop. After all, her comfortable life over the past few years was also thanks to the other party. She pretended to be casual and asked why the sudden interest in him. The branch of Panos Energy Group located in the northwest region of planet D2399 has been sold to him. He will soon become the top of the 3 energy giants in the northwest region of planet D2399. So impressive. This time it was Xuen Nua who was shocked. She suddenly sat up, the magnificent scenery before her fully revealed. In Xuen Nua's impression, Yunyu had profited greatly from the energy crisis in Jinchuan City, but he lacked a strong background and did not possess the capability to manage an energy company. Never did she dream that he would go from silence to astonishingly becoming the owner of an energy company. At this moment a voice came from the light screen again. I need his information, the more detailed the better. Xuen Nua slowly lay back into the bathtub, somewhat puzzled, and asked, although he is a notable figure on this planet with your stature, you shouldn't be interested in such a small character. Someone wants to buy his information. If we can't provide it, won't that be very embarrassing? Besides, he acquired that branch in his personal capacity. Without some intelligence and strength, it's impossible to reap such substantial benefits from the major financial and political groups. He is a potential stock worth paying attention to. Without further ado, Xuen Nua directly sent over the information she had organized. The information was quite extensive, including Yunyu's personal demeanor, dietary habits, clothing preferences, and detailed parameters of various parts of his body. It also documented Yunyu's connections, assets, and even his secret investments. That's all for now. I didn't expect him to develop so rapidly. I thought I had given him enough credit, but I didn't realize he was hiding even deeper. Xuen Nua felt the need for some self-reflection. In the lavishly decorated dining hall of the Carlotte Count's residence in the southern suburbs, Hector Carlotte leisurely enjoyed his dinner. Seated on both sides of the dining table were several of his direct descendants. The nearly 90-year-old Count looked up at his eldest grandson Brady Carlotte and said softly, Brady, I heard you have a good relationship with Yunyu. What do you think of him? Brady, who was carefully eating, was taken aback, quickly putting down his cutlery and wiping his mouth. I've met him several times at gatherings, and we seem to get along well. After all, he still controls the mobile energy sector, and I think it's essential to establish a good relationship with him. As for my impression of him, he is extremely low-key. He rarely attends various gatherings. When conversing with others, his demeanor is very humble and polite, cautious in his words and actions. The Count took a sip of wine, nodded, and did not comment further. Seeing his grandfather take an unusual interest in someone, Brady felt eager to share everything he knew. I feel that his situation is somewhat awkward. His opportunity arises from the energy crisis in Jinchuan City, while the root of the crisis is the desert bandits. Now the royal family requires our house to quickly resolve the bandit problem, and this situation will soon be broken. By then, when the 3 energy companies restore their ties with Jinchuan City, his source of income will probably be cut off. Yunyu is obviously aware of his awkward situation, as he has been trying to invest in other industries, such as the Hastings family's hotel and Noel Khalad's media company. After Madak Krom's withdrawal, Yunyu also expressed interest in the land transportation industry to Brady. However, Brady has been hesitating and has not given him a clear answer. This is because Brady does not have a favorable view of Yunyu, believing that Yunyu's brilliance is merely ephemeral and will soon lead to decline. In fact, there is a deeper reason. Yunyu's remarkable rise has made many peers envious and jealous, leading to a lack of recognition for him. On the surface, Brady did not show it, but internally, he hoped that Yunyu would fall from grace, allowing Jinchuan City to regain its former glory. Brady closely observed the Count's expression, knowing that his grandfather's sudden mention of Yunyu must have deeper implications. Until he understood the situation, he would refrain from speaking recklessly. After listening to Brady's account, Count Hector smiled noncommittally, downed his glass of red wine, wiped his mouth, and tossed aside the napkin. Desert bandits, such a trivial issue. They actually caused trouble for the royal family and pressured the old man through the Foreign Affairs Office. Do you think it's still possible for Jinchuan City's power supply to be allocated to the other 2 companies? Flora and Ryan did not grasp the character of the old Marquis Pfeiffer Carlotte, and this time they have truly offended him. As the eldest son of the Marquis, Count Hector naturally would not give them a good face. The Count intends to force Flora and Ryan to completely withdraw from Jinchuan City's electric supply system. Everyone in the dining hall was taken aback. Count Hector then dropped a shocking piece of news. As for the desert bandit issue, even after it is resolved, Yunyu will not fall into decline. In a few days after completing the takeover process, the entire ownership of the Panos Northwest branch will wholly belong to Yunyu. The Count patted the somewhat dazed Brady with force. Compared to him, you are still somewhat immature. You should communicate more with him, it will benefit you. The old man said he might become a significant figure emerging from our ranks in the future. 3 days later, on May 17, 4031, in the star calendar in Harder City. Today, the Panos branch company was particularly bustling. A large number of news reporters gathered in the conference hall of the office building. Yunyu and Roger Barnes, a representative of Panos Energy Group, officially signed the transfer contract for the ownership of the Panos Northwest branch. From the moment both parties signed and sealed, it meant that the energy market in the entire Northwest region was about to welcome a new landscape. Subsequently, Roger congratulated Yunyu on behalf of the Panos Group at the press conference and expressed hope for continued cooperation and mutual benefit in the future. Yunyu spoke, announcing a series of measures he would implement after taking over. First, the company would officially be renamed Windhung Energy Company, wholly owned by Yunyu without adopting a shareholding system, and there are no plans for an IPO in the short term. Second, the company would undergo a comprehensive internal restructuring to thoroughly resolve some serious issues. Third, in response to the Safety Regulatory Department's requirements, starting next year, the existing wind power equipment will be updated in batches. From Yunyu's speech, it was easy to see that he was a decisive person. This made some senior personnel left in the company uneasy, fearing that the axe of restructuring would fall on their heads. In Tommy Brooks' office, the general manager of the Floor Energy branch, he angrily swept everything off his desk and turned to kick over the leather chair. Damn it, didn't they say everything was communicated? The Foreign Affairs Office pressured Panos to cough up some blood, and this branch would withdraw from the energy market for us to take over. What the hell is going on now? How can a nameless rookie take over? Isn't this just switching hands? Tommy, still seething with anger, scratched his scalp and thought, thank goodness the current hair growth technology is very developed, otherwise he would have been bald by now. Tommy's assistant, Oprah Whiteman, waited patiently for him to finish venting before explaining. The group has had long-standing grievances with Panos, and they certainly do not want us to benefit. The branch being taken over by Yunyu can also be seen as Panos deliberately trying to annoy us. It's just their dying struggle before their demise. Tommy lay back on the sofa, holding his aching forehead. The once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slipped away just like that, leaving him feeling frustrated and disappointed. The Panos Northwest branch actually does not need to undergo cuts, as it consistently generates considerable profits. However, this time the group's blunder was too significant. Even with the Foreign Affairs Office's full intervention, Panos still had to relinquish sufficient profits to breathe. Tommy initially thought he could seize a great opportunity and earn significant achievements, but instead he was intercepted by a brat. His hatred for Yunyu soared, and the murderous intent repressed after 2 failed assassination attempts surged again. Meanwhile, in the Ryan branch, Lauren watched the press conference held by the Panos Northwest branch. After decades of struggle, Lauren inexplicably felt a chill. After dealing with the shameless Roger Barnes, the new Yunyu gave off an impression of being highly ambitious, obviously a tough character to deal with. It seems peace is not going to last again. May 20, year 4031 of the stellar calendar at the Fungheng Energy Corporation headquarters. Oda Jet, head of the finance department, 60 years old and weathered, stood grim-faced before the executive conference room, his heart pounding with unease. He had just received a summons from the new CEO's secretary to attend an interview in the conference room. Recalling the new boss's stern remarks at the press conference 2 days prior, Oda sensed ill intent. Steeling himself, he entered the room and saw Yunyu seated at one side of the long conference table, quietly reviewing a document while stacks of files cluttered the adjacent desk. Yunyu looked up. Mr. Oda Jet, I'll be direct. Fungheng has no intention of inheriting your personnel file from Panos Corporation. Oda's forced smile vanished, his face drained of color. What do you mean, Mr. E? I was told you'd assumed control of the entire branch, including all its employees. Are you planning to breach contract? Employees must be preceded by the word qualified. Tell me, do you qualify? Yunyu's gaze pierced him, laced with biting mockery. Humiliated beyond measure, Oda sneered. I am head of finance. I've served this branch for 41 years. If I'm unqualified, who is? Yunyu let out a sharp, derisive laugh and slid the document across the table toward him. Trembling, Oda picked it up and froze, his blood turning to ice, his mind blanking entirely. It detailed every embezzled sum, 10 billion credits in total. One glance told him this was no fabrication but the product of meticulous investigation, leaving no room for denial. Please submit your resignation voluntarily. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to file criminal charges. Though the funds were not mine, I refuse to retain someone like you within my enterprise. Oda staggered out of the conference room, clutching the dossier. Knowing full well Yunyu had shown him mercy, and that compliance was now his only recourse. Trudging down the corridor in utter dejection, he encountered a tall, imposing, middle-aged man approaching Hedon, and despite his despair, couldn't suppress a cruel, vindictive smirk. The man was Gale Stark, chief engineer of electrical equipment and head of the technical department. Seeing Oda's unnerving expression, Gale's brow furrowed deeply. The dread coiling in his gut grew heavier still. The moment he stepped inside, his eyes swept the room, and he knew instantly that disaster loomed. Chief Engineer, as your new CEO, I issue you one demand: your resignation. It is both your first and final directive. Iyunyu's face held no trace of warmth, only simmering anger and disdain. Gale was an octogenarian legend, having overseen the construction of every wind turbine in the branch. As the branch's foremost technical authority, every component selection and procurement required his signature approval. Consequently, countless suppliers had bribed him, substituting substandard parts, inflating prices, and inflicted staggering losses upon Panos Corporation. He was a malignant tumor, and every wind turbine currently operating bore latent defects born of his greed. Trying to oust me. Mr. I'm a founding pillar of this company. No one knows these turbines better than I do. Without me, failures are inevitable. Unlike Oda's panic, Gale was prepared, having wielded this very tactic against former CEO Roger Barnes. Iyunyu slid a dossier across the table, the damning record of Gale's transgressions. A comprehensive equipment upgrade is imminent. I will not permit your involvement. Gale flipped through it casually, then tossed it aside with a cold chuckle. If you force me out, what's to stop me from reporting critical safety flaws to the regulatory authorities? That would trigger an immediate shutdown and full-scale inspection across the entire wind farm. Do you truly have the time or capital to manage such a crisis? The problems run far deeper than you imagine, and during any shutdown you earn nothing, while still owing Panos Group 2 trillion credits. How do you intend to settle that debt? Gale loomed over the young CEO, contempt mingling with a strange, bitter envy. He relished the fact that control still rested firmly in his hands, that this upstart could not so easily discard him. Such brazen blackmail caught Iyunyu off guard. A sardonic smile curled Iyunyu's lips. You're 83, 17 years until retirement. Are you truly willing to risk imprisonment at this age? Every procurement application, every delivery quality certificate, every post-installation inspection report, all bear your signature and official seal. Should this unravel, yes, I'll suffer, but only by dragging others into the abyss and redistributing the spoils. As for you, I guarantee you'll spend the rest of your life scrubbing floors in prison. Be sensible, resign with dignity, and perhaps another firm will still hire you. Refuse, and you'll learn exactly what awaits you. Now get out. Gale stared at Iyunyu, eyes burning with venom. How many decades had passed since anyone, let alone a green CEO like Roger Barnes, had dared humiliate him so? He longed to strike back, but if events spiraled beyond his control, his own ruin would be absolute. He chose silence, retreating, for now, to plot his vengeance. What an obstinate, ungrateful old man. I can feel his hatred. He's already scheming sabotage. Wendy leaned against the desk, her gaze icy as it followed the closing door. Iyunyu massaged his temples wearily. That wretched fool. After reaping such vast rewards, he still clings on. What does he hope to gain? I'd love to beat him senseless. Teresa clenched her fists. Damn right. I'd knock his teeth out. But violence would solve nothing. Worse, it might provoke him into reckless retaliation. Shall I arrange an unfortunate accident? Wendy glided forward, leaning close to whisper into Iyunyu's ear, her tone intimate, yet chilling. Iyunyu instinctively refused. The timing was dangerously precarious. He had just assumed leadership, and just confronted Gale. If the man died shortly thereafter without a perfectly plausible cause, suspicion would ignite like wildfire. Iyunyu closed his eyes and extended his spiritual sense. He sensed Gale pacing darkly in his office, searching frantically, radiating malice like a ravenous specter poised to strike. This man had to die. There was no alternative. During this delicate period, his death must appear utterly natural. Wendy sighed faintly. Her hypnotic control remained crude, capable only of stiff mechanical compliance. Fine. I'll handle it myself. A lethal resolve hardened in Iyunyu's gaze. His eyes gleamed with glacial, unrelenting cold. After work at dusk, Geller departed as usual in his autonomous private vehicle, unaware that a shadow slipped silently beneath it. The shadow trailed him closely, searching for an opportunity to engineer a fatal accident. Yet the journey passed uneventfully. Iyunyu found no suitable opening. He had no choice but to follow Geller home, biding his time for the right moment to strike. The interior decor was opulent, though giving Geller's wealth such luxury was unremarkable. The sole anomaly was the household's mistress, were it not for Geller sweeping her into his arms the moment he crossed the threshold and fondling her with unrestrained familiarity. Outsiders might easily mistake her for his daughter, or even his granddaughter. After a tender, playful interlude, she pouted and urged him to bathe quickly. She had already prepared an elaborate dinner in his honor. Geller chuckled as he entered the bathroom, inwardly marveling at the privileges wealth bestowed. At over 80, he possessed a radiant 20-something wife. thanks entirely to his prestigious position and immense fortune. He would never abandon his company lightly, or should he ever depart, it would be only after extracting a heavy price from Iyunyu. Unbeknownst to him, death was already drawing near. The shadow crouched in a corner watching Geller, broad-shouldered and robust, lather up under the shower spray. An invisible force seized his ankles and yanked him forward. As he lost balance and toppled backward, another force struck his face, amplifying the impact of his skull crashing onto the floor. Simultaneously, spatial energy surged directly into his brain tissue, severing 2 critical cranial nerves. Moments later, Geller lay motionless on the tiles, his occiput shattered, blood gushing profusely and crimson seeping from all 7 orifices of his face. Hearing the crash, the young woman rushed in and clapped a hand over her mouth at the grisly sight. Yet none of the expected reactions followed. No panic, no wailing grief, no frantic emergency call. Composure swiftly restored, her expression softened into serene delight. She immediately contacted someone, and a handsome young man materialized on the light screen. "Oh, my darling, what brings you calling at this hour? An emergency has arisen. The old man is likely finished. Look." She adjusted the screen's angle to reveal Geller sprawled amid a widening pool of blood. "Good heavens, you struck hard. I lack both the nerve and the power." He fell himself. "What do I do now?" "Wait 15 minutes, then dial emergency services. Given his condition, he'll be dead within 10. Later, if police question you, say you were cooking in the kitchen, music playing, unaware of anything amiss in the bathroom. By the time you noticed, it was already too late." The young man's mind raced. He'd already devised a flawless plan. "I'll follow your lead. Darling, once he's gone, can we finally be together openly?" She gazed at him, eyes brimming with longing. "Of course, my love. Our blazing, fearless love has moved even the fates. This moment is their divine affirmation. It is a blessing from the gods. Trust me, we shall be happy. Yes, I trust you, because I love you." Hidden in the shadows, the figure watched, heart churning with complex bitter currents, utterly devoid of goodwill toward the pair. The next morning, in the executive conference room of Fengheng Corporation, management had received the meeting notice that morning. An unease hung thick in the air. After all, the CEO had summoned numerous staff members yesterday. Each emerged pale and shaken, clearly having endured a grueling, unpleasant exchange. Rumors claimed Autojet chief of finance had submitted his resignation immediately after his interview. Iyunyu and Wendy entered last, Wendy now serving as Iyunyu's personal secretary. She delighted in accompanying him everywhere, attentively observing every nuance of his daily life. As for the coarse, slovenly, and violent Teresa, she belonged solely in security and chauffeur roles, left to roam freely when idle. Yet Wendy could not fathom why Iyunyu still doted on Teresa so irrationally. Once seated, Iyunyu swept his gaze across the room and declared, "Good morning, everyone. Our first official meeting. Your presence here signifies my endorsement. What I accomplished yesterday, I trust, has already reached your ears. The list before you names those I asked to leave, each departure grounded in compelling, justifiable cause. You are likely already aware of many reasons." A collective sigh of relief rippled through the room. So long as their own positions remained secure, others' fates held little concern. Still glancing at the list, they felt a chill. Among the first names were department heads and deputies, figures of undeniable authority. The chief of finance, chief electrical engineer, deputy operations director, and dual heads of warehousing, as well as 2 deputy directors of human resources. These were pillars of corporate power, yet all had been dismissed overnight. Did the CEO truly believe the company could sustain such upheaval without operational collapse? Iyunyu fully grasped the risks inherent in such sweeping reform, yet Roger had anticipated them, furnishing him with a roster of private replacements. Each possessed exceptional competence, and despite past setbacks had persevered with unwavering dedication. Roger believed that granted sudden opportunity, they would serve Iyunyu with absolute loyalty and vigor. Promoting these individuals would more than fill the vacancies. Among them, Iyunyu paused longest over the candidate for chief of finance. A statuesque, voluptuous beauty named Kate Masso, 35 years old, arose in full intoxicating bloom. Rumors held she had served in finance for a decade, her acumen unmatched. Even Roger's personal accounts were managed exclusively by her. A trustworthy, promising protege indeed. Yet as Iyunyu studied this alluring new finance chief, a sardonic suspicion flickered in his mind regarding her relationship with Roger. "So, fat man, you're making me settle your debts." Beyond appointments, Iyunyu announced the formation of a new quality oversight department. Its director would be another senior electrical engineer, passed over for chief engineer, who would assemble a team of elite personnel drawn from every division to conduct rigorous audits and supervision. This decision sent a clear message: work would grow demanding. The CEO intended to eradicate mediocrity once and for all. When the meeting concluded, elation and dismay mingled. Returning to their posts, staff immediately recalibrated, focusing intently, working with renewed vigilance and precision. Iyunyu then held private discussions with each department head, securing their allegiance and outlining shared visions for the future. The process stretched into the evening. Even with stamina surpassing that of ordinary men, Iyunyu felt a deep, quiet weariness settle upon him. Iyunyu sat wearily on the sofa, suddenly feeling that managing a business was more exhausting than his previous tasks as an assassin. Wendy attentively massaged his head. A sudden buzzing sound interrupted him. Iyunyu abruptly opened his eyes, activated the screen, and clicked into an online game, checking his friend's list. Trouble is coming from that side. Iyunyu squinted his eyes, and after a moment of contemplation replied, "Let's meet at the usual place." He turned to Wendy and said, "Cover for me." With that, Iyunyu transformed into a shadow and slipped out through the door crack. With his speed, it took him less than a quarter of an hour to reach the hidden meeting place deep in the desert. Lackaman had already been waiting on a rock for a long time. Although it was not the first time Iyunyu had transformed into a shadow, Lackaman still found Iyunyu's shadow powers extraordinarily eerie. The military has dispatched multiple vanguard teams to infiltrate this area, and the main force is also quite active. The military strength being mobilized is enough to wage a formal war. Is it really necessary to be this ruthless against a bunch of sand thieves? Lackaman wore a bitter expression, finally realizing the grim reality. The military was far more terrifying than he had imagined. All along, this giant war beast had merely been lying low, leisurely napping. Now suddenly rising, it brought Lackaman nothing but endless fear and despair. The Royal Foreign Affairs Office has specifically criticized Marquis Fieldcarrot because of you. If the Marquis does not swiftly eliminate you, he might lose face. Iyunyu had already warned Lackaman to escape as soon as possible. However, giving up everything he had worked hard to obtain was not an easy task. Only when pushed to a dead end would he awaken to how ignorant and ridiculous he truly was. So what should I do? First, you tell me your decision. Will you escape on your own or join us? Surely you do not intend to fight the military to the end, right? Iyunyu chuckled lightly. Everything that was happening now did not greatly concern him, as he had already taken over the Panos subsidiary and the value of the sand thieves had diminished. If it were not for his regard for Lackaman, he could completely watch their demise with indifference. I am willing to join you, but I have one request. My brother Daki must also join you. Iyunyu immediately thought of that vest-wearing man, a fire manipulator. I refuse. He is too weak and of no value to me. Moreover, many people have seen him, which could bring us great trouble. Additionally, you best tell me that you have not revealed anything about me and you to anyone, or I may be the one to eliminate you. Iyunyu's gaze was as sharp as a knife. He placed great importance on the confidentiality of this matter. We have weathered storms together. Why cannot stand by and watch him die? Lackaman raised his eyes to stare at Iyunyu. He would not back down on this issue. Iyunyu squinted, finding an additional measure of respect for him. You will arrange for him to escape immediately upon your return, provide him with enough money, and I will ensure he is given a legitimate identity. However, he must leave this planet and start a new life. Lackaman pondered briefly and nodded. All right, I will arrange it immediately. There is one more thing. I need your pack of mad dogs to do it. Let them go wild one last time. Iyunyu handed Lackaman a blueprint. Lackaman unfolded it and realized it was a distribution map of wind turbines. You want me to cause massive destruction again? I can understand that. But why is there also some of your company's equipment alongside Floral's turbines? Lackaman found it hard to comprehend Iyunyu's intentions. Iyunyu grinned cunningly. What I need you to destroy are the devices scheduled for updates in the next year or two. Destroying them all will save on dismantling costs. Lackaman genuinely admired Iyunyu's cunningness. He was ruthless towards enemies and equally ruthless towards himself. Fine, consider it my declaration of loyalty. I will ensure your satisfaction. Iyunyu nodded and blended back into the night. On that very early morning, the residents of Harder City were awakened by the continuous booming sounds, with explosions lasting nearly 3 hours. The residents were bewildered, with some fearfully believing a large-scale battle had erupted nearby, worrying whether it would affect Harder City. It was not until the morning that confirmed news gradually trickled into the city. It was tragic. Just one word. Countless wind turbines were destroyed by sand thieves during the night. Fengheng Energy Company had just taken over Panis wind turbine equipment and reportedly suffered nearly a 20 loss overnight. One turbine after another collapsed like crops being harvested by a scythe, toppling in rows and turning into piles of rubble. The situation at Floral Wind Farm was even more disastrous, with the number of destroyed turbines more than double that of Fengheng's. What made Tommy Brook despair even more was that the route taken by those mad sand thieves was a straight line. As they passed through Fengheng's wind farm, they were perfectly lined up for destruction, leaving no turbines standing along a power generation route of 10 units, affecting about 200 routes. Entering Floral Wind Farm, however, they had slanted in with the affected routes exceeding 400, knowing that Floral had only 600 power generation routes in total. The loss that night was akin to a deadly knife wound, leaving Floral's wind power production down to a mere quarter. The afternoon news aired footage of Yunyu, the owner of Funghing Energy Company, visiting the scene. In the video, the young entrepreneur who had appeared so spirited just days before now looked pale, almost on the verge of collapse, drawing sympathy from countless viewers. Looking at the surrounding endless ruins, Yunyu's eyes were bloodshot, clearly indicating that this blow was devastating for him. His disheveled clothing and messy hair indirectly illustrated the darkness within him. Facing the reporter's inquiries, Yunyu took several deep breaths to calm his agitated emotions. Everyone could somewhat imagine the pain in his heart. Around 2,000 turbines represented a profit of over 300 billion a year. It was too sudden, or it all felt like a nightmare. But since it has happened, we can only address the problem with a heavy heart as quickly as possible. We will do everything we can to ensure that the normal power supply to various cities remains unaffected. Surrounding people immediately applauded, enthusiastically praising Yunyu as a conscientious entrepreneur who cared for the broader populace. In fact, despite the heavy losses this time, Funghing Group would not face a power supply crisis. Yunyu had been planning this for a long time. Even before taking over the company, he had instructed Roger to expedite the maintenance of backup power generation routes. The office of the general manager at the northwest branch of Fleur Energy, Tommy Brooke, had lost even the strength to sit up, his body limp and lifeless as he collapsed onto the sofa. Last night, 4347 wind turbines were destroyed, plunging Fleur's wind power operations into complete paralysis. Previously, when sand bandits caused havoc, they came in small numbers, with the most significant destruction being fewer than 30 turbines at a time. This time, however, no fewer than 500 people came sweeping through like locusts and destroying more than half of Fleur's turbines in just over an hour. Tommy's face was ashen, his pale lips trembling. Unlike Yuniv, he was merely a manager. With such a significant incident occurring, his career was essentially over. Under his management, such substantial losses had occurred at the branch, and the group's shareholders probably wanted to have his heart stewed. Have these guys gone mad? How can they be so ruthless? Tommy's voice was dry and weak, as if that brief utterance had drained all his energy. Oprah Whiteman stood silently to the side, analyzing the situation in his mind, feeling that something was off. Could it be that they knew in advance that the military was going to take harsh measures against them today, and in desperation they acted out like this? It was said that they ultimately did not return to the desert, but continued westward, clearly aware of the danger behind them. Tommy was indifferent to this. He was no longer concerned about the motives of the sand bandits, but instead asked, did Funghing Energy also suffer significant losses? Yes, everywhere the sand bandits passed was flattened, and Funghing's losses are not small. Oprah sought to provide some comfort to his leader, trying to find him a sense of balance. Sci-Fi Energy, however, has suffered no damage at all. Tommy sighed, expressing his lament. Oprah suddenly had a flash of inspiration, feeling that a seemingly casual comment from his leader sparked a new idea. Now that you mention it, I suddenly realize that Lianji seems only to have suffered losses in the power supply lines of Jinchuan City, with no other damage at all. Is this merely a coincidence, or is there something more to it? Tommy weakly opened his eyes and squeezed out a single word through clenched teeth: investigate. He was now inescapably culpable. If he could clarify the truth, it might lessen his punishment, and he might even have a chance to redeem himself. At Funghing Energy Company, Yuniv convened an emergency meeting. He demanded that the Electrical Equipment Technology Department rigorously maintain the remaining units to ensure they could supply power to the cities. He instructed the Operations Department to contact various major cities to alleviate their unease and maintain good relationships. Finally, Yuniv had each department start preparing, as the equipment upgrade plan needed to be initiated ahead of schedule. At this moment, the advantages of a mature team became evident, as each department immediately began to operate in an orderly fashion. Soon a complete project proposal was presented to Yuniv, outlining clearly what needed to be done at each step. The first step of the project launched to submit an application for equipment replacement to the Energy Development Committee of the Kingdom of Bolong. The political resources promised by Panos played a crucial role at this time, as the Development Committee quickly granted approval. The second step to apply for the review of the project engineering construction plan from the Planetary Industrial Safety Supervision Department. Due to the significant impact of this incident, the relevant departments were also instructed to resolve it quickly and did not deliberately create obstacles. The third step involved conducting two bidding processes, one for the dismantling and recovery of abandoned wind farm equipment and the other for the installation of new equipment. The dismantling and recovery project must be completed within 2 months, a massive task divided into segments and contracted to 7 companies. The installation project is expected to take a year, contracted in segments to 10 construction companies. The Quality Supervision Department of Fengheng Energy Company supervised the entire engineering progress with quality requirements for each phase of the project being stricter than the kingdom's established standards. Initially, some participating engineering units did not take some of Fengheng's regulations seriously. Until the first round of quality sampling revealed problems, the project was halted for a comprehensive rectification. eUniv dealt harshly with the violating companies, and only then did everyone realize that Fengheng was serious. One day, the newly appointed chief engineer of the Electrical Equipment Technology Department was suddenly summoned to eUniv's office for a discussion. "Do you know why you were advised to resign upon your appointment?" The over 60-year-old chief engineer blinked and shook his head, indicating he did not know. "Substandard materials, inflated prices, etc. You're relatively okay, at least you ensured quality, but letting the company procure at prices significantly above market value is a bit excessive. So how much did you pocket in total?" 270 million. The chief engineer broke out in a cold sweat. He never expected that his covert dealings with suppliers would be known to the boss so quickly. eUniv sneered and said, "Not bad, the total procurement volume for the project hasn't even reached 10, and you've already made so much money. This is good, it saves me from having to give you a year-end bonus. This money will serve as your bonus during the project period. Don't let it happen again. You can leave now." The chief engineer felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly bowed, and then left the room. "You really are quite lenient with your subordinates. If one of my subordinates dared to embezzle from me, I would make him wish he were dead." Laziman, with his silver hair, stood by the window. His elongated eyes and handsome appearance resembled that of a wealthy young master. The company currently needs such high-level technical talent, and it wouldn't dismiss him unless absolutely necessary. Laziman non-committally pursed his lips. He had officially joined eUniv's small team, and only eUniv Teresa Harold and Winnie knew his background. "Is there anything I can do for you?" Having been in the team for a while, eUniv had never assigned any work to Laziman. Currently, there's nothing in particular since everything is managed by each department. If you're quite bored, you could use your abilities to listen in on any special conversations. Laziman was particularly sensitive to the fluctuations in the air currents, and he could also listen in within a certain range. "Too many noisy voices assaulting my ears at once would drive me insane. Moreover, you should be better at this than I am." Laziman rolled his eyes, recalling how he had tried to listen to sounds throughout the entire building and had ended up with a splitting headache. "Then you can go check out the project site for me, do some inspection. Or find Harold and Teresa. They're training the company's security personnel. You can also practice with them." eUniv continued to immerse himself in the mountain of documents. "Where is Wendy?" Laziman hesitated before asking, finally revealing his true intention after some time. Ever since he first saw Wendy, he had been infatuated with her. Unfortunately, Wendy seemed indifferent to his earnest advances. Her eyes only had room for eUniv. eUniv looked up at him and said in a deep voice, "I must remind you not to engage in romantic relationships within the small group. It does not benefit our internal unity and stability." Half an hour later, news suddenly arrived from Rajaman. A high-ranking official from the Safety Supervision Department had unexpectedly visited the project site. Colin Wilson, the director of the Northwest Industrial Safety Quality Supervision Bureau, personally arrived at the scene. His presence was clearly not a good omen. Upon receiving the news, eUniv paused his work, frowning in contemplation. It was said that as soon as he arrived, he ordered the extraction of several components for professional testing, ranging from screws and cables to various precision measuring instruments. "Come to my office immediately." The voice of eUniv suddenly echoed in Wendy's mind as she sat at the conference table watching several people argue. This was their unique way of communication, utilizing a closely connected mental pathway to transmit information directly regardless of distance. Wendy, entering the room, asked with some confusion, "Boss, is something wrong?" "Director Colin Wilson from the Safety Supervision Bureau is here for a surprise inspection. Come with me to meet this esteemed director known for his fairness and strictness." Half an hour later, eUniv and Wendy arrived at the construction site. As soon as eUniv got out of the car, he feigned urgency and hurried towards Colin Wilson's location. The Safety Supervision Bureau director was a tall, middle-aged man with graying hair and a stern demeanor. eUniv's arrival only prompted him to glance over, showing no immediate intention to engage in conversation. With his hands clasped behind his back, he continued to scrutinize everything on site, with sharp eyes seemingly trying to find flaws. eUniv narrowed his eyes and silently stood to the side, allowing him to continue the inspection. Colin, having found nothing, looked at eUniv and smiled. "I came uninvited, and I suppose you must be displeased, Mr. E." eUniv scoffed internally, but outwardly he replied respectfully, "I have always wanted to invite the director to provide guidance for us, but I am well aware of your busy schedule and did not dare to disturb you. It truly brings me great joy that you could come today, and I am immensely grateful." As they walked and talked, their conversation was filled with empty formalities, and soon they arrived at the monitoring area for the inspection personnel. Colin glanced at the inspection report handed over by the technicians, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he scanned Iyunyu from a distance. Someone reported that there are serious quality issues with the materials used in your project. What do you think about that, Mr. E? Colin Wilson deliberately omitted mentioning the test results, hoping to entrap Iyunyu. Unbeknownst to him, Iyunyu had already comprehended the contents of the inspection report with his mental power. Feigning surprise, Iyunyu smiled and said, "So there are others who care about this project as well. At Fengheng, we adhere to the principle of prioritizing safety and quality in project engineering. We would certainly welcome anyone who can point out our shortcomings." Seeing Iyunyu's confident and somewhat arrogant demeanor, Colin decided to have his subordinates expand the inspection scope, and unsurprisingly, everything passed with many items even being of superior quality. Satisfied with such results, Colin nodded approvingly. In front of the media, he praised Fengheng Energy Company, stating that Iyunyu was indeed an outstanding young entrepreneur. After the inspection team concluded their surprise check, Colin originally planned to leave immediately. However, Iyunyu earnestly invited Colin to give a lecture to the staff on the theme of safety and quality. This made Colin, who had initially intended to decline, change his mind immediately, thinking he could use this opportunity to promote his work philosophy and enhance his own visibility. He looked at Iyunyu, this young man, and thought he was truly remarkable. The two sides quickly reached an agreement, and the work group was treated to a lavish lunch by Fengheng Energy Company. The chef and ingredients were all meticulously selected, and these preparations had been completed before Iyunyu set off for the site. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, representatives from all parties involved in the project gathered to receive Director Wilson's safety guidance, learn professional safety knowledge, and correct their work mindset. The entire event was broadcast online by a large number of media who arrived upon hearing the news, allowing Fengheng Energy Company to seize this excellent opportunity to establish a good corporate image. At the Floor Energy branch, Tommy looked displeased as he observed the related reports about Fengheng Energy Company, frowning at his assistant beside him. "Didn't we say everything was settled? How could the Safety Supervision Bureau's surprise inspection turn up no issues? Could it be that they are colluding?" Oprah Whiteman smiled awkwardly. He had been in charge of this matter from the start, and although everything had been planned, it still ended in failure. That seems unlikely. After all, the entire process of the on-site inspection was live-streamed online. I had originally made arrangements with the supplier, but it seems the batch of defective products he provided did not pass Fengheng's internal quality inspection. The most frustrating part was that he didn't inform us afterward. Generally speaking, such a large project would have some flaws or defects, yet Fengheng's internal monitoring department was so meticulous that it caused Floor's scheme to fail once again. A bunch of useless people. Tommy gritted his teeth in frustration, irritably ruffling his hair. Continuous mistakes had thrown Tommy off balance. Rather than focusing on how to improve his own company's predicament, he was now more eager to bring down his competitors. Oprah Whiteman lowered his head, a shadow passing through his eyes. He felt that following such a defeated dog would surely lead to misfortune. He had secretly contacted the group to report Tommy's current situation, but had not received a response. This branch's pit was simply too deep. Although many envied Tommy's position, no one was willing to step in to fill the gap during a crisis. If the situation wasn't handled well, they would be dragged down with it. Now he could only hope that the group would re-establish a development plan and allocate funds for support, as this was the only way to restore the branch's vitality. Or they could simply abandon the wind power business and focus entirely on solar energy development. Unfortunately, the Floor Group had recently planned to encroach on the Panos Group, consuming a large amount of funds, leaving them now with intent but no strength. The equipment update project of Fengheng Energy Company was proceeding in an orderly manner. Throughout this period, various trials and tribulations had been successfully navigated by Iyunyu without incident. As the leader of the enterprise, Iyunyu was very fair and strict, with a clear distinction between rewards and punishments. After every problem was solved, those who contributed received rewards that far exceeded their expectations. Some who had made mistakes only received warnings and forgiveness due to Iyunyu's magnanimity. After weathering a storm, everyone at Fengheng finally began to work in unison, putting the company back on the right track. On December 31 SD Star Calendar Year 4032, Fengheng Group's first phase upgrade project, comprising 220 wind turbine units, successfully passed all acceptance procedures and was officially completed. The new units deliver higher output and enhanced power generation capacity, significantly bolstering Fengheng's resilience against operational and market risks in its electricity supply business. That evening, Fengheng Energy hosted a grand celebration banquet at Halter City's most prestigious hotel, inviting dignitaries and luminaries from across politics and commerce. Among the guests were numerous elites from Jinchuan City, including Brady Carlott, who attended in person as envoy of Viscount Hector to extend his congratulations to Eunyu. Faced with Brady, the rising standard-bearer of the Carlott noble house, Eunyu maintained unwavering humility and deference, deeply gratifying Brady. In private, Brady expressed his family's sincere desire for deeper collaboration and strategic partnership with Eunyu. Eunyu's eyes lit up. While mutual profit was certainly appealing, what mattered more was forging a meaningful alliance with the Carlott family. To date, Eunyu remained conspicuously weak in political capital, a fragile void he urgently needed to fill. The Carlotts represented his most promising opportunity. Then unexpectedly Tommy Brooke appeared, his warm smile masking quiet intent, as he raised his glass in a toast with Eunyu. Mr. E. Truly young, yet extraordinarily accomplished. I sincerely hope our companies may deepen cooperation and exchange in the years ahead. Mr. Brooke, you flatter me. You are my senior, and have long been my role model. Eunyu remembered well Tommy had twice hired assassins to kill him, and repeatedly schemed against him in shadows. That debt would be settled in due time. Outwardly, they conversed amiably, inwardly each seethed with murderous contempt, a masterful chilling enactment of honeyed words and hidden daggers. No sooner had Eunyu parted from Tommy Brooke than he noticed Lorne Gardner, silver-haired, clad in black formal attire, gazing at him from across the room. Without exchanging a word, the two moved in silent accord toward the balcony. Mr. E, what an extraordinary feat. A single equipment upgrade project drew 8 of the world's top 10 engineering and assembly firms. Had the remaining 2 not been fully committed elsewhere, they surely would have joined the fray. Yet poor Floor Corp has been utterly devastated. Its recovery progress still languishes below 10%. Lorne gazed into the distance, chuckling lightly at Floor's misfortune. Though Eunyu had sparred fiercely with Tommy Brooke, he dared not move against this elderly man, not even covertly. The reason was Singular Reinke Corporation was no ordinary enterprise of Poland Kingdom. It was a colossal commercial titan registered under the Kammas Alliance government, its chief executive one of the 15 ruling counselors of the alliance. Perhaps that explained why Panos, though fully aware he'd been betrayed, had no choice but to swallow his pride and endure. I hadn't anticipated causing Floor Corp such profound disruption. Yet just now Mr. Brooke and I spoke most pleasantly. Surely such a minor setback poses no real challenge to his firm. Eunyu feigned astonishment, shaking his head with theatrical sorrow, an act of consummate, unblinking hypocrisy. Why not join forces and crush Floor outright? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A glint of lethal calculation flickered in Lawrence's eyes, his tone, though light, carried unmistakable menace. Eunyu studied him intently, then shook his head with regretful finality. Over the next several years our company will remain fully absorbed in equipment upgrades. Our power supply capacity will barely sustain current demand. Expanding further would simply overextend us. Lorne silently cursed. The boy was shamelessly disingenuous, brazenly peddling falsehoods as truth. Panos' aging infrastructure dated back half a century, while its newly installed systems represented the absolute zenith of contemporary technology, delivering over double the generating capacity of the obsolete units. Mr. E, perhaps you're unconcerned now, but what happens when your fleet's renewal rate reaches 50%? Wind energy output will soon surpass market demand. Market expansion isn't optional, it's inevitable. Eunyu had long foreseen this precise inflection point. Yet facing a wily, deeply entrenched veteran whose intentions remained opaque, he refused to yield, even an inch, fearing entrapment or manipulation. Ponder it carefully, Lorne urged. Once Floor recovers its footing, this window will vanish forever. He turned toward Tommy Brooke inside the hall, and found Tommy watching him in turn. Their eyes met, a knowing smile passed between them, followed by a silent ceremonial clink of glasses. Humph, a prey marked by me shall never rise again. Eunyu thought coldly. This entire predicament was his own meticulous design, and he would ensure Floor Corp never regained its strength. He had already deployed covert operatives to conduct exhaustive investigations into Floor Corp's operations, probing every vulnerability. When the moment ripened, he would strike, decisively, irrevocably. As for Lawrence's proposal of alliance, he would set it aside, for now, and weigh it with utmost caution. The old fox struck him as anything but benign. Wariness therefore was warranted. At midnight, Noya Karad entered Eunyu's office with him, the first time she had ever set foot within its walls. Her gaze swept appreciatively over its refined, elegant interior. Now I understand why you ignored my thoughtful recommendation of that office tower in Jinchuan City. You never intended to root yourself there, not even from the beginning. Noya looped her arms around his neck, her expression a delicate blend of playful reproach and tender grievance. Her quiet disappointment at his withheld confidences unmistakable. Halter City had long served as the northwestern hub of energy distribution, home to all 3 major energy conglomerates. This had evolved into an unwritten rule. Countless energy-related enterprises chose Halter as their headquarters, making location itself a key metric of industry prestige and influence. Iyunyu pulled Noya close, lifting his hand to deliver a light, teasing pat on her rounded, uplifted backside, eliciting a soft, breathy murmur from her lips. I truly appreciated your kindness. But shortly thereafter, that tower was acquired by Jabino Carlot, Brady's cousin. I saw no reason to invite conflict with the Carlots. As for taking this office, pure serendipity. Life unfolds in wondrous ways, just as I could never have dreamed in my wildest fantasies that I'd one day meet an angel like you. Iyunyu gazed at her with tender adoration, lowered his lips, and prepared to claim her completely. But Noya lifted a hand, gently halting his advance. TCH, you're nothing but a ravenous wolf, wicked, insatiable, and utterly untamed. Confess honestly, how many others have you devoured here? My dearest, I am honored to tell you you are the first, and I vow you shall remain the only one. Iyunyu tightened his embrace, leaving her no room to retreat. Though she knew his words demanded cautious belief, Noya surrendered willingly, unable to resist the sheer, overwhelming force of his passion. The first batch of equipment updates has been successfully completed, and the new units have been in trial operation for 3 months, performing exceptionally well in all aspects. The entire project cost Fungheng Energy Company nearly 300 billion, and the current results make Iyunyu feel that it is worth every penny. Over the past year and a half, the company's power supply business has steadily developed, with total revenue exceeding 3 trillion. After deducting 1 trillion promised to Panos Group project costs, daily company expenses, and taxes, Fungheng has approximately 1 trillion in income remaining. After careful consideration, Iyunyu decided to immediately initiate the subsequent upgrade and replacement project, planning to complete all updates within 3 years. He has firmly tied various engineering assembly companies to Fungheng Wind Farm, continuing to serve Fungheng, which will force the reconstruction project of Fluor Energy's wind farm to be delayed. The reason Iyunyu chose not to extend the use of old equipment to the end is that he is genuinely concerned about the numerous safety hazards associated with it, which tend to arise as they approach the end of their lifespan. If he were to be scrutinized by safety regulatory authorities and forced to suspend operations for rectification, it would lead to a host of troubles. At that point, market share would surely shrink and the corporate image would suffer severe damage, rendering all previous efforts futile. Iyunyu believes that it is imperative to eliminate the hidden dangers as soon as possible. The remaining value is insignificant compared to long-term benefits. Additionally, the operations department has devised a business trip plan for Iyunyu to visit all cities in the Northwest region under the pretext of solidifying the market. Iyunyu gladly accepted and appointed Kate Masso, the head of the finance department, as his representative at the meeting, entrusting her with routine company matters. As soon as this decision was made, the expressions of everyone subtly shifted, and the glances cast towards Kate Masso were tinged with intrigue. After all, the stunningly beautiful Kate has a notorious reputation within the company, previously linked to Roger Barnes in countless rumors. It was unexpected that she had now turned her attention to the new boss. Feeling the gazes around her, Kate's face flushed, unsure whether it was excitement or shyness. Even she could not understand why Iyunyu valued her so highly. Could it be that he truly? This is all thanks to her firm stance in negotiating with various departments, which has successfully reduced many unnecessary expenses. All of this has been observed by Iyunyu, who has been secretly probing the company's situation with his spiritual sense. In these years, Kate has not merely focused on her financial duties. Having been alongside Roger for so long, she is well acquainted with the conditions of various departments. It is not easy for an ordinary person to deceive her. Once everything was arranged, Iyunyu set off on a tour with Teresa, Wendy, and Razaman. Tommy Brook, upon learning of the situation, immediately grew anxious. He believed that the primary purpose of Iyunyu's trip was to seize Fluor's market share. This Iyunyu is far more cunning and ruthless than the previous Roger Barnes, first snatching almost all of the reputable engineering companies, successfully delaying the restoration process of Fluor's wind farm. This forces the remaining wind turbines of Fluor to operate under high load conditions. Any malfunction could lead to extremely severe consequences. This time represents a fatal blow that reveals all intentions. Tommy speculated that Iyunyu must be persuading various parties to expose the problems Fluor is facing, allowing Fungheng to take its place. We cannot allow him to infringe upon Fluor's interests. Tommy's expression darkened, and he immediately outlined several assassination plans along the route to eliminate Iyunyu. Unfortunately, the individuals he hired were merely ordinary elite hands, while his targets were 4 superpowered individuals, 1-level powerhouse combined with 3 level freaks. Iyunyu publicly disclosed his experiences of repeated assassination attempts. Everyone is intelligent enough to guess who the mastermind is, and they expressed deep shame towards such despicable actions. Moreover, the frequent interruptions in Floor's power supply have caused significant losses in various cities, already provoking dissatisfaction from all sides. After Iyunya's friendly discussions with various parties, many immediately expressed that if Floor encounters further problems leading to their own losses, they would not hesitate to abandon Floor and switch to Fengyang. The primary goal of Iyunya's trip is to await this declaration. The final stop of the tour is also the most crucial one, Jinchuan City. This is also the station where Iyunyu has the least need to worry. After all, he has managed operations here for quite some time. Upon arriving in Jinchuan City, the visiting location is no longer the municipal building, but rather the northern freshwater lake, as guided by Brady. At this moment, Viscount Hector Carlot is sitting alone by the shore, intently fishing. Noticing Iyunyu's arrival, the Viscount raised his hand and pointed to a fishing rod beside him. Iyunyu quickly walked over and picked up the fishing rod, imitating the Viscount, and starting to fish. However, Iyunyu never imagined that the faint aura he inadvertently emitted would frighten the sensitive fish, preventing them from daring to approach. This resulted in the two of them, one old and one young, squatting by the lake for nearly 2 hours without catching a single fish. Viscount Hector turned his head, looking at Iyunyu with a face of disdain. He had fished here many times and had never encountered such a bizarre situation. Patience is commendable, but unfortunately it yields no results, the Viscount teased. I haven't fished before. Please allow me to learn from you for a few days and I guarantee I can catch big fish. Iyunyu grinned and praised himself shamelessly. Forget it, you're just not cut out for it. I was going to give you this fishing rod, but now I reconsider it would be a waste of good equipment. Do you like hunting? The Viscount spoke as if chatting with his own disciple, completely without pretense. Brady, not far away, was quite surprised. His grandfather is an extremely proud person, and being able to speak to Iyunyu in such a cordial manner indicates that Iyunyu has truly won his favor. I haven't tried it, but I have played with guns a few times, and my aim is pretty good. Ha ha ha. You certainly lack modesty. The gift I prepared for you is at the municipal hall. In the future, make sure to come back to Jinchuan often and engage with my useless grandsons more. Understood, I will heed your advice. Iyunyu said nothing more, stood up to bow, and then headed to the municipal hall. The female staff member who initially assisted Iyunyu with his documents had long been waiting at the municipal hall. Both parties signed the contract in the conference room, changing the 2-year contract for exclusive power supply from Rogers signed Panos to Fengyang's exclusive power supply to Jinchuan City with a duration of 5 years. Once the contract was signed, another person who appeared to be a steward rushed over, handing a long wooden box cradled in his hands to Iyunyu. This is a gift from the Viscount. Iyunyu opened it solemnly and smiled slightly. Inside the box lay a beautifully decorated golden inlaid double-barreled hunting rifle. While the contract was a matter of business, the hunting rifle represented a personal connection. Iyunyu, one of the shareholders of the Jinlisha Hotel, always chooses to stay in the luxurious suite on the top floor whenever he returns to Jinchuan City. In the early hours of the morning, a man with a cold expression entered the hotel. Wearing a mask, he consciously avoided all surveillance devices and security personnel, making his way smoothly to the top floor of the hotel. Avoiding 2 patrolling security personnel again, he quickly rushed to the door of room 9, took out a stolen room card, and successfully slipped inside. In the darkness, he silently laughed, gently closing the door. Next, he only needed to eliminate his target this time. Iyunyu, the owner of Fengyang Group, and he would have completed his mission. Why did only one person come this time? A woman's voice suddenly came from the dim light. This is a hotel, but it's not suitable to send too many assassins here. A man replied. Exposed, how could this be possible? The infiltrating assassin felt a sinking sensation in his heart, never expecting to be revealed so soon. He simply pressed the lighting switch in the room, and what came into view were 2 men and 2 women sitting on the sofa, all looking at him with great interest. The assassin did not see a trace of panic on their faces. Their expressions did not resemble those who had encountered an assassin, but rather those who were watching a clown perform. He snorted coldly and grinned, saying, "Do you think that having more people means safety? In the face of absolute strength, a limited numerical advantage is meaningless." He pressed his hand against the door, and the lock was instantly frozen by ice, completely cutting off the possibility of the 4 escaping in the chaos. Iyunyu smiled and said, "Finally, someone interesting has come this time. Unlike those before who upon meeting shouted for violence. This assassin, if I offered double the price, would you be willing to withdraw? If problems can be resolved with money, why waste energy and expose one's own strength?" "Humph." The assassin snorted coldly, remaining unmoved. Assassins also need to adhere to professional ethics. With a wave of his right hand, he conjured an ice spear out of thin air and hurled it at the 4. Teresa's metallic hand accurately caught the ice spear, squeezing it hard and easily shattering it. Iyunyu felt somewhat regretful as his attempt at monetary diplomacy had failed once again. Turning to the relaxed Lashiman, Iyunyu asked, "Aren't you going to go up and exchange a few moves with him?" What a joke. This kind of trash isn't worth my effort. Lashiman cast a contemptuous glance, not taking the ice type a level ability user seriously at all. Lashiman's arrogant words successfully enraged the assassin, who instantly conjured several ice spears, breaking through Teresa's defense and shooting toward the three. Lashiman blew a breath, and a small whirlwind appeared out of nowhere, sucking all the ice spears into it, and a second later they flew back at the assassin. The force and speed of the returning ice spears far surpassed before forcing the assassin to rely on his ice armor for defense. When they collided, the ice spears disintegrated into powder, and the ice armor also shattered significantly. Before the assassin could catch his breath, Teresa, fully metallized, had already rushed in front of him. Since realizing her own shortcomings, Teresa had been undergoing intense combat training under Harold's meticulous guidance. Her superb fighting skills combined with her metallic abilities made her rarely encounter an opponent of the same level. This assassin followed a similar path as Teresa, but he overly relied on the hardness of his ice armor with very ordinary fighting skills. Faced with Teresa now, he could only be crushed. More fatal was that his abilities were completely restrained by Teresa. No matter how hard the ice armor was, it was no match for the harder metallic fists. Soon the ice armor shattered, and after a series of dull thuds, the assassin found himself kneeling helplessly in front of Iyunyu. At this moment, Iyunyu's eyes were filled with golden light, staring directly into the assassin's eyes. Iyunyu frowned slightly, saying, "The bounty for assassinating me is only 300 million. It seems our Mr. Tommy Brook doesn't have much left in his pocket." Iyunyu was somewhat dissatisfied with this price. After all, he was a person of substantial value now, and the bounty for his assassination was so low it was indeed beneath his status. With a casual wave, the dissipating substance was not smoke, but rather caused the assassin to transform into a material even finer and less visible than smoke, completely vanishing before everyone. This was Lashiman's first time witnessing Iyunyu personally kill, and seeing his nonchalant method of slaughter sent a chill down his spine. In contrast, the two women were much calmer. Teresa had seen much, while Wendy understood on a deeper level what kind of monster this man beside her was. Iyunyu pondered for a moment and actively contacted Lauren Gardner, saying, "Mr. Gardner, I agree with your previous proposal." Lauren revealed a set of white teeth and smiled, saying, "Trust me, this is a wise choice. However, how will we divide the market share afterward?" This was indeed a problem. If they really brought down the Floor Energy subsidiary, Fengheng and Rianji would be the last two energy giants left in the Northwest, and competition was inevitable. Iyunyu squinted and smiled, saying, "How much can be divided depends on one's own means." Lauren's brows moved slightly. Such a reply caught him somewhat off guard. While feeling intrigued, he also felt secretly alert, wondering if the other party held some trump card. Iyunyu and his party had just returned to Fengheng Corporation. Kate Masso hurried to the office to report, her expression extremely excited, which was very rare for someone who usually paid great attention to personal image. "Mr. E, something big has happened at the Floor Energy subsidiary." Iyunyu's eyes lit up, and he quickly activated the communication device to browse the city news. On the morning of March 21, 4033, in the star calendar, a task force from the Industrial Safety Supervision Bureau arrived at the Floor Wind Farm for a surprise inspection of the equipment. Moreover, another larger task force was heading to the solar power generation area. When Tommy Brook heard this news, he felt as if his heart was being tightly squeezed by an invisible hand. The complexion that had just regained color after a long period of rest became pale again. He knew better than anyone that many components in the project which were not too important and wouldn't affect equipment operation had used a large number of defective products. In his view, these items were not important, but if discovered by the Safety Supervision Department, it would be a huge disaster. This can't happen. Quickly contact Director Wilson of the Safety Supervision Bureau or Deputy Director Connolly and, contact everyone who can help to quickly stop them from continuing the inspection. Tommy's mindset completely collapsed as he frantically yelled at his assistant. Oprah looked at the frantically jumping Tommy with indifference, fully aware that this was a fatal blow. This man was finished. "Should we notify the group?" Oprah asked with a hint of sarcasm, her tone no longer respectful as before. The agitated Tommy felt a sudden tightness in his chest, and he slumped helplessly to the ground. "I'm finished." The ad hoc inspection team of the Safety Supervision Bureau conducted its first randomized inspection, yielding a compliance rate below 70. After reporting the findings to higher authorities, the scope was immediately expanded, both in product variety and sample volume, for a more rigorous second round of testing. To widespread astonishment, the second inspection revealed an even lower compliance rate, under 50. With irrefutable evidence in hand, the Safety Supervision Bureau promptly issued an official notice to Floor Energy's Northwest branch mandating immediate suspension and comprehensive rectification. Simultaneously, an emergency internal meeting was convened within the Bureau to hold accountable those responsible for regulatory oversight. including Colin Wilson, its director general, who prepared to deliver a public self-critique. Once reported, the incident ignited an explosive backlash across the network. Waves of outrage and condemnation flooded every platform. The Halter municipal government was thrown into utter chaos. No sooner had the inspection report reached the mayor's desk than he summoned an emergency meeting, not to deliberate, but to unleash furious rebuke followed by urgent discussion on crisis management. Before the meeting could yield any conclusions, Viscount Hector Carlot contacted the mayor directly. The Viscount expressed profound concern and indignation over the affair, demanding that the Halter municipal government swiftly contain the fallout and impose strict penalties upon both the individuals involved and the enterprise itself. He insisted that all necessary measures be taken, without reservation, to restore the government's credibility and public trust. Finally, he added quietly, the Patriarch is already aware of this matter. Within less than 3 minutes, the call left the mayor feeling utterly drained, his vitality sapped. He stormed back into the meeting chamber and slammed both fists onto the table, his face contorted with fury. The Patriarch is watching. So discard any notion of leniency, no gentle strategies, no protective compromises. I will ensure Fluor Energy's Northwest branch pays a devastating price. The temperature in the conference room seemed to drop several degrees. Officials who had been preparing to plead Fluor's case fell instantly silent, holding their breath. If Fewar Carlot, the planet's supreme authority and Marquis himself, was taking personal notice, any further defiance would be tantamount to signing one's own death warrant. Once consensus was reached among all attendees, the outcome was sealed. Fluor Energy's Northwest branch was finished, irrevocably. Soon thereafter, the Halter municipal government issued an official intercity bulletin across the entire Northwest region. All cities were ordered to terminate all business ties with Fluor Energy's Northwest branch immediately, to isolate this malignant tumor within the energy sector, then eradicate it entirely. At approximately 5:00 p.m. on March 21 SD, stardate 4033, Utami Brook, head of Fluor Energy's Northwest branch, was taken into custody by judicial authorities. The branch premises were seized by government agencies for full forensic audit. Yunyu had closely followed the unfolding crisis. Watching Tommy Brook's hollow, broken expression in the broadcast footage stirred within him a quiet pang of empathy, the sorrow of a fellow fox mourning another fallen fox. His sole regret was being unable to deliver the final blow himself. At the same time, he marveled at Lorne Gardner's ruthless efficiency and extraordinary reach, unearthing secrets buried so deep within Fluor's innermost operations. In the next instant, Yunyu sat bolt upright, a chill racing down his spine. He suddenly recalled that Windhung's legacy equipment was equally riddled with vulnerabilities. This issue demanded immediate resolution. Should history repeat itself, the next shattered figure staring blankly into oblivion would be Yunyu himself. He summoned the project engineering department head without delay, instructing him to bring in the very engineering and assembly firms that had rebuilt Fluor's wind farms, and accelerate Windhung's legacy equipment upgrade plan without delay. Windhung had originally planned a phased rollout across 3 batches, but Yunyu now wanted it completed in one sweeping operation. That suffocating sensation of having one's throat gripped tight left him restless, agitated, unable to sit still. Yunyu's countermeasures extended further. At the next day's operations meeting, he issued a strict prohibition against Operations Division's proactive seizure of Fluor's market share. He emphasized that the company stood at a delicate juncture of internal recalibration, and reckless expansion would be dangerously premature. What mattered most now was swift completion of the upgrade project. Only upon its successful conclusion would Yunyu truly stand unshaken, his authority unassailable. Simultaneously, corporate security protocols were reinforced to eliminate any possibility of classified information leakage. Yunyu spoke at length, eloquent, polished, impeccably diplomatic, until the staff's fervent ambitions were finally subdued. He felt profoundly weary, terrified that overzealous competition with Lorne might provoke a swift, fatal reprisal. Silently, he prayed Lorne had not yet uncovered Windhung's own flaws. Should misfortune strike and his vulnerabilities be exposed, he hoped, above all, that Lorne would choose restraint. I have yielded ground willingly. Push me further, and I shall abandon all pretense, crush you without mercy. The Fluor Energy Northwest branch's catastrophic equipment integrity scandal continued escalating, until even the royal household took formal notice. The Royal Office of External Affairs publicly censured the corporation, citing severe damage to public confidence and institutional credibility. Under mounting external pressure, Fluor Energy Group acted decisively. It declared the incident solely attributable to corrupt local managers, who, driven by personal greed, had substituted substandard components to maximize illicit profit. The parent group claimed complete ignorance, portraying itself as an innocent victim of circumstance. Yet it acknowledged its inescapable failure in oversight, issuing a formal heartfelt apology to both the royal household and the general public, and pledging full cooperation with all official sanctions. To demonstrate sincerity, Fluor Energy Group directed its Northwest branch to file for immediate bankruptcy, eradicating all future liability. This act was intended to signal its unequivocal, uncompromising stance against criminal conduct. Regarding implicated personnel, Fluor's legal division pledged to pursue accountability through due judicial process. In truth, the group well understood the branch's demise was inevitable, whether enacted by itself or enforced by the market. Earlier, amid the sand pirate crisis, Fluor had leveraged royal influence to pressure Marquis Fiwar Carlot, a grievous affront that had deeply embittered the noble lord. Now, with this new scandal erupting, every major city across the Northwest severed ties with Fluor at unprecedented speed. It was unmistakably clear the Marquis had spoken, not with words, but with decisive action, demanding retribution for past transgressions. Given this reality, Fluor Group chose strategic amputation, sacrificing the branch not merely to survive, but to extract residual value from its collapse. Within barely a month, Fluor Energy's Northwest branch on planet D2399 dissolved into historical dust, vanishing forever into the river of time. The Halter municipal government invited representatives from Windhung and Rainique Energy to City Hall to negotiate the disposition of Fluor's remaining fixed assets. Lorne Gardner proposed an equal 50-50 division between the two firms. The mayor offered only a faint, inscrutable smile, then waited expectantly for Yunyu's response. Privately, he leaned toward granting Windhung a larger share. Rumors suggested the young, brilliant So maintained unusually close ties with the Carlot family. After all, Windhung held a monopoly over all power supply services in Jinchuan City, the largest metropolis in the entire Northwest region. Who would believe such dominance existed without deep-rooted mutual interests with the Carlots? The mayor sensed an opportunity, one that could secure his political ascent. Yet, Yunyu's reply proved startlingly unexpected. Fenghung only wants the wind power area of Fluor. Yunyu's statement left the mayor and Lon somewhat stunned. They did not think Yunyu was too greedy, but rather that he was not greedy enough. As everyone knows, the main business of the Fluor branch is solar energy generation, accounting for as much as 70. The wind power business that Yunyu wants only accounts for 30. Moreover, after the wind farm was severely damaged by sand bandits, it had long become a mess. Yunyu explained that Fenghung started with wind power generation and currently does not have mature solar energy technology, truly having the will, but lacking the capability. Additionally, Fenghung is currently in a phase of equipment upgrade and does not have enough capital in the short term to take over a large area. He only wants the wind farm that is very close to Fenghung's wind farm, making it easier for unified reconstruction and management. Furthermore, Fenghung intends to invest in purchasing vacant land around 2 wind farms to facilitate the future addition of wind turbines, forming a large rectangular wind farm. In fact, Yunyu knows that there are also a host of hidden dangers in the solar energy sector, which will also require large-scale rectification. It just allows Lon to spend effort on that. This way, he won't be thinking about Fenghung. Making such a decision may seem like a loss in the long run. However, Yunyu thought that in about a year he would be able to take over the Panos Ocean branch, which occupies 2 entire coastlines of wind farms. Compared to this, the current matters are trivial gains. Giving them up can avoid disputes, which is absolutely worthwhile. Lon happily shook hands with Yunyu, expressing sincere gratitude. The two exchanged smiles, appearing harmonious, yet who knows how much probing and suspicion lay beneath. Yunyu's choice today was in stark contrast to his previous confident remarks of each relying on their own means. After serious contemplation, Lon believed that Yunyu must have a weakness. He was indirectly showing weakness now. Once this point was confirmed, Lon immediately sent someone to investigate. As long as the shortcomings of Fenghung were grasped, even if he did not act now, he could keep it as a trump card. However, Yunyu was already aware and had taken precautions regarding Fluor's matters, having Wendy and Razaman strictly prevent any issues. After multiple unsuccessful attempts, Lon had no choice but to temporarily cease his efforts. He now needed to focus on restructuring Fluor's solar energy business, which, as Yunyu predicted, was indeed a troublesome matter. On May 1, 4034 of the galactic calendar, the second batch of old equipment updates for Fenghung was completed, achieving a total update rate of 60, which was already sufficient to meet the company's current business needs. After discussing in a technical seminar, Yunyu decided to immediately dismantle the remaining 40 of old equipment. The dismantling task was completed in just 1 month. When the last remnants of the old turbine were dismantled and removed, Yunyu's heart finally settled. All hidden dangers had been eliminated, and he no longer had to worry about being caught with any vulnerabilities. During an internal company development meeting, voices of doubt emerged since the wind turbines that had been installed and put into production could meet market demands, was there still a need to add new units? The opposition believed that it would be difficult for the company to seize market share from the Ryan Key branch, and adding new equipment would be wasteful due to low utilization. The supporters argued that the future of the energy market in the Northwest region was uncertain, and it was better to be prepared. At the same time, the focus should not be limited to the Northwest. Electricity could also be sent to various regions of the continent. The Northwest is rich in wind resources, and the cost of electricity generation is far cheaper than thermal and hydroelectric power, making it highly competitive. The two factions argued incessantly, their faces turning red with intensity. As the boss Iunya sat comfortably in his seat, leisurely sipping tea, while already having plans in mind. No need to argue, the number of new units is far from sufficient. Even if the next batch of new equipment is in place, it will still not be enough. Because we will definitely need to expand beyond the Northwest in the future. Iunya outlined the company's development direction, solidifying the employees' confidence, thereby ending the debate. As soon as he left the office, he received a not-so-surprising notification that Su Yuning from Panos Energy Group had arrived. The two met in Iunya's office, and after 3 years, Su Yuning could not help but sigh. I thought I had already regarded you highly enough, but you turned out to be even better than I imagined. You actually managed to completely dismantle the Fleur Group's branch, which has relieved some of the board's frustration. I cannot take credit for that. It was mainly due to the big moves of Ryan Key Company. They possessed insider information about the Fleur branch, which led to the current situation. Iunya replied, honestly believing that the Panos Group would easily clarify the whole story, and boasting excessively would only bring humiliation. Su Yuning did not care about the details and smiled. Surviving in fierce competition means you are the victor. However, after this incident, you should recognize the importance of intelligence, right? Iunya nodded. Yes, market feedback information, the latest technological trends, government policies, and the movements of competing enterprises, etc., are all crucial factors that can influence company decisions. Iunya expressed his views. Su Yuning, being a key member of the strategic planning department of a large group, could guide him on many aspects if he was willing. It seems you have quite an interest in business intelligence. Have you made any attempts? Su Yuning asked with interest. The company originally had a market research department responsible for collecting and analyzing information. However, it only scratched the surface and could only gather generalized market information, which has limited value. Iunya expressed his difficulties, hoping to gain some assistance from the other party. Su Yuning, as the head of the strategic planning department of Panos, was certainly astute enough to understand Iunya's subtle intentions. Our strategic planning department does have a dedicated intelligence division where there are many highly skilled elites. How about it? Do you need me to recommend you for some training? But it's not free, you know. Su Yuning joked half seriously. Iunya took the cue and replied with a smile. Money is not an issue, but I can't go myself. If possible, I would like to ask you to arrange for 2 employees to undergo training for a while. Su Yuning smiled, saying, no problem. I am curious about what kind of people are worth your investment in training. How capable they are is still uncertain. What matters is that they are people I trust very much. It's safer to leave sensitive matters to those who are trustworthy, isn't it? Su Yuning nodded in agreement, not probing further. Iunya was naturally thinking of Wendy and Razaman. Allowing these two to study was not only about trusting them, but more importantly, their special abilities were also suitable for intelligence work, making their training a case of putting people in the right positions. Iunyu and Su Yuning exchanged words and finalized the intelligence training arrangements. Naturally, Iunyu paid a considerable price for this. Then Su Yuning said, seriously, now that we've finished discussing trivial matters, it's time to talk about business. Iunyu was surprised, but his heart was as clear as a mirror, knowing that good news was about to come. Su Yuning said with a hint of disdain, I don't believe you're indifferent to the affairs of the ocean branch. You must have been overjoyed to see me, so why pretend? Iunyu blinked and replied with a smile, I just truly don't understand why that branch company is in its current state. Could you share some information with me? Iunyu had already investigated the ocean branch beforehand. This company's scale was more than double that of the Northwest branch, yet perplexingly, it had been operating at a loss since its establishment. Logically, a large conglomerate like Panos should have had a solution to such problems long ago. Why has it been tolerated for over a decade? This was very unscientific. There must be some hidden issue within. Iunyu hoped to clarify the true situation before taking over. Su Yuning hesitated and said, well, you'll have to rely on yourself to uncover the truth. Consider it a test for you. There are confidentiality issues involved here, and we absolutely cannot leak any information. Even if it can't be transferred, we cannot disclose it, please understand. To express our apologies, we only require a transfer fee of 4 trillion. This price was surprisingly low, significantly less than Iunyu's estimated 6 trillion. The value of the ocean branch was half in the existing facilities and the other half in the undeveloped offshore wind energy resources. The issue was that Su Yuning's attitude made Yunyu feel somewhat perplexed, sensing that there was a major problem hidden within. After some inner turmoil, Yunyu finally accepted the proposal. All right, I accept. Though he still hadn't figured out what the major problem was, the 2 trillion profit made Yunyu feel that any problems could be overlooked. At that point, he would either find a way to fill the pit or bypass it, utilizing the development rights to start anew. All right then, let's sign the transfer now. Su Yuning, smiling broadly, took the contract from her assistant with an eagerness that seemed to fear Yunyu might suddenly change his mind. Isn't this a bit rushed? Don't we need to hold a press conference to announce it publicly? Yunyu widened his eyes, not understanding why Su Yuning was so anxious. His previously settled heart was once again in turmoil. No need. If we complete the transfer today, Panos will have officially withdrawn from this planet. Everything from now on will depend on you. Be mentally prepared. Su Yuning casually tossed the contract to Yunyu and smiled slyly. At that moment, Su Yuning resembled a devil tempting someone to err, forcing Yunyu to choose between giving up or succumbing to his greed. Yunyu took the contract and carefully flipped through it. Being experienced, he found no traps within. However, to be safe, he had professionals from the legal department review it 3 times in succession, and only after confirming there were no issues did he feel secure enough to sign and seal it. All right, the major matter is settled. I have completed the task assigned to me by the group. I wish you, General E, all the best, and we will meet again. Su Yuning, holding the signed contract, had a relaxed smile on her face, which made Yunyu feel increasingly uneasy. Soon the bewildered Wendy and Rackman were called into the office. Yunyu briefly explained the situation and then sent them off to Su Yuning. He had Kate Masso manage the company while he headed to the southeastern part of the continent with Teresa and Harold. In the southeast, there was an island about 80 square kilometers in area shaped like a sharp fong, named Yuya Island. The entire island had long been purchased by Panos and was now transferred to Yunyu's name. Yunyu and his 2 companions arrived at the ocean branch via a smart airplane where a large group of senior executives had already been waiting. After disembarking, Yunyu pushed his sunglasses to the tip of his nose and scanned the welcoming team. May I ask where General Manager Kevin Nix is? Yunyu frowned, somewhat dissatisfied as he inquired. A plump middle-aged man explained awkwardly, the general manager and chief engineer have gone to the South China Sea Energy Storage Experimental Base. Energy Storage Experimental Base. What kind of place is that? Why have I never heard of it? Yunyu frowned. He truly had never heard of it. Moreover, the fact that both the general manager and chief engineer went there must mean it wasn't a trivial matter and would certainly involve significant expenditures. What was even more frustrating was that he had clearly contacted the ocean branch in advance, indicating that he would be coming for the handover today. General E, they are conducting experiments on energy compression storage technology that the chief engineer has been researching for many years there. If they achieve results, there might be a significant breakthrough in energy storage technology. Energy compression storage technology had always been a major challenge, although there had been some progress. Applying it to large vehicles, or even space vehicles, was still a distant dream. For spaceships that voyage for dozens of days, or even over a year, using electric energy for propulsion is currently an unrealistic fantasy. Currently, the power sources used by spaceships come partly from nuclear energy and mostly from star energy stones, which are a type of energy mineral containing vast amounts of energy. Initially, humanity hadn't recognized its value. It wasn't until the wreckage of an unknown alien species spaceship was discovered revealing this mineral in its power furnace that it drew widespread attention and in-depth research. Since then, any planet discovered to have star energy stone deposits would be classified by the corresponding country as an A or B grade mineral resource planet, becoming a strategic resource forbidden zone guarded heavily, prohibiting outsiders from approaching. Some knowledge about energy flashed through Yunyu's mind, and he reluctantly accepted the excuse for the absence of the general manager and chief engineer. Could it be that the major pit troubling Panos was this research project? Then why not just stop it? Who is the acting person in charge? Yunyu frowned and asked. I am the acting person in charge. A young man in a white suit, looking as if he had just come from a gathering, stepped forward. Facing Yunyu's somewhat scrutinizing gaze, he remained unafraid and stared at Yunyu arrogantly, a bit like a thorn facing a blade. Yunyu chuckled silently and turned to the previously mentioned plump man. Let's change the acting person. It will be you, Mr. Raphael Dancer. You can't do this. I am the acting person in charge, appointed by the general manager. The young man's face turned pale with anger as he shouted loudly. Everyone around looked at him with pity, as if he were a child with a disability. Poor kid, standing in front of you is the new boss, the owner of this company. Don't forget, even your master's fate is at his word. Yunyao appointed Raphael Dancer as the new acting head, and this decision was not made lightly. He had investigated Raphael beforehand and knew that this person possessed strong operational capabilities and had already gained fame before joining the company. The Panos Group hired him with the hope of changing the dire situation of the branch. However, the company was plagued by deep-rooted issues, and the inexperienced Raphael was also mired in difficulties, being suppressed by superiors and unable to make any progress. Nevertheless, Iñárritu's arrival ensured that everything would turn around. He needed someone familiar with the branch to help him solve various problems, and Raphael was undoubtedly the best candidate. Mr. Dancer, please deliver the materials I requested to the conference room as soon as possible. I need to quickly understand all the details about this company. Iñárritu spent an entire day reviewing all the documents and financial statements. Even though his mental strength far surpassed that of ordinary people, he found the entire process to be quite tedious and grueling. What he discovered was even more disheartening. Along the eastern coastline, not a single turbine had been installed. The 70 shown in previous documents only referred to the southern coastline. The actual number was 14000 units. Among the installed equipment, nearly 50 was out of operation due to faults and lack of maintenance funding. However, according to Iñárritu's understanding, the Panos Group had invested a total of 5 trillion, which was more than enough to complete the construction and maintenance of projects on the east and south coasts. The remaining 50 of the wind turbines were functioning normally, with 20 used for the chief engineer's experiments and only the final 30 allocated for external power supply. The annual profit of about 60 billion apart from the regular operational expenses was mostly funneled into the chief engineer's experiments, and every year they had to apply for research funding of 200 to 300 billion from the Panos Group. This so-called energy storage technology experiment was nothing short of an insatiable money pit. The chief engineer is called Jodero, Raphael Dancer replied. What about his last name? Everyone shook their heads in confusion, as no one knew. This branch had a rather bizarre rule: everyone must respect the chief engineer and try to meet all his requests. Was this chief engineer a research genius worth investing in, a playboy with a powerful background, or simply a master of deception? Iñárritu found it hard to determine at that moment, deciding to wait until he had completed his current tasks before meeting him in person. Examining the financial accounts was quite shocking. Even a third-rate small company would maintain more rigorous records. The accounts for daily operational expenses were somewhat exaggerated, yet still within acceptable limits. The issue was that only 30 had detailed records, while the rest was simply marked as for the general manager's use with unclear purposes. The funding for the experiments was completely fabricated. Iñárritu took a quick glance and found that the prices for the various parts he knew were inflated by dozens or even hundreds of times. The cost of constructing a dedicated testing runway was a staggering 130 billion, causing Iñárritu to grimace. Was this a runway made of gold? Procurement department immediately compiled the true prices of all purchased items on the accounts. I will have someone conduct random checks, and if any errors are found, you can consider yourselves dismissed. The finance department is responsible for quickly calculating how much was actually spent. Iñárritu felt shocked by these issues, but did not feel distressed, as the losses incurred were not his money after all. However, since he had taken over this branch, he had to clean out all the parasites. Collecting evidence now was to hope that certain people would withdraw voluntarily, allowing everyone to part ways without debts. 2 days later, after receiving the reorganized materials, Iñárritu immediately set off for the South Coast Experimental Base. The experimental base was established on a high ground by the sea, featuring numerous buildings with various functions, boasting a bright silver exterior that exuded a strong sense of technology. The most eye-catching feature was a dedicated racing-grade testing track that stretched for a total length of 50 kilometers, claimed to have cost 130 billion. Iñárritu had already consulted professionals, and the actual construction cost of 20 billion was even considered expensive. As soon as the 3 men disembarked, they inquired about the whereabouts of Kevin Nix and Jodero. Soon they were led to the top floor of the main building of the base, where they saw 2 figures standing in front of a large glass wall not far away. Iñárritu exhaled. It was surprisingly difficult for a boss to meet 2 employees. The tall, well-dressed, middle-aged man with meticulously styled gray-white hair was Kevin Nix, the general manager of the Marine branch. To be precise, he was the former general manager, as obtaining solid evidence of his embezzlement meant he was already out of the picture. What surprised Iñárritu was that his actions at the branch over the past 2 days had been quite significant and not secretive, yet they were highly targeted. Why was this general manager still so calm and composed here? Could it be that the people in the company were too realistic, believing he was already finished, and thus omitted even the courtesy of informing him? Or did he have some trump card, confidently thinking that the new boss could not touch him? The last person with such an illusion was the former chief engineer of the Northwest branch. What became of him was unknown, but at least his young and beautiful wife and vast fortune had fallen into someone else's hands. Iñárritu hoped that Kevin Nix would not suffer the same fate. Gentlemen, it's not easy to meet you. May I ask if there have been any new developments in this experiment? Before Iñárritu even approached, he asked loudly with familiarity. The two figures turned around simultaneously to look back. "Who are you?" The chief engineer with a puzzled expression asked, furrowing his brow, possibly unaware of the significant changes in the branch. The chief engineer was a man with naturally curly brown hair whose face seemed to have been meticulously cared for yet could not hide the weariness in his eyes. This was Iñigo's first time seeing Jodaro's appearance, as the previous materials had only a few lines and no photos. Beside him, Kevin remained silent, his narrow eyes revealing a playful smile. Iñigo sneered internally and said, "Well, perhaps the general manager is concerned that it might affect the chief engineer's mood and delay the experiment plan. However, since I am here, I should formally clarify, as of May 1 SD, this marine branch has been transferred from Panos Energy Group to my name. Therefore now, including this building, the external track, and those lovely electric cars on the track, are all my assets." Iñigo raised his hand, pointing at the building and the track as well as the electric cars speeding by on the track. Jodaro in his 40s was slightly dazed by such sudden news and turned to look at Kevin. Kevin smiled and nodded, acknowledging this fact. "Mr. You should show a bit more respect towards the chief engineer." Iñigo was momentarily stunned. As the boss, how could he still be polite in the face of such extravagant waste of countless funds with no results for over a decade? If it weren't for the fact that the money wasted wasn't his own, he would have already unleashed a torrent of curses. However, from the very first moment he laid eyes on Kevin, he sensed a chilling gaze that made him feel quite uncomfortable. Iñigo's intuition was keenly sharp. He knew that this peculiar guy had ulterior motives. To be safe, he refrained from showing anger and instead revealed a warm smile. "I apologize for my excitement at our first meeting. My name is Iñigo, and I am the owner of this Fungheng Marine Energy Branch Company." "Hello, young man, my name is Jodro Pollock." Iñigo felt indifferent upon discovering that his surname was Pollock. However, he accidentally noticed that both Teresa and Harold were aghast. Iñigo walked over to Teresa and whispered, "What happened?" Teresa looked at him helplessly. "You've been in the kingdom of Polong for several years. Haven't you learned any common knowledge?" Now it was Teresa's turn to scold him for his ignorance. "Pollock is the royal surname of the kingdom of Polong, unique to the royal family." Harold said urgently that. Iñigo gasped, realizing the seriousness of the situation. "Look it up online." Teresa replied curtly, "Look it up online. Are you joking with me? Even the Panos Group has kept this under wraps. It's strange if you find any information about this guy online." However, with no other options, he decided to give it a try. To his surprise, there was indeed information available, and it was quite detailed. Iñigo looked in disbelief at Teresa, who was beaming with delight, feeling for the first time that his own intelligence was overshadowed by this woman who preferred brute force over intellect. Jodro Pollock appeared resplendent on the internet, handsome and with an elegant demeanor, while he also had a rugged charm that could enchant countless young women. The key point was that he was the younger brother of the late Pollock the 99th, a prince more genuine than gold. With the throne in limbo for many years apart from the first-in-line underage princess, this man before him was the most competitive second-in-line heir. This big shot was passionate about research, specializing in energy studies during university. After graduating, he gave up the privileged life of royalty to engage in energy-related research work. At this moment, Iñigo was cursing in his heart. It was truly astonishing. As a top noble of the kingdom, shouldn't he be studying philosophy, theology, art, and other lofty subjects? What was he doing with technology? Wasn't that too down-to-earth for someone of his status? At the same time, Iñigo was quite relieved that he hadn't acted out of line earlier, otherwise things would have been truly difficult to handle. Suddenly, he felt a warning signal arise within him. Had he been too smooth sailing lately? Had his mentality become a bit restless, losing the careful and prudent demeanor he once had? It was time for self-reflection. Iñigo composed himself and walked back to Jodro Pollock, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. "I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of your identity, and the Panos Group has taken thorough measures to protect it. I formally express my regret for my previous lack of proper etiquette." At this moment, face and reputation were of no importance. The royal family is supreme in the kingdom of Polong, and no one can go against it. Even if Iñigo was wealthy and powerful now, he still had to lower his proud head. "Don't take it too seriously. I've been intentionally hiding my identity to prevent it from affecting my daily work. I also ask that the three of you keep it confidential for me. I prefer you to treat me as an ordinary person. However, it seems you have something to say about my experimental project." Jodro waved his hand, smiling warmly, without any air of superiority. Iñigo's lips twitched slightly. After hesitating, he chose to speak frankly. I initially planned to terminate this project." "You are being absurd. This experimental project is the result of His Highness' decades of hard work. If successful, it will have epoch-making significance. How can you want to terminate it? This is simply treasonous." Kevin seized the opportunity to coldly reprimand him. Iñigo straightened up and looked at Kevin with disdain. "This project has consumed too much funding and there are too many unreasonable expenses I believe it must be terminated. However, I now feel the problem may not lie entirely with the project itself, Mr. Nix may bear significant responsibility. Oh, I forgot to inform you, you have been dismissed. Facing the prince, Iyunyu naturally felt a sense of trepidation. However, facing Kevin Nix with solid evidence in hand, he regarded the other party with contempt. Regardless of whether the prince was involved, as long as he still cared about the royal family's reputation, he must distance himself from this matter. You are talking nonsense. Oh, every item here, every project cost was honestly reported to the Panos Group. If there were any issues, they would not possibly overlook them. Kevin snorted coldly, arguing back. He could not show weakness at this moment, or else the blame might fall on him. Iyunyu scoffed, pointing towards the racetrack outside. Mr. Nix, may I ask how much was spent on this racetrack? Kevin's expression changed, realizing the gravity of the situation. The other party must have come prepared. We built it to the highest standards. The high cost is justified by the quality. That statement had some merit, but coupled with his slightly nervous expression, it lost a lot of its persuasiveness. Iyunyu would not be easily deceived. He continued, I consulted a professional engineering company, and for the same project volume, a racetrack of even better quality only costs 50 billion, and the other party still makes a profit. Yet this racetrack cost 130 billion. Furthermore, a significant portion of the annual company operating expenses is allocated for the general manager's exclusive use with no specified purpose. Over 12 years, that's not a small sum. You are deliberately framing me. Why is the Panos Group turning a blind eye to your inflated project costs and embezzlement? How could such a large corporation be unaware of your little schemes? In fact, they chose to remain silent out of respect for His Highness. You must be deceiving His Highness while taking advantage of his name to extort huge profits from Panos. Iyunyu spoke sharply, his words biting. Kevin's face turned pale as he retorted angrily. You are talking nonsense and maliciously defaming me. The Panos company has not raised any objections. Even if you have taken over the branch company, what does the past have to do with you? I will not slander innocence with baseless accusations. Iyunyu reached out and took the evidence collected from the branch company from Teresa's hands, respectfully handing it to Jodro. Although Jodro was an outsider, the summary report was very clear and well organized. The more he read, the worse Jodro's expression became. You have betrayed His Highness' trust, pursued personal gain, and caused damage to His Highness' reputation. Such behavior is extremely vile. Your actions are undoubtedly criminal. What do you think the laws set by the royal family are worth? Iyunyu's questioning left Kevin pale and speechless. The atmosphere on site was exceptionally tense, with only the sound of Xiao de Luo flipping through materials. Kevin had underestimated the situation. He never imagined that this newcomer could be so ruthless. Kevin had anticipated that the other party would privately seek negotiation with him. Whether through threats or friendly discussions, they would not bring the matter to the forefront. For that would tarnish the prince's reputation, and nothing is more important than the dignity of the royal family. This had always been Kevin's trump card. Even the Panos Group could only endure in silence. However, this tactic completely failed against Iyunyu, as he was merely a brash youth lacking a broader perspective. Xiao de Luo's expression turned extremely cold as he inquired in a flat tone, over the years, the total investment from Panos, plus the subsidiary's own earnings, is approximately 11 trillion. And the actual expenses used for company operations and experiments could not exceed 5 trillion. So you embezzled 6 trillion of public funds, correct, General Manager Kevin Nix? Your Highness, am wronged. Kevin intended to argue, but the cold, sharp gaze across from him chilled him to the bone, making it difficult to breathe under the pressure of authority. Originally just a second-rate corporate manager, Kevin discovered a shortcut to wealth upon meeting Xiao de Luo. He seized the opportunity to reap huge profits, successfully rising to become a billionaire. Yet his path to fortune was akin to walking a tightrope. Once exposed, he would face a disastrous downfall without redemption. At that moment, 2 security personnel approached. Xiao de Luo coldly said, investigate thoroughly how much Mr. Nix has defrauded under my name over the years. Try to recover as much as possible, and then forget about returning it to the Panos Group. I'll let it all be invested in the experimental projects. By the way, I've heard there's a solitary island prison in the depths of the EC. I'll let him grow old there in isolation. Since the money was earned by exploiting my reputation, it should be invested in the experimental projects. Kevin's life trajectory was now facing a cliff-like transformation, one from which there was no possibility of return. Your Highness, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please forgive my mistakes. I did all this for you. Even though Panos reduced investment over the years, I ensured that your experiments were not affected. It was saving funds for your dreams. Kevin panicked. Xiao de Luo's statement felt like a death sentence to him. He could not accept the fate of transforming from a lavish spender to a prisoner on a deserted island. He attempted to approach Xiao de Luo, kneeling in plea, yet the 2 bodyguards offered him no chance. You have grossly underestimated the importance of royal dignity in my heart. Nothing can serve as a justification for damaging the royal family's reputation. At this moment, Xiao de Luo was exceptionally resolute and cold, far removed from his usual gentle demeanor. Ignoring Kevin's pleas and wails, he turned his gaze back to Yi Yunyu, his eyes glinting with newfound sharpness, causing Yi Yunyu to feel somewhat guilty. None were fools. It was clear to everyone that Yi Yunyu had utilized Xiao de Luo to eliminate Kevin. This made Yi Yunyu worry that Xiao de Luo would hold a grudge and eventually turn against him. After a moment of silence, Xiao de Luo spoke. So, does that mean I am now also an employee of General? Your Highness is joking. I am merely responsible for taking over the regular employees of Panos. As for you, it will be entirely according to your own will. Deep down, he still hoped that this super tycoon would leave quickly. With his slender arms and legs, he simply could not compete with the other party. On the level of power, they belonged to different dimensions of beings. Since you have already calculated, do you think you are capable of bearing all the expenses required for the experiment? I can barely manage. Then I will continue my research here, and you will replace the Panos group and Kevin. Rest assured you will not suffer losses. The final experimental results will belong to your company. Xiao de Luo patted Yi Yunyu's shoulder, firmly urging the new boss to have some confidence in himself and the future. Inside, Yi Yunyu thought, do I even dare to say a single no? With Xiao de Luo's overwhelming presence, even if it meant suffering some losses, he had to grudgingly accept. At that moment, he finally grasped the exact meaning of Su Yuning's words: opportunity coexists with risk. Your Highness, has your research yielded any phased results? Yi Yunyu asked, forcing himself to ask. Behind him, Teresa and Harold were sweating for him. Boss, you want to make money, but you need to consider the situation. This information struck like a bolt from the blue, causing Yi Yunyu's soaring heart to plummet into despair. The regulation level indicates that the confidentiality of the synthesis method is extremely high and the export of materials is strictly controlled by national authorities. The export quantity is low and the unit price is exceedingly high. Now he finally understands why the experiment is so costly. Just the procurement of various alloy materials alone incurs staggering expenses. Your Highness, could you please tell me the names of the 3 alloy materials required for your experiment? Xiao de Luo clicked on the screen and sent Yi Yunyu detailed information about the 3 alloy materials, including past procurement channels. The source of the materials comes from foreign enterprises which actually possess considerable production capacity, but due to various countries' export laws, they cannot sell in large quantities. Yi Yunyu squinted, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. If he continuously needs to procure these materials, he would surely face restrictions from other countries, making the promotion of new technologies difficult. Thus, finding a way to obtain the synthesis methods for these 3 alloy materials is the best solution to the problem. If Yi Yunyu masters the method, he can establish a factory for synthesis, and all issues will be easily resolved. Fortunately, the 3 alloy materials are only controlled due to common industrial properties rather than military strategic levels. Otherwise, obtaining them would be nearly impossible. Your Highness, you can rest assured to continue your research. I will find a way to ensure the supply of experimental materials. Yi Yunyu's heart ignited with a fierce flame, vowing to overcome numerous obstacles and make this new energy storage technology shine brilliantly in his hands. Xiao de Luo nodded approvingly, fully aware of Yi Yunyu's intentions. Kevin had previously entertained similar thoughts, but unfortunately, he was just a senior corporate manager, and some unconventional methods were not his forte. The results of Kevin's multiple attempts merely ended up wasting enormous funds, and in hindsight, he may have embezzled quite a bit. Xiao de Luo sincerely hoped Yi Yunyu could break the deadlock, as that would not only benefit Yi Yunyu immensely. Xiao de Luo would also become world-renowned. Compared to money, reputation is a greater pursuit for noble offspring. The two engaged in lively conversation until they dined together, after which Yi Yunyu and his companions took their leave. Having successfully taken over the Ocean Branch, Yi Yunyu decided to personally oversee the Ocean Branch and carry out comprehensive restructuring. This scene was reminiscent of when he took over the Northwest Branch. First, he held a press conference announcing after a month that the Panos Energy Ocean Branch had been transferred to Fengheng Energy Company. Next came a sweeping restructuring of the internal management. Many individuals who had made serious mistakes or were just coasting were all eliminated. For some key positions, Yi Yunyu transferred personnel from the Fengheng headquarters to take office. For instance, the chief engineer of electrical equipment technology was appointed from the head of safety and quality supervision at the Northwest Branch. This was a promise Yi Yunyu made during their first meeting, and he finally fulfilled his initial vow. Prince Xiao de Luo was separated from the Ocean Branch to specifically oversee the energy storage technology experimental project, serving as the head of the experimental base. This position could not be denied to him, who could manage him. At most, a few assistants would be promoted to assist him. Notably, Raphael Dancer was given a significant role, appointed as the general manager. Just like Kate Masso from the Northwest headquarters, Iyunyu needed to promote capable individuals who could shoulder all the affairs of the branch. On June 20, 4034 of the Star Calendar, a news report about Fengheng Energy Company sparked widespread attention across various sectors of society. Following the Northwest branch, Fengheng Energy Company has quietly taken over the Panos Energy Group's Ocean Energy branch on planet D2399. Fengheng has become the largest wind energy generation enterprise on planet D2399. In the power generation industry, its scale is only surpassed by Vulcan Energy Company thermal power generation. This news hit like a deep-water bomb. Once reported by the media, it immediately stirred a public uproar. Fengheng did not disclose any information regarding the acquisition of the Ocean branch at the previous Corporate Development Report conference. This acquisition was still as abrupt as before, completed in a flash, leaving no opportunity for others to intervene. In the office of the Rianji branch, Lon stared blankly at the news report, disbelief written all over his face. What an impressive guy. The assets left by the Panos Group on this planet are now all in his grasp. Hiss. Is he perhaps the illegitimate child of some high-ranking official or a noble heir? Lon severely doubted that Iyunyu concealed his true identity. He could not accept that an ordinary person with no background could rise so swiftly. Lon immediately instructed his assistant, stop all plans against Fengheng Energy Company. After all, we are outsiders. The Carlot family has high hopes for Fengheng. If we act recklessly, we might incite the displeasure of the Marquis. The assistant nodded and promptly went to convey the order. Currently, Fengheng is a formidable energy giant in the vast waters of planet D2399, not something the Rianji Company can easily handle. Due to background reasons, Fengheng would naturally not dare to act rashly. It is best for everyone to coexist peacefully and pursue their own development. This is also the development situation Iyunyu aspires to. The conflicts that yield more harm than benefit are not valuable, as a single operational misstep could benefit others. He allocated 2 trillion funds from the Northwest Company to the Ocean branch. Part of it is for the maintenance of malfunctioning units, while the other part is for the installation and construction of wind power equipment along the southern coastline, funding for the relaunch of projects. In addition to the coastal wind farm construction, Iyunyu is also consulting on technical issues related to the construction of wind farms in offshore waters, which will be part of the next batch of construction projects. The rapid expansion plan set by Fengheng Energy Company has put considerable pressure on the industry. Some professionals have preliminarily estimated that once the expansion plans for Fengheng's Northwest and Ocean companies are completed, the generated power would be sufficient to meet 15/20 of global electricity demand. This proportion is truly astonishing, raising concerns among many small and medium-sized energy companies. The total electricity market on the planet is limited, and as Fengheng continues to expand its production capacity, it will inevitably seize market shares from other enterprises. Faced with such a colossal entity, who among the small and medium-sized enterprises can resist? Regarding the various statements on external media networks, Iyunyu merely smiled and never responded directly. He is well aware that the time has not yet come. Fengheng is still in a robust growth phase. Steady progress is the most appropriate approach. Only when he is fully prepared will it be time to reveal his fangs to the outside world. In a lavishly decorated living room, Iyunyu, Teresa, and Harold sat leisurely savoring fine wine. Harold, do you have connections in the night market? Iyunyu shook his wine glass, his eyes focused intently on the wine within. Is it for the 3 alloy materials required by His Highness? Harold had already thought of a place with Iyunyu. These regulated alloy materials could not satisfy Iyunyu's ambitions through legitimate channels alone, and he needed to consider some underhanded methods. The night market, the dark market, is essentially an underground trading market for dark forces. Such trading markets have existed in every era of human development. As humanity entered the interstellar civilization, the night market also experienced rapid development. In the night market, as long as you can afford the price, any transaction is possible. Seeing Iyunyu nod in agreement, Harold confidently said, I have some connections and should be able to procure quite a few alloy materials. However, I am unsure if we can establish a long-term partnership. The night market is filled with too many unstable factors. Not at all. Procuring the alloy materials is just one aspect. What I truly want are the formulas and synthesis techniques for these 3 alloy materials. You can post a task through your channels. Complete information on one alloy will cost 10 billion. Harold solemnly agreed to this matter. The price Iyunyu offered was absolutely sufficient. In Harold's experience, few intelligence tasks could reach this amount. This is the extravagance of an energy tycoon. This is sure to pique the interest of many dark forces, greatly increasing the likelihood of task completion. Iyunyu is spending a lot now, but once he obtains it, the rewards from this investment, compared to future massive returns, are incomparable. In the night of Jinshuan City, the lights began to shine, and the vibrant scene rivaled that of the daytime. In a villa in the southern suburbs, Xuan was passionately kissing a tall and handsome man, exploring each other's secrets with their hands, and as their clothes began to fall away, they were about to get to the main event. A light screen suddenly appeared, illuminating the dim room, the piercing brightness, causing Xuan and her partner to squint. "Damn it, do you have to contact me at times like this?" Xuan pulled her partner, close, both of them lying naked in front of the light screen, defiantly glaring at the screen. The person on the other side obviously did not expect to see such a scene, but showed no signs of shyness, bursting into a fit of laughter. Instead, it made Xuan feel angry and embarrassed. "There's something important." After the laughter, a serious voice came from the screen. Xuan frowned, but felt helpless against the other party, lamenting that knowing such a friend in this lifetime was her greatest misfortune. Xuan kicked her partner off the bed, casually grabbed a wad of cash from the drawer, and threw it at him, waving him away, then lit a cigarette with some annoyance. "You better have something important, or I will find a chance to tear your mouth apart." In front of her friend, she didn't need to worry about her image. Both of them knew exactly what kind of people they were. Facing Xuan's fierce warning, the other party took it lightly and directly got to the point. "Last time I asked you to pay attention to Yunyu, the boss of Fengheng Energy Company. What have you found out?" "But he's a super busy person now. He doesn't even return to Jinchuan City, running around all day. Oh, it's very hard for me to get a chance to interact with him." She had learned that Yunyu was personally stationed on Yuyadeo in the southeastern region, reorganizing the newly acquired marine subsidiary. Now Xuan was no longer on the same level as Yunyu, and she couldn't help but admire that he was indeed an impressive figure. It's just a pity that she had invested less in him back then. "I heard that the little enchantress Nia Kalade was entangled with him quite tightly, even getting him to invest in her." Xuan only regretted that her initial estimation had rarely gone awry, and that the unworthy Nuya Kalade had gotten ahead of her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Recalling Nuya Kalade's usual disdainful attitude towards her, Xuan felt a wave of amusement. It was ironic that the other party ended up doing the same thing as her, only her appetite was even larger. "I need you to get close to him and probe into some matters." Her friend was too lazy to continue listening to her endless chatter. "What matters?" Xuan blew a smoke ring, glancing sideways as she asked. "I found that someone in the night market is posting a task to purchase formulas for 7 kinds of industrial regulated and even military regulated alloy materials." You mean he is behind all of this?" "I didn't expect that he also has connections in the night market. It seems he's not a good kid after all." Unable to directly contact him. "But I've already found out that one of the clients posting the task through an agent is Harold Grant, the leader of the Fire Mercenary Corps from Haltet City." Xuan nodded, knowing that this person was Yunyu's personal bodyguard chief. What impressed her even more was Harold's robust physique, who just a glance made her restless, yet his calm and profound gaze made all desires dissipate. As a mercenary, Harold had no reason to purchase the formulas for alloy materials. There must be someone behind the scenes orchestrating this. Xuan extinguished her cigarette. "You say he is one of them, but who else is there?" The other party helplessly replied, "There are several other agents, but it's a pity I can't trace the clients. My people are also afraid to approach those individuals. They are from the assassin circle. These people take confidentiality very seriously, and violators will lose their lives." If it weren't for Yunyu's increasingly astonishing achievements, Xuan's friend wouldn't be so eager to dig up his information. Now many people were consulting her for information on Yunyu, but the existing information she had could no longer satisfy her client's demands. "Assassins? So dangerous. Then why do you still want me to get close to him? If I provoke him, won't I end up in the ground?" Xuan rolled her eyes in annoyance. "No, I'm asking you to deliver benefits to him. He will only be grateful to you. Because I have already obtained the formulas for 2 of the alloy materials before him. What you need to do is sell this information to him, and take this opportunity to understand his true intentions." Xuan nodded. As long as there was no danger, that was fine. She then said, "Since he is engaged in the electrical energy industry, will these 7 alloy materials be related to electricity, such as power generation equipment, electrical transmission, or storage devices?" "Not certain." I consulted professionals. The conclusion was that these alloy materials do not show outstanding performance in the field of electricity applications. Some are even entirely unrelated. The other party did not dare to completely deny Xuan's conjecture. He did such a simple illusion fool you? The alloy materials he needs are very likely just 1 or 2 of those, and the others are merely smokescreens. It seems he has grand ambitions, starting with smokescreens at the beginning. Quite interesting. Xuan pondered, her captivating eyes narrowing, the corners of her mouth slightly curling up. In the central plains of the D2399 planet continent, there lies a vast estate guarded with utmost vigilance, comparable to a military base. In the stone pavilion of the back garden, an elderly man with thinning white hair and skin like pine wood was quietly lying on a rocking chair, basking in the sun. On either side of him stood a pair of elegant maids, while numerous guards concealed in various hidden spots around the garden kept watch. At this moment Hector Calat, his attire slightly disheveled, hurriedly approached from a distance, and upon nearing he remembered to tread lightly as he entered the pavilion. He did not speak, but simply stood quietly waiting for the old man to naturally awaken from his rest. "You have arrived," the old man suddenly spoke without warning. "Yes, father. As soon as I heard you wished to see me, I rushed over immediately." On this planet, the only one who could earn such respect from Hector Calat is the esteemed Marquis Fayer Calat before him. Of course excluding Prince Jodropolak. For aside from a select few, no one knows that His Highness is concealed on planet D2399. The Marquis opened his eyes, slightly glancing at his eldest son. "At your age, why are you still so flustered in the face of matters, neglecting your own appearance?" His voice was hoarse and weak. Upon hearing this, Hector immediately adjusted his attire and lowered his head to listen to his father's guidance. The old Marquis took the teacup brought by the maid casually, saying, "The Inu I mentioned last time I heard, he has been making new moves recently. This lad is rather interesting. He has managed to take control of all the assets of the Panos group in my territory. Have you investigated his background?" After speaking so much in one breath, the old Marquis was slightly out of breath, prompting the maid beside him to bend down and gently pat his back. "I had my people investigate thoroughly. He is merely an ordinary orphan from the Gator Democratic Republic, raised in an orphanage. He excelled in both academics and character from a young age. If there is anything unusual, it is that he has long been acquainted with the members of the Blazing Fire mercenary group in Heart City. His arrival here was also facilitated by the mercenary group." Hector promptly reported what he had learned, feeling somewhat apprehensive as he had not made any substantial progress. The old Marquis sipped his tea, saying, "Well, either we have overthought it, and he is merely a lucky lad, or there truly is a powerful figure operating behind the scenes beyond our reach to investigate. However, his momentum is too rapid. Oh, we need to hold him back." The old Marquis' eyes slightly opened and closed, revealing a glint of sharpness. Hector Calat quickly responded, "He sought out the younger generation of our family some time ago, hoping to partner in managing Funghing Energy Company. Considering the honor of the family, I firmly rejected him. Indeed, the members of the family are not suited for such matters. Let the local government in the area where the company is located select suitable individuals to take up supervisory roles. Yes, I will contact him immediately after returning. I believe he will not refuse." Hector let out a quiet sigh of relief, realizing he had not displeased his father. The old Marquis closed his eyes, beginning to rest. Hector hesitated for a moment before saying, "Father, there is much public discussion going on outside. Many are worried about Funghang's rapid rise, fearing it will crush numerous small and medium-sized energy enterprises." Just some small fry." The old Marquis scoffed, revealing a hint of disdain on his face. "Small and medium-sized energy enterprises are scattered all over the place, contributing very little to the territory. They invade fertile land, pollute the atmosphere, and destroy the ecology, yet they excel at being nuisances." The old Marquis had long since been displeased with them. It was already courteous of him not to take action personally. Let the laws of market competition refine them. Life or death at all depends on their own fortune. No matter how humanity tries to conceal itself with the beautiful garments of civilization, it cannot change the essence of human existence, which still adheres to the laws of the jungle. What about the fire god energy? That was something our family supported and built up ourselves. Hector cautiously asked, as the fire god had deep ties to the Calat family. The Marquis opened his eyes again, now brimming with vitality and speaking more. Yet his words were laced with coldness and arrogance. "You ask this knowingly. The fire god has long been decayed, internally devoid of any ambition. The history of human civilization's progress is essentially a constant play of old and new alternation. We neither support nor obstruct anyone. It all depends on their own abilities, survival of the fittest. However, the victors must remain within the scope of our control. I have had enough of the likes of Panos, Floor, and Rianki. I understand, father. If there is a chance, bring that lad over to let me meet him. I feel he has quite a few clever ideas. Perhaps he could surprise us." After finishing, the Marquis waved his hand, signaling Hector could leave. As Hector bowed and left, a smile crept onto his lips, realizing that his early wager had indeed paid off. Inu was indeed impressive, drawing the old man's attention so quickly he needed to seize this opportunity. Meanwhile, Inu on Yuyata Island was of course unaware of the political upheaval on this planet. At this moment, he stood with his hands in his pockets, a smile tinged with surprise as he watched Snow walk down the landing pad with elegance. The two shared a genuine and warm embrace, smelling the fragrance emanating from you and holding such a sexy and alluring figure. "I feel as though my dull and dreary life has suddenly transformed into one of brightness and warmth. My dear, I am truly happy that you could come to see me." Inu kissed her red lips passionately, his face radiating a warm smile. Snow gave a soft huff, casting him a glance. If you really missed me, why haven't you contacted me all this time? You just know how to have fun with Noya Khaled." Yunyu laughed heartily, offering no further explanation as he directly pulled Snow toward the villa. In such situations, words were unnecessary. He felt that it was better to act respectfully first. After a lively exchange, the two, now dressed in loose pajamas, were eager to have dinner together. Your journey here from afar, just to see me, truly touches me. Come, let's toast to our love. Yunyu clinked glasses with Snow and took a sip of red wine. Snow smiled, saying, my love for you far exceeds your imagination. Not only did I come to your door, but I also brought you a gift you like. Yunyu's eyes widened in curiosity as he asked, really? What kind of gift is it? ETS 3485 TRC 327. Snow announced two numbers with significant meaning. Yunyu's smile faded, and he silently finished the wine in his glass, lifting his gaze to meet Snow's glowing face. Interesting, where did you learn about these? Yunyu's tone was flat, a stark contrast to his previous lovesick demeanor. Xuan Nua accurately reported two alloy numbers, which was enough to prove that she came prepared. At this point, Yunyu had no need to deny anything. Further evasion would be rather awkward. Xuan Nua said proudly, I have a close friend with some connections in the night market. She has been interested in you, the rising star on planet D2399, for quite some time. What kind of interest? Yunyu asked ambiguously. Xuan Nua shot him a reproachful glance. A few days ago, she accidentally learned that she had something you would be interested in, so she asked me to contact you. Xuan Nua sat down in Yunyu's lap, her charming eyes captivating. A person from the night market. Yunyu felt a bit puzzled. I didn't expect you to have such a friend. Is there a chance you could introduce me? Perhaps I might need her help in the future. With that statement, she has achieved half of her goal. The rest will depend on my sincerity, it seems. All right, beautiful Miss Xuan Nua, please name your price. 10 billion. Deal, give me your account, and I will transfer 20 billion right away. Yunyu agreed without hesitation, full of bravado. No, it's a total of 10 billion. Xuan Nua shook her delicate finger, smiling at Yunyu. So cheap, this is quite unexpected, Yunyu exclaimed, but his heart had already grown wary. Xuan Nua chuckled. The value of information as a commodity is notoriously difficult to assess. You wouldn't think that to obtain a piece of information one must resort to kidnapping a person's family, creating a bloody scene to force them to hand over the data, would you? Sometimes it can simply be a matter of giving someone a good beating. At times it could be a love-struck man willingly offering up information to express his affection. 50 billion per piece isn't a bad deal. Of course you won't find such a price elsewhere. So there's one more question I need you to answer. Yunyu blinked. Please go ahead. Since you want the data on these alloys, it's clear you plan to build a factory for synthesis. Can you tell me what you intend to do with these alloys? Don't tell me it's just for profit. These questionable technologies will bring you considerable trouble. For someone like you, a tycoon in the energy industry, this small profit is hardly worth the risk. Xuan Nua wore an expression that said, don't try to fool me, and remarked softly, a clever woman is truly difficult to deal with. As someone in the energy sector, what else would I want with these alloys? Surely not to manufacture weapons, battle armor, or space warships. My goal is, of course, for experimentation, to research and develop new materials suitable for the field of electricity. Yunyu spread his hands and said candidly, what specific research direction do you have in mind? Power generation, transmission, storage, or some other use? Since the other party was willing to answer, Xuan Nua naturally wanted to dig deeper. Yunyu smiled, without speaking, pretending to be difficult. Darling, I don't want to deceive you. Currently, everything is still at the hypothetical theoretical stage. My research team must go through countless experiments to verify whether the concepts they propose are correct. Moreover, you don't think this matter is solely mine, do you? Xuan Nua raised an eyebrow. She knew she wouldn't easily glean all the information from him. That Yunyu could tell her so much was already quite candid. However, his last sentence made Xuan Nua's imagination run wild. Indeed, there are others behind Yunyu. His sudden rise cannot be explained merely by personal wit and luck. But who could those individuals be? Is it the Panos group, which has voluntarily withdrawn and hidden in the shadows? Or another organization capable of making Panos retreat in defeat? One mystery unresolved gives rise to another. After dinner, they spent a passionate night together, both finally feeling fulfilled. As dawn approached, Yunyu's reluctant embrace made Xuan Nua feel a sense of suffocation. They bid each other farewell, and Yunyu watched the plane disappear into the horizon before releasing his lovesick demeanor. Turning to Harold, Yunyu wore a resentful expression. The connections you found in the night market are really unreliable. It hasn't been long, and someone has already traced back to you and learned about me. Sigh. Harold was taken aback, quickly turning very angry and guilty. He said urgently, they'll contact him right away and cancel the task. Such a person is unworthy of cooperating with us. No need, Xuan Nua said, her friend will replace your connection. That guy is definitely beyond saving. Yunyu respected Harold, seeing them both as equals in their exchanges. Even when Harold made a mistake, he remained calm, cherishing their mutual bond. The emotional connections between people are often difficult to manage. Iyunyu chose to actively maintain a healthy development, not wanting external factors to ruin their relationship. Harold was also a sincere man who feeling guilty and regretful for nearly causing a disaster due to his poor judgment and personnel. If this investigator had not been Xue Nua's friend, but rather a malicious party, the company would likely face a significant crisis, and he would be hard-pressed to escape blame. As for the agent who broke the rules, whether they live or die, Harold remained indifferent. He wished he could personally eliminate them to vent his frustration. In the night market, where there are no legal constraints, reputation is a universally acknowledged ironclad rule. Its importance is validated through countless vibrant lives and boiling blood. The agent must also contribute their last remaining value. After this incident, Iyunyu felt he should be more cautious in his dealings with people from the night market. The company cannot have too many dark secrets, otherwise it could easily attract the attention of other forces, which would inevitably lead to trouble. Especially since this task involves opposing various countries, military-controlled items are bound to conflict with the military, who once exposed it will certainly lead to continuous troubles. Additionally, Iyunyu was also concerned about how to view the token of loyalty sent by Xue Nua's mysterious friend. Accepting it willingly would mean a binding relationship of mutual interests. Through this incident, the other party demonstrated impressive strength, and he believed future cooperation would bring many conveniences to Iyunyu. However, this also gives rise to another issue. The more frequently they transact, the more dark secrets the other party will grasp. No matter how he tries to conceal them, it will be hard to fool these professionals who deal with information daily. Regardless of how the other party vows their professionalism and commitment to the contract, he will never be entirely at ease. He firmly believes loyalty is merely a matter of the betrayal price not being high enough. How should this problem be handled? Just thinking about it makes my head hurt. Planet C-2020, a mineral-rich world under the jurisdiction of the Blackstone Republic. Inside a luxurious detached villa in the outskirts of York City, Asmodeus Green, the nation's preeminent expert in advanced alloy materials, and his wife were dining with their daughter, son-in-law, and their lively, cheerful young granddaughter. The family chatted warmly, laughter flowing effortlessly, childlike voices mingling with the gentle, affectionate tones of elders, evoking profound warmth and harmony. Beyond the 5 family members, 4 elite security personnel from the government's Special Security Division stood guard indoors, while 8 more patrolled discreetly outdoors. The GCH 536 alloy developed by Asmodeus Green possessed extraordinary tensile strength and was classified as a military-grade restricted material, specifically engineered for the outer armor shields of starships. The Blackstone Republic enforced exceptionally stringent controls over this material. Its principal researchers were afforded rigorous protective measures to prevent any technological leakage. 8 targets outside, locked on. All units stand ready. 3, 2, 1. A near-silent whistle pierced the air. 8 operatives fell, struck with lethal precision. The volley should have been fully masked by the indoor music, utterly silent, undetectable. Yet one operative on the second-floor balcony, struck by gunfire, failed to collapse cleanly. Instead, he tumbled over the railing and crashed onto the ground below. "Oh, damn it," the assailant responsible muttered under his breath, another misstep certain to draw sharp reprimand upon his return. The heavy thud of a body striking pavement instantly alerted the 4 operatives inside, who immediately attempted external communication. Unit 1, report status outside. Unit 2, Unit 3, anyone respond? Silence echoed across the comms channel. Every soul inside knew at once that catastrophe had struck. One operative, seasoned and methodical, pressed himself flat against the wall, then cautiously peered out from beneath the windowsill. A single deafening crack, his head exploded, and he dropped lifelessly. The team leader ordered everyone to take cover and urgently contacted York City's Armed Police Division, demanding immediate reinforcement. With a thunderous blast, the reinforced front door shattered inward. 3 armed intruders surged through the breach, each bearing towering ballistic shields. 2 startled operatives opened fire instantly, but only succeeded in halting their advance, forcing the attackers into crouched defensive positions. Before they could exhale in relief, additional assailants stormed in, exploiting the split-second vulnerability of reloading, and executed them without hesitation. The security team leader huddled trembling in a corner, weapon clutched in sweating hands, yet dared not emerge to confront the enemy. Their firepower was overwhelming. Their plan flawlessly premeditated. His sole recourse was to stall, to buy time, praying reinforcements would arrive before it was too late. Even as he weighed his options, 3 crimson laser dots bloomed upon his forehead, throat, and chest. Before he could react, 3 bullets converged from disparate angles, each finding its mark with chilling finality. All intruders wore full-face tactical masks. One, seemingly the commander, entered last, pistol drawn, calm and deliberate. He scanned the room meticulously, confirming all threats had been neutralized. Then he keyed his comm clear here. Prepare extraction. Copy that, don't linger. Police arrival in 10 minutes. Understood. Asmodeus Green's family huddled together shivering uncontrollably. Who are you? I am a Class A government expert, a pillar of the state. You harm me, and the government will never let you escape justice. Panic had seized Asmodeus Green, a reason dissolved. His mind reeled, unable to grasp the gravity of the moment. The armed leader tilted his head, observing the man with practiced detachment. He'd seen this before, knew exactly how deeply fear had unmoored the old scientist's thoughts. He needed a swift, brutal way to snap him back to lucidity. An idea formed, immediately. He dragged forward the young man, the son-in-law, and executed him on the spot with a single explosive shot to the skull. The deafening report and hot spray of blood sent the three women into shrieking hysteria, while Asmodeus Green's fractured consciousness was violently yanked back into clarity. Respected expert, do you still have words to waste? Think carefully, and speak swiftly all at once. We have few family members left to spare. Sweat streamed down Asmodeus Green's pallid face as he shook his head frantically, not daring to utter a syllable, terrified that even breath might cost another life. Excellent. We cordially invite your family on a journey. Kindly bring all documentation concerning the GCH 536 alloy. Consider it your travel fee. Be thorough. Omissions may cause serious travel complications. Within 5 minutes, Asmodeus Green and his remaining 3 family members were forced into a sleek needle-nosed modified vehicle. Unexpectedly, the armed police arrived ahead of schedule, an unmistakable sign of how gravely the government valued Asmodeus Green. Leave 2 squads behind. Drive now. The commander slipped into the vehicle, facing heavily armed battle-ready police staying behind meant certain death. No objections arose. Each operative silently took cover and prepared to engage. The lead vehicle did not travel far along the road before veering sharply and plunging into a nearby lake. Its hull transformed seamlessly into a compact submersible, vanishing beneath the water's surface. The incident rapidly escalated to the highest echelons of government. Rumor held that the head of state reacted with furious outrage, issuing a direct order: bring them back alive or dead. No exceptions. York City's law enforcement scoured the lake throughout the night, finding no trace. The perpetrators had almost certainly fled via submerged channels, escaping far beyond reach. The Blackstone Republic's entire state apparatus surged into overdrive, even launching sweeping raids on domestic black markets. Though several incidental arrests were made, none yielded meaningful leads related to the abduction. Intelligence suggested someone was actively seeking information on the GCH 536 alloy, but such inquiries were commonplace. Across the stars, countless factions coveted this technology, whose similar bounties had long proliferated in illicit marketplaces. All rearguard operatives were killed in action, yet yielded no actionable intelligence. Not even their identities could be established, let alone their affiliations or origins. The investigation reached a complete impasse. The victims' whereabouts remained unknown, and their survival increasingly unlikely. Case designation: York City 731 abduction case, ID HSYK 403-40731. Cause: suspected theft of classified GCH 536 alloy data. Lead agency: Blackstone Republic National Security Bureau. Outcome: victim location untraceable, declared deceased after 100 days. In the pre-dawn hours of August 23, 4034 C, on E2310, a desolate abandoned warehouse on the capital planet of the Bolong Kingdom. Laziman, clad in a gray trench coat and wearing a newly acquired face, stepped calmly from his vehicle. A faint stench of decay hung in the air. He waved his hand, dismissively repulsed. He grumbled inwardly. Why had his intermediary chosen such a wretched place for the exchange? And yet again he lamented how ruthlessly cunning his employer, Iyunyu, truly was. Even after Laziman had diligently immersed himself in intelligence training at the Panos Group's global headquarters, Iyunyu still piled on extra assignments. Still, the gravity in Iyunyu's voice, his repeated solemn warnings about absolute confidentiality, had not gone unnoticed. Laziman knew this matter was grave, and felt a quiet thrill. Only someone trusted implicitly would be entrusted with such a clandestine operation. At that thought, his lingering resentment dissolved like mist. Standing outside, a soft breeze stirred around him. Yet his brow soon furrowed. Within the crumbling structure, over a dozen figures gathered, an arrangement utterly at odds with the discretion expected of a covert transaction. Still, having traveled here in the dead of night, returning empty-handed would surely invite Iyunyu's wrath, perhaps even a slow, agonizing demise. Gritting his teeth, Laziman advanced slowly into the warehouse, and almost immediately spotted the man he sought, the intermediary contacted through the shadowy assassin networks by Iyunyu, a wiry, furtive-eyed man. You're Blackarm Scorpion. As a veteran liaison of the night market, what exactly is the meaning behind bringing so many people Lazyman voiced his displeasure bluntly, yet betrayed no trace of fear before the assembled crowd. The intermediary known as Blackarm Scorpion offered a smile more ghastly than a grimace. This is the operative who completed the task. He strongly insisted on meeting the buyer in person. He gestured toward a figure standing nearby clad in a full-face respirator and gripping a pistol. That insistence had been delivered, of course, at gunpoint. The intermediary was helpless and deeply unsettled. While fearing for his own life, he also deemed these avaricious madmen doomed beyond redemption. In the night market, especially among assassins, no one ever broke its cardinal rules and walked away unscathed. Is that so? Has this gentleman just entered the night market? Does he truly not know the most fundamental tenet, that buyer and seller must never meet? Lazyman's mockery hung in the air. Then came a sharp crack. A bullet tore through his collar, leaving a clean gash. The shooter lowered his still-smoking pistol and asked arrogantly, "Any further questions?" "None whatsoever." Lazyman exhaled slowly and raised both hands in surrender. "Then shut your mouth and get on with the exchange. No more useless chatter." The gunman brandished his weapon with brutal contempt. "We transferred the fee to the intermediary's account when issuing the contract. Before I release final payment, may I first verify the goods?" Lazyman projected an air of harmless diligence, the consummate professional performing his duty. "Hurry up," the seller snapped, urging the intermediary to let Lazyman inspect the item without delay. The intermediary handed Lazyman a card bearing the national emblem of the Blackstone Republic. Using a specialized reader, Lazyman scrutinized its embedded data, dense, intricate, and layered with encrypted protocols. In truth, he understood none of it. His inspection was mere theater. Authenticity and intelligence validity were none of his concern. Should deception be attempted, Iyunyu would deal with it personally. Verification complete. I confirm receipt. However, payment will only follow once the intermediary and I have safely departed. Lazyman slipped the card into his pocket. Instantly, every figure rose to their feet. The atmosphere turned taut as a drawn bowstring. The intermediary stared at Lazyman in stunned disbelief. Was this man truly fearless, or simply oblivious? Facing over a dozen armed men alone, yet daring to speak so brazenly. "Boy, have you even woken up yet? Do you honestly believe you'll walk out unharmed without paying?" The leader's voice cut like frost. Lazyman chuckled softly. "Oh, listen to you, sounding as if paying would guarantee my safe departure. Would you believe that?" He turned to ask the intermediary directly. The intermediary could only feel despair. Both sides were certifiably insane, and he tragically was caught between them. "If I file a grievance against the buyer for breach of contract, will your guarantee platform reimburse me?" The leader's tone darkened. He had already decided to kill. Standard procedure requires payment only after buyer confirmation of receipt. If no payment is made within 24 hours, our guarantor assumes liability for enforcement. The intermediary recited the clause dutifully. Then with a sickening crunch, his skull exploded like a shattered watermelon. He collapsed lifeless in an instant. "Pay, now, or he'll soon have company." A pistol barrel pressed hard against Lazyman's temple. He blinked innocently. Truly unreasonable people. They sought payment without delivering the goods, and yet behaved as though they were the wronged party. A gentle breeze stirred. Then the very space around them trembled faintly. Every molecule of gas vanished instantly, not just ambient air, but even the oxygen inside their lungs. They gasped, choking, as several recognized Lazyman's hand in this. Through sheer will, some drew their weapons, but no matter how fiercely they pulled the triggers, not a single shot fired. Within moments, all collapsed, oxygen-starved and utterly defenseless. Lazyman retrieved the leader's pistol and methodically fired a single round into each forehead, then added a final precise shot to the intermediary's heart. Once this egalitarian execution concluded, Lazyman paused, scanning the scene with heightened perception, confirming the total absence of heartbeats. Only then did he relax. Suddenly, a sly grin curved his lips as he turned toward a concrete wall 30 meters away. He detected a single faint heartbeat pulsing from behind it. A survivor, momentarily absent, having stepped out to relieve himself and catch a breath of fresh air. He'd never imagined returning to witness such horror, his indomitable leader and battle-hardened comrades slain helplessly as if struck down by a demon. His sole recourse was concealment, then reporting the catastrophe to his organization. Alas, he had gravely underestimated the demon's power. Well now, playing hide-and-seek at a time like this does add a certain ambience. Lazyman's whisper slithered into the man's ear. The survivor instinctively reached for his weapon, only for Lazyman's iron grip to seize his wrist. Agony flared as the pistol clattered to the ground. A crushing blow followed, shattering his jaw. A final gunshot cracked, and silence absolute and eternal reclaimed the void. On the evening of September 5, 4034, in the Republic of Wangong Federation, at a hotel in Mingda City on planet C-6043, A young man quickly got out of the car, glancing around nervously. After confirming there was nothing unusual, he hurried into the hotel. Just moments ago, he made a significant decision for himself and the one he loved. He would leave that home and break free from his parents' constraints. Rather than a life of ease and promise, he yearned for freedom and craved a passionate love. He did not wish for his life to be that of a soulless puppet controlled by his parents. Thus, an hour ago, he infiltrated his parents' research facility and stole crucial confidential information, the data on EMC 2539 alloy. This was the culmination of his parents' lifelong research, possessing immense industrial value. It not only placed them on the Federation's list of controlled materials, but also brought them great wealth and prestige. However, none of this concerned him, the aimless, rich second generation. He was merely a caged bird with clipped wings. He had long lost affection for that home, spending his days drowning his emptiness with alcohol, women, and thrilling escapades. Until 2 months ago, the appearance of a woman reignited the spark in his hollow eyes. She was a petite and delicate woman with an exquisite face and clear, innocent eyes. During their first encounter, she appeared slightly melancholic due to work-related matters. That very expression struck the young man's heart, bringing life back to his once withered soul. He wished to possess her, but not in the usual way of desire. Instead, he hoped to always be by her side, to protect her, to watch over her, and to share in her joys and sorrows. He sought to cleanse his soul and rediscover the meaning of his existence. However, approaching her was not a smooth endeavor. In response to his usual tactics, she was unimpressed and quickly labeled him as a scoundrel, always on guard and ready to evade. It was not until he saw her being harassed by thugs on the street that he impulsively rushed to her aid, resulting in him getting soundly beaten and ending up in the hospital. This was no heroic rescue. No hero would suffer such a fate. Yet this incident marked a turning point. Overwhelmed with fear and guilt, the woman finally accepted him. However, she soon realized the vast gulf between them, feeling deeply inferior, and proactively suggested they break up. His life experiences over the past 2 months had been tumultuous. He could not accept this outcome. After much contemplation, he arrived at today's decision. The haggard woman heard a knock on the door, opened it, and looked at him outside, forcing a smile to let him in. Upon seeing the packed suitcase, his expression changed, and he hurriedly asked, "Are you leaving here, leaving me? If I hadn't come today, would I never see you again?" The woman, with a sorrowful expression, avoided his gaze, unable to meet his eyes. "If we are unsuitable, it would be best to end it early for both our sakes, to seek new lives." The man gently wiped the tears from his lover's face and pulled her into his embrace. At the same time, he took out a silver special information storage card. "A life without you is destined to be bleak. I cannot accept that. Thus, I have already betrayed my parents. I just took their research data. We can find an opportunity to sell it, and the money will be enough for us to live a lifetime." The woman, shocked, covered her mouth, fearful of crying out, and softly asked, "Is it worth it?" "Yes, it's worth it. Anything I do for you is worth it." "Sigh, you are truly foolish." The woman sighed with a hint of ambiguity, her expression one of unspeakable sadness. The man gazed at her affectionately, his vision gradually blurring until he finally fell into darkness. The woman moved him to the bed, gently caressing his face. "If I could truly be with you, perhaps I would be happy. Goodbye, my dear fool." The woman took her luggage and the data storage card, leaving the hotel. In a dim alley, a car had been waiting for a long time. After getting in the car, her body twisted and changed, quickly transforming into a completely different woman. Her height, weight, skin color, and hair color underwent significant changes, making it difficult to connect her to her previous appearance. "Looks like it worked." Another wounded man added to the list. "Nicole, you are truly frightening," the driver teased. "Shut up and get me out of this city quickly. When will you arrange for me to leave this planet?" The shapeshifter, Nicole Blanchett, sounded a bit melancholic, as if she had immersed herself too deeply in her role this time. "That depends on the boss wishes." The electric supercar sped away, and 2 hours later, after the driver confirmed they were not being followed, they entered a manor in a small village. Nicole walked alone into the study on the 2nd floor, sitting in a leather chair behind the desk. She placed the pen from the desk into the bottom drawer on the right, and set the electronic clock on the left to 8 in the morning, positioning it in the upper right corner. After a series of operations, a 3-dimensional hologram of a woman appeared on the desk. "Did you succeed?" Nicole closed her eyes slightly and nodded. "This time took quite a while. My other target was preempted by a group of barbarians. Poor family, they might be left with nothing but bones." The hologram expressed some regret. "Please, boss. I invested real feelings into this. If you want speed, you could have Snow do it." She could complete the task just by batting her eyelashes and using her body. Nicole rolled her eyes, complaining a bit. It's a pity she fell into a romantic trap back then and has been down ever since. She probably won't be able to do this job again in her lifetime. "Boss, do you think if I give up everything this time and choose to elope with him, I would really be happy?" Nicole gazed at the ceiling, her eyes somewhat distant. "As for the mission, I have no objections. You just hand over the items to me." As a sister, I will do my best to provide you with some convenience. However, you are a woman excessively immersed in the emotional world, and your target is not your match. If you play emotional games, that is a dimensional reduction attack. Forcing yourself to be with him will only lead to the same end when you tire of it one day. The hologram shook its head with a smile. But this time I truly felt something. His steadfast gaze and strong embrace inexplicably stirred my heart. I was really shaken at that moment. All right, you should refrain from taking on missions for a while. I'm afraid you might go crazy. Someone will be there tomorrow morning to assist you in leaving. Get some rest. Out of sight, out of mind. On September 14, in the study of his villa on Yuya Island, Iyunyu idly twirled an EMC 2539 alloy data card between the fingers of his left hand. In his right hand, he held a black credit card bearing a sleek, elegant mermaid on its front, her golden hair streaming outward seamlessly interwoven with the stardust cosmos behind her, evoking an aura both mesmerizing and uncanny. The reverse bore only 4 gilded characters: Stellar Sea Serpent. This was the true name of Snow's organization, a legendary unofficial intelligence syndicate operating deep within the shadows of the underworld. The Stellar Sea Serpent moved with astonishing speed. This time, it had secured the formulas for 3 distinct alloys in merely 2 months, an operational efficiency that left Iyunyu deeply impressed. As for the joys, sorrows, betrayals, and bloodshed that unfolded during the mission, he remained utterly unaware and utterly indifferent. His role was strictly financial: commission the task, then claim the results. Beside him lay not only the EMC 2539 alloy dossier, but also another data card containing specifications for the AWQ 1103 alloy. Iyunyu had acquired this second card through his own channels. During the previous transaction, a double cross had occurred. Yet when he filed a formal complaint with the platform, its administrators initially dismissed him outright. You've already killed the men and seized the goods. What more do you want? But upon reviewing publicly accessible details of the complainant, including his user tier, the platform's overseer instantly reversed course. Though his true identity remained untraceable, even his codename within the assassin world was unknown. The sheer magnitude of his user rank signaled unmistakably this was no ordinary adversary, but a fearsome force not to be trifled with. To express sincere remorse, the platform's leadership devised and executed a new infiltration operation, successfully retrieving the AWQ 1103 alloy data, and sold it to Iyunyu at a preferential price of 5 billion. Iyunyu had originally intended to use the exchange as an opportunity to probe the organization's depth and authenticity. Alas, the emissary sent, Razaman, proved exceptionally elusive and vigilant, affording no opening whatsoever. AWQ 1103 was a militarily restricted material possessing extraordinary hardness, ideal for forging weapons and battle armor. Yet this alloy was not Prince Jotaro's true objective. Alongside the other 3, it served solely as a decoy, a deliberate smokescreen designed to misdirect attention. Once acquired, Iyunyu intended to retain it for personal use. His power grew steadily each day, most notably his physical strength. Forged and refined by the primordial blood essence of stellar beasts, his body had long since transcended human limits. Now with raw strength alone, he could effortlessly lift 100 tons using a single arm. His original longsword, once formidable, now seemed brittle and inadequate before such titanic might. He urgently sought superior alloys to forge weapons and armor worthy of his evolving power. Moreover, he could hone his spatial decomposition ability by systematically breaking down ultra-dense alloys. Ordinary stone or metal could no longer withstand his decomposing force. He required materials of far greater density as training mediums. This ability formed a cornerstone of the stellar beast legacy. As these cosmic leviathans traversed the void, they strengthened themselves by continuously decomposing and assimilating matter across the stars. Regarding mental fortification, Iyunyu contemplated 2 approaches: one external, intense psychic stimulation such as Wendy's earlier assault on his consciousness, which triggered an overflow of stellar beast spiritual energy from his inner realm, nurturing and reinforcing his mind. Wendy too reaped considerable benefit, but compared to Iyunyu, her gains were negligible. Yet as the chasm between their mental powers widened, Wendy's assaults grew increasingly ineffectual, her influence unable to even tremble his consciousness. Thus Iyunyu turned to the more traditional method, relentlessly pushing the boundaries of his psychic endurance. He could now levitate a 50-ton mass for 5 minutes using pure telekinesis. By incrementally increasing duration or weight, he continually challenged himself to surpass new thresholds. Teresa had once posed a question: is S-Class truly the absolute ceiling for human individual capability? Given your current state, you can no longer be classified as an S-Class Esper. You are nothing short of a terrifying anomaly. Every S-Class powerhouse I've ever encountered would crumble before you without resistance. To this, Iyunyu had no answer. He had always walked alone. His knowledge of esoteric truths extended no further than Teresa's. Espers occupied a semi-public niche in human society. Many of their deepest secrets remained obscure, never widely disseminated. Beep, beep. Midway through mental training, Iyunyu glanced at his comm device. Snow was calling. Darling, have you already uncovered another alloy formula? No, we've only located a trace. But the situation is delicate. For the stellar sea serpent to deem something delicate meant only one person remained alive who possessed comprehensive knowledge of that alloy. That man was now a fugitive, hunted relentlessly by his own nation, which had placed a staggering bounty on his head. Bern Rigbo, a previously obscure factory worker in the kingdom of Taggart, had somehow engineered the Yesi 9824 alloy, a revolutionary material boasting exceptional capacitance properties. From obscurity, Bern ascended into wealth and fame, founding a thriving enterprise, marrying a woman of extraordinary beauty and fortune, and appearing at last the quintessential success story. Fate, however, dealt him a cruel and malicious twist. He discovered his wife's infidelity with a baron. The pair conspired to murder him, seizing both his company and his proprietary technology. But Bern was no passive victim. With meticulous planning, he staged a dramatic confrontation, catching them in flagrante delicto. He shot them both dead on the spot and broadcast the entire event live across the global network. Then remotely, he purged all classified data from his company's central servers and erased every production parameter and procedural blueprint from the smart factory systems, detonating critical manufacturing equipment in a final devastating cascade. Having completed this audacious sequence, he vanished from Taggart, executing a prearranged escape with flawless precision. The kingdom of Taggart issued relentless pursuit. Rival factions coveting Yesi 9824 likewise scoured the globe for his whereabouts. For nearly 2 years, Bern lived a life of constant evasion, spotted repeatedly, yet always slipping away against all odds. His sole remaining advantage. Every secret resided solely within his mind. If he died, the alloy formula would die with him. No one dared risk lethal force against him. Thus he survived again and again, shielded by the very danger he embodied. Now that the stellar sea serpent had pinpointed Bern's location, they found themselves paralyzed, not daring to act lest they drive him to suicide before securing the formula. Instead, they maintained distant surveillance, almost protective in tone, fearing interception by rival forces. What an exasperating man. Iyunyu's gaze flickered thoughtfully. After careful deliberation, he said, "Just tell me where he is. The rest, I'll dispatch my own people to handle. Success or failure bears no consequence for you. Regardless of outcome, full payment will follow." On September 20, 4034 of the star calendar, the steward of Viscount Hector Carodi contacted the Fengheng Ocean Branch Company, inviting Iyunyu to attend the social gala in Jinchuan City on the 24th. The newly appointed general manager of the branch, Raphael Dancer, informed the other party that the boss had gone on a business trip to another planet and could not attend. The Viscount was somewhat surprised upon hearing the news. Could this young man have expanded his business to other planets? "Have you found out where he went specifically?" the Viscount casually asked. The other party stated that they were not clear, mister. He only took 2 people with him and traveled light. He did not disclose his specific itinerary to others. This young man surely isn't planning some new trick again. The Viscount was momentarily at a loss. The Autodel Star Alliance is a loose coalition of independently governed planets formed to gain a voice within the Kamas Alliance. Planet D1643 is one of the member planets of the Autodel Star Alliance. At night, in an ordinary small town in the northern region, a sharp-eyed man hid in a dark corner, observing a dilapidated old house from a distance. After careful verification, he confirmed that the person inside was indeed the target he was looking for. Now he just needed to contact his companions. As he was about to tap his communicator, a long hand suddenly clapped on his shoulder. "Sorry, but I need this person." Before the man could retaliate, that hand applied slight force, turning him into ashes and completely erasing him from existence. Teresa frowned. "He must have found this place due to the task you posted. Killing him like this seems a bit excessive." Iyunyu waved his hand. "No, it's not for me, but for profit." Iyunyu looked at the old house with dim lighting in the distance, finally feeling relieved. "Don't let any suspicious individuals get close, I'll go meet him." Teresa and Harold silently blended into the shadows, cautiously observing the surroundings. Iyunyu boldly pushed the door open, and the locked door proved ineffective. Inside the house, a man with a grave expression raised his gun, firing 3 shots at this impolite intruder who did not understand visitation etiquette. Strangely, there was no sound, no flash, and no bullets were discharged. Iyunyu was unconcerned by the man's extreme reaction. After entering the house, he casually glanced around, as if visiting an old friend for the first time. The furnishings inside were very simple: a single bed, an old table, 2 similarly aged chairs, and a shabby sofa piled with clothes. On the other side, there was a narrow bathroom. TSK Tisk, a billionaire who once had a fortune of billions, has lived in such a shabby place for over 6 months. It's quite a rarity. You used to stay in a place for no more than a month. Yu clasped his hands behind his back, bullets dropping from his fingers. The bullets fell to the ground with a clattering sound. Only then did Burn Rajibo regain his composure, realizing that the gun in his hand had inexplicably become much lighter. He sighed and tossed the pistol onto the table. Resisting was futile. The capabilities displayed by the other party were overwhelming, and he had no strength to confront them directly. Thus, he had to change his strategy. The information is in my head. If you dare to coerce me, you will never be able to obtain it. Burn threatened with a facade of bravado. Really? Yu turned to face Burn, a glimmer of golden light flashing in his eyes, momentarily bewildering Burn. This morning I helped the widow next door move things as she thanked you with her best soup and pastries, hinting at something more, but you actually chickened out. Last night you dreamed of rolling in the sheets with her, full of passion, almost shaking the bed frame. But when you actually encountered a good opportunity today, you hesitated. So why did you help her so much these past few months? Was it merely gratitude for taking you in when you were starving, or were there no other thoughts? Burn stared wide-eyed in terror at Yu. This stranger, elegantly dressed and smiling, felt to Burn like a demon. Don't be nervous. I just accessed your memories from the past 3 days. I know everything you've done and thought about. Since you have such powerful abilities, why not just extract the secrets directly from my memory? I only looked at your memories from the last 3 days. The information part should be buried deep within your memories. If I force my way in, I can definitely find it, and in more detail than you can recall now. However, your brain would suffer irreversible damage, turning you into a dependent imbecile. Are you sure you want me to do that? Burn felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that his trump card had been countered by the other party. This was arguably the greatest crisis he faced. Uncle Yuan, my mom asked me to bring freshly made meat floss cakes. Hey. A little boy about 6 or 7 years old ran in with a large plate. Seeing a stranger sitting opposite Uncle Yuan made him instantly shy, his big eyes unable to resist stealing glances. It smells so good. Cute little friend, can you give me a piece? Yu smiled broadly, leaning in kindly to ask. The little boy remained silent, cleverly looking at Uncle Yuan for his opinion. The man using the alias Yuan secretly clenched his fists, his knuckles standing out. He swore to himself that if the other party dared to harm the little boy, he would rush over and fight to the death. On the surface, he forced a smile and nodded. Danny, please thank Susan for me. Hurry back. Uncle and I have important matters to discuss. Yu picked up a piece of meat floss cake, thanked the little boy, and started to savor it, not forgetting to compliment it. Little Danny, unaware of what was happening, felt the atmosphere was off and quickly put down the plate to run away. Only after Danny closed the door did Burn finally breathe a sigh of relief. You're quite nervous, afraid that little Danny will be harmed. Oh right, and that's Susan. This matter has nothing to do with them. You must not harm the innocent. Rest assured, I'm not that tasteless to threaten you with women and children. I will definitely get what I want, won't I? Yu's words did not ease the other party. Instead, they felt helpless and despondent. However, I still want you to understand a principle: whether they are innocent or not depends on their value. If harming them can make you yield, then they are not innocent. If it were someone else, you would likely be facing a similar situation. As a malicious guest, Yu naturally did not intend to be polite, with the host finishing one piece of meat floss cake and picking up another. The taste is quite good, aren't you going to eat? If you marry her, you should be happy. A stray dog fleeing everywhere cannot bring happiness to anyone. Burns self-mocked, revealing his worries and insecurities. Yu nodded in sudden realization. I see, that's the fundamental reason you rejected her. It shows some responsibility as a man. So let's make a deal. In the midst of a transaction, Burn furrowed his brow, watching Yu with great vigilance. Don't look at me like that. My proposal is beneficial for both you and that mother and son. If all goes well, you can live happily together. Would you like to hear more? Yu blinked, seductively tempting Burn like a devil. Speak. Burn hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist his curiosity. After experiencing a significant setback in life, he was already exhausted and at a loss. Meeting the kind-hearted Susan here made him, a wandering stray dog, feel a glimmer of warmth, which was why he chose to stay for a while. Originally, he planned to leave quickly to avoid being overwhelmed by his emotions and inadvertently causing harm to Susan and Danny. Now that someone was saying he could live with them, how could he not be moved? It's simple. You come work for me, using your skills and work experience to assist with my research. I will provide high-level protection for you. If you help me complete the research, I can assist you in applying for political asylum from the government. Burn asked. Political asylum? From which country? Burn was surprised. To be honest, he was tempted. If he could obtain protection from a powerful country, he could start a new life in a foreign land. You don't need to know that now. Once you agree, you'll find out when you get there. If you refuse me, well, there won't be a need to know. Iyunue picked up the last piece of meat floss cake, genuinely finding it quite delicious. Burn's expression fluctuated as he quickly calculated various possibilities in his mind. Worried about being deceived, but the other party was in complete control, making it unnecessary. With the abilities Iyunue displayed, the only difference between agreeing or not was whether he would survive to work for Iyunue. Alright, I agree to your terms, but I hope you keep your promise. Burn ultimately yielded. What moved him was not a high-paying job or a luxurious life, but the chance to try and have a simple, comfortable life. Let's not waste time on sweet talk. Experience it for yourself. I need to say goodbye to Susan. Goodbye? Aren't you taking them with you? Iyunue suggested. Because I don't trust you yet. Once I confirm there are no issues, then help me bring them over. Burn stated directly he didn't want Susan and Danny to be in danger because of his choices. Iyunue shrugged indifferent. Burn gathered his courage and knocked on the door next door. A relatively attractive young woman opened the door, looking at Burn, who was panting at the doorstep, and smiled shyly. Yuan, is something the matter so late? Susan hoped for a positive response. Burn Regbo is my real name. I'm sorry, but due to unavoidable circumstances, I must hide my identity. Here, this is an anonymous secret account with 10 million Baru coins. Burn nervously handed over a bank card, slipping it into Susan's hand. He anxiously scratched his head at a loss for words. For an ordinary working-class family, 1 million Baru coins might never be seen in a lifetime, and 10 million was undoubtedly a fortune. What do you want to say? You're leaving. I didn't help you for your money. I don't want this money. Take it back and say goodbye. Tears welled up in Susan's eyes as she threw the bank card back at Burn, stubbornly trying to close the door. Burn panicked and rushed forward to embrace Susan. I was wrong. I hesitated for too long. I'm sorry. I was afraid I would bring misfortune to you and Danny. But now there's an opportunity, and I'm not sure if it's real. He'll go confirm it. If it is, he'll bring you over, and we'll live together from now on. If it's fake, you can take this money and live well with Danny, raising him to adulthood. Finally, Burn's not quite confession moved Susan to tears, and she tightly embraced him. Don't keep us waiting too long. Iyunue, Teresa, and Harold stood in the shadows, watching the two figures that were unwilling to part from a distance. Teresa was moved, tears streaming down her face. Tisk, is it really that sentimental? They are sweethearts. What does that have to do with you? Iyunue replied sharply, extending his hand to wipe Teresa's tears, truly finding it difficult to understand a woman's thinking. You don't understand. This is true love. Aren't people all pursuing a love that won't crumble even in adversity? Teresa retorted, but didn't stop him from wiping her tears. A few minutes later, after arranging everything, Burn approached the three of them. I want to ask you to send someone to protect Susan and Danny. Burn didn't beat around the bush and directly made a new request. Iyunue looked at him in shock, feeling a bit confused. Aren't you worried they might get involved because you didn't take them with you? Shouldn't you keep them as far away from me as possible? If you want me to protect them, why not just take them away? Iyunue found it somewhat amusing. I don't know if you'll deceive me, but I believe you're not the kind of shameless person who would harm women and children. Haha, sorry, I'm the shameless person you speak of. Although I've never killed a child, I've certainly harmed women. Of course, it's all due to conflicts of interest. Facing Burn's compliments, whether self-comforting or hypnotic, Iyunue's twisted sense of humor kicked in, causing Burn's expression to stiffen. Teresa poked Iyunue, actively diffusing the awkwardness. All right, stop messing around. You're going to scare him. If he wavers, it will be more troublesome. He'll stay to protect the mother and son. Once he's made up his mind, just let me know to bring people back. Iyunue frowned and looked at Teresa as if she were a stranger, this enigmatic woman. Hey, which side are you on? Who allowed you to make this decision? Do you know how many people are looking for this guy? If a large group comes, can you handle it alone? I can just have Shuinhua send more people. Iyunue firmly opposed, leaving Teresa, this emotional woman whose strength surpassed her intellect, alone. Teresa shot Iyunue an annoyed glare. First of all, there are no sides among the four of us. You can't think in terms of sides. It isn't conducive to unity. Burn doesn't understand us, and it's normal for him to have doubts. Oh, we should show more understanding. Additionally, sending too many people could easily attract unnecessary attention and suspicion, causing inconvenience to their lives. It's safer for me to stay alone. Teresa's reasoning was quite solid, even a bit emotional. This woman's statements today made so much sense. Iyunue was once again shocked, doubting whether this woman before him was someone else. Could my violent girlfriend really have such rational big-picture thinking? I agree. Burn, under the influence of love, was moved, nodding in agreement and giving Teresa a friendly smile. All right, I seem to have no reason to oppose you anymore. But as a friendly reminder, if you all leave together now, you'll enjoy the highest level of protection. Everyone's mood relaxed, and Iyunue didn't mind showing off a bit, but unfortunately no one cared. Burn introduced Teresa to Susan, arranging for Teresa to stay as Susan's distant cousin. This was the more secure plan Burn had envisioned. After arranging everything, he could finally leave with Iyunue without any worries. 10 days later, at the Funghing Electric Energy Research Base on the southern coast of planet D2399, Byrne stood atop the main building, marveling at everything before him. Dozens of research buildings, each with distinct functions and equipped with advanced devices, were once unattainable for him. Outside, a high-end dedicated test runway stretched for kilometers, which must have cost a fortune. Even more astonishing, looking toward the sea, he could see countless gigantic power-generating wind turbines in operation. Beside him, Iyunyu proudly informed him, "These are all mine, a part of my assets." Byrne swallowed hard, asking, "How many billions did you spend to build this research base?" Anyone who saw this base built entirely with money would be curious about this question. Iyunyu raised his index finger and shook it slowly yet firmly. "In the future, when discussing my projects, please use trillion as the unit of currency. The total investment here is nearly 5 trillion with more to come. It is a true money guzzler. However, once results are achieved, it will bring us unimaginable wealth." Byrne's mouth twitched. Having once possessed assets worth over 100 billion, he had thought he was at the pinnacle of the world. Now he realized how ignorant and laughable he had been back then. Out of the corner of his eye, Iyunyu noticed Prince Kaidelu approaching. He quickly whispered to Byrne, "Your future superior is coming. Remember to respect him at all times. He is crucial for your future happiness." Byrne turned around in surprise. Iyunyu had already bowed respectfully, saying, "Your Highness, it has been a long time since I last visited you. Oh, please forgive me. This time I brought a great gift to apologize to you." "Prince." Byrne felt his head buzzing, unable to hear what Iyunyu was saying afterward. When he arrived at planet D2399, he knew he was in the territory of the Boron Kingdom. As far as he knew, this was one of the oldest member states of the Kamas Alliance, a third-class monarchy with 90 resource stars. In contrast, his homeland, the Tagade Kingdom, only possessed 15 resource stars, ranking as a fifth-class country. Now Iyunyu informed him that a prince of such a powerful kingdom stood before him, and they would work together in scientific research. Everything felt incredibly wondrous and surreal. He immediately understood that Iyunyu's earlier promises were true and couldn't help but begin to envision a bright future. "Hey Byrne, what are you daydreaming about?" Iyunyu's voice pulled Byrne back from his reverie. Coming to his senses, Byrne quickly realized his lapse in decorum. He composed himself and respectfully bowed to Kaidelu. Kaidelu responded kindly, showing no signs of displeasure, appearing approachable, which relieved Byrne greatly. "Now is the time for gift-giving. First, Your Highness, please take a look at this." Iyunyu presented 2 data storage cards, as if offering a treasure. Kaidelu glanced at him with a puzzled expression, then directly clicked to read the contents. After just a glance, his eyes widened in surprise as he excitedly flipped through the materials. "Ha, this is fantastic. With the synthesis processes for EMC 2539 and ETS 3485, we can produce them ourselves and no longer be halted by material shortages. Regarding the remaining YESI 9824, purchasing it is fine. I just wonder if the procurement volume can be stable." Kaidelu was overjoyed, never expecting Iyunyu to have achieved this so quickly, finding the formula materials for 2 essential components. This significantly reduced the difficulty of obtaining materials, allowing experiments to proceed more smoothly. He didn't inquire further about the acquisition process, knowing that as a royal family member with years of experience, he understood much. However, these details were not his concern. He only needed to focus on his research. "Your Highness, you need not worry about YESI 9824, or rather you need not worry at all." "How so?" Kaidelu asked with a smile, his gaze drifting toward the silent Byrne. Iyunyu no longer kept him in suspense and pointed at Byrne. "Allow me to formally introduce you to Byrne Ruijabo, the developer of YESI 9824 alloy. The person who knows YESI 9824 alloy better than anyone else stands right before you. He not only understands YESI 9824, but is also highly skilled in various alloy technologies, a true high-level talent. Now I have brought him to you." Kaidelu stepped forward to Byrne, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him vigorously. "Welcome, Byrne Ruijabo, to my research project. Let us work together to elevate human technological civilization to the next level." Byrne felt Kaideli's enthusiasm and was taken aback, quickly responding respectfully, "It is my honor to work with you, Your Highness." Billy take Byrne around to familiarize him with the working environment and arrange accommodations for him, the highest standard. Kaidelu waved for one of his assistants to take care of Byrne. Byrne understood the situation and bid farewell to the two, knowing that the 2 big shots had important matters to discuss. "You really work fast. This surprises me greatly. Have all the data issues been resolved?" With no outsiders present, Kaidelu felt it necessary to clarify, to prevent any mishaps that could tarnish the royal reputation. "Your Highness, rest assured, I merely paid a third party to assist. No one will trace it back to us. I now want to know if your new alloy still shows traces of the original 3 alloys." Iyunyu's only concern now was whether the new alloy, once released, would reveal its secrets. I chose those three alloys because some of their properties fit the requirements perfectly. If we thoroughly understand these three alloys, we may no longer need them. Therefore, it will be nearly impossible for outsiders to glean any information from them in the future. Kaidelu had absolute confidence in his research outcomes. Thus, there are no vulnerabilities concerning EMC 2539 and ETS 3485. The only thing you need to worry about is this Burn Ruijibo. Moi. Yunyu detailed Burn Ruijibo's experiences to Kaidelu. Talented, ruthless, and bold. This was Kaidela's assessment of Burn. While praising him, he also considered him an ambitious individual who needed careful monitoring. Yunyu agreed with this view. His approach was to provide Burn with a secure and comfortable life, seeking political protection from Kaidelu for him. These should help him develop a sense of belonging and recognition for Fengheng Energy Company. Of course, if he were to betray Fengheng one day, everything he gained now would be a blade hanging over his head. Burn subsequently settled in Fengheng, becoming a crucial research personnel under Prince Kyodaro's command. After nearly a month of observation and careful consideration, he requested Yunyu to arrange for Susan and Danny to come over. When Burn and Susan met again, they finally let go of their reservations and embraced tightly, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Susan, we can live here from now on. Don't worry, everything here is wonderful. We can have a better place to live equipped with all kinds of kitchen utensils where you can showcase your culinary skills to your heart's content. Danny will also receive a better education, and together we will nurture him into an outstanding individual. Burn, filled with excitement, enthusiastically introduced everything he had encountered here. Burn picked up the curious little Danny and explained various intriguing things to him, such as the electric cars constantly zipping by on the nearby racetrack and the wind turbines by the seaside in the distance. Standing aside, Susan looked at the two who were like father and son with tears mixed with smiles. At that moment, she felt the happiest. Teresa sighed, feeling a sense of accomplishment as she witnessed the happy reunion of this family. After a month together, Teresa understood how difficult it was for Susan, an ordinary woman, to raise a 6-year-old child alone. She was a kind and strong woman who had endured various hardships in life, managing to hold on and even helping others when she could. Burn was the best example. He was the greatest reward for Susan's persistent kindness. Yunyu glanced at Teresa, feeling indifferent and unperturbed by the matter. Being born an orphan, his childhood was incredibly bleak. The orphanage that took him in was secretly established by an assassin organization to recruit new members. After enduring countless brutal and bloody purgatory-like training sessions and witnessing many of his peers perish during training, his heart had long since turned as hard as iron. Seeing the struggles of ordinary people, he found it hard to believe it was a form of suffering. Now that he thought about it, if the assassin organization had not been destroyed by a stronger force in the dark world, perhaps Yunyu would still be an anonymous assassin obeying the organization's commands. Lost in thought, Yunyu was brought back to reality by Burn approaching him. Boss, thank you for your help. I will work diligently. Yes, apart from political asylum, I have given you everything I can offer. As for political asylum, you will have to demonstrate your value first. Only then will His Highness consider helping you. Now it's up to you. I will be waiting for your good news. The matter of the alloy formula thus came to a close, and what lay ahead was to await the harvest season. After finishing the affairs, Yunyu immediately flew to Yudao with Teresa. His next focus would still be to supervise the construction progress of the wind power units, while steadily expanding new markets to increase revenue for the next phase of expansion plans. However, while he wanted to operate discreetly, the outside world had other intentions. While still in midair, he received an urgent report from Kate Masso. Boss, a lot of negative comments about us have suddenly appeared online. Someone is deliberately smearing our company. Yunyu frowned, quickly checking the online news where hundreds of negative reports about wind power generation flooded his view. The reports emphasized that wind power generation occupied a large amount of land, severely wasting land resources. Additionally, the operation of wind farms generated magnetic fields that negatively affected migratory birds, causing severe ecological damage. There were various accusations with unique angles, showcasing a myriad of tactics. It seemed that some people could no longer sit still, realizing that wind power posed a significant threat that must be stopped from expanding. Without needing to guess, Yunyu knew it must be the work of other energy companies. Sigh. It seems that while the tree desires calm, the wind does not cease. A dangerous gleam flickered in Yunyu's eyes. Good afternoon, dear Noya. Hello, you bastard who hasn't contacted me proactively for ages. Have you been beaten senseless by your opponent's fancy combination attacks? Noya Kalade's slightly complaining voice came through the screen. Ha ha ha, that's impossible. With you, my guardian goddess, always protecting me, no amount of bombardment can harm me. TCH, just say how I can help. Noya scoffed, though her heart was quite sweet. Yunyu's response strategy was quite simple. Feng Heng would hire a group of experts while Noya would arrange a special interview program for public relations. They would respond to the various negative accusations online, clarifying misunderstandings to prevent the public from being misled. For instance, regarding land usage issues, experts would explain that wind power units are built in areas abundant in wind resources, such as the desertified regions in the Northwest Mountains or coastal areas which are desolate. There is no issue of occupying arable land or wasting land resources. As for affecting migratory birds, that is even more absurd. There are no migratory bird species in the Northwest. Moreover, the wind farms along the coast can prevent numerous seabirds from flying inland, thus alleviating the damage caused by seabirds to crops in coastal areas to some extent. Faced with various issues, a group of experts could come up with countermeasures, leaving Yunyu in admiration. Simultaneously, Feng Heng vigorously promoted the advantages of wind power generation, establishing the brilliant image of Feng Heng Energy Company. Shouldn't we give some color to those rats hiding behind the scenes making small moves? Noya suggested. Such dirty work, how can I let someone as elegant and noble as you do it? I will have some groups suffering from other forms of power generation speak out, using this opportunity to educate the public. If they want to make a fuss, then let's all make a good commotion together. Since the opponent had made their move, Yunyu would have no concerns about retaliating, striking with lethal precision. Soon someone in the comments section of the news reporting on wind power's impact on migratory birds complained hydropower generation's damming and diversion caused even deeper ecological destruction. Some fish species that were once common a decade ago are now on the verge of extinction. Then many netizens pointed out countless flaws from the perspectives of hydrology, geology, and climate. Criticisms of thermal power generation also followed, with some expressing ignorance about what fresh air truly feels like. This sparked a series of complaints listing the disadvantages of thermal power generation one by one. After this wave of operations, the general public realized that after all the fuss, wind power generation was still the cleanest and most humane standard. The direction of online public opinion turned a full 180 degrees, catching the behind-the-scenes instigators of this commotion off guard, making them regret it deeply. Yunyu had long remained sequestered on Yuya Island, closely monitoring shifts in online public sentiment. Suddenly, he came across an article extolling the breathtaking scenery and serene landscapes of southwest China. The southwest region, shrouded in subtle mystery, was one he had scarcely explored, his relentless focus on business development having left little room for such curiosity. He conducted a swift online search to gather information about the area. This vast territory occupies 1/30th of the continent's total landmass and harbors the planet's largest expanse of primeval forest. Only 6 mid-sized cities have been established, clustered solely along its eastern periphery. Yunyu stroked his chin thoughtfully, sensing the southwest held exceptional promise. After brief contemplation, he immediately summoned Teresa. "Pack your things." "What for?" Teresa asked, cheeks puffed, as she munched on something. "We're going mountain climbing, sightseeing, and exploring hidden realms. Raphael, I'm entrusting the branch office to you. I'll be venturing deep into the Southwest's primordial forests." "Sir, you've only just returned a few days ago." Raphael opened his mouth, then fell silent. Better not dampen the boss's sudden enthusiasm. He'd simply let it run its course. A sharp gunshot echoed across the mountains, sending flocks of startled birds skyward. A moment later, concealed beasts roared in furious reply. Yunyu stood shoulder-high with a double-barreled hunting rifle, gazing down at a massive wild boar lying motionless in its own blood, its final feeble twitches fading into stillness. The beast weighed nearly 500 kilograms, possessed 6 powerful legs, and bore thick russet-brown hide, so resilient that even metallic Teresa rushing forward failed to pierce it with her dagger, only to be violently hurled aside by its brute force charge. Only Yunyu's decisive intervention brought it down. A single bullet fired precisely into its eye pierced its brain and ended its rampage. "Is this thing edible?" He nudged the lifeless carcass with his boot. "This is a brown-scale boar. Its meat exceptionally tender, flavorful, and nutritionally rich. In upscale restaurants, a modest serving of its meat commands over 10,000 credits." Teresa had reverted from her metallic form, yet her expression remained grimly flushed. She cursed inwardly. How humiliating to be flung aside by a mere pig. All her hard-earned combat expertise had proven utterly useless against it. Furious, Teresa drove her blade deep into the boar's abdomen, meeting almost no resistance. Oh, why did it pierce so easily this time? Earlier, it was in a state of extreme physiological arousal. The surge of blood and certain hormones hardened its dermal layer. Now, however, it lies defenseless before you. Select the choicest cuts. We'll grill them here deep in these ancient woods. A rustic feast holds its own rare charm. Yunyu's eyes gleamed. In this uninhabited wilderness, he could finally exhale, lose himself in nature's grandeur, and savor pleasure long deferred. starting a fire outdoors, and grilling meat. Won't that attract other predators? You lack even basic wilderness survival sense, Teresa scoffed. Having weathered countless trials with the Inferno Mercenary Corps, she knew wilderness survival like the back of her hand. Are you afraid? Yu countered. Well, fine. Truth be told, neither of us is exactly vulnerable. We truly have little to fear. They carved away the finest cuts from the brown scale boar, half reserved for immediate grilling, the other half stowed securely within Yu's shadow space for future use. Teresa carried the meat to a nearby pond for rinsing. As she focused intently on the task, ripples disturbed the water's surface. Then in a flash, a serpentine maw wide enough to swallow her whole erupted from the depths and lunged downward. A shadow blurred past. Then the serpent's head flew skyward, kicked clean off by Yu, who had arrived in the blink of an eye. The headless body thrashed wildly before vanishing beneath the dark water. Yu stood tall, blade in hand, face stern and uncharacteristically cold. Have you grown careless lately? Have you truly lost all instinct for danger? Teresa instinctively bristled, but quickly recognized her own lapse. I'm sorry. Beneath a towering ancient tree deep in the heart of the wilderness, a crackling bonfire blazed brightly, its flames licking at skewered slabs of wild boar. Fragrant oils dripped from the sizzling meat, hissing as they struck the embers. Yet an uneasy silence hung between Yu and Teresa. This was the first time she had ever seen him truly angry with her. She knew full well she deserved the rebuke. Her discomfort stemmed not from resentment, but from uncertainty, unsure what words might ease the tension. Watching Teresa steal glances at him, Yu found his anger dissolving. They were among the earliest companions, often clashing in opinion, yet always honest and unguarded with one another. Strangely, after all this time, they had never become lovers. Their bond had long transcended romance. It was pure, deeper, two souls journeying side by side through life's winding path. Yu himself could not fully articulate it, but in Teresa he sensed sincerity and forthrightness, qualities he steeped in shadows and scheming sorely lacked. With her he could speak freely, no masks, no pretense. And the principles she upheld served as quiet, steady anchors, restraining him where he might otherwise drift too far. In a profound sense, Teresa was Yu's true lighthouse, guiding him away from the abyss, preserving his selfhood, shielding him from descending into a soulless, profit-obsessed demon devoid of reason. It's done. Teresa offered the grilled meat with a conciliatory smile. In unfamiliar terrain, vigilance must be your constant companion. Only by staying alive can you accompany me to witness ever more wondrous vistas. His voice softened, gentle and deliberate, melting the lingering awkwardness. But we're always buried in company affairs. Nothing like the starfaring adventures and daring expeditions I once imagined. Entrepreneurship reveals its own extraordinary landscapes, surely richer than any ordinary mercenary's life. When we rise high enough, we behold both nature's sublime majesty and humanity's dazzling, bewildering complexity. Yu accepted the skewer, tapping Teresa lightly on the forehead with a faint, resigned smile. She simply did not share his yearning to scale peaks and gaze upon boundless horizons below. Her aspirations remained rooted in her mercenary days: earn, provide, protect, family. After Yu's persistent persuasion, her idea of scenic beauty had narrowed to one clear metric: wealth. Vast, unassailable wealth, ensuring the finest food, clothing, shelter, and comforts, and occasionally donating to charity, supporting children trapped in hardship. Yu had no intention of forcing his worldview upon her, fearing it might erode her authentic self. Still, no matter how Teresa evolved, he would stand by her, shield and sustain her. Even if she strayed, could she possibly fall darker than he already had? In this lifetime, she had irrevocably pledged herself to him. And as Yu guarded her, was he not in truth safeguarding his very soul? The two sat side by side on the tree trunk, enjoying delicious roasted meat. If it weren't for Yu's disapproval, Teresa would have truly wanted to drink a bottle of wine to celebrate. Yu took a large bite of meat and said, "Although your physical strength and fighting skills are commendable based on the previous battle, you still need to improve your physical power." Teresa's eyes widened. "My strength is already substantial, at least 10 times that of an ordinary elite mercenary. I have no pressure in close combat. Have you forgotten the lesson from just now? When did I ever say our enemies would definitely be ordinary humans? They could be fellow superhumans or other creatures. Refrain from underestimating your opponents. I don't want to attend your funeral one day." "Understood," Teresa acknowledged Yu's suggestion. "Hey, hurry up and eat. Your next opponent will arrive soon." Yu turned his head to the left, where the rustling sound of grass and trees had already begun. Teresa also noticed something strange, and filled with battle intent stuffed her mouth with meat, quickly chewing with puffed cheeks. She stood up, grasping 2 specially modified high-caliber pistols. "No guns allowed. We can only engage in close combat." Yu forbade, continuing to munch on his roasted meat. Teresa, somewhat annoyed, threw her guns to the ground and prepared for battle. The unexpected guest did not keep her waiting long. Soon a gray-scaled tiger dashed out from the bushes. It was covered in dense gray-black scales, boasting high defensive power. As the gray-scaled tiger entered, its emerald eyes warily scrutinized the two intruders. Its nose sniffed the roasted meat over the campfire, and its crimson tongue flicked over its sharp fangs. It looked back at the two and let out a low growl. "Sorry, I wasn't aware guests would arrive, so I didn't prepare anything for you." Teresa became alert. The gray-scaled tiger clearly sensed her hostility and felt offended. As the ruler of this area, it was necessary for the intruder to understand one truth: provoking its authority was a foolish act. The gray-scaled tiger lunged at Teresa, but was deftly dodged by her. She sidestepped and landed a punch on the tiger's neck. Sparks flew, but her heavy punch could not breach the tiger's scale armor. A shadow swept in swiftly. It was the long, powerful tail of the gray-scaled tiger that struck, forcing Teresa to raise her arm to block. However, the force of the tail exceeded her expectations, causing her to stagger. The battle-hardened gray-scaled tiger immediately turned, raising its paw to strike Teresa squarely in the chest. With a thud accompanied by the dull sound of metal colliding, Teresa flew back like a kite, with its string cut crashing into a large tree. Yunyu frowned and scolded, "Don't always think that just because you're tough you can go head-to-head with your opponents. You should look for their weaknesses to win more easily." The previous strike from the gray-scaled tiger could have shattered stone. Teresa exhaled sharply. Although she appeared unharmed, she had sustained a significant internal shock. After the exchange, she noticed the tiger's abdomen was unprotected by scales. In the ensuing battle, she carefully avoided the tiger's attacks, while focusing her strikes on its abdomen. Punches and kicks rained down on the gray-scaled tiger's waist and abdomen. After multiple hits, even the strong gray-scaled tiger began to feel the strain. It grew more frantic, attacking more fiercely, but losing its initial agility. Teresa landed a solid kick, breaking one of its fangs. With a heavy blow to its head, the already exhausted gray-scaled tiger finally collapsed, crashing to the ground. It panted heavily, emitting low growls, as if expressing its unwillingness. Teresa pulled out her tactical dagger from her leg, preparing to end this formidable foe's life. "All right, let it go." Yunyu promptly intervened. "Huh, are you joking? It almost killed me just now." The fierce and perilous battle stirred Teresa's ferocity, as she believed that allowing such a strong enemy to remain would lead to endless troubles. Yunyu pouted and gestured for her to look towards the direction the gray-scaled tiger had come from. Teresa frowned and hesitated to lower her dagger. From the nearby bushes emerged three small heads. They widened their eyes, anxiously looking at their fallen mother. However, the defeated mother was guarded, and the instinctive fear of danger from wild beasts prevented them from advancing. Not fleeing was already commendable courage. These three little ones seemed to be no more than 3 months old. Without their mother's protection in this forest filled with ferocious beasts, they will either starve or become prey for other wild animals. Teresa stood up and sheathed her dagger. She walked over to the campfire and tossed a large piece of roasted meat near the gray-scaled tiger's mouth. Initially thought to be doomed, the gray-scaled tiger slowly rose, cautiously observing Teresa. Then it turned and roared at the three little ones, halting their impulse to approach. Turning back, it found Teresa had returned to the fire, roasting new meat, showing no concern for its failure. The gray-scaled tiger let out a low growl, picked up the roasted meat, and turned to leave. As it reunited with the three little ones, it glanced back once more before disappearing into the depths of the forest. "I didn't expect you to care for the lives of the weak." Teresa tilted her head to glance at Yunyu. In her eyes, Yunyu was a person who, when he acted, did so with decisive force, merciless and thorough. Yunyu irritably tossed a bottle of water to Teresa, truly perplexed by the terrible image he seemed to have in her mind. "I just feared that you would later regret your impulsive decision and feel guilty for having harmed 3 innocent lives. I wanted to prevent you from feeling self-reproach." Yunyu understood Teresa too well, if she was indeed that kind of person. He shifted the topic. "However, I hope you realize one truth: only the strong have the right to decide everything. If the victor had been your opponent this time, you can imagine your fate. So do not rely on the mercy of others. You must become a strong person capable of controlling the fate of both." Yunyu never forgot to instill the concept of self-improvement in Teresa, constantly urging her to grow stronger. Teresa blinked, envisioning the consequences if she were to be defeated. With Yunyu by her side, it was unlikely she would lose her life, but she would undoubtedly face his reprimand afterward. Furthermore, while the gray-scaled tiger's sharp teeth couldn't harm her, the terrifying image of being torn apart would still have a psychological impact. Teresa deeply understood Yunyu's meaning. Sparing the gray-scaled tiger was her choice as the victor. If the gray-scaled tiger had won, choosing to shred her would also be the privilege of the victor, unpunished by the laws of survival. If you had been the one to strike just now, would you have killed that gray-scaled tiger? Most likely yes. One it would need to pay for its ignorance and greed. Two, it does not meet my aesthetic standards. And what about those three little ones? Let them fend for themselves, and not killing them is already a form of mercy. If we had encountered them while leaving the forest, I might have considered taking them back to raise. Aren't you afraid they would seek revenge? The strong have more choices because their strength allows them to handle more possibilities. Iyunyu and Teresa had ventured deep into the remote southwestern mountains and forests for half a month. Their footprints now spanned every corner of the region's central and northern territories. They planned to spend a few more days exploring the southern reaches, areas far removed from the inland heartland. A swift, turbulent river barred their path. Steep cliffs and sheer precipices lined both banks, impassable for ordinary humans or beasts. Gazing upon the churning waters hundreds of meters wide, Teresa suggested, "Shall we swim across?" Iyunyu cast her a sidelong glance and pointed toward a piece of driftwood floating nearby on the surface. "Do you see it?" "Just a rotten log," she replied. Iyunyu scoffed disdainfully. "That is a crocodile, nearly 15 meters long. If you dared enter the water, it would outpace you without effort. Do you intend to test its bite force with your own metahuman ability?" With telekinetic force, Iyunyu levitated a stone and hurled it hard at the driftwood. A sharp metallic clang echoed upon impact. The driftwood plunged beneath the waves, only to re-emerge 20 meters downstream moments later, a colossal crocodile, in full terrifying form. Its cold amber eyes locked onto the two figures on shore. After a silent, unnerving pause, it sank once more into the depths. Teresa's cheeks twitched, a chill surged from her soles to the crown of her head. Crocodiles possessed astonishing bite force. Her own metal-reinforced body might not withstand it. Had she come alone, she likely would have perished here. "Boss, what do we do now? Could you just teleport us across using your spatial ability?" Iyunyu rolled his eyes and replied coolly, "My solo teleportation range maxes out at 100 meters. Carrying you would have that. 50 meters would strain me. Do you fancy a high-altitude dive? Entering the water would severely impair both their combat effectiveness, and facing such an apex aquatic predator underwater would be perilous indeed." They walked along the riverbank for hours until finally locating a narrower stretch, where steep cliffs jutted dozens of meters into the river, bringing the opposite shore within 100 meters. "Using the elevation differential, we can sprint and leap across. It should work." Without hesitation, Iyunyu broke into a run and launched himself forward in one fluid motion, landing safely on the far bank. Teresa followed closely behind. This distance fell well within her physical limits. Yet as she soared midair, calamity struck. Bang! A gunshot erupted from the dense thicket behind them. Iyunyu's heart lurched. He sensed disaster and instantly activated his telekinesis to intercept the bullet. Too late. The bullet struck Teresa squarely in the shoulder, spraying crimson droplets across the air. Worse still, the impact sapped her forward momentum. She drifted forward a short distance, then plummeted downward at accelerating speed. Iyunyu teleported beside her in an instant, caught her firmly in his arms, and used telekinesis to suspend them both midair, gliding smoothly to safety on the opposite bank. Iyunyu examined her wound with quiet concern. Fortunately, it was shallow. "Bear with it," he said grimly, then extracted the bullet from her flesh with precise telekinetic force. Gritting her teeth, Teresa endured the pain. Once the projectile was removed, she took the syringe Iyunyu offered and injected a military-grade battlefield emergency compound directly into the wound. After the immediate treatment, Teresa fixed him with a skeptical stare. "If you'd simply levitated us across with telekinesis from the start, wouldn't all this have been avoided?" He hesitated, caught off guard. While spatial teleportation demanded immense mental exertion, sustained telekinetic levitation consumed far less energy, more than enough to carry them both across the river. Yet Iyunyu had deliberately held back, hoping the river's winding course might reveal something unexpected. Had he not spotted the cliff, he might even have attempted a daring long jump, continuing farther along the banks. Now exposed, he could only offer an awkward smile, especially since Teresa had been wounded because of his restraint. Fortunately, the injury was minor and easily managed. Teresa dismissed it lightly, though she found her employer increasingly baffling. Only now did Iyunyu exhale fully, finally turning his gaze toward the group advancing slowly but steadily toward them. They were a dozen ragged figures, so primitive in appearance that save for the 5 ancient rifles clutched in their hands, they might have been mistaken for uncontacted tribesmen. "Who are you? And why have you trespassed upon our land?" A tall, powerfully built young man with dark skin stepped forward, gripping a sharpened bone dagger. His expression was haughty, convinced perhaps that their overwhelming numbers rendered these strangers utterly defenseless. "We're merely tourists, exploring these mountains for sightseeing." Internally, Iyunyu frowned. His prior research had made no mention of indigenous inhabitants within this primordial forest. "This is Shan territory. Outsiders are unwelcome. Leave, now or die. How audacious. Iyunyu narrowed his eyes. Wounding Teresa had already incensed him. Now this insolent tone sealed his resolve. It was time to deliver a lesson, one seared deeply into arrogance and ignorance. He exhaled sharply, unleashing a crushing wave of psychic pressure that descended upon them like a mountain, leaving only two options: kneel or collapse. Every Shan-E tribesman trembled, not with anger, but with raw awe and terror. They had dwelled in isolation for generations, never before encountering a being of such overwhelming power. Iyunyu raised an eyebrow in mild surprise at the young leader. Jaw clenched, blood trickling from his lips, the youth remained prostrate. Yet his eyes burned with defiant fire, unbroken and unblinking. Iyunyu withdrew his psychic pressure instantly. The Shawnee collapsed, en masse, gasping in sudden, profound relief. His intent had been solely to demonstrate strength, to compel dialogue, not domination. But the moment the pressure lifted, a bone dagger flashed forward, aimed with lethal precision. Against an ordinary person, it would have pierced clean through. Iyunyu froze the blade midair with telekinetic force, utterly immobile. The attack had come from the young chief himself, who stared in stunned disbelief, his sure strike effortlessly nullified. Iyunyu's expression darkened. In one brutal motion, he drove a fist into the youth's chest, sending him hurtling backward 20 meters, blood erupting in a crimson arc before he crashed unconscious to the ground. Other Shan-E rushed to surround their fallen leader, shouting frantically, "Toa! Toa!" A few hot-headed warriors snatched up their weapons, ready to charge and fight the outsiders to the death. "Enough, you reckless, thankless boys. Were it not for the extraordinary forbearance of this honored guest from afar, you would all be dead by now." A resonant voice boomed from the jungle behind them. An imposing elder with streaks of silver in his hair strode forward, swiftly flanked by over a dozen tribesmen. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, several clansmen became even more excited, shouting, "Chief, he is injured. Toa, we must avenge him." The chief ignored them and crouched down to examine Toa's injuries. 3 ribs were broken, not fatal, but still considered serious. The chief's expression darkened as he stared at Anu. "Outsider in this forest, everywhere follows the rules of territory. You trespassed into our mountain barbarian clan's land and severely injured a clansman. Do you wish to provoke our wrath?" Iyunyu was not swayed by this and coldly replied, "We have traversed the other side of the river together. Any beings attempting to discuss these rules with us have perished. Had it not been for the fact that you are also human, I would have killed him without hesitation." The other party had injured Teresa first and had no intention of proper communication earlier. Now, realizing their inferior power, Iyunyu naturally would not hold back. Rules that do not serve one's own interests are mere nonsense and must be forcefully broken. The clansmen of the mountain barbarian tribe were enraged by Iyunyu's arrogance, glaring at him, wishing they could skewer him with their gazes. The chief's expression was grave. The opponent was exceptionally aggressive, unlike any previous adventurers. The southwestern forest had never lacked adventurers. However, only 1 out of 10 or 12 could leave unscathed. Most ended up devoured by beasts or ambushed by the mountain barbarian tribe. Only those with overwhelming strength could withdraw safely. Yet in his lifetime, the chief had only encountered someone as domineering as Iyunyu once before, that being a squad of 50 elite armed forces. They were sent to survey the terrain, and any being that attempted to attack or even approach was killed without mercy. The chief did not expect that after more than a decade he would encounter another such powerful outsider, and this time there were only 2 of them. Thinking back to the extraordinary abilities he had seen from a distance, he felt a deep apprehension and found himself at a loss. "Outsider, our mountain barbarian tribe respects the strong. If you wish to remain on our land, please refrain from using your strange abilities and engage in a fair duel with me. If you win, you may roam freely. If you lose, you must leave immediately." The chief grinned. This was the best plan he could come up with now. It depended on the other party's response. Teresa looked at Iyunyu with a sideways glance, feeling a bit pity for the seemingly clever yet utterly unfortunate individual. Among the people Teresa knew, including Harold, very few were willing to engage Iyunyu in a fistfight, because this guy's physical strength had reached a terrifying intensity after years of continuous enhancement. Any fighting technique was a joke in the face of his absolute speed and strength. He would make you deeply experience what it meant to break 100 techniques with sheer power. Then let me see how strong the mightiest man of the mountain barbarian tribe truly is. Iyunyu grinned, gladly accepting. Simplifying the problem was undoubtedly the best outcome. In truth, he was already considering whether to wipe them all out if they continued to be so domineering. Seeing the other party agree, the chief pushed off the ground and charged forward, throwing a punch aimed directly at Iyunyu's face. Just as the chief thought he could take the initiative and land a hit, he saw his opponent also swinging a fist. The seemingly simple punch carried a sonic boom. A chill ran down his spine, and instinctively he retracted his fist and sidestepped. Whoosh! The punch's wind whistled past his ear, causing a faint pain. It was such a remarkable punch. The chief's forehead began to sweat as he grew even more cautious. However, his reflexes could not keep up with Iyunya's offensive. Suddenly, a blur appeared before his eyes, and he saw Iyunyu kicking him in the face. All he could do was cross his arms to block. This kick forced the chief to retreat awkwardly, his feet carving two small grooves in the ground. Dear guest, you have earned the respect of the Mountain Barbarian tribe. Welcome to our territory as a guest. The chief of the Mountain Barbarian tribe regained his footing, bursting into laughter and voluntarily conceding. There was no other choice. That kick had almost rendered his arms useless, and if he stubbornly persisted, he would surely lose face in front of his clansmen. The Mountain Barbarian tribe's settlement is concentrated in the southwestern rainforest near the ocean, with a total population of no less than 30,000. Most houses are built from stone or wood, scattered haphazardly throughout the forest. Most clansmen could only use plant fibers as substitutes for clothing. As for food, they have a rich variety. They can obtain a large amount of seafood from the sea, and there is no lack of vegetables and fruits in the forest. Young men often venture deep into the forest to hunt wild beasts. Unfortunately, they lack seasonings, and a diverse dinner was planned for Iyunyu. He had to take out his portable seasoning box and season it. After tasting it himself, he first served a bowl of seafood soup to a frail white-haired elder. Having drunk soup for a lifetime, this is the best I've ever had. Abu, bring me another bowl. The elder handed the empty bowl to Chief Abu. Abu looked at this revered elder speechlessly. He was still worried that the outsider might poison something, yet the old man was drinking so joyfully. Seeing the elder finish the second bowl in a whirlwind and be completely fine, Abu finally dared to serve himself a bowl to taste. Several young people at the same table followed suit, eagerly digging in. Iyunyu performed a magic trick, taking out various sauces and fiddling with the grilled meat on the fire stand beside him. Teresa's eyes widened as she had no idea Iyunyu was carrying these things. He hadn't taken them out during their previous outdoor cooking in the forest. Boss, isn't your wilderness adventure a bit too casual? What on earth did you bring? She was particularly eager to sneak into Iyunyu's shadow space to see what else he had packed. Iyunyu personally cooked, and soon the wooden table was filled with an array of fragrant dishes. The Mountain Barbarian tribesmen devoured their meals, fearing that if they were slow, others would snatch it away. Even the two young women were no longer concerned about their image. After dinner, someone came to clear the table. Chief Abu personally brought the elder a pipe, lighting it with the flames from the fire pile. The elder took it, squinting as he took a couple of puffs. Indeed, there are many good things in the outside world. Just a bit of seasoning can make food taste so much better. This simple meal made the elder feel deeply moved. You should try to connect with the outside world. That way you can obtain many good things. Iyunyu snatched a box of tobacco from Teresa, lit one for himself, and then tossed the entire box to Abu. Abu imitated him, lit one, and took a puff, immediately falling in love with the intoxicating sensation. Suddenly, he found his hands empty. The tobacco box had already reached the elder's hands. The elder also took one, happily shaking his head and swaying. We have always been trying to connect with the outside world, but all our attempts have failed. Some people cannot cross the forest. Others who clearly succeeded did not return for unknown reasons. Upon reflection, even if there was contact, it seems we have nothing to trade with you. Iyunyu glanced at the old man, knowing he was trying to extract information from him, but he did not mind. He candidly stated, I don't know what others think, but there are indeed many things I have my eye on. Various animals in the mountains, exotic fruits, many ancient medicinal herbs, abundant timber resources, and even you yourselves can be traded. Trading humans. This notion elicited peculiar looks from those around. Don't get me wrong, I'm not selling you. It's about having you work for me or others in need so that you can earn corresponding rewards to purchase various supplies. The young and strong of the Shinaizu are agile, moving freely through the forest. In this wilderness, they must contend with wild beasts to survive, truly having seen blood. These individuals have the potential to become elite warriors. The old man and Abu exchanged glances, realizing the value of their tribe. But we have previously clashed with small armed forces from the outside. We were no match for them. You know very well that the reason you lost was not due to inferior skills, but because your weapons were not as good as theirs. If you cooperate with me, I will provide you with various living supplies, medical items, and obtaining high-quality weapons won't be difficult either. What you need to offer is let the young and strong among you who are willing to venture out become my warriors. Iyunyu pulled out a beautifully designed handgun and fired a shot at a large rock 100 meters away, shattering it instantly. Iyunyu handed the handgun to Abu. Abu treasured it like a gem, playing with it eagerly. The old man rolled his eyes at Abu's ecstatic demeanor, secretly annoyed by his naive expression. Sounds good. I hope we can cooperate happily. Please believe me, this is a very wise fate choice for you. Once I return, I will immediately prepare a supply shipment. Additionally, I will send relevant technical personnel to establish contact between here and the outside world as soon as possible. Moreover, if everything goes smoothly, perhaps in the near future the southwestern region will undergo extensive development. This vast and boundless forest will be fully developed, transportation will become very convenient, and the connection between here and the outside world will be easier. Iyunyu spoke eloquently, fully expressing his sincerity. So you two came to explore the forest this time in preparation for its future development. Consider it a preliminary assessment. After all, I need to determine whether this place has development value, and the results have exceeded my expectations. Of course, to develop here, I must first obtain the consent of the highest ruler of this planet, Marquis Fayer-Kalat. Marquis Fayer-Kalat. The old man and Abu looked confused. Their Shinaizu settled on this planet over 400 years ago. Their ancestors claimed to be interstellar explorers forced to settle here due to a spaceship accident. At that time, the ownership of this planet did not even belong to the Polong Kingdom, but to a hostile nation. It was only over 80 years ago that the Polong Kingdom granted this place as a fief to the military noble, Marquis Fayer-Kalat. The Shinaizu settled here completely unaware of the outside world. Marquis Fayer-Kalat, however, knew of a small tribe's existence. The issue is for such a small number of people going through great lengths to develop the southwestern region is simply not a worthwhile investment. The development plan faces significant resistance. For a long time, no one has had the courage to take on this heavy responsibility. Rather than gamble here, it would be better to invest elsewhere where the risks can be controlled. Investing money in the forest is no different than having one's head caught in a door. After chatting with the old man and Abu all night, Iyunyu left early the next morning, heading east along the coastline. Watching the two figures depart, the old man and Abu stood in silence in the forest for a long time. Grandpa, are we really going to cooperate with him? Abu was still somewhat worried. Past sporadic encounters with outsiders had left bloody memories. This kid certainly has his own schemes, but it doesn't matter. As long as he can truly connect our people with the outside world, we will have the opportunity to strengthen our tribe. The Shinaizu are not truly primitive wild people. They have also received solid basic education. What they lack is an understanding of the outside world and advanced technology. Once they connect with the outside world, the tribe can undoubtedly grow and develop. Now that Iyunyu has provided them with an opportunity, they must seize it no matter what. The cooperation between both parties can be seen as mutually beneficial, but whether this cooperation can be long-term is uncertain. At present, Iyunyu holds the initiative, but once the Shinaizu truly ventures out, what will happen is hard to say. Iyunyu and Teresa had already walked 20 kilometers along the beach. Teresa turned back and asked, "Are you really planning to help the Shinaizu? Aren't you afraid they might gain power and betray us?" Iyunyu chuckled. Your thoughts are quite dark. Why can't it be that after they receive our help they are grateful and swear to follow us to the death?" Teresa expressed that his dark humor was not funny at all. Seeing that Teresa was not cooperating with his performance, Iyunyu had no choice but to explain seriously. In our original plan, these people were not included. What I value most is still the natural resources of this forest. These Shinaizu were purely an unexpected gain. Iyunyu saw their decent skills and considered training them as armed guards for the company. As the company gradually grew, the need for safety protection increased. And if the Shinaizu want to establish themselves and fly solo, that's fine. Iyunyu was sure they would not learn the various rules of the outside world in a short time. They just had to wait to experience the harsh realities of society. He did not take the matter of the Shinaizu too seriously. If they could be useful, then good, otherwise let them continue to struggle in the forests. "Seeing you so cunning, I feel relieved," Teresa said solemnly. Iyunyu smiled and shook his head, continuing forward. The two spent 3 days and finally exited the forest area. Harold, in a smart plane, had been waiting not far away for a long time. "How did this forest expedition feel?" Harold asked with a smile. "It was tremendously rewarding. I discovered that this is a region worth developing." On Jade Tooth Island, within the private villa restaurant of Iyunyu, Teresa and Harold were having lunch together. The two had endured the elements in the primitive forests of the southwest for over half a month. Back on Jade Tooth Island, after a simple hot bath, they were enjoying the sumptuous lunch prepared by a specially hired chef. Iyunyu and Teresa felt deeply that returning was indeed the right choice. Unlike Teresa's ravenous eating, Iyunyu savored each bite slowly, occasionally sipping red wine, while attentively reading the work report sent by Raphael. It turned out that Iyunyu had a good eye out. Raphael was indeed an exceptionally capable worker. During this period, Iyunyu had been away on 2 trips. Throughout this time, the operational work of the entire marine branch was entirely overseen by Raphael, the newly appointed general manager. Under his leadership, the branch was developing steadily according to the established plan. After finishing the work report, Iyunyu nodded in approval. This made Raphael, who had been respectfully standing by, secretly break into a sweat. Although he was confident in his work results, facing the boss' scrutiny still made him inexplicably anxious. He feared that he might have done something inadequately which could lead to dissatisfaction from this decisive boss, and he might have to consider packing up and leaving. You did well. From now on, I will rely on you more for the marine branch's matters. Iyunyu turned to Raphael and gave him his affirmation. It is a great honor to receive your recognition. I will double my efforts to manage the branch well for you. Raphael immediately offered his loyalty, as this person before him was his benefactor who had opened doors for him. Raphael could have spent his life as an ordinary office worker. It was solely due to his encounter with Iyunyu and a brief exchange that he had transformed into the highest manager of the entire branch. Such an opportunity was rare. Having encountered it, Raphael naturally wanted to seize it with all his might. Life is always full of surprises. Iyunyu nodded and suddenly asked another matter. By the way, have there been any developments in public opinion these days? Did that group of rats come up with any new tricks? Iyunyu attached considerable importance to this matter, as it was a blatant provocation against him. Being not particularly cunning, he naturally needed to pay close attention to his opponent's latest movements. Public opinion is now completely in our favor. The public is increasingly recognizing the form of wind power generation, while criticizing other forms of power generation extensively. Iyunyu had anticipated this situation. The opponent would at most be at a disadvantage in the war of public opinion. Behind every major energy group are powerful interest groups that would not be swayed by some social criticism. However, Iyunyu was already quite satisfied with this outcome. Considering his sudden encounter with a competitor's ambush, achieving such a result was already commendable. Iyunyu swirled his wine glass, pondering for a moment before saying, "In terms of public opinion, the company needs to frequently promote our advantages to the public. Additionally, I plan to allocate a special fund for charitable activities to shape a good public image for the company. As for the strengths and weaknesses of our competitors, we won't mention them. We just need to do our own job well." Raphael looked a bit puzzled. "Boss, sooner or later we will enter the central energy market. Why not take advantage of the current favorable public opinion to deliver a heavy blow to the competitors and eliminate some obstacles?" Raphael felt that now was a rare opportunity. With proper covert operations, they could surely weaken their opponents. Iyunyu did not answer directly, but leisurely finished the last piece of lamb chop, concluding the lunch with fine wine. He held up 3 fingers and said, "First, our production capacity can barely meet the current power supply demand, and we do not have the conditions to expand the market. The construction project of the South Coast wind power units had only just been restarted. The plan for 20,000 units on the East Coast was still at a standstill. For Fengheng to expand the market, it must first complete the wind farm construction tasks. Second, the energy industry involves the fundamental aspects of people's lives and can have a profound impact on society, which is why it has always received official attention. We have not grasped the thoughts of the Carlot family, so it is best not to act rashly." Raphael was sweating. The second point had already exceeded his understanding. He naively thought that simply following market competition rules would suffice. "Boss, what about the third point?" Iyunyu smiled inscrutably. "As for the third point, the direction of the company's development may undergo significant changes, so we cannot expend all our resources and energy competing with others for scraps. Details will be revealed when the timing is right. For now, what you need to do is maintain the normal operations of the company and accelerate the infrastructure construction." A change in the direction of development. Raphael was startled. He was eager to know what it entailed. But Iyunyu's deliberately mysterious expression made him suppress his curiosity. After Raphael left, Iyunyu said, "Harold, I have a list of supplies for you. Please procure them quickly and gather 5 containers. Then you and Teresa will airlift the supplies to the Shinaizu. This will serve as a token of my sincerity to them." "All right, I'll take care of it as soon as possible." Harold readily accepted the task. "Did you not say this matter requires the Carlot Marquis' approval? If he disagrees, wouldn't all your initial investments go to waste?" Teresa was somewhat skeptical about this matter. Indeed, there was such a possibility, but Iyunyu had already considered it. "If the Marquis agrees, that would be ideal. Then we can obtain the development rights, proceed with infrastructure construction, and then delve deeper into development and utilization. If he disagrees, we will have to abandon this plan. However, we can still acquire various natural resources from the forest through the Shinaizu, guaranteeing a profit." Teresa nodded, somewhat understanding. These convoluted matters were indeed not suitable for her. It would be better to let Iyunyu worry about them. At that moment, Harold said, "Speaking of the Carlot family, I suddenly remembered that Viscount Carlot has invited you to attend banquets multiple times, but you have been unable to attend due to various reasons." Iyunyu felt a bit regretful and slapped his forehead. "Damn, I actually got so busy that I forgot about this." In truth, it was not that he had forgotten, he simply did not prioritize the matter. Now, with the affairs in the southwest region closely tied to the Carlot family, he felt as though he had accidentally forgotten. On November 1, 4034 in the interstellar era, Yunyu returned to Jinchuan City after a long absence. From the airplane, he gazed down at the bustling city below. Jinchuan City was Yunyu's landing point when he first arrived on planet D2399, and it marked the beginning of his rise to prominence. Over the years, he had traveled far and wide, and his status had transformed dramatically. Returning to Jinchuan City again, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. The plane landed directly at the office of Fengheng Company in Jinchuan City, and the person in charge had already been notified and made preparations for his arrival. Accompanied by others, Yunyu inspected the entire branch. A year ago, the Floor Group had completely retreated from the entire Northwest region. Fengheng Group maintained an absolute dominant position in Jinchuan City. Although Rianji Group had been making efforts to reclaim its market share in Jinchuan City, the results were minimal. Smart individuals understood that Rianji had previously offended the marquis and naturally would not abandon their principles for minor gains. After the inspection, Yunyu expressed his approval of the branch's performance and awarded material incentives to those who made outstanding contributions. However, he did not make any personnel changes without a proper understanding of the situation. Personnel changes in the management were entirely the responsibility of Kate Masso from the Northwest headquarters. This stunningly beautiful general manager had earned Yunyu's trust through her exceptional work capabilities. Currently, her position in the company was second only to Yunyu. During Yunyu's time on Yuyan Island, she was the one overseeing the daily operations of the Northwest headquarters. After the inspection work concluded, Yunyu declined the proposal for a dinner hosted by the branch manager. He checked into the Jean Lisa Hotel with Teresa. The same floor, the same room. These arrangements had been communicated to the hotel days in advance. Since it was Yunyu's request, there could not be and should not be any inconvenient explanations. Guests originally staying on the top floor had been asked to leave by the hotel using various means. Seth Hastings, the future heir of the Hastings family, took this matter very seriously and personally supervised the preparations for the welcome. When Yunyu checked in, he did not feel anything out of the ordinary. It was as relaxed and casual as before. He had no idea that Seth had exerted considerable effort to ensure everything was to Yunyu's satisfaction. For years ago, the two could still chat and joke as peers. However, now Yunyu, who had founded Fengheng Company, had become renowned and his status had skyrocketed. Unknowingly, he had placed significant psychological pressure on his old friend. Seth arrived at Yunyu's door, took a deep breath to adjust his mindset, and knocked solemnly. The door was opened quickly, and upon seeing Yunyu in a bathrobe, Seth was all smiles. "Mr. E, good afternoon, long time no see." "Mr. E." Hearing this title from a friend, Yunyu immediately showed an unhappy expression. "If you call me that again, I will kick your third leg and make you forever stare blankly at beautiful women." Yunyu turned to enter the room, not forgetting to threaten Seth fiercely. I was wrong. I was just joking. Who told you to stop coming back to Jinchuan City after becoming the boss? I thought you had forgotten about me, your brother." Seth joked, seeing Yunyu's reaction, and being clever, he naturally understood the other party's attitude, feeling secretly pleased. It seemed that this big shot still valued old friendships and had not forgotten about his friend, which was truly comforting. Yunyu and Seth sat on the living room sofa chatting casually. Mainly, Seth unilaterally narrated some significant changes in Jinchuan City over the past few years, as well as some confidential information that clearly reflected his personal preferences. For example, which socialite had secretly entangled with whose wife, which young ladies of decent looks had recently arrived in Jinchuan City, or who had conflicts with whom. With a smile on his face, Yunyu sipped tea, listening attentively. He attempted to extract some useful information from these trivial details. After talking so much about other situations, how have you been recently? Your father has asked you to take over the family hotel business for several years now, right? Seth, as the only son of the current head of the Hastings family, had long accepted the family's arrangements and participated in the operation of the family business. He had always given people the impression of being a carefree playboy. However, Yunyu was well aware that this guy actually possessed remarkable business acumen and was quite skilled in socializing with an extensive network. How should I put it? It's only a slow increase. The past 2 years have been more about internal adjustments. As for market expansion, the family has not been very proactive. Although my father has high hopes for me, my uncles and their children do not want me to stand out and have been trying to trip me up. Yunyu had also invested significantly in the hotel, but never intervened in the specific operational matters. He slowly rubbed his right index finger against his chin as if considering something. After a moment, Yunyu asked, "How much funding can you access yourself?" Seth looked at Yunyu in confusion, momentarily unsure of the intention behind the question. However, considering Yunyu's current status, he chose to respond. About 50 billion or so. Enough to rebuild a Jinlisa, which is quite a sum. But it's still far from enough. I'm envisioning a large-scale regional development project. Regional development. Where? Seth asked in puzzlement. He found it hard to believe that 50 billion, which was already a huge fortune in any era or place, could be considered far from enough by this individual. While feeling slightly dejected, he was also very curious about which piece of prime land had caught this big shot's eye. The southwest region. Seth's eyes widened in shock, and at the same time he felt relieved. Only that vast area of primitive forest could make 50 billion seem insignificant. However, this made Seth feel troubled again. Developing the southwest region was an extremely large project requiring substantial upfront investment and carrying high risks. Many had mentioned it before, but countless business tycoons had kept their distance. The family probably won't support me in doing this, and many people don't have high hopes for that place. So what I was asking was about your personal financial capability. Iyunyu reiterated his question. If I pawn my underwear, 50 billion is my limit. So are you willing to take this gamble? Iyunyu stared intently at Seth. Seth felt a tingling sensation on his scalp as he was scrutinized by Iyunyu, as if he had walked unguarded to the edge of a cliff. Should he retreat to safety or follow Iyunyu in a reckless attempt to embrace a new world? It was indeed a perplexing dilemma. Seth furrowed his brow, his eyes occasionally darting towards Iyunyu. To be honest, if it were someone else discussing this investment project with Seth, they would undoubtedly think the other person was insane and would refuse outright. However, the one sitting before him was Iyunyu. In just 3 or 4 years, he had transformed from an unknown individual into a formidable energy mogul capable of summoning the winds and rains on this planet. This was an opportunity. After careful consideration, Seth reached a conclusion. All right, in the face of the beautiful and mysterious nature, it seems there's no need for undergarments. I'll gamble with you this time. The adventurous spirit hidden in Seth's blood made him fervent and impulsive in the face of enormous temptation. A single decision placed him on the dividing line between heaven and hell, an inexplicable thrill coursing through him. Iyunyu's smile grew more sincere as he gave Seth's shoulder a hearty pat. Remember, this is a personal collaboration between you and me. Don't worry, if there are any financial difficulties, I can lend you some. What you need to focus on is to do your absolute best once you join. Iyunyu's reason for wanting Seth Hastings to join was twofold: a deep friendship between them, and his own familiarity with the energy sector and foundational engineering, coupled with a lack of experience in other fields which Seth could perfectly fill. The remaining issue was the attitude of the Caro family, which was crucial and the ultimate goal of Iyunyu's trip to Jinchuan. In the southern suburbs of the city, the Viscount's mansion still exuded an air of solemnity and majesty. Tonight, Snow had unexpectedly changed her usual grand entrance, driving alone and arriving early at the Caro Viscount's residence. As soon as the sports car came to a halt, a quick-witted man eagerly opened the door for her. "Beautiful Miss Snow, you've arrived quite early tonight." Soon, just like usual, a large number of men gathered around her. Snow maintained a smile, greeting familiar faces and relishing the flattery that flowed her way. However, she did not immediately surge into the Viscount's mansion with the crowd, but lingered at the entrance, chatting merrily while occasionally glancing at the gate. Besides Snow's group, another group of women also hesitated to enter the mansion, led by Noya Carrot. The women looked at Snow, who was surrounded by men, feeling a twinge of jealousy, whispering among themselves. This small group had formed out of their shared hostility towards Snow. Noya listened to her companions as they made some sharp, albeit not vulgar, critical remarks. She smiled silently, casting a slightly disdainful glance at Snow. Secretly pleased, she felt that compared to the ordinary folks around Snow, the men she chose were far superior. Soon, dazzling lights appeared at the entrance. A convoy of 5 black sedans slowly approached. The guards merely glanced at them from a distance and let them pass, without stopping for inspection. "They're here." Those who could attend the Viscount's ball were the upper crust of Jinchuan. Everyone was well informed and naturally knew who the star of the evening was. Iyunyu emerged from the 3rd sedan, tidying his suit slightly and gentlemanly, extending his hand to assist Teresa out of the car. Before coming, Teresa had been forced to endure the fuss of a professional stylist. She wore a lake blue gown with light makeup adorned with a diamond necklace and sapphire earrings. Her usual fierce demeanor had softened, presenting a more delicate beauty. Of course, it would have been even more perfect if she hadn't shown a hint of impatience as she stepped out. "Hello, Mr. E. Long time no see, Mr. E." Guests at the ball swarmed towards Iyunyu, all enthusiastically expressing goodwill towards the influential figure. The enthusiasm of the crowd surpassed that of the men welcoming Snow moments ago. Iyunyu greeted each person with a smile, cautious not to overlook anyone present. After all, those qualified to attend the ball were not to be underestimated. Snow soon found her way to Iyunyu through the crowd, a privilege afforded to beauties. Even in a chaotic setting, the gentlemen around her would try their best to display their poise. Snow watched Iyunyu reveling in the moment while recalling how she first met him here. In comparison, Eunyus' appearance had not changed much, but the aura he exuded now made those who were once proud instinctively lower their stance. Snow's thoughts fluctuated for only a moment before she quickly adjusted her mindset, putting on her most tender and charming smile as she prepared to approach. However, someone was quicker than her and displayed a level of intimacy that exceeded her expectations. Neue Carrot ignored the astonished gazes around her, swiftly darting into Eunyus' embrace, her arms wrapping around him as she delivered a passionate kiss. "Why are you so slow? I've waited for you for so long," Neue complained playfully. Sorry, I had something come up unexpectedly, which delayed me a bit." Eunyus quickly apologized, though he was somewhat surprised by Neue's behavior, which contrasted sharply with her usual reserved demeanor. However, when he noticed her gaze shift towards Snow, Eunyus understood her intentions. Women, even strong ones, couldn't help but compare themselves. Eunyus affectionately patted Neue's back, while nodding at Snow with a smile. "That damned little fox always pretended to be lofty, yet at a crucial moment, she pulled a fast one on me." Snow snorted coldly in her heart, but maintained an elegant smile on her face. The men around let out knowing chuckles, showing little surprise as the relationship between these two was not a well-kept secret. In contrast, some women felt caught off guard. They had been subtly probing to discover whether Neue and Eunyus were involved. Neue had always denied it, which left many self-important women thinking they still had a chance to try. Yet Neue had brazenly betrayed them at the first opportunity. While all her companions were still weighing how to subtly showcase themselves, Neue struck decisively, claiming her territory. The little boat of friendship capsized without warning. Neue's actions turned her from an ally into an adversary. Seeing the stiff smiles and sharp glances from her former companions, she finally felt the sting of isolation. "It feels not bad." As Eunyus engaged in lively conversation with the others, Brady Carlott emerged from the Viscount's residence, accompanied by several companions. "Oh, my dearie, it's so good to see you again," Brady said, warmly embracing Eunyus. Eunyus smiled, gently explaining, "I've been busy running around and haven't had the chance to catch up with you. Please don't be angry with me." "Not at all, we are the best of friends, and I understand you have a lot on your plate," Brady replied, generously, eagerly inviting everyone inside. Inside the mansion, all preparations had been completed long ago. It was evident to the Keenid that tonight's ball was of a much higher standard than usual. The hall had undergone various rearrangements, and many decorations had been replaced. These subtle details indicated that the Viscount's residence had truly put in effort for this ball. At this moment, many perceptive individuals realized that Eunyus' visit was likely not as ordinary as everyone had anticipated. Some people recalled the recent public uproar over energy issues and couldn't help but speculate whether a major change was about to occur. As everyone entered, they clustered together, chatting, with many people exchanging guesses. Brady conversed with Eunyus for a while when the butler suddenly approached and whispered a few words in his ear. Brady's expression turned serious as he nodded. "You feel free to look around for a bit. I have something to take care of." "All right, you take care of business," Eunyus said understandingly. Watching Brady hurry upstairs, he picked up a glass of red wine from a servant and strolled into the hall, blending into the atmosphere of the ball. A busy person can never seem to relax, can they? Noelle appeared from the side, affectionately linking her arm through Eunyus' left, sending waves of softness through him. Eunyus didn't mind this. Being accompanied by a beautiful woman was always pleasing. "You're sticking with me since the start of the banquet. Are you afraid I might run away?" he teased softly. "You must be aware that you're a prize target now. Haven't you noticed how those women are looking at you with envy?" Eunyus casually scanned the hall, noticing many attractive women secretly glancing at him. A few bold ones met his gaze directly, casting flirtatious glances that were hard to miss. "Your return has made countless women's hearts flutter. I wonder how many romantic tales will unfold this time." At that moment, Xuan appeared unobtrusively, gently clinking glasses with Eunyus, their eyes meeting with an ambiguous meaning. Noelle frowned, slightly annoyed that Xuan disregarded the social etiquette of the ball. She had clearly taken the lead, asserting her claim. Yet this woman had the audacity to come over so brazenly. Eunyus paid no mind to Xuan's presence, effortlessly engaging both lovely ladies in conversation. As for the subtle competition between the two beauties, he could only watch in silence. At that moment, a slight commotion arose in the hall, and everyone's gaze quickly shifted to the second floor, where many expressions of surprise appeared. Eunyus looked up to see Viscount Hector Carlott strolling down, accompanied by Brady. The 90-year-old Viscount had not participated in such events for many years, leaving everything to Brady's full responsibility. No one expected to see the Viscount appear tonight. "Good evening, everyone." The Viscount greeted warmly. The crowd responded respectfully, feeling a mix of awkwardness and surprise. In the Northwest region, everyone held a certain reverence for Viscount Hector. He had occupied a high position for many years, always a serious figure. It was indeed rare to see him smiling like this. His entrance made everyone further realize how much the Carlot family valued Iyunyu. The Viscount approached Iyunyu, directly smiling. It's been a while. Iyunyu respectfully bowed, slightly apologetic as he replied, "Good evening, my Lord Viscount. I have been preoccupied with company matters and haven't visited you for a long time. I feel quite ashamed." "Huh. No worries, young man. Being busy is good," the Viscount said cheerfully. "It's what allows businesses to grow stronger, achieving personal success while also serving society. This is a good thing." The Viscount showed no offense, patting Iyunyu on the shoulder before accepting a glass of wine from a servant and raising it high. "I'll kick off this evening's festivities in celebration of Jean Xuan's prosperity. Cheers." The Viscount symbolically took a small sip. The crowd echoed his sentiment, raising their glasses in unison. "All right, you young folks have gathered here, so make sure to drink to your heart's content and have a great time. I won't take up any more of your time as this old man doesn't want to be a bother." As the Viscount turned to leave, he whispered a few words to Iyunyu. Iyunyu obediently nodded and personally assisted the Viscount up the stairs. Once the Viscount disappeared from view, Brady clapped his hands, saying, "All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us fully enjoy this wonderful evening." With the formal beginning of the ball, the absence of the Viscount's oppressive presence allowed the young people to reveal their lively sides. Everyone became busy. Some gathered to chat, while others sought out familiar faces to connect with. Brady led Iyunyu and several members of a small gathering on the second floor to a corner of the hall where they discussed various topics. The conversation revolved primarily around Brady and Iyunyu, with the two casually discussing topics, while the others seized opportunities to chime in. Everyone listened intently, hoping to glean some important information from their dialogue. Xuanhua accompanied the bored Teresa, standing not far away chatting, while keeping an eye on Iyunyu's movements. This was Xuanhua's area of expertise. The women present all regarded themselves as elegant socialites. However, the straightforward Teresa, who lacked finesse, never found common ground with them. Even some men who thought she was attractive found their attempts at conversation thwarted by her distant demeanor. Xuanhua was undoubtedly an exception, and her beauty and eloquence had already won Teresa's approval. During their exchanges, Xuanhua adeptly maintained the flow of communication, with her high emotional intelligence successfully sparking Teresa's enthusiasm. Even if Teresa brought up some inappropriate topics, Xuanhua could easily handle them. Meanwhile, she also indirectly gathered plenty of information about Iyunyu from Teresa. Many seemingly inconsequential details were enough for her to analyze a lot of information. Compared to Xuanhua, Noya is obviously lacking in this regard. Being as shrewd as she has naturally noticed that Teresa is an important figure beside Iyunyu. Wherever Iyunyu goes, he always brings Teresa along, responsible for his personal safety. Noya has also communicated with Teresa, trying to build a closer relationship. However, having lived a life of privilege since childhood, she simply cannot find common ground with a female mercenary, and every conversation feels awkward and stiff. She even perceives a hint of mockery in Teresa's eyes, feeling that her little thoughts are thoroughly understood by the other party, which is an extremely unpleasant feeling. Seeing Xuanhua and Teresa chatting so happily, Noya's sense of crisis grew stronger. With her mind racing, Noya decided to give it another try. Teresa looked at Noya as she approached and politely complimented, "Hello, Miss Khaled. You look as lovely as ever tonight, and I believe my boss will certainly appreciate it." Noya replied, "I did put in quite a bit of effort to dress up because of your boss, but is it really appropriate for you to be so blunt about it?" Especially in front of Xuanhua, it made Noya feel somewhat uncomfortable. Xuanhua covered her mouth and laughed, which only darkened Noya's expression further. Teresa looked around in confusion, wondering if she had said something wrong. Perhaps she should step out for some peace and quiet. Being around these two perceptive women was truly exhausting. She couldn't understand why Iyunyu was attracted to such women. Unimportant matters that she couldn't comprehend were easily cast aside. Teresa finished her drink in one gulp and grabbed another glass. "You two take your time chatting. I'll step outside for some fresh air. All right, do come find me when you have time. I can teach you a lot," Xuanhua said enticingly. Teresa waved her hand nonchalantly and left directly. She had learned various aspects of femininity from Xuanhua. That was merely out of curiosity, and under Xuanhua's intentional guidance, she had no intention of truly changing. Just thinking about spending a lot of time each day on her appearance made Teresa feel overwhelmed. Xuanhua smiled as she watched Teresa leave the hall, then glanced at Iyunyu's situation before finally turning her gaze back to Noya. She looked at Noya with a scrutinizing, provocative gaze. The enmity between these two had long been established, with Xuanhua often effortlessly stealing the men around Noya. Noya did not confront Xuanhua directly because of this, but behind the scenes, she had never ceased her small maneuvers. The group of women united against Xuanhua was something Noya had quietly facilitated. This had caused Xuanhua some distress. However, Xuanhua was a seasoned player in the game of love, so how could she be defeated by such childish tricks? She simply chose to ignore it to maintain her perfect image. Besides, it was always her who ended up reaping benefits, so let this group of failures huddle together for warmth and seek psychological comfort. He is mine, Noya said, staring at Xue Nua clearly and straightforwardly. Xue Nua feigned surprise and examined Noya seriously. Miss Khalid, you really are domineering. I didn't expect someone as reserved and dignified as you would also disregard your image to snatch a prey. Xue Nua chuckled softly, making it seem as if the two were having a delightful conversation. I advise you, he is not a little white mouse you can handle, but a ferocious wolf instead. He is not a little kitten that you can dominate. Xue Nua's tongue flicked out, sliding over her red lips, her eyes revealing endless allure, highly provocative. In this subtle manner, she informed Noya that she had already made her move. The way Noya tried to declare her possession with embraces and kisses was simply laughable. Noya gritted her teeth in frustration, yet felt utterly helpless against her rival. In the contest of love competing with Xue Nua, she ultimately fell short in terms of means. Just wait and see. A woman's assets are not just her body and appearance. Xue Nua naturally knew that Noya was referring to her media assistants, to Yunyu. However, Noya was completely unaware that Xue Nua and Yunyu had a deeper level of cooperation. I hope so. Xue Nua and Noya were secretly competing, yet on the surface they appeared to be enjoying a deep sisterly bond. For women, especially high society ladies, the dignity expected in social occasions still needed to be maintained. Even with countless words of ridicule and provocation, they had little lethal effect. The two tacitly decided to use another method to strike at their rival. Let's see who will win Yunyu's favor tonight. This was originally a good method, but the problem is that the key figure Yunyu was unaware of their little thoughts. In fact, even if he knew it would be of no consequence, he would not participate. Yunyu and Brady strolled through the hall, briefly exchanging pleasantries with the guests before exiting. The two did not even invite any ladies to dance tonight. This was because early on during the party, Lord Hector had expressed a desire for a private meeting with Yunyu. Naturally, Yunyu showed enough importance to the request made by the powerful figures of the Northwest. In the room at the end of the second-floor corridor, the Lord was seated at the main seat, enjoying tea. He saw Brady bring Yunyu in and gestured for them to sit down. Young man, you truly are hiding your talents. I can't believe that in such a short time, you have transformed Feng Hung Company into the world's leading wind energy company, achieving remarkable success. He had just carefully reviewed Yunyu's rise to prominence after arriving at planet D2399 and couldn't help but marvel at the speed of Yunyu's ascent. You flatter me, Lord. It is precisely because of your support that I have achieved what I have today. Yunyu lowered his stance and respectfully flattered him. Haha, you young man only knows how to say good things. I haven't given you much help, rather you helped me solve the energy crisis in Jinchuan back in the day. So it seems that another person is behind your great achievements. I just wonder if I know them. Hector waved his hand and lowered his head to take a sip of tea. This seemingly casual action was actually probing Yunyu's background. Yunyu was also well aware of this and smiled, saying, your assistance has been particularly important to me. It was a key factor in my ability to establish a foothold in the Northwest energy market. Of course, during my early development, there was another noble who offered me valuable advice and support. You know him. It is Roger Barnes, the head of the former Panos Energy Group's Northwest branch. Back then, I was able to secure the Northwest branch largely thanks to his guidance and the connections he introduced me to at Panos headquarters. Recalling this past, Yunyu felt deeply grateful, and his sincere expression made it clear that he always remembered the kindness of Roger Barnes.